Chang Ming, as a freshman, is about to attend his first class at university. He is informed that the world is entering a train survival scenario. Each station here is an independent little world, full of bizarre wonders. Various rules have been established on the train. The attendants are uncanny beings. No one could defy the rules they impose, and there is a palpable fear of interacting with them. As everyone suffers from parched lips, the attendant offers Chang Ming a bottle of water. Chang Ming, I have no money. Attendant, it's for you. Drink as you please. While everyone is desperately rationing their biscuits due to hunger, the attendant hands Chang Ming a meal box from the dining car. Chang Ming, is this for me? Attendant, it's just a working meal. It's yours. The people in the carriage do not understand why Chang Ming can continuously challenge and disregard the rules. This is because his status is different from everyone else's. He is the chief train inspector. Chapter 1. The Global Apocalypse Train. Greetings to the 8 billion passengers of the Blue Star. Thank you for embarking on this journey through the apocalypse. I am the chief commander of the train. This is an endless train with limitless scenery along the way. I wish you a smooth journey. The train may stop at any time. After arriving at a station, all passengers must disembark within 10 minutes. Those who do not will bear the consequences. Each station has a fixed stop time. If you do not return to the train, you will remain here forever. Further announcements will be made to notify all passengers on the train. Please gather your belongings and prepare to board. Rest assured, those who dare to challenge the rules will surely encounter unexpected surprises. Countdown 10 minutes. Countdown 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Countdown 9 minutes and 58 seconds. A sudden voice resounded in the minds of every individual on Blue Star. It was early September at Domingue, Nantong University, where a freshman named Chang Ming experienced the mechanical voice during his very first class. He noticed that everyone, including the teacher, was looking around in bewilderment. 10 minutes. A crucial 10 minutes. As a reader who has immersed himself in countless online novels, he possessed a wisdom distinct from ordinary individuals, especially when confronted with such bizarre occurrences. Chang Ming was one of them, and his immediate reaction was to believe it could be true. The classroom erupted into chaos. Wait, who just heard someone mention the apocalypse? A train? Damn, I thought it was just my fatigue from last night causing me to hallucinate. Buddy, it's an honor to be in the same class as you. Shall we compete later? A bunch of pathetic losers. Ignoring the reactions of these newly acquainted classmates, Chang Ming swiftly grabbed his backpack and made his way out. This immediately caught the attention of the homeroom teacher, Ms. Dongmin. Excuse me, where do you think you're going during class? Teacher, between accepting fate and survival, I choose to fight for my life. I wish you all academic success. Chang Ming threw down his words and dashed out of the classroom without looking back, drawing everyone's attention. Wow, he clearly seems like a decisive guy. Does he really believe this? The timer shows 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. Can you see? It's now 29 seconds. I dare say this is undoubtedly a miracle. That guy is destined for greatness, skipping the first class. Damn, it's 9 minutes and 20 seconds left. I'm out of here. Could it be that I am destined to be the protagonist of this era? You all go ahead. I'll wait for my golden finger. In the first class of the entire pharmacy department, the students had yet to familiarize themselves with one another, each displaying varied reactions. Students, this voice is quite extraordinary. I think you should all consider your actions carefully. Ms. Dongmin spoke up. The situation was inexplicably strange. The source of the voice was not external, but emanated from their minds. If it were just her experiencing this phenomenon, Yang Min would suspect it stemmed from her lack of rest while preparing for class the night before. However, the countdown aligned perfectly for everyone. It was an image etched in their minds. As a teacher, not having prior experience in such moments meant she could not restrain her students. What if a true deity existed? After all, she too read online literature. Chang Ming sprinted downstairs with his backpack, remembering that the campus supermarket was not far from the teaching building. With swift strides, he dashed into the supermarket. He was not the first to arrive here. Several individuals, like him, entered in quick succession, immediately seizing items without hesitation. This was not a typical selection of goods in a supermarket. Rather, they were hurriedly stuffing food into their arms or backpacks. The supermarket owner seemed to have realized something and did not stop these students. Instead, he grabbed a large plastic bag and joined in the zero-cost shopping spree at his own store. She believed that these students, like herself, had heard the alert. Would they eventually pay? There was no time for her to collect her own items. Chang Ming had a clear objective: Snickers, chocolate, and water. food that quickly replenishes energy and occupies minimal space were essential. At this moment, the countdown loomed like a blade hanging over everyone's heads. Countdown 00:4:32. Countdown 00:4:31. The supermarket was now packed, with people scrambling for goods, yet chaos had not yet ensued. What would happen in 4 minutes remained a mystery to all. Some, like Chang Ming, saw the supermarket raid merely as a precautionary measure. If nothing unusual occurred, the worst that could happen was returning the items and perhaps receiving a reprimand. It was highly unlikely that the school would penalize so many for mere snacks. After all, it could tarnish their reputation. Chang Ming was the first to target the chocolate section. While it might not be as satisfying as instant noodles, it could stave off hunger. Before long-distance races in high school, he had a habit of eating a piece, which proved quite effective. Countdown 00:1:10. Relying on his superior physical condition, Chang Ming squeezed out of the supermarket. His university classmates were more knowledgeable and had a heightened survival instinct. At this moment, it was not just the campus supermarket. The canteen and outside were also engulfed in frantic resource grabbing. Everyone had experience with such situations, who had not lived through the mask era. With less than 2 minutes remaining, Chang Ming chose not to call Director Cheng of the orphanage. He had been adopted by Director Cheng since childhood, and naturally, he held deep feelings for her. However, those who were prepared had already made their arrangements. It was too late to remind those who were not. In such a brief world, there was only enough time for a fleeting farewell. Yet, the time taken for farewells could delay the collection of resources. Everything would unfold as fate intended. Chamba, take care. 2 text messages were sent, succinctly conveying everything. Countdown 3 seconds. Countdown 2 seconds. Countdown 1 second. Chang Ming was enveloped in darkness, losing all sense of will. Dear passengers, welcome to the journey of the apocalypse. I am your train conductor 886, and this is train number 886. Chang Ming slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself within a train compartment. The room displayed simple beds on either side, adorned with milky white sheets, and a small square table in the center, resembling a soft sleeper room, albeit without an upper bunk. Thus, a chilling voice continued to pour into his mind. Remember, the words of the attendant are the rules. Do not defy them. Each passenger is equipped with a mobile phone to communicate with fellow passengers on this train and those in a designated area. Each passenger possesses 1 cubic meter of storage space, where items carried onto the train will be placed, with any excess stored randomly. Passengers are prohibited from attacking one another within the carriage. Violating the rules will incur severe consequences. We wish you an enjoyable journey. The room appeared to be less than 5 square meters, suitable for sleeping and providing a measure of personal space. However, it lacked facilities for cooking, bathing, or using the restroom. Nevertheless, as a train, there should be restrooms at either end of the carriage, alleviating the need for passengers to endure discomfort. I wonder how many people are on this train and what kind of individuals are aboard. Just then, the cold voice echoed again in Chang Ming's mind. You are the train's police chief. This voice resembled that of the train's overall commander. Chapter 2. The Police Chief. As the police chief, you possess certain powers beyond the rules. Your storage capacity has been increased to 10 cubic meters. Equipped with a heart gun, exclusive to the police chief, this firearm can inflict harm on any non-human target. With a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, automatically reloading after 1 minute once depleted. You are free to enter and exit any carriage. The role of the chief conductor, to assist the attendants in maintaining order within the carriage, to enforce the rules as you deem appropriate, and to receive random rewards based on your judgments. Title: must be worn. The chief conductor gains additional attribute bonuses. Chang Ming is not in a hurry to survey his surroundings, contemplating the newly acquired information. The chief conductor, you say? He had previously read novels of a post-apocalyptic nature, specifically one titled Train Survival, where everyone here explores the unknown like players striving to survive. It seems he has acquired a position, transforming into an NPC. First and foremost, the attendant's words are the rules. It is imperative to heed them without contradiction. He possesses a degree of partial authority beyond the rules, which inherently elevates his chances of survival compared to others. This implies that he is now a colleague of those who formulate the rules. His space is also quite capacious, 10 times that of an ordinary player, allowing him to amass more supplies in anticipation of potential emergencies in the future. Chang Ming does not believe that merely holding the title of Chief Conductor grants him the ability to transcend the need for sustenance. Even now, he perceives no change within himself, remaining a flesh and blood man. By the way, I should check the space first. There's a love gun within, a rather peculiar name indeed. Accessing the space is quite convenient. Communication with his mind suffices. Upon opening it, Chang Ming's first sight is not the items within, but rather an attribute panel. Chang Ming, Chief Conductor not activated age, 19 strength, 9 agility, 12 constitution, 8 perception, 15 mental state, 100. If mental state falls below 30, hallucinations or suicidal tendencies may occur. Average attributes for adults are 8. Reviewing these attributes, Chang Ming feels a sense of satisfaction. His high school passion for various sports activities now appears to be of use. In fact, he once harbored a dream of playing football, which he ultimately abandoned due to his aversion to seafood. As for perception, it likely refers to his insight into the surrounding environment. He begins to examine his space, which appears to be quite a large cube. His backpack lies quietly in the corner, containing the food and water he temporarily collected, alongside a gun. The firearm resembles a commonly used model in the beautiful country, the Glock 19. Holding it in his hand, he caresses it. This is his first encounter with a gun, and he is uncertain about the recoil. He plans to find an opportunity to test it soon. As the hint indicated, this gun lacks a magazine change feature, allowing for unlimited firing, though there is a 1-minute interval between every 15 shots. The key point is that harm can be inflicted upon any non-human target, indicating the presence of extraordinary beings, perhaps beasts, monsters, or the bizarre. Oh, what is this badge? I do not recall carrying such an item with me. Chang Ming, filled with curiosity, summoned the badge into his hand. It was a simple red rectangular badge, emblazoned with the words Chungjing Zhang. Must it be so rudimentary? I was promised a title, yet here is a tangible object, and this identity is bestowed not by the train's chief conductor, but by the badge itself. How does one activate this thing? His character's status displayed that Chungjing Zhang was not yet activated, signifying that there are conditions for activation. There are no pins on it. Should I try attaching it to my clothing? The moment the badge made contact with Chang Ming's chest, a surge of power enveloped his entire being. Is this how the badge is used? Just stick it on. It feels quite snug, yet there is no discomfort. Chang Ming instinctively checked his attributes again, gasping in astonishment. Chang Ming, Chungjing Zhang activated age, 19 strength, 920 agility, 1220 constitution, 820 perception, 1530 mental state, 100. You are now Chungjing Zhang, possessing the red skill. Justice's Roar, Justice's Roar. Active can utilize perception to inflict mental shock on any target, with greater power corresponding to stronger perception. Chang Ming instinctively touched the badge on his chest. It was quite advantageous, as his total attributes had increased by 90 points, along with an additional skill, putting him ahead at the starting line. At that moment, sounds of movement could be heard from the corridor outside, prompting Chang Ming to first assess the situation within the carriage. The door to the carriage creaked open. Chang Ming stepped into the corridor. This was a windowed aisle that ran through the entire carriage, where several individuals were already standing, observing their surroundings like him. He noted that he was in carriage number 9. Chang Ming. Following the voice, he recognized a familiar face, or rather, someone he was somewhat acquainted with. It was his dormitory mate from their freshman year, Gao Yan. The two were surprisingly in the same carriage. Looking at the others, they all appeared to be relatively young. Including himself, there were a total of 10 individuals in the carriage, 7 males and 3 females, all standing in the aisle, though Chang Ming did not recognize the other 8. Gao Yan, you are here too. What a coincidence. This carriage can't possibly be filled with students from Non-Tone University, can it? Chang Ming's words resonated with the others. What? You are also from Non-Tone University? I am Liu Dongyang from the 2nd year automation class too. No, we are alumni. I am Zhang Zuozhu from the 3rd year of robotics engineering. I am Deng Chuchu from the English department. Are you Deng Chuchu? I heard you sing Adjiao at the last campus singer competition, and you truly sound remarkably like the original artist. I couldn't see you clearly from afar. You are quite beautiful in person. Thank you. I have always admired Xiao Han. I hope you don't mind my suggestion, but the original artist of this song is Zhao Lei, not Xiao Han. Are you implying her voice is coarse? Chang Ming offered this reminder out of goodwill, with no other intentions. Deng Chuchu, Zhang Zuozhu. After a brief introduction, it turned out that they were all students from Non-Tone University, though they did not recognize each other or had trouble matching names to faces. Is this a gathering of non-Tong University students sent off to the apocalyptic train? That shouldn't be the case. Have you checked your phones? Chang Ming had yet to inspect the phone gifted by the apocalypse. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 groups within. 886 Train Area Channel, 150 members. 00009 Regional Channel, 15,000 members. 886 Administrator Channel, Private Channel. Do you also have 2 group channels? Chang Ming curiously inquired, choosing not to mention the additional channel he had. What else could there be? Just these 2. The regional channel is utterly unviewable. The information flies by like the wind. Chang Ming glanced at the red 999 in the regional channel, completely uninterested in the complaints of those individuals. Meanwhile, the administrator channel displayed a red one. Was there an announcement? He clicked on it. The train conductor, chief of security, our next stop is an abandoned town, a picturesque little place. Upon arrival, please assist in disembarking the passengers. The train will stop in 7 hours. Chapter 3. The attendant, it was now 9:10 in the morning, with the train scheduled to arrive around 4 in the afternoon. The announcement had previously informed everyone that the train could halt at any moment, and one could ascertain the timing and probable location of the stops. As for the prospect of a charming little town, Chang Ming found it hard to believe. After all, this was purported to be an apocalyptic train. Could it truly be taking everyone on holiday to a picturesque village? As for assisting the attendants in disembarking the passengers, that posed no challenge. Everyone had been notified before boarding that they must alight within 10 minutes upon arrival. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to initially defy the rules. Yet, what exactly were the attendants like? Would they, like him, be assigned someone to direct? Furthermore, with so many trains, would there be a security chief on everyone? These questions fluttered through Chang Ming's mind. Some matters required exploration step by step. At least he was not prepared to reveal his identity as the security chief to anyone just yet. He first ventured to inspect both ends of the carriage, discovering restrooms at either end, albeit lacking hot water tanks and even water for flushing. Subsequently, Chang Ming accessed the 886 train channel. I was just in the restroom when I got transported here. Is there a kind-hearted brother or sister who has some paper? I'm in carriage 15. Seriously, old man. With the announcement stating 10 minutes, you still haven't gathered your things? I'm having a bout of diarrhea. Is there anyone with food to spare? I was swimming in the wild and brought nothing. You weren't swimming in the nude, were you? This situation was shrouded in mystery. It seemed everyone should appoint a representative to discuss their next course of action. I'm in carriage 5. Each avatar of the speakers bore authentic identification photos, showcasing a range of ages. Thus, it was evident that this train was not solely composed of students from Nantong University, or perhaps only they occupied one carriage. As for the reason, who could tell? At least the individuals in carriage 9 were less complicated. No, the carriages were sealed. I had tried the doors, and they wouldn't budge. Gallion approached one end of the carriage, resting his hand on the doorknob. As soon as he spoke, the door creaked open. A person clad in an attendant's uniform appeared, pushing a cart, standing at the entrance. The most bizarre aspect was her face. Her pale complexion bore no discernible features, resembling a blank sheet of paper, coupled with her tall stature. Was this what they referred to as a fair-skinned beauty with long legs? Chang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, internally critiquing the situation. Gao Yin, standing closest, seemed to embody the phrase caught off guard, retreating several steps as if someone had stepped on his tail. Do I appear frightening? The attendant's voice, akin to metal scraping, was disconcerting and perhaps even terrifying. She spoke without a mouth, which added to the eerie atmosphere. Upon seeing the silence of the crowd, the attendant pushed her cart further into the carriage. The cart emitted creaking sounds that echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of her footsteps. Each step seemed to synchronize with the heartbeat of everyone present, making the time stretch interminably. The 10 individuals inside the carriage quickly retreated to their respective compartments, while 3 girls hastily shut their doors. Initially, the train ride felt strange and novel, but now they were beginning to grasp a hint of the apocalypse's essence. No one screamed, fearing to attract the attendants' attention. This faceless entity indeed instilled terror, especially since she was the arbiter of rules. Chang Ming, relying on his unique status, peeked out to observe the attendant in her cart. Despite her lack of eyes, he felt as though she was constantly watching him. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous, for this was the first time in his life he had encountered such a peculiar being. The faceless entity was nothing compared to creatures from films. The cart contained standard train refreshments, nothing extraordinary. Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. Chang Ming almost wanted to comment about her legs, but he restrained himself. As the security chief, he should be safe from harm. However, he wished to avoid any potential trouble arising from careless speech. He was uncertain whether this attendant could even be classified as human. How much for these drinks? He inquired as the attendant passed by him. Since she was selling, it was reasonable to assume these items had prices, and Chang Ming sought to gather more information. In case he ran out of food, he could rely on these as a backup. Yet, facing such a visage made him somewhat anxious. Mineral water is 3 units. Drinks 5, beer 8. If you need anything else, let me know. These items require travel currency, not the money you are accustomed to using. Travel currency? How does one acquire such currency? Chang Ming noticed the attendant's demeanor was relatively amiable, prompting him to seek further understanding of this train's operations. You can obtain it at each stop outside the train. Returning alive to your carriage will also yield rewards when the train resumes its journey. Besides searching for supplies, disembarking can earn you travel currency, which is used to purchase food on the train. This is its known purpose. Other uses have yet to be discovered. All right, you may continue with your duties. Chang Ming had at least confirmed that the attendant was capable of normal communication. He could inquire about matters concerning the apocalyptic train in the future. Here, the attendant handed Chang Ming a bottle of cola, her long fingers adorned with sharp nails. I have no travel currency. Don't be shy. It's a gift for you. Chang Ming perceived a semblance of a smile directed at him. Yet her blank face bore no features. Could this be a manifestation of heightened sensitivity? Thank you. He graciously accepted the cola, not one to refuse a gift. Returning to his compartment, he listened to the cart's creaking sounds as it receded. Others were astonished that someone dared to converse with the attendant, feeling a tinge of admiration. However, with doors shut, they could only discern a male voice. Only those closer could identify him. They were still unfamiliar with each other's voices. Deng Chu-Chu, hearing that the attendant had given Chang Ming a cola, speculated whether he might be the first to converse with her and thus receive a reward of food. Yet, she lacked the courage to attempt communication herself. Just then, she overheard another voice speaking to the attendant, seemingly that of a boy named Lu Dongyang. Attendant's sister, could I have a bottle of water? I'm a bit thirsty. May I owe you for now? Of course. Lu Dongyang noted that despite her frightening appearance, the attendant seemed quite kind-hearted. He had come unprepared, thinking the announcement was a prank, and now he truly felt parched. Most importantly, he was influenced by Chang Ming's earlier receipt of complimentary cola, leading him to believe the attendant was approachable. The pale hand extended a bottle of mineral water, and Lu Dongyang maintained a friendly smile as he grasped the bottle. 3 units for a bottle of water. I'll collect 3 of your fingers first. The attendant's terrifying voice caught Lu Dongyang completely off guard, causing him to instinctively attempt to return the water. The attendant's sharp nails slowly glided over his left hand, her movements unhurried yet inescapable. The excruciating pain pierced through him as he watched his 3 fingers soar through the air, blood cascading forth. He knelt on the ground, clutching his wound, his forehead drenched in sweat. Beer, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge could be purchased on credit. Chapter 4. Work Meal. Lu Dongyang's anguished cries drew everyone's attention. No one dared to act until the attendant disappeared from the carriage. Help me. She's gone. Someone come. Lu Dongyang's voice was faint yet tinged with hysteria. Chang Ming was the first to step forward, gazing at Lu Dongyang sprawled on the floor, blood splattered everywhere, along with 3 fingers scattered about. We need to stop the bleeding. There are no suitable items at hand. So Chang Ming tore Lu Dongyang's pillowcase into strips and tightly wrapped them around his wrist. Unsure if the method was correct, he decided to try it. Fortunately, it proved effective. He then used the remaining fabric to dress the wound. Just then, he heard someone outside calling for help, prompting the others to rush over. Is he going to be okay? We don't have any medical supplies here, Gao Yin asked, standing nearby. They had only known each other for a short time, and while they couldn't fully empathize, they felt that this brother was rather unfortunate. The sight of the blood was unsettling. The bleeding has stopped. for now. We should help him to a bed to rest. It seemed that the loss of blood had left Lu Danyang weak and exhausted. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, though his body trembled incessantly, a testament to his pain. The remaining 9 gathered once more in the corridor. Who did the attendant serve drinks to earlier? Zhang Zuozhu furrowed his brow. She brought drinks to me, Chang Ming replied, having nothing to hide, as Deng Chu in the adjacent compartment would surely know. Why did the attendant not attack you, but instead Lu Danyang? Zhang Zuozhu's tone was not accusatory. He seemed to be pondering the reason, seeking an explanation. You'd have to ask the attendant about that. Chang Ming decided against revealing the truth, fearing that knowledge of his uniqueness might lead to unnecessary trouble in this apocalypse. It's not the scarcity, but the inequity that troubles us. In a direct confrontation, Chang Ming was not afraid of anyone given his current state. However, engaging in underhanded tactics was an entirely different matter. I think it might be because he was the first to speak to the attendant, which could have garnered her favor. Deng Chu shared her thoughts. This is the apocalypse train. The attendant's demeanor is quite unsettling, and anything could happen. Perhaps, Zhang Zuozhu responded. We should all be cautious around the attendant and minimize our communication with her. Otherwise, if something unfortunate occurs again, we will be the ones to suffer. He glanced at Lu Danyang lying in the carriage, feeling a pang of sorrow. In the apocalypse, it was wise to avoid greeting the unknown unless one possessed luck akin to Chang Ming's. Newly aboard the train, the group had no clear direction and returned to their rooms to rest. It was now 10:10 a.m., and there were still 6 hours until the train would stop at the station. Chang Ming retrieved his backpack from his room and began to check his supplies. 18 100-gram chocolate bars, 35 20-gram Snickers, and 10 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, all items he had gathered from the supermarket. Of course, he now also had a bottle of cola. It was September, and by conserving, he could manage to drink a bottle and a half daily, sustaining himself for a week. Hydration was essential, taking precedence over food. Relatively speaking, he had a more ample food supply. Chang Ming tossed his backpack aside, now that he had space to store items. The bag was somewhat superfluous and took up space. With 10 cubic meters of storage, he had no need for that bag. Had he possessed only 1 cubic meter of space like the others, he would certainly have kept the bag. With nothing pressing to do, he checked what others were discussing in the chat group. 886 train area channel, 148 people. 0009 district channel, 14, 912 people. In just 1 hour, how could some people have vanished without a station stop? 2 individuals had inexplicably disappeared from 886 train. You have no idea how terrifying it was in car 1. Those 2 bodies are still lying in the corridor, and I dare not go out. Brother, elaborate. How did 2 go missing? The attendant came to our carriage, and there was no friendly face among them. You must have seen it. A woman wanted to buy food, paid, and was then decapitated by the attendant. Her boyfriend was right there, furious, and he followed her. Was that small cart of food a bait, deliberately luring us to our doom? No, it was because the payment was incorrect. Only travel currency is accepted on this train, as stated by the attendant. Chang Ming glanced at the speaker, a Lu Zhan from Car 5, who had initially proposed that everyone discuss strategies. However, the doors were sealed shut. This fellow had some courage, akin to his own. As for the fatalities in the district channel, Chang Ming skimmed through, noting some foolish individuals, young ones who should know better than to disrespect their elders. The most absurd was someone who had slapped the attendant on the rear. Those who died earlier were likely a product of their own arrogance, their brains having been sacrificed long ago. The one who slapped the attendant was undoubtedly a hero. As the train's security chief, Chang Ming would not dare engage in such reckless behavior. It was not a matter of taste. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the chat in the channel continued to update. Now that everyone was trapped on the train, with no other activities, they resorted to chatting on their phones. Box lunches for 25. Box lunches for 25. The attendant's piercing voice echoed down the corridor, followed by the aroma of food wafting through the entire carriage. No one from Car 9 ventured out, as they lacked travel currency. Chang Ming quickly grabbed a Snickers bar, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it down with a small sip of water. He felt considerably better. Had the food scent been even slightly unpleasant, he would not have been so tormented by hunger. It was midday, and some were indeed feeling hungry. The attendant returned. The enticing scent of food was unbearable, yet he couldn't afford it. The friend from Car 3 has food. Share a bit. and I will repay you later. I only brought instant noodles with me. Who knew there would be no water on the train? Damn it. I dare not ask the attendant. Which brave brother will? Brother, I'll come find you. Tell me everything. They had just boarded, and some individuals had temporarily gathered supplies, which might suffice for now, but as time passed, the scarcity of water and food would worsen. A knock at the door? Chang Ming wondered who would come to see him at this moment. Deng Chuchu next door was startled as well. The attendant had not yet left. Confirming it was indeed his door being knocked upon, Chang Ming still opened it. Given his position as the security chief, this train felt like his domain, less perilous compared to other passengers. Once off the train, that would surely change. There stood a featureless face at the door, one hand resting on the carriage, the other extending a food container. This is for you. Chang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was the attendant developing an interest in him, sending both water and food? I have no travel currency. This is a work meal. It's free. Chang Ming accepted the container, scrutinizing the attendant carefully. Thank you. May I ask your name? I am called Wuxiang Jinyang. As she spoke, the attendant wiggled her 2 fingers, their long nails scraping against each other, emitting a sound akin to nails on glass. Next door, Deng Chuchu trembled in fear. Chapter 5. Lunchtime. Deng Chuchu noticed that the attendant treated Chang Ming exceptionally well. He had delivered drinks in the morning and now, astonishingly, brought him a meal. Her own stomach grumbled, having only consumed 2 biscuits to momentarily quell her hunger. The fact that her neighbor was enjoying a proper meal piqued her curiosity. Was it perhaps a case of opposites attracting? After all, Chang Ming stood less than 1.8 meters tall, with single eyelids. What could possibly account for such preferential treatment? Of course, she wouldn't foolishly venture out to request a meal, unlike Lu Dongyang, who had learned the hard way. One must be rather foolish to seek fair treatment from an attendant aboard the apocalyptic train. Wuxiang Jinyang? What a lovely name. I have yet to meet anyone with such a distinctive moniker. Chang Ming, of course, was generous with his compliments, as the attendant not only delivered meals but also refreshments. Really? It's the first time anyone has praised me like this. His voice had a metallic quality, yet conveyed a sense of joy. Women. Perhaps you simply haven't encountered someone as sincere as me. You do not seem like the type. Jinyang's tone held no hint of displeasure. It felt as if she had not had a proper conversation in a long time, laced with a hint of teasing. I want to keep you, as I must attend to my duties. By the way, be cautious at the next stop. Jinyang leaned closer to Chang Ming, her voice dropping to a whisper. Be mindful of the pond. There's a treasure chest there that may prove useful, but do not disclose this to others. With that, she pushed her cart away with a creaking sound. The next stop was a small town where a pond might pose a danger. The pond represented a water source, and those parched would undoubtedly seek ways to obtain water. Jinyang, aware of her position as the chief of security, reminded herself to be cautious of the pond, wondering if it might harbor threats. Caution did not imply avoidance. She also hinted at the treasure chest within the pond. All in all, Chang Ming fully received her goodwill, which the train conductor had neglected to share with him. As he opened the meal box, he found it contained 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, tomato and egg, shredded potatoes, kung pao chicken, and crispy pork. Perhaps next time he could ask Jinyang to bring some chili. Chang Ming deftly used his chopsticks to mix the rice with the dishes, consuming every last morsel. Never before had he fathomed that a simple boxed meal could evoke such a sense of living life to its fullest. He guessed that the girl next door had likely realized the benefits he was receiving. However, she had appeared rather astute the last time he observed her. This time, Chang Ming's conversation with Jinyang had been discreet, such that only those nearest could discern the initial exchange. As for the subsequent whispers, no one else would be privy to them. Chang Ming stowed the disposable chopsticks and box into his space. Without proper utensils, such items should not go to waste. Approximately 5 minutes later, sensing that the attendant would not return, the atmosphere in carriage 9 grew restless. Indeed, the occupants were growing bored in their rooms. This was primarily because all 10 passengers were alumni, fostering a livelier environment compared to other carriages. Who was chatting with the attendant again? It couldn't be Ming Go, could it? Gallion found himself admiring this roommate for being so bold. Unconsciously, he began to refer to him as Gu, seemingly in awe. Seeing that many had emerged from their rooms, Chang Ming felt no need to remain cooped up. He chose not to comment on the chatter. Deng Chuchu wanted to speak with Chang Ming, but hesitated, deciding it would be more convenient to converse privately later. Chang Ming intrigued her, stirring a sense of curiosity within her, yet she was not inclined to directly inquire about his secrets. She understood the saying that curiosity killed the cat. She merely hoped that he might lend her assistance in a critical moment. Anyone who could elicit such peculiar treatment from an attendant was surely more likely than most to survive, perhaps even longer than herself. The thought of using her looks to entice Chang Ming flitted through her mind, but she recognized that her beauty in this apocalyptic world might not be an asset, but rather a liability. Indeed, a fragile vase could easily shatter in such dire times. Survival depended on one's own abilities. Chang Ming, you are undoubtedly a true man. What did you discuss with that attendant? A girl named Jiang Yuan approached Chang Ming, her pride evident in her demeanor. Currently, it seemed that Chang Ming held the most influence in Carriage 9, having secured drinks from the attendant. In a world where resources were scarce, aligning oneself with strength was both a trend and a tactic. Nothing much. I merely inquired about her name and when the first stop would occur. The truth mingled with falsehoods is often more readily accepted. Others were not concerned with the attendant's name, but the arrival time of the first stop certainly piqued everyone's interest. Deng Chu-Chu, too, cast an expectant glance, for it was likely that Chang Ming held the key to that knowledge. Minggu, how long until we reach the station? Without travel tokens, I am growing quite hungry. I wish to disembark swiftly. In less than 4 hours. Did you ask what this stop is and if there are dangers? The station is an abandoned township. Chang Ming knew only that the pond was perilous, but he could not disclose this, as the attendant had instructed him to keep it confidential. Thus, aside from the treasure chest, there was no useful information to share. We have boarded an apocalyptic train. What place is free of danger? Besides, I have never been to any of the stops. The group exchanged trivial conversation, and at Chang Ming's suggestion, they checked on Lu Donyang, who seemed still unconscious. Zhang Zuo assisted by offering him a sip of water, which Lu Donyang had bartered for with 3 fingers. Chang Ming observed that none of his classmates sought food or water, indicating that they had all prepared adequately during the initial 10 minutes, aside from the incapacitated individual. At the very least, there were no liabilities in Carriage 9. Lu Donyang's actions could be deemed somewhat reckless, had he not borrowed, but rather seized from the attendant. Chang Ming, as the chief of security, would have had a role to play. The chat on the phone remained lively. When will this train stop? The smoke-free days are becoming suffocating. If you can come to Carriage 2, I'll trade you 2 cigarettes. I can't get to Carriage 16. Ladies, who has brought sanitary napkins? I can trade cookies for them. I can't hold it any longer. This lady, I am affectionately known as the little vampire. Perhaps I could assist you? Go away, you wretched person. Chang Ming scanned the administrator channel, wishing to ascertain whether he could communicate with the train conductor. Conductor, may I announce the arrival time in the group? You may do as you wish. Such trivial matters do not require my permission. The conductor responded promptly, suggesting that they were untroubled by the potential leak of information, likely because it was deemed inconsequential. Chang Ming, everyone, the train will arrive at the first stop at 4 in the afternoon. Wait, how do you know? Can you confirm this? How do you know when we will stop? You're not deceiving us, are you? I am desperate for a cigarette. Gao Yin, trust me, Minggu. He is the kind of man who can engage in cheerful banter with the attendant. If you don't believe me, go ask her. Minggu is terrifying. I bow to you. Bowing 1, bowing 2. Attention all passengers of train 886. The period from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. is designated as lunchtime. Any chatting is strictly prohibited, and please refrain from leaving your rooms. Wu Xiangjinyang's voice echoed throughout the carriage. Chapter 6. Arrival at the first stop. 1 o'clock arrived punctually, and all returned to their rooms. The crowd of thousands was eerily silent. Chang Ming lay quietly on his bed. Surely, this rule should not constrain me. For now, there is no need to take risks. It is just as well to rest with my eyes closed. For soon I shall face an unknown realm. Gathering my strength is essential, as the vast horizon is my love. Suddenly, the ringtone of a mobile phone pierced the stillness, startling Chang Ming. Even the passengers in Carriage 9 heard it, yet none dared to speak. Each person's phone had been issued by the train, equipped only with group and private chat functions, supporting only text communication, rendering voice calls impossible. What on earth is happening? Chang Ming felt someone was playing tricks on him. He glanced at his phone screen. There was a new message from the conductor of train 886. The conductor was the one playing tricks on him. trying to remain inconspicuous. He realized that his efforts were futile. It seemed that being ordinary here was quite a challenge. The beautiful senior next door had already received her drinks and meals. Now, the promised quiet afternoon rest was disrupted by a phone call directed at him, which infuriated Chang Ming, prompting him to answer swiftly. It's rest time. While others are resting, come to carriage 8. I need your assistance with something. It was not a command, but rather a request. Yet it made him feel anything but ordinary, as he had been challenging the rules since his arrival less than a day ago. Conductor, I have an unreasonable request. Could we keep this low profile? The urgency was palpable, and he felt compelled to assist Chang Ming. The conductor's demeanor was unexpectedly polite, almost pleading. If the Xinjiang was enigmatic, the conductor, as the leader of the train, was formidable yet courteous. However, this tone of voice left Chang Ming with no choice but to oblige. Despite the genuine attitude, he was an outsider, uncertain whether he would inadvertently breach any boundaries. He must go. If he wished to keep certain secrets hidden, he would have to return and fabricate a story. All right, I will head over now. The sound of the door opening reached Deng Chu-Chu, who then fell silent, knowing that Chang Ming was no longer in the adjacent room. How could he disregard the train's rules? Was it because he had done something none of the rest had dared to attempt? She pondered silently, but the reason eluded her. Once the train stopped, she resolved to follow Chang Ming. It might increase her chances of survival in this unfamiliar place. Of course, it could also prove more perilous. Having been pulled from reality into this situation, coupled with the crew's ruthless actions, Deng Chu-Chu was acutely aware that unforeseen dangers awaited them upon arrival. After Chang Ming left carriage 9, he traversed to carriage 8, which resembled a dining area. Besides tables and chairs, a counter displayed an array of snacks and beverages. A man dressed in the conductor's uniform sat at a table with his head bowed, the brim of his hat obscuring his face. Chang Ming surmised that the man's visage might not be pleasant, while the Xinjiang stood nearby, observing him. If there were no surprises, they were the only 3 administrators on the entire train. Chang Ming cautiously approached the conductor, pulling out a chair to sit across from him, at which point he saw the conductor's appearance. It was a face riddled with sharp protrusions, resembling a durian adorned with features, enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone with a fear of irregularities. I am unsure why a train police chief exists aboard this train, but your presence signifies something peculiar. The conductor slowly lifted his head, his green eyes scanning Chang Ming. You are human, yet you appear as a train administrator. I too am curious, but I cannot provide you with answers. Nonetheless, welcome to train 886. The conductor extended a hand, larger than that of a typical human, the back of his hand similarly adorned with sharp protrusions. Chang Ming regarded the durian-faced conductor. He was uncertain why he bore the insignia of the train police chief. Yet it was evident that he harbored no malice. He reached out to shake hands, feeling the roughness yet strength of the grip. The next stop is an abandoned township. Do you wish for me to assist you with something after disembarking? Indeed, as I cannot leave the train. I need you to utilize the 48 hours after disembarking to locate a black cube. Simply bringing it back aboard will suffice. A black cube? Chang Ming was perplexed about its nature, its characteristics, or its approximate size, fearing he might overlook it. Furthermore, would retrieving it pose any danger? Given that this item was required by the conductor, it must be of great value. Upon reaching the destination, would there be indescribable entities guarding it? Chang Ming needed to ascertain this. Although his physical attributes had significantly increased, granting him greater strength than the other passengers, it did not guarantee his ability to confront various dangers at that station. Moreover, he would need to remain there for a full 48 hours. It is an object roughly the size of a human palm, which emits light, making it easier to locate in the dark. Once you see it, you will recognize its uniqueness. The conductor explained earnestly. As a reward, you may check the only pond in the township. There lies what you need. Upon retrieving the black cube, I have additional rewards for you. As for the dangers, I trust your abilities will suffice for the first stop. After hearing this, Chang Ming instinctively glanced at the Xinjiang, who remained expressionless, as was her nature. This echoed what the Xinjiang had previously informed him. It appeared that the administrators were aware of the conditions at the stopping points or the treasures contained within. As for the nature of the treasures, he had a general understanding that it involved a treasure chest, so there was no need to inquire further. Since you were familiar with the situation there, Could you provide me with the specific location of the black cube? This would save time. It appears randomly, which is why I need you to search for it. However, it is said not to manifest in places difficult for humans to discover. Of course, if other passengers find it and bring it back, that would count as your assistance. If someone were to discover such an item, they would undoubtedly place it in their own space immediately. How would the conductor know if someone else brought back what he needed? Can you see what we have in our spaces? We cannot, but it can. The conductor pointed to the ceiling of the train. However, this applies only to the black cube. Once it is brought aboard, I will be able to sense whose possession it is. Chang Ming nodded, realizing this was merely a special sensitivity of the train. He was uncertain whether it was a system detection or something sentient. However, if everyone could retrieve this cube, why wouldn't the conductor announce it on the train? Wouldn't it be easier to find if everyone searched together? You could inform everyone. Wouldn't that increase efficiency? I anticipated you would ask that. We must adhere to the rules. The matter of the black cube cannot be disclosed to the passengers, and you are an exceptional presence, not confined solely to the role of passenger. Can I assist you in notifying everyone, acting as an intermediary? You may try, but I doubt it will work. Chang Ming contemplated sending a message in the group chat, offering food as a reward for assistance in the search, yet just as he was about to press the button, he completely forgot his purpose. What is this? Am I not correct? Thus, this matter relies solely on your initiative to seek it out. Others can only discover it passively. After concluding his conversation with the conductor, Chang Ming returned to his room. Upon hearing the sound, Deng Chuchu wore an expression of realization. He was able to defy the train's rules. After the afternoon break ended at 3, Chang Ming remained in his room, and no one inquired why he was permitted to move during the rest period. At 4:10 in the afternoon, the train gradually came to a halt at the platform. We have arrived. Chapter 7, The Store. Chang Ming immediately leapt from his bed and shouted, "Everyone, disembark at once." It was a rule on the train that passengers must exit within 10 minutes of arrival. The passengers in carriage number 9 were already prepared. Ming Yi, are you not coming down? Gallian approached the train door, glancing at Chang Ming, who remained aboard. You go ahead. I will wait for you at the door. At that moment, a number visible only to Chang Ming changed from 148 to 21. Lu Dongyang, how are you? We have arrived. It is time for you to get off. Lu Dongyang, who was sitting on his bed, staring blankly at his severed finger, glanced at Chang Ming upon hearing his reminder. He said nothing but stood up and walked toward the door. It seemed that this encounter had rendered him quite despondent. Once Lu Dongyang disembarked, the number indicated 3. Everyone adhered to the rules and exited with enthusiasm. There were still 2 individuals in carriage number 13. Observing the information before him, Chang Ming hurried toward those 2 carriages. It's so eerie outside. I feel safer on the train. Moreover, my legs are not well, protested an elderly woman with glasses, sitting in her compartment alongside a middle-aged man. Did you not hear the rules being announced? If you do not get off, you will be punished, potentially leading to death. Why are you being obstinate at this point? The middle-aged man exclaimed, tugging at the elderly woman. However, she was quite stout, merely swaying without rising. Regardless of the circumstances, they ought to consider the elderly woman's health. My rheumatism makes it impossible for me to walk. What can I do outside? I might as well wait for you to return inside the train. Damn you. Chang Ming had now arrived at carriage 13 and immediately noticed the 2 in dispute. Why are you not getting off? You must disembark within 10 minutes. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by Chang Ming's arrival, clearly puzzled about how he had traversed the carriage. Get down now, mother, quickly. The elderly woman turned her face away, still ignoring her son's pleas. Ordinarily, Chang Ming would not involve himself in such self-destructive behavior. However, with the task at hand, he wasted no time and seized the collar of the elderly woman, dragging her out of the compartment. What are you doing? I will not get off. You are not allowed to lay hands on passengers aboard the train. I will report you. Chang Ming paid no heed to her outcries and directly pulled her out of the carriage, while her son hesitated, trailing closely behind. At this point, Chang Ming finally stood on the platform, taking in the surroundings. Although it was 4 in the afternoon, the sky appeared overcast, as if rain could fall at any moment. The train they had ridden resembled an old green carriage from the past, marked with the inscription 009, District 886 on each carriage. A large sign on the platform read Abandoned Township, indicating the name of the station. Many people lingered on the platform, hesitant to venture toward the distant town. The sight of Chang Ming dragging someone out immediately attracted the attention of others nearby. You are committing murder. My leg is all scraped up thanks to you. You owe me money. No, travel currency or food will suffice, or you shall not leave. The elderly woman clutched at Chang Ming's trousers, her demeanor insistent. At that moment, her son approached, bending down to inspect the elderly woman's leg, which indeed bore a considerable abrasion. How could you injure my mother? How will she walk now? You must take responsibility. Chang Ming regarded the mother and son with a bemused smile. How do you propose I take responsibility? The middle-aged man pondered briefly before responding. You cannot rest here. You must carry my mother to the town and find us some food. Look at her injury. I need to care for her and have no time to search for supplies. The elderly woman appeared to weigh over 100 kilograms. Carrying her would likely crush an ordinary person. Furthermore, her injury was merely a scrape. By no means could it be said she could not walk. Onlookers were unconvinced, and it appeared that this young man was being swindled, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. Given the uncertainty of the town, it seemed prudent to observe the unfolding drama. The passengers from carriage number 9 awaited Chang Ming. Once they disembarked, they remained in place, having agreed to act as a collective. Upon spotting Chang Ming in front of carriage 13, they began to approach. Your mother is too heavy. Why not turn her into ashes and carry her that way? Just as the middle-aged man was about to continue, Chang Ming produced a handgun. Although he had never encountered a real firearm, the gleaming metal silenced his thoughts. Chang Ming aimed the gun at the ground beside him and fired, the sound resonating but not overly loud, leaving a dent in the earth. That is a real gun. The crowd's expressions reflected disbelief. How could this person possess a firearm? In Huagua, gun control is exceedingly strict, and most people have never touched a real gun in their lifetime. The elderly woman trembled, her grip loosening in fear. Surely, she was not naive enough to believe he would not harm her. A young man wielding a gun was certainly not a police officer. He might well have been a criminal before boarding the train. She sought a reasonable person to reason with, but she could not contend with someone like him. In this new world of uncertainty, Chang Ming, a mere 19-year-old, felt a growing disdain for the elderly mother and son, yet he could not bring himself to kill, as he was not a psychopath driven by a thirst for blood. However, if even the threat of a gun could not quell their commotion, it was uncertain how he might proceed. Turning to see his classmates approaching, Chang Ming met them directly. The onlookers quickly parted, creating a wide path. Fearful of crossing into the shadow of the young man, let us head toward the town. Mingge, you're looking rather dashing, even wielding a gun. I want to be your right-hand man. Gao Yan exclaimed excitedly, standing beside him, assured of safety by his friend's presence. The others also began to flatter Chang Ming. And carriage number 9 suddenly found its backbone. Exiting the station, they encountered a broad dirt road, devoid of any distinct exit, leading directly outside. A large yellow sign stood by the roadside, featuring a lit countdown timer that read departure in 47, 53:12, with an overhead spotlight illuminating it. Anyone with clear vision could easily discern that they would need to survive in this small town for 2 days. Walking along the dirt path, traversing the grasses on either side, Chang Ming led the passengers from carriage number 9 toward the town, with other passengers following behind. They were nearing the edge of the town, less than a kilometer away. Finding a palm-sized object in such a vast area would indeed prove challenging, but it was not an obligatory task. He remained vigilant, scanning the sides of the road to locate any ponds. To his dismay, no water sources were visible. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Chang Ming noted that most of the buildings were single-story, with much of the white paint flaking off to reveal the red bricks beneath. The asphalt roads in the town were pockmarked, with grass growing between the cracks. Several passengers had already begun rummaging through these houses, and thus far, no dangers had been observed. Minggu, let us first search the town for supplies. I suggest we head straight to the town center. The other carriages will undoubtedly be searching the outskirts, Zhang Zuo advised, addressing Chang Ming as good despite his elder age. There may be some supermarkets in the town center. We shall not be raiding anyone's home. Stay alert as we travel and report any situations immediately. Chang Ming held a gun in his hand, alerting everyone. As they traversed the main road, passing dilapidated houses, they did not encounter any supermarkets. Mingge, I've noticed that this town appears rather antiquated. Look at the wooden sliding windows on the houses. The wood is quite decayed, completely different from our modern aluminum alloy windows. Zhang Zuozhu observed his surroundings attentively, cautioning the group. If this town truly dates back decades, any food inside would surely be spoiled. At this moment, Ding Chu shouted from the side, "Look, it says store here." Chapter 8. Supplementing supplies. Chang Ming followed the direction indicated by Ding Chu and spotted a rusty reddish-brown iron gate with the word store scrawled unevenly upon it. In the 1990s, the term supermarket was not widely used. Various places selling goods were simply referred to as stores. Let's take a look inside. The door was locked and wouldn't budge. Step aside. Chang Ming stepped forward and kicked the iron door, which was already loose where it connected to the wall. With a loud crash, the door fell to the ground. I'll go in first to see if there's any danger. Chang Ming, gun in hand, entered first. The air was thick with the scent of dust, and simple rows of shelves were covered in dirt, making it difficult to discern their original appearance. Mean, there's no immediate danger inside. The other 9 followed him into the store, which had ample space, allowing everyone to enter without feeling cramped. Let's see if there's anything useful. The chances of finding food and water are slim. There are some broken bowls and cups that could still be used. Here, a tattered towel, all frayed and not sturdy at all. This is a rusty cleaver. Chang Ming did not rush to examine others' findings. Instead, he rummaged through a dilapidated wooden cabinet by the wall. To his surprise, he discovered unopened canned goods, 6 boxes, each containing 12 cans of oranges. One could not deny the stroke of fortune. The cans appeared unopened and were in relatively good condition. He first stored 5 boxes in his space. He did not consider this selfish, for if he truly were selfish, he would not leave behind the remaining box. In this initial phase, with no significant harm to himself, he could afford to care for these classmates who all hail from the same school. Should anyone rise in the future, they could provide assistance. Ultimately, if something crucial arose, he would prioritize his own needs. You all come here. There are cans. The discovery of food immediately summoned everyone over. He placed a box of cans on the ground. Let me count. 2 for 1 box is 12 cans. Gao Yin finished counting and then looked at the others. If one person takes 1 can, 2 people will need to split 2 cans. I'm fine with just 1 can. Chang Ming spoke first, with 5 boxes remaining. It mattered little if he took 1 less. I'll also take 1 can, said Liu Dongyang. From now on, I'll be half a disabled person. Just include me in any good fortune you come across. After speaking, he waved his left hand, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Chang Ming stepped forward to pat his shoulder. As long as you do not become disheartened, I will bring you along. In this apocalyptic world, Chang Ming admired those who possessed a spirit of sacrifice and quickly recognized reality. At the very least, he had to be somewhat selfish, as the importance of food and water in such times could not be overstated. Compared to the state Liu Dongyang was in when he first exited the vehicle, he now appeared considerably more spirited. Chang Ming's words carried weight, and Ding Chu felt a twinge of regret for not having spoken before Liu Dongyang. Once everyone had divided the cans, Chang Ming reminded them that items like the metal bowls and cups could serve as containers. Although there was currently no water, it was wise to prepare in advance, as he was aware there was a pond nearby. As for the hygiene of the pond water, that was a consideration for when thirst became unbearable. Now, let us continue to see what else we can find. We'll divide whatever is useful at the end. Soon, the store was stripped bare of all usable items. Aside from bowls, cups, utensils, and the cleaver, the shelves were dismantled for use as iron rods. There was no need to carry items. Storing them in their space was far more convenient. As they took a moment to rest, they began to consume the canned goods. Although there was a slight metallic taste, everyone ate heartily, having relied on them for energy after a day of scarce sustenance. Liu Dongyang, in particular, was enthusiastic, having brought nothing with him. Tilting his head back, he finished the can and finally felt satisfied. Chang Ming glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 5:30 p.m. It's almost dark. We need to head out and find a water source. All right, let us see if there are any wild vegetables in the fields. This town was not small, and with over 100 people wandering about, encountering one another was not easy unless they shared a common destination. The streets were paved with asphalt. As they moved toward the surrounding homes, the roads turned to dirt. Chang Ming noticed a larger household and, with a light jump, climbed over the wall. Minga, you must have practiced parkour before. Gao Yin praised from his side. I think you're even more agile than those in the videos. This household was sizable, and it seemed they had some supplies. They could temporarily settle here for the next few days, considering their numbers. The house had 2 stories, with a living room and bedrooms in the middle, and a kitchen, storage room, and restroom on either side. The yard was overgrown with weeds, towering half a person's height, forming a vast patch of yellow and green. It appeared there was a well within. Chang Ming noticed a wooden lid on the well, secured with a bucket, which he tossed down. Splash! There's water. The hemp rope binding the bucket was sturdy, and Chang Ming quickly pulled it up. The water was clear and cool. He focused on the water, feeling no cause for concern. His perceptive instincts were more than 5 times that of an ordinary person. He cupped his hands and tasted the water. It was sweet. Consequently, Chang Ming drank half a bucket of water, feeling immensely refreshed before heading to open the courtyard gate. I found a water source. The water from this well is fine. I just tasted it. This announcement was akin to a bombshell, inciting cheers of joy from the others. Subsequently, everyone took a few sips to quench their thirst, never before experiencing such joy in drinking water. There's a water source here, and the space is ample. We'll stay here for the next few days. Chang Ming shared his thoughts, believing the well's water could be inexhaustible. Filling 8 or 9 cubic meters would suffice for his needs for over a decade. Everyone was astute. By guarding this well and ensuring ample water supply, they could conserve their drinking and store half a cubic meter to last a year. The immediate challenge was to find containers. Zhang Zuozhu offered his insight. Chang Ming shook his head after listening. How many liters can a bucket hold? To fill half of my space would require over 100 trips. I suggest we go straight down the well. It will save time and effort. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuozhu's eyes lit up. His thinking had been too limited. The space could be arranged according to their consciousness. There was no need for containers if they were going to drink the water themselves. Everyone could simply go down and fill up freely. Minga, who do you think should go down first? Zhang Zuozhu immediately suggested this after receiving a cue, and the others had no objections. 8 out of 10 agreed, with Chang Ming seemingly becoming the leader of the group. Perhaps team leader was a more fitting title. Chang Ming carefully examined the well. Finding no danger, he used his trusty gun to signal inside a few times. All clear. Without hesitation, Chang Ming grasped the rope and descended, while Gao Yin, Deng Chu-Chu, and the others tightly held onto the other end of the rope, fearful of its stability. As Chang Ming made contact with the water, he allowed it to flow into him, noticing that the water level hardly diminished, indicating a bountiful source. Before long, he had filled 9 cubic meters of water. Ascending the rope with determination, each individual subsequently descended to fill their containers with water before returning. Due to his inconvenience, Lu Dongyang was accompanied by Chang Ming for another trip down. With the water source resolved, a considerable weight lifted from everyone's hearts. As the dusk approached, they rummaged through the room for bedding, preparing their resting area. This marked the inaugural night of their existence in the apocalypse, and caution was paramount. As reminded by Chang Ming, currently, their provisions comprised canned food, while wild vegetables could be foraged the following day. Venturing out in the dark without light would be exceedingly perilous. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, unnoticed by the group as the earth in the courtyard began to shift and swell, revealing a dark brown hand that suddenly emerged. Chapter 9. The Corpse Monster. Not only in the courtyard where Chang Ming and the others resided, but the entire town was experiencing a similar phenomenon, with no fewer than 400 or 500 occurrences. After the arms surfaced, heads followed, and soon entire forms emerged from the soil. These humanoid figures possessed only white eyes, akin to zombies, their mouths opening and closing as they began to wander. They were the true denizens of this abandoned township, roaming the streets once night fell. A middle-aged man from car number 13, accompanied by his mother, arrived at an uninhabited house that had long been neglected, making it difficult to find sustenance. Fortunately, a nearby pond offered some wild vegetables, and with a lighter in hand, he managed to prepare a pot of tasteless vegetable soup. Although it lacked flavor, it was filling. As darkness descended, only the moonlight provided a feeble glow. The mother and son secured the door and nestled together on a single bed. Jianhong, I believe this town is better than that train. There are wild vegetables and water. Perhaps we should settle here instead of boarding the train, the plump elderly lady, averse to exertion, began to persuade her son. Gao Jianhong turned slightly, resting her head on her arm, and gently shook her head. Mother, here we only have wild vegetables and water. After searching for a long time, I haven't seen any travel currency. Without salt, we cannot survive. The pond water has an odd taste. If I weren't so thirsty, I wouldn't want to drink it. Salt can be found. This place is vast, and we will surely discover some. In my opinion, we should stay. Perhaps the pond even holds fish to eat. Gao Jianhong sought to end the discussion, for her mother's perspective was narrow-minded. Such straightforward matters should not be taken lightly. It was better to rest early and continue searching for reliable options in the township come morning. The fire inside the house, which had been lit to cook the vegetables, remained unextinguished. Gao Jianhong rose, donned her shoes, and approached the charcoal fire to extinguish it. What are you getting up for? To put out the fire. The smoke could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. In broad daylight, in a place like this, it's frightening not to have a fire. It cannot be extinguished. Gao Jianhong sometimes pondered that if this were anyone else, she would have long ceased to care for her mother, who could not seem to take a single matter seriously. Ignoring her mother's protests, she prepared to cover the fire with dirt when she faintly saw a shadow flash past the window. Suddenly, a series of slow, ominous knocks echoed at the door, chilling the silence of the unfamiliar night. Who is it? Who is knocking? The plump elderly lady called out impatiently. The response was an urgent series of knocks. Bang, bang. Damn it, how annoying. Jianhong, open the door and see who it is, knocking like that at this hour. Gao Jianhong grabbed a nearby wooden stick, sensing the eerie nature of the knocking. At that moment, she felt burdened by the life her mother had imposed on her. Whether prompted by her mother's urging or a mysterious compulsion, Gao Jianhong gripped the stick tightly, angling her body as she slowly unlatched the door. The moment the latch was released, the door burst open, and a figure with a skeletal face, indistinguishable in gender, lunged at Gao Jianhong. Startled, she screamed as she swung the stick, striking the creature's shoulder. It could not be prevented. Its yellowed teeth sank into her neck. Gao Jianhong felt the warmth of blood gushing forth as she was knocked to the ground, her legs thrashing in a desperate struggle. Witnessing her son's plight, the elderly lady screamed, "Murder! Someone help!" Yet, she remained huddled under the blankets, offering no assistance. At that moment, another creature approached the door, drawn by the commotion. And upon spotting the screaming elderly lady on the bed, it charged in, sinking its teeth into her abdomen, causing a torrent of insides to spill forth. The creature feasted upon her entrails, disregarding her struggles, relishing its gruesome meal. Gradually, silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of crunching. At 9 o'clock that evening, within the courtyard where the occupants of car number 9 resided, 10 individuals were divided into 2 rooms for rest, 7 men and 3 women, separated for mutual protection. Chang Ming, hearing faint footsteps in the courtyard, sensed the heightened awareness that came with the situation. If it were a person, they would not be wandering aimlessly outside. Thus, it was plausible that a wild beast lurked nearby, or perhaps an unknown danger. Everyone, wake up and arm yourselves. There may be a situation in the courtyard. Chang Ming spoke quietly, alerting the group. He then crouched by the window to observe. 3 staggering figures meandered through the weeds, their behavior decidedly abnormal. There are 3 individuals below, exhibiting strange behavior. I will go down to investigate, Chang Ming declared, retrieving his trusty gun, which proved effective against non-human entities. The 3 below likely fell within that category. Gao Yan and Zhang Zuozhu also leaned closer to the window. This resembles the zombies from movies. Perhaps you should just shoot from above for safety, Zhang Zuozhu advised Chang Ming, emphasizing the importance of caution. If they are as bizarre as they appear, shooting them is justified in this apocalypse. It's fine. I wish to ascertain what they truly are. Armed with his weapon, Chang Ming, emboldened by his skill, judged that these 3 strange beings would not pose a threat. With the astonished gazes of the others upon him, he leaped from the 2nd-floor window. Brother Ming's bravery deserves my utmost respect, Gao Yan remarked. Upon landing, the noise instantly captured the attention of the 3 strange figures, which then charged toward Chang Ming. At last, he discerned their skeletal faces illuminated by the dim moonlight, instilling a profound sense of terror. Steadying himself, he raised his arm and aimed at the nearest creature. Firing. The sound of gunfire was subdued. One shot went astray, striking the creature in the neck instead of the intended head. Nevertheless, upon being hit, the creature collapsed to the ground. Level 1 corpse monster slain, travel currency 10. This creature drops coins. Chang Ming retreated, distancing himself from the remaining two creatures as he emptied his magazine toward them. Three grotesque beings were swiftly dispatched by Chang Ming, lying motionless on the ground. He exhaled deeply, relieved that they were indeed susceptible to bullets. They appeared merely to be bizarre creatures that resembled humans. Perhaps these were the zombies everyone spoke of. His movements while eliminating the grotesques were precise and efficient, catching the attention of Gao Yin and others, as well as piquing the curiosity of Deng Chu and her companions. Could Chang Ming truly be a mere freshman, or might he be the legendary Dragon King returning from a covert special forces unit? Such thoughts echoed persistently in Deng Chu's mind. Chapter 10. Discovery of the treasure chest. Chang Ming, lacking combat experience, nevertheless exhibited remarkable fluidity due to his exceptional physical condition. After eliminating the grotesques, he retrieved a rusty machete to practice human dissection experiments. Having previously read novels in which zombies possessed crystal cores within their skulls, he sought to uncover the truth, yet found nothing but repugnant matter. The experience of defeating monsters and acquiring gold coins felt akin to a video game. These beings, referred to as Shirguai, yielded travel coins upon their demise. Chang Ming attempted to alert his classmates upstairs, but they remained in a state of shock. Although he had slain the creatures, the act of dismemberment seemed excessively vengeful, unless one were a psychopath, of course. Upon collecting the travel coins, they appeared as mere digits in his mind, akin to a virtual inventory. Mingo, why don't you come up here first? I feel unsafe without you. Gao Yin gulped nervously. Observing how effortlessly Chang Ming dispatched the grotesques, they realized that his prowess and firearm were formidable advantages. If they were to confront such creatures, their chances of survival seemed grim. Lock the doors and assign someone to keep watch. I'll step outside for a moment, Chang Ming declared before scaling the wall. He still needed to retrieve the treasure chest from the pond and locate the mysterious black cube. Killing more grotesques to accumulate travel coins while searching for items struck him as the most efficient use of time. With this thought in mind, he aimed to gather more travel coins as a reserve of supplies. Ideally, he hoped to continue enjoying the benefits of free resources aboard the train. Free resources bring joy. Steeling himself, Chang Ming strolled along the path under the moonlight, emboldened by his recent triumph over the three grotesques. The ammunition for his heart-shaped gun had fully replenished, and his health and mental state were at their peak. However, the town was far from tranquil, with various cries echoing in the distance. Checking his phone, he found it lacked service. It was only useful for communication aboard the train, now rendered a mere brick. Its only advantage was that it did not require charging for special items and could serve as a flashlight. Suddenly, he heard sobbing nearby and quickened his pace toward the source. There, he spotted a girl perched atop a wall, trembling in fear, while a grotesque clawed at the wall below. Without hesitation, Chang Ming stepped forward and shot the creature. Kill level 1 Shirguai, travel coins 10. As the girl recognized him, she whispered urgently, "There are 2 more zombies inside." Chang Ming gestured for her to remain calm and then leaped into the courtyard. Advancing cautiously, he approached the wide-open doorway. Upon entering the room, a strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. 2 grotesques were feasting on the remains of 2 men. It appeared that these monsters favored consuming the heads, as the skulls had been gnawed to the bone. Thankfully, the dim light of the night concealed the gruesomeness. The grotesques, engrossed in their meal, showed no awareness of Chang Ming's presence, indicating their remarkably low intelligence. Targeting their heads was akin to hitting a peanut with a hammer. Kill level 1 Shirguai X2, travel coins 20. Hearing the gunfire, the girl saw Chang Ming emerge unharmed. "Can you take me with you? I'm Ma Jiao from Carriage 12. You should find a safe place. I see you have a wound on your leg." "Let us hope that Shirguai isn't contagious," he replied, noticing her bleeding calf and declining her request. He had his own tasks to attend to and preferred not to carry a burden. If he could spare the time to rescue her, it would be a fortunate coincidence, primarily for the sake of earning more money. "But I'm injured. What if I encounter another creature?" "That is something you need to consider. This wall seems quite secure," Chang Ming said, dismissing Ma Jiao and continuing on his path. He felt drawn toward the pond's location. As he moved toward the town's edge, distant shouts could be heard, but he chose to ignore them. Along the way, he also eliminated another grotesque and noticed a flicker of light from a nearby house. The presence of a fire indicated that someone had a source of flame, he was intrigued to investigate. Entering the small courtyard, he found 2 deep pits. Now understanding that these creatures emerged from the ground. Similar pits had been seen in the courtyard where the occupants of Carriage 9 resided. It was unlikely that these monsters could enter the courtyard without assistance, given their intelligence. The door stood wide open, and the fire burned at the entrance. Inside, 2 grotesques were crawling, one on the floor and the other on a bed. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the clothing of the mangled bodies. They belonged to familiar faces. A mother and child from Carriage 13. It was said that those who live recklessly meet their fate, and indeed, these 2 had not survived. Without hesitation, he swiftly eliminated the 2 creatures. Chang Ming was becoming increasingly adept at dispatching such level 1 monsters. He then noticed a pot of soup simmering on the stove. It seemed like a waste of water. Had they discovered a water source? There might be a well nearby, or perhaps the pond was in close proximity. He also noticed a lighter, some bread, and 2 bottles of mineral water scattered near the man. Were these items dropped after death? He decided to set aside such thoughts and gather the supplies. The elderly woman had left nothing behind. Not everyone utilized the 10 minutes before boarding wisely. Exiting the room, Chang Ming searched the surroundings and finally located the pond. It was expansive and appeared endless under the night sky. Gazing at the moon's reflection on the tranquil surface, he believed the treasure chest lay beneath. However, a lingering sense of caution remained, especially regarding the warning to be vigilant. The question remained, how to retrieve the chest. Swimming was his forte, yet he had never swum in a pond at night. Moreover, he was uncertain if his handgun would function underwater and, if it did, whether its power would be compromised. A strategy was necessary. Chang Ming found a bamboo pole nearby and poked it into the water, discovering that the pond was not particularly deep, merely over a meter. However, this was only at the edge. He had no idea how deep it might be at the center. Perhaps he could use the grotesques to test the waters? They were sensitive to sound, yet somewhat slow. He could exploit that speed differential to lure them into the pond. With a plan in mind, Chang Ming ventured nearby and indeed spotted 2 grotesques. After calling out to them, the 2 foolish creatures rushed toward him. Luring them to the pond's edge, he quickly disengaged and tossed stones into the water. Splash! Splash! The sounds drew the grotesque's attention, and they moved closer to the center of the pond. As the 2 creatures waded further, the water level reached their chests, and they began to sink from view. Suddenly, Chang Ming noticed one grotesque stepping on something, rising abruptly above the water. Upon careful observation beneath, a faint silvery glow appeared, initially not so apparent under the moonlight. Could this location indeed be the treasure chest? It lies approximately 20 meters from the shore, not too far. The adage rings true: men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. With the corpse monsters seemingly oblivious, Chang Ming resolved to swim over and investigate, drawing the corpse monsters further away. He sprinted and leaped from the shore, soaring over 10 meters. Splash! The sound of his entry into the water was loud, yet Chang Ming paid it no mind, swimming several meters towards the glowing spot. Indeed, it was the treasure chest. He swiftly touched it, stowing it away in his personal space. Nice! Just then, a massive fish head, over a meter long, emerged beside Chang Ming, lined with rows of sharp teeth. Astonishingly, 2 arms sprouted from behind the fish's gills. A sudden wave of danger washed over Chang Ming, cold sweat trickling down. This creature looked formidable. Chapter 11. The fierce battle with the fishman. Chang Ming had no time to ponder the contents of the treasure chest, as the fishman relentlessly pursued him with its gaping maw. Without a doubt, even with his physical strength 5 times that of an ordinary person, a bite from that cavernous mouth would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. The short distance of 20 meters had never felt so long. The water was the fishman's domain. With the creature's jaws closing in on him, Chang Ming thought, desperate times call for desperate measures. As he turned to fire his handgun, the shadow of the gaping mouth loomed over him. Bang! 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 The successive shots from the love gun inflicted considerable damage on the fishman, yet they hindered Chang Ming's speed. The massive jaws lunged towards him with alarming speed, compelling him to twist his body aside. The sound of teeth clashing was deafening as Chang Ming narrowly dodged the strike. He forcefully kicked the fishman's face, using the momentum to swim towards the shore. Finally, he reached land. That was a close call. The creature's biting power could easily crush a car. Chang Ming sighed internally emerging from the water, thoroughly drenched. The fishman, seeing its prey escape, refused to relent and followed Chang Ming onto the shore. This creature, having damaged its own jaws, was determined to crush him to alleviate its frustration. As the fishman ascended the shore, Chang Ming beheld its full form, a 3-meter-long carnivorous fish, complete with massive arms and elongated legs. It looked utterly bizarre, embodying a human-like figure only through its hands and feet. Who designed such an appearance? Was it Luffy? The behemoth, now on land, continued its relentless pursuit of Chang Ming, albeit in a new arena. Although the fisherman's speed surpassed that of an average person, Chang Ming was augmented by the badge of the police captain, making agility the deciding factor. Once more, he evaded a frontal assault with a roll, firing several shots that obliterated the fisherman's face. The damage was substantial, yet the creature's sheer size allowed it to remain undeterred, inciting its fury. Goodness, this fisherman has an impressive stamina. How can it still stand? Chang Ming mused, noting that despite several shots to its mouth and head, the creature remained resilient. Having missed its second strike, the fisherman propelled itself off the ground with its tail, launching towards Chang Ming like a missile. Just as Chang Ming managed to rise, he could not evade this attack, receiving a punishing blow to the head. It felt like a stroke of bad luck as he was thrown back, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Thankfully, his enhanced physique spared him from serious harm, just some superficial wounds without fractures. How could he forget he possessed skills? He decided to test their efficacy against this monster. The battle was intense, and amidst the tension, he nearly forgot about his magical attacks. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, Chang Ming unleashed his justice roar. Since his opponent was not human and thus could not comprehend language, Chang Ming resorted to the simplest phonation. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to have a focusing effect, directed entirely at the target. The fisherman suddenly froze in place, as if paralyzed. This tactic worked. It resembled a binding spell, and when wielded correctly, it proved extraordinarily effective. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Ming emptied his magazine into the fisherman. Goodness, is it still alive? He couldn't help but marvel at the creature's tenacity, riddled with wounds, yet still standing. After this barrage, the fisherman regained its mobility, albeit sluggishly due to its injuries. Now, the bullets were in a recharge period, requiring a minute to replenish. Chang Ming could not afford to wait. He aimed to strike while the iron was hot. Drawing his rusty kitchen knife, he leaped onto the fisherman's back, brutally stabbing its wounded areas. The fisherman attempted to shake off its human assailant, but Chang Ming was equally strong, delivering dozens of stabs that carved a gaping wound into its body. At last, the fisherman, drained of strength, collapsed to the ground, motionless, just as the bullets finished recharging. To be safe, Chang Ming fired several shots at the same spot on the fisherman's head. Kill level 3 elite fisherman with hands and feet. Reward, 1,000 travel coins this time. He received a notification, confirming the creature was truly dead. An elite monster indeed. One of these was worth 100 level 1 corpse monsters, though its combat prowess was formidable. For an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly be a calamity. Chang Ming sat on the ground, panting. The battle, though brief, had been intensely physical. At that moment, 2 previously lurking corpse monsters emerged from the pond, advancing towards him. He dispatched them with 2 quick shots, nearly forgetting about them. Oh, what is this? Chang Ming rose, bracing himself on one hand, noticing a glowing small box beside the fallen fisherman, which had definitely not been there before. As he picked it up, another notification appeared. Fishman Strengthening Pill, Elite Monster Drop Item. Consuming it enhances your stamina. Universally praised. This was a loot item, and it appeared promising. Without hesitation, Chang Ming consumed it. It dissolved instantly, followed by a warm sensation enveloping his body. He felt himself growing stronger, glancing at his status bar. Chang Ming, Police Captain activated. Age, 19. Strength, 1220. Agility, 1220. Constitution, 1320. Perception, 1530. Mental state, 75-100. You are now a police captain possessing the skill. Justice Roar. Justice Roar. Utilize perception to deliver a mental shock to any target, with increased potency correlating to stronger perception. This pill had augmented his strength by 3 points and his constitution by 5 points. No wonder he felt invigorated. Chang Ming couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. Next, He turned to examine the treasure chest he had collected from underwater. Blue treasure chest. Contents: 200 travel coins, 10 pounds of delicious braised beef, FN 57 handgun, 20 rounds with 505 7mm bullets. Random teleportation talisman X3. Chang Ming gazed at the items within the chest. The FN 57 was incredibly useful. It would perfectly fill the cooldown gap of his love gun and serve well against current foes. The random teleportation symbol is quite a useful item, which I shall keep for now. I am uncertain of where it might take me once used, and I will not employ it unless absolutely necessary. Simultaneously, I have resolved the issue of sustenance. With 10 pounds of beef rationed carefully, it can sustain me for several days. I tore off a substantial piece of beef and stuffed it into my mouth to replenish the energy I had expended. After a hearty meal at noon, I now find myself somewhat hungry. The canned food hardly suffices. As for the peculiar corpse of the fish creature, I discarded it into the pond without a second thought. Such a bizarre organism might possess toxic flesh, and it is prudent not to take unnecessary risks. After all this exertion, I felt fatigued and retraced my steps back to the courtyard. Upon my return, I noticed Zhang Zhua, who was on watch, beckoning me. My anxious heart finally eased. Having Chang Ming around, as Gao Yan had remarked, brings a sense of security. How many zombies lurk outside? Quite a few. I estimate that by the time we return, at least half of the passengers on the train will be gone. These mindless creatures possess limited intelligence. If they were a tad more cunning, one could easily evade this crisis. Without further ado, I returned to my bunk and closed my eyes, needing to recuperate. Chapter 12. Lujan as dawn broke. Casting its first light across the horizon, I awakened. Even in slumber, I remained vigilant, for this place harbors the undead and merfolk, making restful sleep elusive. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Lu Dongyang was on watch, and I permitted him to rest a while longer. I leaned out of the window, surveying the rooftops of the nearby houses, only to discover something curious in the courtyard. The corpses of the undead that had perished last night had vanished. I was certain that no one would have moved them during the night. Any disturbance would have surely alerted me. Could it be that the bodies of these creatures can respawn? Yet considering how all of us were drawn into this train world, it is not so strange after all. Having regained my strength from a good night's sleep, the abrasions on my arm had formed scabs and were of little concern. These undead seemed to appear only with the onset of night. Now it is time to continue the search for supplies and the black cube that the conductor mentioned. Leaping into the courtyard, I gathered some dry twigs and began to kindle a fire in the adjacent kitchen. Gao Yan awoke and assisted me in washing the pot with clean water. Brother Ming, what are we preparing to cook? He inquired as I set the pot over the flames. Aside from the snacks we had brought, we had no food to cook. There are some shepherd's purse and dandelions around that we can forage as wild vegetables. Go and rouse everyone to help. Gao Yan promptly ascended the stairs to awaken the others. The vegetables were abundant in the courtyard, and together, we quickly harvested a good amount, washing them clean before preparing to cook. Regrettably, we had no salt, but the canned food could supplement our meal. Zhang Zhua, tending the fire nearby, commented. I produced a clean knife I had found in the store, and then retrieved half a pound of beef, slicing it into 10 portions. Soon, the vegetable soup was ready, with each person receiving a piece of meat. Noticing how the group had come to regard me as their leader, I decided to share this precious food with them. Brother Ming, you are so generous to share the beef, Gao Yan exclaimed, his fingers itching as he gazed at the beef on the cutting board. Having gone nearly 24 hours without a proper meal, Deng Chu, overhearing this, realized that I was willing to part with such valuable sustenance, thus deeming me a commendable leader. The portion of beef for each person would be enough for 3 or 4 bowls of the Lanzhou noodle shop. Brother Ming, you should keep the beef for yourself. Our energy expenditure is high, and we can manage with a vegetable soup, she suggested, addressing me for the first time with a term of endearment. Though it was customary for everyone to refer to me as such, there will be opportunities to procure more later. A little nutritional supplement is necessary as we still have a day of searching ahead. I did not mind and replied, Chu, once the soup is ready, you can serve it to everyone. Currently, my greatest trust lies with this junior beauty, who has twice provided me with supplies. Deng Chu is certainly attentive to our conversations, but has refrained from prying into matters that do not concern her. After a while, the wild vegetable soup was ready. From carriage number 9, Ma Da Shui, Niu Zilong, and Yi Feng entered, carrying a bundle of wild vegetables they had gathered outside. Upon waking, they had promptly brought in a fresh supply. "Brother Ming, these wild vegetables are enough to last us 2 days." I nodded, instructing them to set it down. "Later, we will wash them and store them in the space for preservation. The soup is ready. Let us have breakfast." The soup had a slightly bitter taste, but for those who were hungry, it was not an issue. "Next time, we can blanch them in water first. We have well water here, so we need not conserve it for the next couple of days," Zhang Zhui suggested, as he hails from a village and possesses more practical knowledge. "By the way, Dongyang, how is your hand?" "It's fine. It no longer bleeds, but it still hurts a bit. I've been covering it, which isn't ideal." Zhang Zhui gently unwrapped the bandage, revealing that even this action caused Lu Dongyang to grimace in pain, as the wound appeared somewhat inflamed. "Unfortunately, we had no medicine available. It seems to be inflamed. Let us crush some dandelions and apply them to prevent further infection. If the wound does not receive proper treatment, it could lead to more severe consequences." After reapplying the ointment and rebandaging Lu Dongyang's hand, the others finished their meal. "Let us continue our search and see what useful items we can gather." With over 30 hours remaining before our return journey, I aimed to make the most of the daylight. Throughout the morning, we scoured house after house, gathering some daily necessities, yet food remained elusive. We encountered 3 groups of individuals who appeared to be in poor condition, likely suffering from hunger. The water supply in this town is abundant, unless one is foolish. They should not suffer from thirst. Seeing our larger group, no one attempted anything untoward. Indeed, 3 individuals expressed a desire to join us, but I declined their request, unwilling to introduce any uncertain variables into our ranks. Each member of our group now wielded upgraded weapons, including iron rods and sickles, which are still common in the households of this town. However, the elusive black cube remained unfound. By noon, we continued to subsist on canned food and wild vegetables. "Brother Ming, I believe the items within the houses hold little value. We've searched dozens of them and found them largely similar. I suggest we focus our time on gathering wild vegetables." Zhang Zhui articulated his opinion, emphasizing that foraging for visible food should take precedence. "I have no objections. With abundant water resources, we should collect as much food as possible, regardless of its taste. Other concerns are secondary. Let us head to the edge of the town, where wild vegetables are more plentiful. We have tools to expedite the gathering," Gao Yin concurred, highlighting the necessity of stockpiling provisions, as there would be nothing to eat upon our return to the train, primarily due to the absence of travel currency. The group reached a consensus and sprang into action, seizing the daylight to maximize our efforts. The 7 men and 3 women followed the narrow path towards the town's edge, unwittingly arriving near the pond. I recognized this path from our journey the previous night, but having not deviated, I knew that areas with water would yield an abundance of wild vegetables. Over there, I noticed others foraging for vegetables, and a fisherman was casting his line into the pond. Did he carry his fishing gear with him since before the apocalypse? Gao Yin, with his keen eyesight, immediately informed his companions upon spotting a group of people. Chang Ming estimated that this new group also comprised 10 individuals. If they were indeed from the same carriage, they should not be underestimated. Upon noticing the arrival of Chang Ming and his companions, 3 individuals who had been foraging for wild vegetables halted their activities and approached, wielding sickles and hoes. "You all seem quite young, likely students. Are you from carriage number 9? The leader, standing nearly 2 meters tall, had a fair complexion and a square face that suggested a potential for a bureaucratic career. He had only seen a photo in a chat group, but quickly deduced the carriage number of Chang Ming and his companions, showcasing an impressive memory. Chang Ming recalled that this individual likely had the surname Liu. "Indeed, you are from carriage number 5, correct? We are all passengers from carriage 5. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Zhan." Chapter 13. Division of Foraging Areas. Chang Ming could not help but admire Lu Zhan's group. His own physical prowess had improved significantly, and with the aid of the love gun, they had managed to clear the courtyard of the corpse monsters without losing a single life. What strategies did the other party possess? Were you all from the same school? You seem to share a similar age, which is uncommon in other carriages. I notice you are quite observant. Were you a police officer or perhaps a journalist? Chang Ming inquired, curious about the other party's identity, wondering if they had similar connections. "Neither, just an ordinary businessman," Lu Zhan replied. casting a glance at Chang Ming's companions before continuing. What brings you here in search of food? However, I must apologize. We arrived first. Would you consider relocating? Regrettably, we do not wish to change locations. This area is spacious. How about we divide it equally? Chang Ming responded assertively. If the other party remained obstinate, he had no qualms about employing moral persuasion. The entire pond was sizable, and with 20 individuals foraging, it would take days to exhaust the resources. Young scholar, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? A middle-aged man behind Lu Zhan interjected, displaying discontent. Chang Ming smiled, his gaze sharp and unwavering, ignoring the man and focusing solely on Lu Zhan. In this world, not everyone was worthy of a response. Haha, young brother, you are quite amusing. As we are all from the same train, we should coexist harmoniously. Lu Zhan laughed heartily, inquiring politely, what is your name? Chang Ming. Chang Ming, how do you propose we divide this? Your group remains here. We will head east, Chang Ming declared, leading his companions in that direction. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, if you catch any fish, I could trade for them, or I can purchase them with travel currency. I will consider it, Lu Zhan said, watching as Chang Ming and his group moved farther away before resuming his task of harvesting wild vegetables. Mr. Lu, if you had drawn your gun just now, they would have surely fled, the middle-aged man remarked. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lu Zhan's previously cheerful demeanor turned serious. The man shivered at the intensity of Lu Zhan's gaze, recalling how he had witnessed Lu Zhan dispatching corpse monsters without the need for a firearm. Guns are meant for dealing with enemies. They do not fall into that category. Besides, are you not aware that the student named Chang Ming also possesses a firearm? Now, let us continue foraging. The members from Carriage 9 discovered a dense patch of wild vegetables and began to extract them. Jiang Yuan approached Chang Ming, speaking in an admiring tone. Brother Ming, you were exceptionally impressive just now. Those individuals exuded an intimidating presence, yet you persuaded them with just a few words. Brother Ming, with truth on our side, we need not fear that tall fellow. If he disagrees, we should confront them. Gao Yin interjected. Gao Yin, the other party is not so easy to deal with. I sense he is testing me, and he also carries a gun, Chang Ming replied, his instincts sharper than most. He could detect a faint scent of gunpowder emanating from Lu Zhan, which had initially led him to suspect the man's former profession as a police officer. It now appeared that Lu Zhan might be involved in less than legal dealings, likely possessing concealed firearms. This revelation left Gao Yin astounded. That guy has a gun? Are firearms that readily available? Brother Ming is correct. I glanced back earlier, and I noticed that Lu Zhan had a gun tucked behind his waist. Zhang Zhuizhu confirmed while collecting wild vegetables, supporting Chang Ming's observations. Thus, we must not underestimate others. We will not instigate trouble, but neither shall we shy away from it. Now, let us gather some wild vegetables. Gather some dandelions as well. They can serve as medicinal herbs. After reminding his companions, Chang Ming joined in the gathering. Though merely 19 years of age, he exhibited a maturity and composure uncommon among his peers, shaped by his upbringing. In the orphanage, the strong often preyed upon the weak. If he did not strive for self-improvement, he would inevitably fall victim to bullying. By the end of the afternoon, the group had amassed an impressive haul of wild vegetables, weighing several dozen kilograms, with the remainder awaiting cleaning and distribution upon their return. The group from Carriage 5 had also gathered a significant amount of wild vegetables and even discovered some mulberries. Unfortunately, the fishermen had caught nothing but refuse. In fact, there wasn't even a shadow of a fish in the pond. Chang Ming waded into the pond to investigate, confirming the absence of any findings, not even lotus roots, likely linked to the mare monster. However, the body of the original mare monster had also vanished, just like the corpse monsters. The entire afternoon passed without Chang Ming spotting even a hint of the elusive black square. Nevertheless, with one evening remaining, he planned to search for glowing objects once darkness fell. The train conductor had mentioned that such items would emit light, making them easier to locate at night. By day, their visibility was diminished. If he failed to find anything that night, he would have to concede defeat. Perhaps it was a valuable item, but fate had not favored him. As the sunset painted the horizon crimson, both groups returned to their respective quarters. Having experienced the terror of the night just last evening, it was imperative to settle in early. No one wished to become a monster's dinner while enjoying their evening meal. Before the sun dipped below the horizon. The members of Carriage 9 consumed a soup made from wild vegetables. This time, Chang Ming refrained from bringing out the beef. Instead, he savored the soup and a piece of chocolate. Meat required careful allocation. Given the limited resources, he deemed it unnecessary to be overly generous. Even if their current situation was relatively stable, each person had gathered around 7 to 8 kilograms of wild vegetables, storing them in their personal space. Once the door was secured and obstacles were set up in the stairwell, they ascended to the second floor. After dark, I will first deal with the corpse monsters in our courtyard, and then I will clear the surrounding area. These creatures can be exchanged for travel currency. Brother Ming, I believe we should handle the courtyard ourselves. We are classmates, but we have always relied on you. If we continue to depend on you when facing other monsters, we risk becoming a burden. Deng Chuchu expressed her thoughts after Chang Ming finished speaking. We absolutely cannot be a liability. Such a group cannot thrive, Zhang Zuozhu added, feeling slightly embarrassed as he, too, shared this sentiment. He had not anticipated that a girl would voice it first. Deng Chuchu refused to exploit her good looks for an easy ride. She was determined not to be merely a decorative figure. Therefore, these boys must strive for survival even more vigorously. Chuchu is right. Brother Ming, you should go outside. If we cannot defeat these corpse monsters, then we deserve our fate in this apocalypse. Zhang Zuozhu also voiced his agreement, asserting that one must possess the ability to be self-sufficient, even within a group. While Chang Ming may initially assist them, over time, it would only lead to contempt. Observing his classmates' heightened awareness, Chang Ming felt a sense of relief. It was clear that none of them were willing to remain complacent. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Exercise caution. These individuals are not evading the undead. Today, they are poised to confront the monsters. You too, remain vigilant. Deng Chuchu and the others echoed the same warning. Chapter 14, Darkness Under the Light. Chang Ming departed the courtyard. The remaining 9, taking advantage of the waning daylight, swiftly armed themselves. Lacking proper equipment, they fashioned rudimentary arm guards from cloth strips and wood. Regardless of gender, the group did not separate into different rooms, but instead gathered together, observing the movements in the courtyard. Should the undead appear, they would create noise to lure it to the staircase, utilizing the terrain to eliminate it. They hoped the courtyard would not be overrun by too many monsters. As dusk deepened, only the moonlight graced the courtyard with a silvery sheen. The grass began to stir, and a withered, blackened arm emerged from the earth, followed by another, then a third and a fourth. Perhaps lying in ambush in the courtyard was the best strategy. Yet Deng Chuchu and her companions had not discerned the precise manner in which the undead emerged the previous night. Prepare yourselves. I shall attract them now. Zhang Zuozhu exhibited a mixture of excitement and trepidation, his voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to all, for this was their first encounter with such creatures. The emergence of the undead from the earth was no slow affair. It seemed the soil had loosened in anticipation of their arrival. As the 4 undead crawled out shortly thereafter, Zhang Zuozhu began to strike a wooden stick against the window. This would alert the undead in the courtyard without attracting those nearby. The creatures gravitated toward the sound, clawing at the wall, producing a disconcerting noise. However, they lacked the ability to scale the wall. They took their positions, and, with a crash, Deng Chuchu pushed prepared stones down from the window, while the others began to assault the undead below with heavy objects. This barrage inflicted considerable damage upon the creatures. Yet these repugnant beings exhibited a resilience even more tenacious than cockroaches. After a relentless onslaught, 2 undead were toppled, yet they still attempted to assault the wall. The other 2, though not severely injured, sustained some blows. The ammunition prepared above had been exhausted. Follow me down to dispatch them. Zhang Zuozhu took the lead, with Deng Chuchu close behind. Although Chang Ming was not present, these 2 were eager to prove themselves, with a scarcity of prey and the undead having been battered. The 9, unharmed, succeeded in slaying the 4 monsters. Initially, killing these creatures felt somewhat disconcerting, but buoyed by Chang Ming's earlier valor and the combined efforts of the group, they managed to vanquish the monsters. Zhang Zuozhu, Deng Chuchu, Gao Yin, and Yi Feng delivered the final blows, each earning 10 travel coins. Deng Chuchu remained exceedingly tense. The slain monsters were humanoid, and despite their resemblance to zombies, she found it difficult to acclimate. Nevertheless, She had secured 10 travel coins, marking a significant step forward. Let us go. Everyone, stop watching and let us barricade the staircase. Zhang Zuozhu urged, seemingly attempting to fill the silence with conversation to mask his own fear. Sometimes one only realizes the gravity of a situation after it has passed. The moon continued to hang high in the sky. Chang Ming sprinted atop the rooftops, affording him a broader view. Where could the luminescent object be? In the pitch darkness of night, anything emitting light should be conspicuous. Yet the entire town was devoid of illumination. Should this black square be hidden away, no amount of time would suffice for Chang Ming to locate it. After a thorough search, Chang Ming had dispatched over 30 undead, yet found little else of value and was compelled to return to his dwelling. On the third day, the group was again served vegetable porridge. The occupants of carriage number 9 were growing weary of the taste. They fetched what little supplies they had from their storage to supplement their meal. Today's task was to replenish their water supply before cooking the vegetables in a large pot for convenient consumption on the train. Zuozhu, do you see me eating grass every day? I must look like a vegetable myself. Gao Yin jested, having grown familiar with his seniors over the past few days, sharing both hardships and joys. Having anything to eat is a blessing. Let's be cautious when returning to the station this afternoon. The passengers on the train can sometimes be untrustworthy. Indeed, we even found canned food. As you can see, there's nothing edible here aside from wild vegetables. Yifeng chimed in. I wonder how many travel coins we will earn on the train. I long for the boxed meals. Gao Yin patted his stomach, lamenting the toll these days had taken on his digestive system. Chang Ming had abandoned the search for the black square, finding it more challenging than anticipated. By mid-afternoon, the group was ready, and they took a moment to wash up. Under Chang Ming's guidance, the occupants of carriage number 9 returned to the station, occasionally encountering a few surviving passengers, each remaining vigilant. The group's morale seemed low, primarily due to the severe scarcity of resources. The danger level was relatively low. As long as they could locate a 2-story building or hide on the rooftops, the undead would be unable to reach them. However, gazing at these grotesque beings would surely unnerve anyone, and they likely struggled to rest at night. A well-coordinated team like theirs was only matched by Lu Zhan's carriage. At the platform, many awaited the train. Chang Ming scanned the crowd, estimating around 70 to 80 people, a stark reduction from their numbers upon disembarkation. The train had yet to arrive, and those from the same carriage congregated together. Chang Ming exchanged a nod with Lu Zhan, though no words were spoken. Nearby, in carriage number 7, stood 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men, robust as an ox, appeared to be a regular at the gym. Brother, your group seems quite organized. How's your haul been these past few days? The muscular man approached, initiating conversation with Gao Yin. Let me tell you, eating wild vegetables every day has made me nauseous at the mere sight of them, Gao Yin replied, displaying a friendly demeanor. Indeed, I'd hoped there would be someone cultivating vegetables in the town, but it's all just weeds with no fruit to be found. By the way, how many undead have you slain? The group prefer to refer to the undead as zombies, having seen them frequently in films prior. I've only managed to kill 1. Not bad. Had I not been working out regularly, I doubt I could have taken down 4. Gao Yin observed the muscular man, wondering if he was merely boasting. The muscular man, oblivious to Gao Yin's expression, continued to brag loudly, as if seeking validation of his strength. Let me tell you, on the first night, 2 zombies crawled straight out of the room we were staying in. If we hadn't been keeping a fire going inside, we would never have seen them, and we lost 2 friends because of it. Eventually, I took a risk and managed to take down both zombies single-handedly. They weren't as terrifying as everyone made them out to be. Just think about it. Who would expect zombies to emerge from the ground in their own room? Others might have met their doom. This must be the darkness under the light, making one overlook what they assume is a safe place. Thankfully, my reflexes were sharp. Chang Ming, initially indifferent to the muscular man, suddenly found himself contemplating his words. Darkness under the light? Chapter 15, A Solitary Figure. Chang Ming reflected on what he had witnessed in the town. If he were to consider luminous objects, he had encountered only 2. At the bottom of a pond lay a treasure chest, which vanished the moment Chang Ming opened it. Another item of interest was the spotlight on the countdown board outside the platform. At that moment, it was 3:50 p.m. Suddenly, train number 886 materialized on the platform. The conductor's voice echoed throughout the station, urging all passengers to board immediately as the train would depart in 10 minutes. Those who failed to board would remain there indefinitely. Chang Ming approached a muscular man and patted his arm, complimenting him. "You are quite impressive. Why not join us in our carriage? We have 6 seats available." The muscular man assumed Chang Ming admired him and sought to recruit him for his own carriage, unaware of the regulations governing such actions. "If I gain something, I will visit you," Chang Ming said, excitement evident in his demeanor as he turned to Gao Yan. "When the train arrives, get on with everyone else. I'll be back shortly." After speaking, Chang Ming noticed his phone had signal as the train appeared and quickly sent a message before sprinting towards the station exit. What on earth is he doing? There's less than 10 minutes until departure. The muscular man cast a perplexed glance at Gao Yan. "How should I know? I'm boarding now." Gao Yan followed Zhang Zuozhu and the others into carriage number 9. "Brother Ming, what did he say to you? Why did he leave right before we set off?" He inquired. "He said he would return shortly and told us to board first." Zhang Zuozhu and the others stood anxiously at the carriage door, the feeling of waiting for a friend who had yet to arrive causing them considerable distress. Chang Ming reached the countdown board, which displayed 0:09:13. With time still ticking down, 9 minutes should suffice. He gazed at the spotlight, suspended nearly 2 meters above the ground on an inverted L-shaped lampstand. The stand was as thick as a forearm. Chang Ming vigorously shook the lamp stand from below, feeling it tremble slightly, but remained sturdy. It appeared impossible to remove the spotlight directly. At this point, he had not yet confirmed whether the black cube was indeed within the lampshade. Drawing his heart gun, Chang Ming aimed and fired at the lampshade. If the black cube was inside, it surely wouldn't be easily damaged. With a resounding crash, the lampshade shattered, plunging the area into dimness, though not completely dark. To his delight, Chang Ming discovered a black object lodged within the lampshade. "Found it!" he exclaimed, leaping up to grab the lampstand with his left hand while his right hand began to reach inside, hoping it wouldn't electrocute him. Almost immediately, he felt a slight tingling sensation in his right hand, but the pain seemed minimal. "I shall continue." Chang Ming believed he had grasped the black cube. It felt warm but was firmly stuck. After expending considerable effort, even with his enhanced strength, he could not retrieve it. With limited time remaining, Chang Ming jumped down and took aim at the junction of the lampshade and lampstand with his heart gun, firing repeatedly. It appeared to be effective. As the lampstand became pockmarked from the bullets, Chang Ming decided to remove the entire lampshade first and figure out a solution aboard the train. Realizing that the lampshade and lampstand were one piece, and he had no time to investigate further, he could only resort to this crude method. The lampstand was exceptionally robust, but thankfully the heart gun was powerful enough. Given its hardness, even FN-57 bullets would likely leave no mark, let alone destroy it. Once more, Chang Ming climbed onto the lampstand, attempting to pry off the lampshade, but despite exerting all his strength, he could only shift it slightly. This won't do. He needed to shoot again. The time displayed 0:02:50, and the bullets would take 44 seconds to recharge. Meanwhile, the 9 occupants of carriage number 9 were growing increasingly anxious, feeling as though their hearts were lodged in their throats. With only a minute left until departure, if Chang Ming did not return soon, he would be left behind forever. What is Brother Ming doing? Is he really planning to stay here? Gao Yan paced at the door, his agitation evident. "We must trust Brother Ming. He must have his reasons," Zhang Zuozhu said, glancing at the time on his phone, which showed less than 40 seconds until departure. He felt urgency, yet he understood that worrying would not help. The group chat on his phone buzzed with notifications, but he had no mind to check. Deng Chuchu stood at the door, lost in thought. Seconds ticked by, each one tightening the grip of anxiety on the hearts of the students in carriage 9. With 10 seconds remaining, they gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chang Ming, who was still nowhere to be seen. The carriage door stood nearly 100 meters from their line of sight. If Chang Ming appeared now, he would not make it in time. As the clock approached 4:00 p.m., there was almost no time left to allow anyone to board. If anyone could thrive in the apocalyptic train, Chang Ming would undoubtedly be among them. Yet, it was unfortunate that such a strong individual would miss the train at the first station. Deng Chuchu gazed out the window, still able to see the platform, but Chang Ming, who had once helped them survive at this first stop, had not returned. Jiang Yuan's expression mirrored her concern. She understood Chang Ming's capabilities well. She admired him and held feelings for him, but rules were rules. No one could be left behind. Zhang Zuozhu recalled Chang Ming's various displays of courage at this stop, feeling he would have made an excellent team leader. He was daring and tenacious. It was a pity, however, that they must keep moving forward. Without Chang Ming, they would still struggle to survive in this desolate world. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of camaraderie for Chang Ming, though he feared they might never meet again. I simply cannot comprehend why Brother Ming would leave after arriving at the station. Yet he was unique. He would likely manage quite well here. Gao Yan lowered his head, as if to comfort both the others and himself. Zhang Zuozhu continued to gaze at the empty station through the carriage door. Suddenly, all the windows of the train darkened, and the lights inside the carriage illuminated, obscuring the outside view. The train then began to move. We must return. We still have a future to face. I wish Brother Ming's safety here. Zhang Zuozhu spoke, though the weight of the outcome pressed heavily on him. May he find a female zombie companion here. At least he won't be alone. Gao Yan added, but no one left. 5 minutes later, Chang Ming finally returned, only to find the platform completely deserted. He stood there alone, bewildered. Weren't they supposed to wait for me? What is the conductor thinking? I brought everything with me. As he pondered this, Chang Ming recalled the conductor had mentioned the summoning phrase. It seemed related to Pokemon. Chapter 16, The Conductor's Reward. Chang Ming reflected on the command he had memorized earlier. Come forth. Maya Wazongzi. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. What on earth is that? He suddenly shouted toward the platform. Come forth, Pikachu. In an astonishing turn of events, the previously vanished train number 886 reappeared on the platform. One of the train doors swung open, revealing carriage number 8. The conductor had not deceived him. Chang Ming hurriedly stepped onto the train, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. To speak candidly, there was indeed a moment of concern when he found himself alone on the platform, fearing the arrival of the train. It seems that this enigmatic black cube is quite a valuable object. If I am not mistaken, the 8th carriage serves as the dining car, as well as the quarters for the crew. The chief conductor's decision to bend the rules and overlook regulations has proven advantageous. Who wouldn't appreciate special treatment? Upon entering the dining car, Chang Ming once again noticed the attendant, Jin Yang, standing there, alongside a rather fearsome train conductor sporting a durian-shaped head. Each time he glimpsed the numerous spikes adorning the exposed parts of the conductor, an involuntary shiver ran down Chang Ming's spine. There was no way to suppress such a reflex. Have you obtained the item? The conductor inquired excitedly, having received the signal that the black cube was aboard the train. Chang Ming smiled and handed over a lampshade. Here, it's inside this. It's quite sturdy. Do your best to retrieve it. All right. The conductor accepted the lampshade with evident delight, examining it closely. Indeed, the object he sought lay within. You two should return to your carriage. I will have Jin Yang deliver your promised item shortly. Very well. We shall take our leave. Chang Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the reward that awaited him, though he was uncertain of what it might be. As they approached the door to the train, he effortlessly opened the intercarriage door. Passengers in the 9th carriage lingered in the aisle, their spirits notably low, suddenly taken aback by the opening door. It was none other than Chang Ming himself standing before them. Aren't only the crew supposed to open this? They pondered. Nevertheless, with the multitude of secrets Chang Ming harbored, the train had returned for him. Opening a carriage door was hardly a feat returning to the 9th carriage. He noticed Gao Yan and Zhang Zuozhu engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, Gao Yan spotted Chang Ming and Deng Chu entering, smiling as he remarked, Zuozhu, I must have been hallucinating. I miss Ming so much. Zhang Zuozhu turned in response to Gao Yan's gaze, exclaiming, Is that really Chang Ming? Even someone as rational as he instinctively rubbed his eyes and pinched Gao Yan's cheek. Hey, why are you pinching me? No need to doubt. I, Chang Ming, have returned. As Gao Yan and Zhang Zuozhu came to realize this was indeed true, they hurriedly embraced Chang Ming. Minga, welcome home. Hearing the commotion in the aisle, other classmates also emerged, regarding Chang Ming with incredulous expressions. They all crowded around, with Jiang Yuan and Deng Chu stepping forward to scrutinize him, as if to confirm he hadn't lost anything. However, they were not as fervent as Gao Yan and the others, given the differences between genders. Zheng Chu, on the other hand, broke into a joyful smile. How did you manage to return? I thought I would never see you again. Zhang Zuozhu was aware of many of Chang Ming's secrets, such as his possession of a firearm and his exceptional skills. Yet, The fact that he had appeared in the carriage without boarding the train, having come from the dining car, was simply beyond his comprehension. Because I am the chief conductor on the train. Minggu, forgive my boldness. It is simply good to have you back. With you here, we feel more secure living aboard this apocalypse train. Chang Ming responded. It seems even honesty can be questioned. Accepting that others possess extraordinary abilities is truly challenging. The conductor, examining the lampshade, finally found what he was seeking. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the control room at the front of the train. The sturdy lampshade, which Chang Ming had deemed indestructible, was effortlessly torn apart like mere parchment by the conductor's hands. He placed the black cube directly into the receptacle on the control panel. As soon as the cube settled in, it transformed into energy and vanished. Unbeknownst to everyone, the train, which had been in motion, changed from its vibrant green exterior to a deep azure hue. What reward should I bestow upon him? The conductor murmured to himself. Deep in thought, suddenly, a yellow straw hat appeared in his hand. The chief conductor remains too weak. Perhaps this small item will serve as a means of self-defense. Xinjiang, come here and deliver this to our chief conductor. All passengers, please return to your cabins within 1 minute. The voice of the attendant resonated throughout the train, prompting Chang Ming to return to his room and lie down. He retrieved his phone to check the messages in the group chat. 886 Train Area Channel, 76 members. 00009 District Channel, 79, 391 members. Observing the number of online participants, Chang Ming felt a twinge of discomfort. Nearly half had logged off. Considering this ratio, the total loss among the population of Lanxing at the first station amounted to nearly 4 billion. Reflecting on this figure was indeed quite terrifying. To the survivors among the passengers, we reward you with 30 travel coins, credited to your spiritual accounts. The meager amount issued was barely sufficient for a meal and a bottle of water. Was this merely a measure to prevent passengers from starving? Just as Chang Ming was about to scroll through the chat, curious about the discussions that had unfolded over the 2 days since the first station, he anticipated that many would have much to express. Perhaps there would be useful information within. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. It was undoubtedly Xinjiang arriving with the items. As expected, a knock soon followed at his door. Upon opening it, Xinjiang placed a straw hat into Chang Ming's hands. Immovable as a mountain straw hat, purple quality armor, Constitution 50, enhances your resilience to damage. Wearing it will provide a cooling effect, passive skill, heat resistance. The description was straightforward and easily comprehensible. Is this straw hat a reward from the conductor? Chang Ming mused. The effects seemed adequate, though he had no use for it himself. Once Xinjiang departed, he eagerly donned his new protective gear. Chang Ming, chief conductor, has been activated. Age, 19, strength, 1220, agility, 1220, constitution, 1370, perception, 1530, mental state, 95-100. You are now the chief conductor, possessing the red skill, Justice's Roar. Justice's Roar. You can utilize your perception to deliver a mental shock to any target, with greater potency corresponding to higher perception. How much does this item augment my constitution? He wondered. It was indeed a significant increase of 50 points. Chapter 17. Information from the second station. Chang Ming felt that with the straw hat, he could withstand bullets without issue, pulling out a rusted kitchen knife. The blade, honed to a sharp edge, was ready for action. He also retrieved an FN-57, contemplating whether to test it on his own arm. Perhaps it would be better to refrain, as it would likely be painful even if he could endure it. Had he possessed this level of constitution in recent days, he might have evaded the attacks of the ghoul-like creatures, no longer underestimating his current defenses. After testing the straw hat's effects, Chang Ming stored it away, realizing he would likely earn the title of Straw Hat Chang Ming in the future. Perhaps he should also set a mischievous goal for himself. For now, he would see what the group chat was discussing. Tonight, we will finally have a box meal. I'm in tears, brothers. We can set up a trading area in the space. I have green apples for 10 travel coins each, already listed for trade. You can find me in the trading area under train 028. Does anyone know if being scratched by a ghoul will cause a transformation? It's been a day, and my wound hasn't healed. I'm online waiting for responses. I'm taking off. In the town, a treasure chest was discovered. Presently, I possess a solitary handgun. Yet in the future, my legend shall be remembered. I am Wang Peng. Do you still have handguns in your town? All the passengers in our carriage have perished, leaving me all alone, and I dread the appearance of the attendant. Chang Ming perused the information for quite some time and discerned that everyone's first stop was an abandoned township, albeit each town was distinct, with its own unique specialties. It remains uncertain whether that black cube is present in every town. However, it is certain that the towns are barren, with scant resources, particularly food. The predominant monsters encountered are the corpse creatures. One individual from Train 111 boasted of single-handedly slaying 30 corpse creatures, claiming to be a powerhouse of the apocalypse. His achievements are comparable to Chang Ming's. Thus, one should not underestimate others. Nonetheless, I have vanquished a level 3 elite monster, a feat unmatched by others. The passengers of Train 710 reported encountering a formidable skeleton, far beyond the strength of any human, likely another elite monster. Time passes swiftly, and before long, it is 6 in the evening. Lunchboxes for 25, lunchboxes for 25. A familiar voice echoed in the corridor, indicating that Jin Yang had returned to sell meals. She adeptly delivered a lunchbox to Chang Ming and was about to proceed when Chang Ming called out to her. Jin Yang, could you spare me a few extra lunchboxes? Not at the moment. There are only 76 in total. If any remain, I shall sell them to you for 10 when I return. Chang Ming replied. This green train follows a strict policy. Meals that go unsold will decrease in price from 25 to 10, yet the journey remains unchanged. Just keep that in mind. How long until we reach the next stop? After returning to the train, the unified time is 24 hours. You have 22 hours until disembarkation. For further inquiries, consult the train conductor. Chang Ming made a mental note that after each stop, they could rest on the train for 24 hours. Thus, the arrival time is set for 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. Deng Chu-Chu, having heard the sound of the cart approaching, cautiously emerged. Though she had encountered the attendants a few times and had witnessed Chang Ming's casual banter with him, she felt she could not compare to him, believing him to be the chief attendant. After several days without proper meals, she felt that paying 25 for a lunchbox was quite reasonable. Hello, attendant. May I have a lunchbox? Can you deduct the cost directly from my space? Indeed, Jin Yang's voice was chillingly cold as she addressed the other passengers. Just then, Chang Ming stepped out from the adjacent compartment. Jin Yang, the passengers in Carriage 9 are not hungry. They are not purchasing lunchboxes. Please proceed to the next carriage. Jin Yang's expression momentarily froze, immediately comprehending his intent. You certainly know how to manipulate the situation. I shall take my leave. She made her way directly to Carriage 10, where Gao Yin, having heard the sound of the cart, quickly opened the door. He had awaited this moment for quite some time, though he felt a pang of fear. Attendant, I would like to, not for sale. Gao Yin exclaimed. Has the monstrous attendance period arrived? Wasn't it agreed that lunchboxes are 25? Why is it not for sale? Despite his stomach growling, he dared not inquire further. The others received similar treatment. After the attendant departed, Gao Yin approached Chang Ming with a forlorn expression. Brother Ming, have you been teasing the attendant? They are not selling to our carriage. Gao Yin, soon there will be lunchboxes. Others will pay 10, you will pay 15. Do not ask why, or it will cost you 20. Gao Yin wore a look of despair, wondering why he had to pay 5 more. Wait, lunchboxes are all 25. How can you say it is so cheap? Yet he restrained himself, unable to avoid the additional 5. Earning a travel coin is no easy feat, Zhang Zuozhu, and the others were also curious. But they trusted Chang Ming. It was merely a matter of waiting a bit longer to eat, and a 15-coin discount was certainly bearable. At this moment, Chang Ming was not particularly hungry and intended to wait for everyone to dine together. Approximately an hour later, Jin Yang returned with the cart once more. Only 14 lunchboxes remained, nearly all purchased by the passengers on the train. All right, I shall take all 14. Chang Ming transferred 140 travel coins from his account, receiving the lunchboxes and placed 5 into his space. He wondered what these 5 individuals were conserving. Perhaps they had brought ample supplies before arriving. As for drinks and water, the passengers of Carriage 9 did not require them for now. As well, water reserves were plentiful. Dinner is served. Lunchboxes for 10. Gao Yin, 15. Chang Ming insisted on fair accounting, managing to procure discounted lunchboxes for everyone without raising prices, which was quite generous. As the group shared their lunchboxes, each bite was savored as if it were a delicacy, having gone over 2 days without proper meals. Tomato scrambled eggs can be so delightful. After this, I have no desire to eat wild vegetables again. Why'd I not have tomato scrambled eggs? Though Kung Pao chicken is also quite good. The contents of the boxes varied randomly, containing 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Chang Ming explained while eating. This small box might not suffice for the boys, but at the very least, it would stave off hunger. Jiang Yuan only consumed half and saved the rest in her space, uncertain of what lay ahead at the next stop. If food were scarce, retaining a little could prolong their sustenance. After finishing their meal, the group gathered in Zhang Zuoju's room to converse, while Chang Ming took out his phone. He prepared to inquire about the next stop from the train conductor. Conductor, where will we be stopping tomorrow? I wish to prepare myself in advance. Tomorrow, we will stop a location named Xiaobi Shuanya Village, where the indigenous people are known to be exceedingly hospitable. You will need to spend a day there, and I believe you will come to love this place. Indigenous people? Are they also from Blue Star? Each stop you reach is a self-contained little world. Will there be treasure chests at this stop? There should be, but by the time you arrive, it may already be gone. However, that does not mean there aren't other valuable items. Any stop could yield rare goods. What do you mean by something that once existed is now gone? Aren't we visiting the second stop for the first time? Can someone really get there before us? Xiaobi Shuanya Village sounds quite harsh in terms of living conditions. Could the conductor's claim about the indigenous people's hospitality be true? If there are indeed hosts, can it still be considered a station in the apocalypse? Reflecting on the corpse creatures from the first stop, Chang Ming dismissed his thoughts. The conductor did not divulge any further information. So Chang Ming shared the news with his companions. Classmates, listen to me. Our next stop will be up the mountain, and there will be indigenous people there. Chapter 18. The Grand Deception in Carriage 7. Fitness enthusiast Yu Jiong placed 2 empty lunchboxes before him. The extra one had been snatched from a fellow passenger. Passengers were prohibited from attacking one another, yet he had not attacked. He merely seized the lunchbox from the man. The robbed individual, Hu Shuiyo, in his 30s and rather slender, dared not voice his anger. Even if fighting were permitted, he knew he could not contend with Yu Jiong. So he resorted to consuming the few remaining biscuits and raw wild vegetables with water to stave off hunger. Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. The attendant's voice echoed in the carriage, and Hu Shuiyo recalled that a small sausage cost 5 coins. He opened the door to purchase one and, cleverly, stored it directly in his space. Oh, there's someone following the attendant. He had seen this person earlier in carriage 9. How could they be here? Musaman, which room are you in? Chang Ming inquired about the emaciated middle-aged man, remarking that he had managed to locate the black square thanks to the muscle man's hint. Thus, he casually decided to pay a visit. The 3rd room from the left. Thank you. Dong dong. Yu Jiong opened the door, only to find that the visitor was the student who admired him, casting a glance at the departing attendant. Could it be that this fellow had followed the attendant here? Such audacity deserves a commendation. How did you get here? Aren't doors between carriages off limits? Yu Jiong observed Chang Ming with caution, sensing that this young man was not to be underestimated. I came to take a look because you inadvertently assisted me today. I am a person of principles, and I have come to offer you a favor. I helped you? Yu Jiong was puzzled. He truly could not recall when he had aided the other, having scarcely exchanged a few words. I mentioned it was unintentional, Chang Ming replied, producing a jar of orange preserves from his space. Would you prefer this jar, or would you like to know about the next stop? He had over 20 jars of these preserves, and their metallic taste was indeed somewhat strong, especially since he could later collect discounted boxed meals from Xinjiang. Such food had become almost unattainable for Chang Ming. Thus, he deemed it better to use it as a means of goodwill. You know about the next station's information? I remember now. You are Chang Ming, the one who informed everyone of the stop time last time. Yu Jiong calculated carefully, knowing the next station's information would allow for preparations. Even if he was uncertain what to prepare, it would undoubtedly hold value. So what is your choice? Tell me about the next station, Yu Jiong mused, realizing that even a psychological preparation would be beneficial. Tomorrow, we will still arrive at 4 in the afternoon in a village perched on a cliff, inhabited by indigenous people. Chang Ming divulged the information he knew to Yu Jiong, dismissing any notions of hospitality entirely. How long will we stay? 1 day. Are there any monsters there that you are aware of? Like the zombies previously? I'm not certain. Yu Jiong nodded, suddenly reaching to stow the jar of preserves into his own space. Your information is too scant. It holds little value. I choose the preserves instead. Are you snatching my belongings? Chang Ming found the situation amusing, He glanced at the lunchbox on the table and quickly deduced that it was likely a habitual offender. Did you also seize this lunchbox from someone? The food tonight is quite commendable. Little brother, how can this be called theft? You offered it to me, and since I find the information of little use, I opted for the preserves instead. Yu Xiong adopted a rogue demeanor, knowing that on the train, the other had no recourse against him, as attacks were strictly prohibited. Were it not for these rules, he would harbor no fear. With the other's slight build, he could easily defeat 10 of him. You initially sought friendship, yet you chose to engage in combat. Chang Ming shook his head slightly, never having encountered such a fool before, wondering if his mind was entirely consumed by muscle. After a brief moment of vigilance, he cast aside all caution for a mere trifle. Are you prepared to make a move? Were it not for the train's regulations against passenger altercations, would you still be sitting here conversing with me? I only took your belongings because I admire you. Regulations? Those are made for you, Chang Ming retorted, swiftly launching a hefty slap towards Yu Xiong's cheek. This strike was unavoidable. The palm landed squarely on the muscle man's face. The force containing an energy Chang Ming's physique could not possibly possess. With a resounding thud, Yu Xiong's face contorted, and his body was sent sprawling across the carriage. Blood and teeth erupted from his mouth. Chang Ming reacted swiftly, avoiding the splatter and keeping his attire pristine. Yu Xiong gazed at Chang Ming in disbelief, utterly stunned by the blow. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. This strike was so potent that it rendered him speechless. Yu Xiong was no ordinary fitness enthusiast. He vaguely recalled winning the title of Fitness Muscle Man in Southeast Asia in 2074. To think such a robust physique could succumb to a mere slap from the seated Chang Ming. You're done for. Attacking passengers is against train protocol. Yu Xiong covered his swollen face, eagerly awaiting Chang Ming's fate, exhilarated at the thought of the attendant administering justice. Indeed, after the altercation, the attendant's expressionless visage appeared at the door of the carriage. Fighting is prohibited on the train. A metallic voice echoed, prompting Yu Xiong to erupt in laughter. Observing the sheer force behind Chang Ming's slap instilled fear within Yu Xiong. But what good was strength on a train? He envisioned Chang Ming lying injured on the ground, having violated the rules and facing consequences. You are quite audacious, but your bravado is misplaced. You will suffer for it. Yu Xiong chuckled, his laughter causing him pain. Attendant, he violated the rules and struck me. Yu Xiong glanced at the expressionless attendant before fixing his gaze back on Chang Ming. He yearned to witness the other's anxiety, fear, and pleas for mercy. What an unflappable visage. Shouldn't Chang Ming be trembling with fear? Why could he confront the attendant with such composure? Then, Chang Ming smiled. This smile sent a shiver down Yu Xiong's spine, causing his heart to race. Xinjiang, I came here to chat with him, but he behaved unreasonably, smashing my hand with his face. Look, my hand is swollen. As Chang Ming spoke, he extended his hand, which bore no sign of redness. Yu Xiong was astounded. Would the attendant truly believe this performance? It was nothing short of a blatant deception, an affront to one's intelligence. Does your hand hurt? It still stings a bit. The attendant turned her gaze towards Yu Xiong, an icy chill sweeping through the carriage. Her neck elongated gradually, and her faceless visage loomed larger in Yu Xiong's eyes. Regarding your use of your face to strike another, do you have anything to add? Openly defying train regulations, I might have to confiscate your weapon. Yu Xiong stared at the attendant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Such a flagrant falsehood. How could she possibly believe it? I am innocent. I would never strike him with my face. I did not violate any rules. Suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed, and Yu Xiong's already swollen left cheek was brutally sliced. Now bloodied. On my face. My face. Remember to behave civilly while traveling. Ignoring Yu Xiong's plight, Xinjiang nodded slightly at Chang Ming before departing, leaving only Chang Ming and the writhing Yu Xiong in the carriage. Next time, I will aim for your neck. Remember to seek your revenge, Chang Ming declared. Rising from his seat, the carriage now smeared with blood, quite disgusting. By the way, that jar of preserves is for you. Take care of your injuries. See you tomorrow. Yu Xiong trembled in fear, realizing that his survival might merely be due to Chang Ming's good mood. He had the opportunity to befriend Chang Ming, yet his greed had led to this predicament. He knew that Chang Ming could follow the attendant, indicating something special about him. all for a jar of preserves. And he had sacrificed his dignity. He felt regret, fear, and frustration, yet he dared not harbor resentment, fearing that the other might notice. Not even a hint could he afford to reveal. Hu Shuio remained in his room, having heard Yu Zhiyong's anguished cries, feeling inexplicably relieved. He could not confront Yu Zhiyong himself, yet the young man had just been dealt with by the very individual he had encountered earlier. Is this the cycle of heavenly retribution? Perhaps Chang Ming is unaware of his own identity, yet Hu Shuio silently bears this sentiment in his heart. Even if the punishment of Yu Zhiyong stems from other circumstances, it seems the attendants have also arrived, yet Chang Ming remains unscathed. He returns to his room, where the apocalypse has stripped many of their constraints. The display of a muscular man is but a mere reflection of this chaos. Of course, even before the onset of the apocalypse, some individuals were inherently vile. Those who wield a modicum of power often act with impunity, their incompetence evident. With nothing pressing on his mind, Chang Ming decides to visit the neighbor for a chat. In all honesty, the striking beauty of Deng Chu makes it a pity not to engage her in conversation. The appreciation for beauty is a universal sentiment. In these dire times, emotions are a rare luxury, yet that should not hinder a conversation with a girl. As an orphan, Chang Ming's true nature might not be apparent at first glance. Yet he harbors a strong sense of wariness towards others. He now wishes to extend his assistance to this girl. Old Deng, it's me at the door. Deng Chu, engrossed in a chat group, suddenly hears Chang Ming's voice. Okay, I'm coming. Chang Ming naturally takes a seat opposite her, crossing his legs. Old Deng, I noticed you seemed quite excited when I boarded the vehicle earlier. Do you admire me? How did you know? But I must admit, you are indeed quite different. Deng Chu appears genuinely puzzled, her eyes wide with surprise. Chang Ming muses that perhaps this girl's intellect has been diminished elsewhere. Upon returning from the dining car, the glances from others were unmistakable. Chang Ming smiles at her, tapping his fingers on the table. It is evident to anyone with sight. By the way, how much food do you have left here? Not much, just a piece of bread. Deng Chu replies without much thought, producing the bread. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat? Why would I need your food? If you face difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out. We attend the same school. Chang Ming is taken aback by her naivety as she readily offers her hidden rations. Oh, Deng Chu quickly puts her bread away, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you think of Gao Yan? Chang Ming, searching for conversation, brings up the amusing Gao Yan. Deng Chu feels a twinge of something different. Does Ming Gu discussing Gao Yan imply something? However, Gao Yan is indeed the most handsome boy in the carriage, tall and striking. Yet, how could someone as exceptional as Ming Gu be interested in him? Deng Chu, seemingly oblivious, responds, Ming Gu, I think Gao Yan's quite good, albeit a bit foolish. Let's talk about you. Your experiences facing dangers in the apocalypse are quite unique, particularly regarding that Lu Zhan. Because I am a reincarnate, I possess knowledge of many future events. Having lived longer than you all, Chang Ming asserts with conviction, unaware of the underlying meaning in Deng Chu's words. So you're a reincarnate. No wonder you're so impressive. You believe this? Chang Ming contemplates how much worry Deng Chu must have caused her family growing up. I believe what you say. Your parents must have spoiled you quite a bit. Chang Ming seems to sidestep the topic. They supported me in everything. I used to love music and was preparing for the arts examination, but then an older sister told me that industry is too chaotic. Upon mentioning her past, Deng Chu opens up, becoming more talkative. Achievements in any field instill confidence in individuals. But I still love singing. Some songs are in English. So I thought about enrolling in the English department for convenience. Actually, life at Nantong University is quite good. The school organizes cultural events, and I get to perform on stage, receiving cheers from everyone. It feels like being a star. Chang Ming nods appreciatively. I should take the opportunity to learn a foreign language from you. He is merely jesting. Would you like to learn? I can teach you now, but unfortunately, I have no paper or pen. Deng Chu takes him seriously, missing the humor in his words. Chang Ming slightly shakes his head, realizing he is perhaps too lewd in thought. In these apocalyptic times, who would genuinely study a foreign language? Old Deng, may I ask if you've seen the name of the people? When Chen Xingchuan was arrested, he was learning a foreign language. Chang Ming attempts to tease this somewhat naive girl. I've seen it, but that was Russian. I can only teach English. Deng Chu is somewhat distracted, still pondering the relationship between Chang Ming and Gao Yan. Although they're both freshmen, they share a class and dormitory. Could it be that their bond has already deepened? Can she truly win him back? After all, the way Chang Ming has conducted himself today suggests a promising future. She does not disdain the notion of free love. She merely hopes those around her lead normal lives. Plus, she genuinely harbors some fondness for Chang Ming. At 10 o'clock, the train lights are extinguished and communication is prohibited on board. No form of interaction is allowed. Each passenger must return to their own room, with no outings permitted. Freedom will resume at 6 in the morning. The attendant's voice resonates, and Chang Ming notices the time is already 21:50. Old dang, I must take my leave. Oh, back in his room, Chang Ming lies on his bed, a night of silence enveloping him. In the morning, he discovers that breakfast is not provided on the train. Only snacks and water are available, not even fruit. Recalling that someone had hung green apples for 10 coins each, he hopes to acquire 2, but alas, they are long gone. Food is a coveted commodity. By noon, Chang Ming helps procure discounted boxed meals for the carriage, each passenger needing at least 30 travel coins. Having 2 meals is quite reasonable. However, this meal must be expedited, as everyone returns to their rooms for lunch. This time, Chang Ming has collected over 40 boxed meals, as half the passengers cannot afford them. Currently, he possesses over 100 travel coins, and the surplus meals can be set aside for now. At 4 in the afternoon, the train halts once more. Cliffside Village has arrived. Chapter 20. The suspicious village. Upon disembarking, Chang Ming notices a change in the train's color, uncertain if it relates to the black cube. Other aspects remain unchanged, and he does not dwell on it. This time, he has not received a commission from the train conductor, indicating that this stop lacks the items he seeks. Chang Ming is unaware whether the conductor is privy to every item at each stop. Sometimes, one must rely on luck. This stop is quite unusual. Both the train and platform hover in the air, materializing in the sky. The platform connects to a narrow path along the mountainside. Gazing up at the mountain, a village perches precariously on the cliff, accessible only by a narrow path. The houses appear closely packed, each unique in design, aside from the winding stone steps leading upward. The protruding cliff features are predominantly rocky, adorned with dense shrubs. For those with acrophobia, traversing this path is daunting. This station will remain for 24 hours upon returning. You need not reside in a fixed carriage, but each carriage can only accommodate 10 individuals. Excess occupants will face appropriate punishment. The platform will vanish in 10 minutes, so please refrain from lingering on it. The impending disappearance of the platform curtails any thoughts of remaining there. Chang Ming glanced at the individuals exiting the carriage, recognizing both Lu Zhan's group and a muscular man adorned with a headscarf. He offered a smile to both, receiving a nod from Lu Zhan while the muscular man took a step back. Let us proceed. The path is narrow and cannot accommodate so many at once. He reminded the group as they approached the rugged mountain trail. Over 70 individuals surged towards the open space below the path. It was at this moment that a muffled thud echoed from the side. A young man with disheveled blonde hair swung a metal rod at the head of a middle-aged, bespectacled man who had fallen to the ground. Weren't you a tough guy on a train? Now you want to lecture me? Keep going. With each swing, the blonde man continued mercilessly, rendering the bespectacled man lifeless. Scattered around him were several water basins, half a bag of biscuits, wild vegetables, various tools, and 5 travel coins. Not a single person from the carriage of the blonde man intervened, merely observing as he unleashed his brutality. Chang Ming recognized the blonde as He Kai from carriage 14, known for his active participation in their discussions. He Kai, invigorated by the attention of the crowd, began to collect the belongings of the deceased man, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. However, reason cautioned him against provoking the crowd further, as he felt a twinge of apprehension towards the muscular man from carriage 7. Who shall take the lead? This mountain path is narrow. Walking side by side may prove perilous, especially without guardrails, Lu Zhan inquired of Chang Ming, showing little interest in the opinions of others. It matters not to me. Either of our carriages can lead. Perhaps your people can go first while we follow. You can take the lead with your firearm, and I shall bring up the rear to ensure both ends are covered. Agreed. Follow me, everyone. Let us commence our journey. Both Lu Zhan and Chang Ming brandished firearms, causing He Kai's heart to sink. His violent actions now seemed trivial before these two. No wonder the individuals from carriages 5 and 9 were so synchronized. blindly following these two who evidently possessed authority. If only he could acquire a firearm himself. He fancied he might rise to the third position within the 886 train, though presently he suspected he would remain fourth. The muscular man was now mentally relegated to third place by Heikai. Chang Ming, wielding a heart-shaped gun and donning a straw hat, appeared unfazed by the glaring sun. At that moment, he felt invulnerable, even should he tumble from a cliff. Of course, given his current capabilities, such a fall was unlikely. He remained indifferent to who followed him, believing in the integrity of the situation and thus doubted anyone would cause trouble from behind. As they ascended, Chang Ming noticed the woman who had been straddling the fence was still alive, indicating that the corpse monsters bore no toxicity and would not instigate human transformation. Heikai, eager for another wave of followers, observed the muscular man still standing in place. "Brother, aren't you coming? You go ahead. I will follow," the man replied, revealing his severe acrophobia, compounded by Chang Ming's firearm. He preferred to maintain a safe distance from Chang Ming, believing that doing so would afford him greater security. Heikai, with his rod in hand, led 3 companions from his carriage behind Chang Ming. "Where did you get that? It looks quite impressive," he remarked, his tone shifting from ruthless to that of a sycophant, despite Chang Ming being his junior. While others might recoil at the sight of an unfamiliar person brandishing a gun, Heikai was drawn closer. "I used to dabble in smuggling." Chang Ming fabricated a casual explanation. "Smuggling what? Illegal goods?" "Absolutely not. That's a profession for others. By the way, how did you manage to gather your carriage's people?" You see, that bespectacled man likely played the role of a minor leader in his previous life, always barking orders. On the train, he was particularly loud and uncivilized during meals, so I decided to escort him to a more civilized world. "All right then, watch your step. Don't misplace your footing," Chang Ming remarked, distancing himself from matters that did not concern him. As the chief conductor, he felt it was not his place to intervene in personal disputes now that they had disembarked. Moreover, in the post-apocalyptic world, the darker facets of human nature would only amplify, and the blond man's ferocity had merely erupted ahead of time. As they ascended further, the steps grew steeper, and their pace slowed. The 1-meter-wide steps bordered a cliff with sheer drops on one side and a mountain wall on the other. The absence of guardrails or protective measures undoubtedly caused many to tremble with fear. Should any assault occur at this juncture, it would likely result in significant casualties. Deng Chuchu walked ahead of Chang Ming, having displaced Gao Yin from this advantageous position. She suspected Chang Ming intended to allow Gao Yin to ascend the mountain first as a form of consideration. "Old Deng, are you feeling unwell today?" she asked, interpreting Chang Ming's inquiry as concern for her relative's well-being. "No, I'm fine," she replied, slightly embarrassed. "That's good. I wouldn't want any mishaps to ruin my hairstyle," he jested. At that moment, Deng Chuchu felt a sudden urge to tease him. "Brother, my hair is permed. I'm not afraid of the wind. Perhaps I should walk ahead to shield you from it." "Chang Ming, Deng Chuchu, go away," she retorted, her hostility towards men intensifying, fueled by the words of both Chang Ming and Heikai. Heikai, feeling somewhat disheartened, had only intended to look out for his brother, but was met with rebuke, an unfortunate turn of events. The arduous mountain path, fraught with challenges yet devoid of peril, ultimately led over 70 individuals to the village's location. The cliff at this point receded, cradling the village within its embrace, resembling a vibrant mural from a distance. At that moment, a village woman dressed in a coarse green garment, carrying a large basket filled with apples and pears, passed by, one hand clutching a 3- or 4-year-old boy, the other supporting the basket strap. Her attire evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the hardships of the last century. Numerous passengers were captivated by the abundance of fruit. The woman approached, smiling at the throng gathered by the roadside. "Travelers, are you here for tourism? It has been ages since our village has hosted so many visitors. Aren't you afraid of us?" Lu Zhan responded jovially, lowering his firearm. "With so many of us, we wouldn't want to deplete your village's resources. Young man, don't underestimate us. Even 5 years ago, we hosted a group larger than yours. And we managed just fine," she replied with pride. "Mom, it's time to eat," the little boy exclaimed, his round eyes brimming with innocence. "Xiang, Mommy is speaking with the uncle," the woman gently reminded him, then turned to Lu Zhan, saying, "The little one is hungry." Come with me into the village for a meal. However, our home cannot accommodate so many. We will need to consult the village chief for arrangements. Chapter 21. The old village chief and the steel the group followed the woman into the village. Gao Yin whispered to Zhang Zuozhu, Brother Zuozhu, don't you think there is something off about the people in this village? Even you can see that? The issue is quite apparent, Zhang Zuozhu replied, his gaze fixed on the woman ahead. I simply asked casually. I don't see anything unusual, Gao Yin replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Look at that basket she carries. It's approximately 80 centimeters high and about 50 centimeters in diameter. The apples are spilling out, and based on their size, each apple is roughly 200 to 300 cubic centimeters. Her basket has a volume of approximately 160 cubic decimeters. When accounting for the protruding portion and the gaps between the apples, she can fit around 400 to 500 apples in her basket. As the density of apples is slightly greater than that of water, by weight, this amounts to roughly 100 kilograms. With so many of us armed, her ability to converse and laugh with ease speaks to a mindset that is not easily matched. Zhang Zuozhu, considering Gao Yan's intelligence, endeavored to explain in greater detail. Brother, I understand now, Gao Yan remarked after a moment's contemplation. We have not encountered any apple trees along the way. How did she manage to gather so many apples on her own? Zhang Zuozhu quickened his pace, for one becomes tainted by their surroundings. Lu Zhan followed closely behind the woman and remarked to Chang Ming, to live a day in this place is not without its charm. Indeed, it is the scenery alone that captivates. Remember to maintain hygiene while eating. Chang Ming observed the apples in the woman's basket, sensing that they were mere illusions, while what the basket truly contained resembled the heads of some rodent species, entirely filled. As for the woman and child, they seemed to embody their true nature. Upon entering the village, Chang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Following a narrow path into the village, where the houses stood perilously close together upon the limited space of the cliff platform, they were greeted by an elderly man at the entrance of a house. Hongxia, you have brought guests. We have space to accommodate too. Uncle Zhuzi, let the village chief make the arrangements. Hongxia cheerfully replied, leading the way without turning back. I assure you, our villagers are very hospitable. I can see that. How far is the village chief's home? Lu Zhan inquired as he surveyed the nearby houses. Not far. Just 2 more alleys and a turn outside, came the response. Along their way, they encountered several villagers, all warmly waving to the passengers of train 886, their eyes aflame with enthusiasm. Conductor, you do not mislead me, Chang Ming mused, perceiving that the locals regarded him and his companions much like an old weathered snake observing a Paris fashion show. After navigating 2 turns, they finally arrived at the village chief's residence, a structure composed of gray stones and clay. This house, built from the same stone, appeared to occupy a larger area. Village chief, I have brought tourists. How shall we arrange their accommodations? An elderly man emerged from the shadows, his gait slightly unsteady, holding a smoking pipe. Despite his graying hair, the village chief's face bore few wrinkles. Welcome. It has been a long time since we have hosted a tour group. The village chief squinted, taking a puff from his pipe. We are impoverished here, reliant on self-sufficiency for our food. Without some tourism, we would struggle to survive. What are your charges? Lu Zhan inquired, aware that regardless of the village's intricacies, it was prudent to address the fees. We charge 5 travel coins per person per day, which includes meals and lodging. Quite reasonable, I would say. The old village chief spoke as he puffed on his pipe. Many expressed surprise at the village chief's knowledge of travel coins, suggesting that previous guests must have used the same currency. However, the end times train had only recently appeared. Where had the earlier guests originated? Village chief, what if we have no travel coins? Hu Shuiyo asked, having spent his 30 coins entirely, wishing he had saved some. Many shared his predicament. You see, our village is perched upon a cliff. We can only survive by utilizing the mountain's resources. 5 coins is truly not excessive, covering a day's meals and lodging. Perhaps you could borrow from a nearby companion? Hu Shuiyo glanced around, feeling somewhat awkward, as they were merely a random assortment of survivors in this apocalyptic world. Who among you cannot raise 5 coins? Please raise your hand, Lu Zhan proposed. Gradually, 21 hands were raised. I will cover this. I will reclaim 10 coins from the train. If anyone attempts to default, I shall refrain from further discussion. He was aware that some might not be able to repay, But if more than half managed to return, he would profit. Old Liu, you are quite generous, Chang Ming complimented. He himself had no desire to profit from this arrangement, as the circumstances of others were not his concern. Did you not notice during our first meeting? I willingly offered half of the pond to you. Lu Zhan referenced their previous encounter, attempting to affirm his character as honorable. Your virtue is commendable. No wonder you are suited for leadership. Subsequently, the group collectively paid 375 coins, and the village chief began to allocate accommodations. The chief designated 3 individuals to stay in his own home, while the remainder would be divided into pairs across the other households. Chang Ming inspected the house, finding it rather cramped, with 2 individuals barely fitting into a room. Of course, if pressed, 5 or 6 could occupy a single room without issue. Remember, do not leave the village after dark. There are dangers that lurk. The old village chief cautioned. Though 3 individuals were assigned to the chief's household, they did not immediately settle in, but instead ventured around the village. Hongxia led the others, directing them to their designated homes, with each pair assigned to separate households. Old Deng, we should arrange our rooms together, Chang Ming suggested to Deng Chuchu, determined to ensure her safety amid the village's peculiarities. Deng Chuchu recognized his intent to care for her. Yet the notion of sharing a room with a lone male for the night caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She responded with a soft affirmation. Gao Yin, trailing behind, cast a jealous glance at Deng Chuchu, wishing to share a dwelling with Ming Gu as well, but alas, that was merely a desire. He turned to Zhang Zuozhu beside him. How about we share a room, Brother Zuozhu? I had already agreed with Dongyang that we would room together, right, Dongyang? Lu Dongyang appeared uncertain, momentarily caught off guard. Yes, I also wish to room with Brother Zuozhu. Gao Yan's gaze shifted toward Jiang Yuan. What are you thinking? Gao Yan, Chun Shinan and I, as 2 females, will naturally share a room, Jiang Yuan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. If circumstances allowed, she would prefer to room with Chang Ming, keeping the benefits within her circle, as all passengers were occupied with room assignments. The old village chief made his way to the rear mountain alone. He leaped nimbly to a massive stone tablet, unreachable by ordinary means, where countless numbers were etched in intricate detail. The old village chief produced a dagger and scratched out a sequence of digits. The inscription read, 886. Chapter 22. The longevity of people. By the time all rooms were allocated, it was already 7 in the evening. The sky had darkened considerably, and lights illuminated the homes. Chang Ming and Deng Chuchu were assigned to stay with the woman, Hongxia, who had prepared dinner. The table was laid with items resembling rodent heads and a bowl of wild vegetables. Dinner is served. Our ingredients are rather simple, but they will surely satisfy your hunger. Do give a try, Hongxia warmly invited. Her son eagerly seized a rodent head and took a bite. A crisp sound resonated, yet there was no gory spectacle. It seemed akin to biting into an apple. Sister Hongxia, your apples are remarkably crisp, Chang Ming observed, refraining from taking any himself, choosing instead to watch Hongxia. Indeed, these apples were freshly unearthed. They're quite fresh. At this moment, Deng Chuchu sensed something amiss. The apple was unearthed from the ground? Chang Ming had no intention of consuming this apple and had previously warned everyone in car number 9. We are not too hungry yet. Please help yourselves. You are alone with the child. Where is her husband? Chang Ming sought to glean some information from the woman. 2 years prior, the roads of Yushan had been treacherous due to heavy rains, and with the darkness falling swiftly, the wall lizard people had emerged. Hongxia did not shy away from mentioning the cause of her husband's death. I apologize for bringing up something that may upset you. It is of no consequence. The past is behind us, and one must always look forward. By the way, what exactly are these wall lizard people? The term sounded anything but human, and he yearned to comprehend what kind of creature it was. They are humanoid monsters over 2 meters long, capable of climbing sheer cliffs. They appear as night falls, but they cannot enter the village, which is why the village chief advised against wandering at night. I see. Chang Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring. The village chief seems quite learned. How old is he this year? This question momentarily stumped Hongxia. After some contemplation, she replied, no one knows the village chief's age. I heard from Grandpa Zhuzi that he looked the same when he was a child, and he still appears the same now. You outsiders are quite knowledgeable. Do you think the village chief might be a deity? Chang Ming mused inwardly. Why are you asking me about this? If I say it's a monster, would you believe me? To have lived this long, he must be over 100 years old, at the very least 150. The old man Juzi appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet the village chief had not changed in over 70 years. Does that mean he has transcended the human realm? Longevity should not come without change in appearance. Perhaps he is an old deity in your village. Deng Chu-Chu, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but recall her encounter with the old village chief earlier that day. Could it be that the old village chief was the most formidable monster at this station, his longevity suggesting unfathomable power? Chang Ming gazed at the dish that resembled some sort of vegetable for a while, feeling no sense of danger. He delicately picked up a piece and tasted it. It was slightly sweet, refreshing, and crunchy, seasoned with salt. This vegetable is quite palatable. His words served as encouragement for Deng Chu-Chu to partake. Following his taste, she found a flavor superior to that of shepherd's purse and dandelion, perhaps due to the addition of salt. Well, as long as you enjoy it. I was genuinely concerned you might find it too simple to your liking. Deng Chu-Chu also sampled it, appreciating the vegetable's texture. As for the apple, which Chang Ming had cautioned against, she naturally refrained from touching it. After finishing a generous bowl of vegetables, the two felt sufficiently satiated. Hong Xia, we shall take a stroll outside. It is dark already. Do you still wish to venture out? There is little danger within the village. Just avoid the outskirts. Remember to return by around 9. Otherwise, ill-fated events may transpire. Hong Xia began to tidy up the dishes. Chang Ming and Deng Chu-Chu had not touched the apple, and she did not comment further. In the village at night, every household was lit, and the exterior was not particularly dim. Chang Ming led Deng Chu-Chu outside, where they encountered other passengers from the train, likely curious about their surroundings. At that moment, Lu Zhan was seated at the entrance of a house with a young woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, her face quite delicate. Old Lu, you have come out as well. Staying indoors is too stifling. I needed some fresh air. Chang Ming approached and observed the woman, who seemed quite youthful and refined. Are you interested in joining me to see the wall lizard people outside the village? Lu Zhan shook his head, waving his gun in his hand. With limited ammunition, I will pass on the adventure. You're still bringing her along? Lu Zhan considered Chang Ming's venture acceptable, but felt that bringing along a burden would complicate matters. Leaving her alone in the house seemed risky. This village had its peculiarities. Then I shall not disturb you further. We are on our way. Take care. Chang Ming did not lead Deng Chu-Chu directly out of the village, but instead took her to Zhang Zuoju's place. In terms of adaptability, the individual from Carno 9 was quite astute. Zhang Zuoju's room was similarly small, measuring only about 5 or 6 square meters. Zuoju, I intend to explore the outskirts of the village. Old Deng is with you, and I shall return to fetch her. Rest assured, Ming Sao is here, Zhang Zuoju assured, inadvertently causing Deng Chu-Chu's face to flush. Fortunately, the lighting was not very bright. By the way, I sampled the food here. Both the apple and the vegetable are fine. You tried the apple? Chang Ming specifically warned against it, as it looks different from what one would expect. One must always be willing to try. The villagers I interacted with had normal body temperatures, and I tested their speech. If they're not too far-fetched, they should indeed be human. However, the apple's taste was peculiar, resembling that of potato. Zhang Zuoju shared his findings, then furrowed his brow. Only that Hong Xia from your room perplexes me. I do not understand how she can easily carry over 100 kilograms. Be cautious when you are at her home. All right, I shall take my leave. The village insists on returning by 9. With 2 hours remaining, Chang Ming intended to explore as much of the mountains as possible. Once outside the village's confines, Chang Ming immediately felt that familiar sensation dissipate. How strange. What could be the reason? He chose not to dwell on it further, drawing forth his beloved gun. Not descending the mountain via the small path, but rather scaling the cliffs. With his current agility, such feats of acrobatics were effortless. After climbing a short distance, he began to hear unusual sounds nearby. Could this be the wall lizard people? Following the noise, he spotted a large creature with a lizard's body, yet a human head directly above him. Its jaw stretched wide, resembling a reptilian trait of swallowing whole. Without hesitation, he unleashed a trio of shots. One struck its head, while 2 hit its body, causing a large wound to erupt, and it plummeted from its perch. Defeated level 2 wall lizard person, travel currency 50. This creature was surprisingly valuable. In chapter 23, Total Enhancement, The beloved gun was generally ineffective against other targets, but proved remarkably effective against such monsters. It took 3 magazines of bullets to damage a lampstand. Yet defeating a level 3 elite monster required far fewer shots. Chang Ming continued his ascent toward the mountain's peak, recalling from his observations at the station that the village was not far from the summit. Meanwhile, the sounds of movement around him grew increasingly dense. Goodness, have I disturbed a wall lizard nest? To claim he was not anxious would be disingenuous. It was his first encounter with such peculiar creatures. Nevertheless, with the assurance of his special police badge and straw hat, Chang Ming felt no genuine sense of danger in the presence of these monsters. It was akin to a palm-sized moth. Though one was aware it posed no threat and lacked venom, its presence could still be unsettling. Surrounded, Chang Ming swiftly climbed higher while concentrating his fire on several above him. Defeated 2 level 2 wall lizard persons. Travel currency 100 below. A wall lizard person pursued him. Its mouth opened to bite his leg. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked it down. Should he lose a leg to its bite, the damage might be minimal, but the disgust would be overwhelming. At last, Chang Ming managed to grasp the edge of the mountain peak with one hand. With a powerful pull, he launched himself upward, landing squarely atop the summit. Gazing down at the wall lizard persons climbing toward him, he counted a total of 8. The heart gun had 7 remaining bullets, and once depleted, it required a minute to recharge. As the horde of lizard men neared the summit, Chang Ming took aim and fired, striving to hit their heads. The sound of gunfire echoed as lizard men were struck down one after another, tumbling off the cliff. Killed level 2 lizard man X5. Travel coins 250, 5 of them fell with a single shot, but 3 remained. Taking a deep breath, Chang Ming swiftly switched to the FN-57 and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the jaws of the first lizard man to ascend. It seemed these creatures, much like lizards, relied solely on their mouths. Yet their tongues lacked the sharpness of true lizards. Chang Ming fired 3 rounds at the head of the foremost lizard man, who collapsed and began to convulse. Remarkably, it was not yet dead. The handgun's damage was indeed inferior to that of the heart gun. Subsequently, 2 more lizard men charged from the right. After evading one attack, Chang Ming executed a sweeping kick against the other. Though swift, these creatures could not leverage their speed in midair, and the one struck was sent flying, rolling on the ground before rising once more. Truly, they possessed remarkable vitality. Fed up with this futile struggle, Chang Ming ceased to evade and directly confronted the kicked lizard man, pinning it down to deliver a flurry of punches to its face. Another lizard man bit down on Chang Ming's waist. While the lizard men relied on their bites, they did possess teeth. However, it soon realized that its bite could not penetrate Chang Ming's muscular physique. Killed level 2 lizard man, travel coins 50, after landing a dozen punches. Chang Ming finally dispatched the one beneath him and seized the one attempting to gnaw at him. "What do you think you're doing? Try to tickle me to death." He then hurled the final lizard man to the ground. With a swift kick, he heard the satisfying crack of bone beneath his foot. "One kick isn't enough? I'll stomp you until you're done." Killed level 2 lizard man, travel coins 50. After dispatching this one, Chang Ming approached the still twitching lizard man. The heart gun had replenished its ammunition. If bullets could be used, hand would be unnecessary. Bang! Killed level 2 lizard man, travel coins 50. The commotion was significant. If any lizard men remained in the vicinity, they would surely be drawn to the noise. Standing atop the mountain, Chang Ming surveyed his surroundings, seemingly free from threats. Just then, a massive shadow lunged at him with astonishing speed. Through the haze, he discerned its full form, a larger lizard man, distinctly different from the others, as it walked on 2 legs and possessed arms akin to a human's. Was this the beast-human form of an animal fruit user? Just as Chang Ming was tackled, he realized that the creature's momentum was unyielding, propelling it over the cliff's edge. Was this behemoth intent on a mutual demise? Was even dining a matter of life and death? As he plummeted with the colossal lizard man, it felt akin to bungee jumping. The lizardman's expression was peculiar. It likely had not anticipated this fall either. Time was fleeting, and Chang Ming needed something to cushion his descent. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength to shift onto the massive lizard man. With a resounding thud, they finally landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chang Ming felt as though his body might shatter, but miraculously, he was unbroken. It seemed his straw hat provided some resilience. Gradually rising, His silhouette emerged from the smoke. Look, who is that? It seems he fell from the mountaintop and survived. Wait, that's my brother Ming. Chang Ming and the colossal lizard man landed not far from the village's cliff edge, where Gao Yin and other passengers caught sight of them. Look, beside Brother Ming is a giant lizard. Oh my, it's moving. Brother Ming, be careful. Wow, Brother Ming is so composed. He is drawing his gun. Bang, bang, bang. The lizard man fell still. This is so cool. Which carriage are you in? We're in carriage 9. Gao Yin was utterly ecstatic, feeling as though he had slain the monster himself. His brother Ming was astonishingly strong, engaging in combat with a 3-meter-long lizard man. He had managed to fall from the peak and still stood unharmed, then calmly dispatched the creature. Was Brother Ming not a monster among monsters? Killed level 2 elite monster. Burly lizard man, travel coins 500. Chang Ming dusted himself off and holstered his weapon. This creature was indeed sturdier than the fishman. If it had been a level 3 elite, it would likely have risen quickly even after a fall. Clearly, this one had been severely injured. Oh, what is this? Chang Ming noticed a golden gem beside the lizard man, along with a roasted chicken. Had it dropped equipment? He quickly picked it up. Fragrant roasted chicken, evolution stone, golden treasure, extremely rare, capable of evolving apocalyptic treasures. Evolution stone? Apocalyptic treasure? Chang Ming had no knowledge of these items or their significance. He scrutinized them closely. Sensing apocalyptic treasure, Chief Inspector's medal. Would you like to evolve? The medal on his chest was actually an apocalyptic treasure. Of course, it had to be evolved. It was Chang Ming's greatest asset at present. Evolve. Instantly, he felt a warm current surging through his body, invigorating every cell within. Had he grown stronger? At that moment, he checked the attributes in his space. Chang Ming, Chief Inspector Trainee, completely bound. Age, 19. Strength, 52. Agility, 52. Physique, 6,550. Perception, 75. Mental state, 8,100. You are now Chief Inspector Trainee. Possessing the red skill, Roar of Justice, Iron Fist of Justice, Roar of Justice. Active can utilize perception to deliver a mental shock to any target. The stronger the perception, the greater the power. Iron Fist of Justice. Passive, your punches transcend mere physical attacks. No one wishes to endure a blow. With power related to all attributes. Space increased to 15 cubic meters. Chapter 24. Sounds of a Night upon witnessing the medal's upgrade. Chang Ming noted not only an increase in attributes, but also a binding to himself. No longer calculated separately, the upgrade now designated him as Trainee Inspector. The name suggested it was a rank superior to Chief Inspector. Most importantly, he had acquired a new skill, Iron Fist of Justice, a passive skill. Instinctively, Chang Ming clenched his fist, and a faint white glow enveloped his knuckles, barely perceptible. He struck the ground with his fist. Boom! A crater the size of a soccer ball formed in the rocky ground. Chang Ming felt no pain in his fist. Not only was his power immense, but his defensive capability had also increased. It was simply magnificent. In terms of raw power, his fist surpassed even his ranged weapons, particularly the FN-57. Oh, it seems the heart gun in my space has also undergone a transformation. Equipped heart gun. Trainee Inspector version. This gun can inflict damage on any non-human target. With enhanced power, the magazine capacity is 30 rounds, and it automatically replenishes after 30 seconds once empty. This gun could upgrade alongside the badge. And with increased magazine capacity and reduced cooldown time, it had indeed become more formidable. I misjudged you. You truly possess potential. Suddenly, Chang Ming felt a void beneath his feet. He had forgotten he was on the edge of a cliff. Witnessing himself and the corpse of the lizard man about to plummet, Chang Ming exerted a forceful kick against the body, leveraging it to cling to the cliff. Although he was aware that falling wouldn't be fatal, he had no desire to test that theory. Subsequently, he leaped upwards, making his way towards the village where a dozen individuals awaited him. In carriage number 9, only Gao Yin and Yi Feng were present. Brother Ming, are you still human? Gao Yin inquired, cautiously touching Chang Ming's arm, finding it to be perfectly intact. Brother Ming has indeed grown stronger. Do you understand the awakening of abilities in the apocalypse? Yi Feng explained from the side. Is this an ability? Perhaps it is. Chang Ming possessed skills and had enhanced his physique, so it could indeed be classified as an ability. As Chang Ming, Gao Yin, and Yifeng proceeded towards the village. The others around them regarded him with awe. In the distance, the old village chief stood in the shadows, silently observing everything before departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Brother Ming, what kind of monster did you slay? Gao Yin, brimming with curiosity, rubbed his hands together. It displayed as a lizard man. I presume it is an evolved version of the gecko people. You even killed gecko people. You truly are my brother. I must say, following Brother Ming guarantees absolute safety. All right then, pay me 50 travel coins daily as protection money. Gao Yin immediately felt deflated. Had he possessed 50 coins, he would have indulged himself on the train. He longed for sausages, marinated eggs, and instant noodles. Upon arriving at Zhang's residence, Gao Yin began recounting the godlike feats of Chang Ming. Chang Ming, however, paid him no heed and directly took Deng Chu-Chu to Hong Xia's home. Tourists, you're back. I've brewed some tea. The village chief mentioned you enjoy it. Hong Xia greeted warmly upon their return. The tea appeared to be Mao Jian, with the leaves still vibrant green, presenting well. After tasting it, he noted a slight bitterness followed by a sweet aftertaste. Thank you, Sister Hong Xia. Where's your son? Oh, he exhausted himself playing and fell asleep early. You two should freshen up as well. There's water in the toilet tank. The electricity here is generated by the villagers themselves, and water is fetched from a stream halfway up the mountain. After a simple wash, Chang Ming and Deng Chu-Chu dressed and lay down in their respective room. On the large bed, they maintained a distance of about 10 centimeters. The room fell into profound silence, with only the sounds of Hong Xia bustling outside. Deng Chu-Chu seemed to hear her own heartbeat. Suddenly, Chang Ming turned towards her, startling the girl. Old Deng, if I remain silent, and you do too, do you not find the atmosphere awkward? What do you wish to discuss? Deng Chu-Chu turned to face him, their gazes locking. Close in proximity, she observed the brilliance and depth of his eyes, even feeling the warmth of his breath. It seemed the tension had heightened. Lying here with a grown man, I wonder how Miss Chu-Chu feels. What do you mean by grown? Deng Chu-Chu implied Chang Ming's age, which was 2 years her junior. Chang Ming's eyes flickered. His thoughts were rather impure, yet he would not take offense. Was this a provocation regarding his courage? At that moment, a flurry of peculiar phrases raced through his mind. Classmate's sister, electric vehicle X-Man, unfulfilled desires. How could a mere 10 centimeters suffice for such primal instincts to flourish? Sensing a peculiar reaction from his lower body, Chang Ming quickly shifted to a prone position, for lying down made it evident. Perhaps he needed to suppress it? Get out of my head. Almost embarrassed in this bizarre setting, it was not the time for recklessness. If anyone were to blame, it would be Deng Chu-Chu, with her sweet face and a hint of baby fat and her delightful scent. Yes, it was all her fault. Weren't you eager to chat? Why are you now lying face down? I've enjoyed reflecting against the wall since childhood. Did your teacher punish you? It was evident she'd been somewhat mischievous in school. But isn't this uncomfortable? If I were comfortable, you would be the one suffering. Oh, why is that? Just then, Hong Xia's voice called from outside. It's time to turn off the lights. Prepare ahead. It seemed to have directly cut off the electricity, plunging them into darkness. Finally, she could turn over. Chang Ming seized the opportunity to lie flat. Weren't you fond of reflecting against the wall? Why did you turn over? The lights are out. Let us sleep. You know how heroes have smelly feet and pass gas frequently. If you don't sleep soon, you won't be able to. Deng Chu-Chu was a rascal. After a fierce battle, Chang Ming was indeed fatigued and soon fell into a deep slumber. His acute senses allowed him to awaken at the slightest hint of danger. The entire village had now succumbed to silence, with every household having turned off their electricity. The passengers of train 886 also conformed to local customs. Yet among each pair sharing a room, one remained vigilant, guarding against any crises. Chang Ming used his heightened perception to keep watch, ensuring he received ample rest while remaining alert to any impending threats. In fact, Deng Chu-Chu beside him was unable to sleep. As the clock struck 9:50, a voice resonated in his mind. Lights out promptly at 10. After that, no communication is allowed by any means. Passengers are to remain in their rooms and are prohibited from going outside. Freedom resumes at 6 in the morning. Upon hearing this announcement, Chang Ming instantly awoke, murmuring. This was the train attendant's broadcast. The content was slightly different, but essentially the same, and the voice was not familiar. Brother Ming, that voice resembles the announcement made before lights out on the train. With 10 minutes remaining until the communication ban, Deng Chuchu pointed out the similarity to Chang Ming. Interesting. This must be an attendant from another train making the announcement. Chapter 25. I teach you to play with guns. All passengers found themselves engulfed in confusion, bewilderment, and deep contemplation. If that's the case, this stop indeed seems secure. We just need to abide by the rules. Zhangs were reflected briefly before addressing Lu Dongyang beside him. Are you suggesting that the village we are in also adheres to the rules of the train? This also explained why that woman, Hong Xia, was afraid despite seeing so many of us armed. There must be regulations against attacking passengers. However, in this little world, since they are the natives, how do they end up here and still retain the status of passengers? Some matters cannot be unraveled in a single day. Although Zhang Zuo was curious, he did not wish to dwell on it too much. It's almost 10. Let us get some rest. Tomorrow, we should find a way to procure some food from here. In carriage 12, Lu Meili and Yuan Yifeng were squeezed onto a single bed. The solitary man and woman found it difficult to maintain restraint. Engrossed in deep conversation, they failed to notice it had already surpassed 10 o'clock. Quick, let us rest. They say no talking after 10. Lu Meili urged the man beneath her. Engrossed in the moment, Yuan Yifeng paid little heed, panting heavily. I usually take 3 minutes. It surely hasn't been long enough yet. Almost there. At that moment, a slender shadow appeared in their room, wielding a massive hammer. It fell swiftly, with a muffled thud. The two on the bed became a mere puddle of flesh. The following morning, the farmers discovered their guests had met their demise. It seems rather unremarkable. They merely carried the bodies away. Those who cannot resist breaking the rules are indeed in the minority. Chang Ming awoke promptly at 6 in the morning, glancing at the still sleeping Deng Chuchu before gently rousing her. It was time to rise. A pool of drool had formed on the bed. Deng Chuchu, still groggy, immediately checked her surroundings upon hearing his voice. Is there something? No, you're lying. Chang Ming chuckled softly and exited the room. The night had passed peacefully, devoid of the anticipated dangers. He noticed that Hong Xia was also awake, preparing to cook breakfast. Good morning, Sister Hong. What are you making today? You've risen tourist. I plan to mash these bean sprouts and add some rice to make soup. Hong Xia glanced at Chang Ming before returning to her tasks. Do you still have rice here, bought from outside? Chang Ming inquired curiously, as he observed that there seemed to be no suitable land for rice cultivation in these mountains. If they could purchase it from outside, how vast must this little world be? What do you mean outside? This rice was given by the village chief. You can't buy it. Chang Ming walked into the small kitchen, which still retained an old-fashioned stove reliant on firewood for cooking. A jar of rice remained, half full. He took some out, sniffed it, and found no issues. He needed to inquire with the village chief about the source of the rice. But where exactly had he procured it? Returning the rice to the jar, he noticed Hong Xia watching him with a hint of tension or perhaps wariness. Is there something wrong with the way you are looking at me? No. It's just that the village chief said tourists are adept at tricks. Anything they touch may disappear. I thought you were going to take the rice. The old village chief was aware that the passengers of the Apocalypse train possessed space. They had hosted other passengers from different trains, but hadn't all these trains departed simultaneously? According to Hong Xia, the last group of tourists had come 5 years ago. 5 years prior, he was still in the 8th grade and had not heard of any large-scale population disappearances. This was indeed perplexing. Sister Hong, I only take what is rightfully mine. I 1T steal. After explaining, Chang Ming left the kitchen, noticing that the tension in Hong Xia's gaze had eased. At that moment, Deng Chuchu had just woken up and was about to wash up when Chang Ming called her. This is for you. Chang Ming handed the FN-57 to Deng Chuchu, a decision he had contemplated since yesterday. After becoming a trainee inspector, the handgun had lost its utility. It was far better to entrust it to someone he trusted for self-defense. The people in car number 9 were all quite close to him, and he had initially considered giving the gun to Zhang Zuozhu. Yet upon recalling that solitary figure on the platform, he ultimately chose Deng Chuchu. Is this for me? Then what will you use? Deng Chuchu was taken aback. She understood all too well what a gun meant in this apocalypse. Of course, I have another one. This one is no longer needed. Deng Chuchu carefully accepted the FN-57 from Chang Ming's hands, holding it with a sense of determination. She wished to become stronger and not merely a decorative piece in the group, to empower herself in this harsh world. This gun was crucial. The fact that Chang Ming entrusted her with something so significant was imbued with trust. Taking a deep breath, Deng Chuchu said, "Minggu, I promise I won't let you down in the future." "Thank you." Chang Ming gently stroked her long hair, nodding in satisfaction. "No one said you would let us down, but your mindset is commendable." Deng Chuchu's cheeks flushed slightly. This intimate gesture made her heart flutter, though she wondered if he might harbor feelings for her. "Old Deng, you seem to be blushing." "No, I've always been like this." "All right, let's head back inside. I'll teach you how to handle a gun." Gao Yan rose quite early. Breakfast was not yet ready, so he decided to seek out Chang Ming. He had dreamt of Chang Ming's heroic figure all night, which left him feeling nauseous upon waking. He wanted to ask Chang Ming if he was a succubus. Just as he reached the door to Chang Ming's room, he overheard Deng Chuchu's voice from within. "Minggu, my hands are a bit small. The gun is too large. It feels unwieldy." Whose hands are naturally suited for such things? "It's fine. You'll get used to it with practice." Gao Yan was about to knock when he halted his movement. Was this something he could eavesdrop on? He thought it prudent to be clever and refrain from barging in, knowing that a man and a woman alone together might lead to misunderstandings. Otherwise, he feared he would be haunted by dreams for a lifetime, hoping they would not feature Chang Ming. Just as Gao Yan was about to retreat from Hong Xia's room, he heard Chang Ming speaking. "Gao Yan, now that you're here, why sneak around like a thief?" Chang Ming's heightened perception allowed him to deduce the identity of visitors based on their footsteps. "Ming Yi, I didn't hear anything. I just arrived." Chang Ming opened the door and stepped out. Gao Yan glanced subtly, noticing that Chang Ming was fully dressed and quite swift. "What are you sneaking about for? You come and then prepare to leave. Don't you know we're all awake?" "Awake doesn't necessarily mean out of bed. Just in time. Go wake our people up. We need to search the mountains for food." At that moment, a sudden voice rang out from outside. "I was wrong. Please spare me, spare me." Chang Ming immediately dashed outside, for killing was forbidden in the village, unless one held a position on the train. Chapter 26. Am I a woman? May I strike you? When Chang Ming arrived, he found several people gathered around, including Lu Zhan. The one crying for help was a middle-aged woman, clutching a hoe in her right hand, slumped on the ground with her left shoulder hanging at an unnatural angle, appearing as though her bone had shattered. Facing her was a woman dressed in a conductor's uniform, her face as pale as a sheet, holding a disproportionately large hammer, the head of which was the size of a human head. "If you attack someone with one hand, the other must be rendered useless," she rasped, lifting the hammer. "I merely struck him with a hoe. He wasn't severely injured. Please, spare me." The response was the heavy thud of the hammer as it struck the woman's right hand. Her scream echoed throughout the village, but no one stepped forward. The assailant was the conductor, though it was unclear from where she had appeared. It was best to avoid contact with the enforcers of such rules. The middle-aged woman fainted from the pain. Chang Ming sidled up to Lu Zhan, sporting an expression of intrigue. "Old Lu, you arrived early. What drama is unfolding here?" This woman, Miao Xiao, attempted to steal food from the villagers. They stopped her, and she was struck with a hoe. The rest you can see for yourself. Did the conductor just materialize out of thin air? When I arrived, Miao Xiao had just taken a hit and was fleeing. As for how the conductor appeared, why not ask her? Lu Zhan replied, watching as Chang Ming boldly approached. "You have quite the audacity. I heard about your exploits last night, but this is a conductor we're speaking of." Lu Zhan's eyes flickered, secretly admiring Chang Ming's bravery. Youth indeed granted one courage. "Hello, may I ask your name?" Chang Ming addressed the conductor with polite formality. "Iron Hammer, your position is rather unique. We do not have your role on our train." Chang Ming was taken aback. The girl's name was quite fierce. However, it was rather impolite to use someone else's name for one's own benefit. So he asked, "Can you discern my position?" This was not particularly surprising, as it was a matter of the system. His curiosity was piqued as to how she managed to disembark. Yet before he could finish his thought, she seemed to be summoned by some unseen force, her form fading away into nothingness. "Which train are you on? Don't leave." Chang Ming shouted into the void, but received no response. "Chang Ming, you are the one." Lu Zhan approached and gave him a thumbs up. From their dialogue, he deduced that Chang Ming harbored secret. This was also why Chang Ming was able to battle the lizard man last night with such remarkable strength. Fortunately, there had been no conflict between them at the first station. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Lu Zhan understood that the lizard man from last night was beyond his capabilities. In fact, he too had a secret. He had slain a formidable corpse monster at the first station, a voice prompt indicating it was an elite creature. It had dropped a bracelet called the Ring of Power, which he now wore on his wrist, enhancing his strength by 5 points. It's nothing. As long as one doesn't violate the rules, the crew won't attack you. Chang Ming spoke the truth, though he knew that if he did break the rules, no one would punish him. At least from their recent conversation, he was certain that the administrators on other trains recognized the identity of the chief conductor. There's still a day left. How do you plan to spend it? Lu Zhan nodded and inquired. We will gather food. The sprouts here are edible and significantly better than the shepherd's purse of the previous station. We share the same intention. Shall we split up? Not only the two of them, but others in the carriage were also preparing to seek food, for sustenance was of utmost importance. The fare had been rather meager recently, but it was not enough to leave anyone hungry. Furthermore, the incident with Miao Xiao had deterred some from attempting to seize food from the villagers. While the villagers were warm towards tourists, they had precautions in place regarding food storage in the kitchens. One could eat here, but taking food was out of the question. The unconscious Miao Xiao was dragged back to the cabin by her companions. Gao Yin summoned the others, not wishing to miss the commotion. After all, the entire episode had occurred in a brief span of time, and only those nearby had glimpsed the unfamiliar crew member. The mountain was vast, and the paths were treacherous. Passengers of Train 886 had all gone to forage for food, and the villagers did not oppose this. There were plenty of sprouts and apples, far more than could be gathered in a single day. The sprouts were tender shoots from trees, resembling the prickly old shoots, and when they grew to palm-sized, they were at their most delectable. However, in this already steep terrain, some sprouts were easily reachable, while others were precariously positioned on cliffs. Ma Dashuai and Niu Zilong discovered a few clusters of sprouts that were relatively easy to harvest, but as they approached, a woman from carriage 16 objected. Hey, I saw these first. You two go elsewhere. The woman, clad in a trench coat, appeared to be in her mid-20s. Her made-up face featuring a prominent nose that drew attention. She looked somewhat impatient at this moment. In this mountain, everyone can gather. What do you mean you saw them first? Ma Dashuai opted for reason. After all, these were common property. One could collect what they found. You two big men are arguing with me, a woman? How shameless, she declared, her tone arrogant as she started to confront them. Why don't you go over there instead? It's too dangerous for me, a girl, to go there. You men should have a sense of adventure. The woman felt she had all the logic on her side and became increasingly emboldened. A man from the nearby carriage, attempting to mediate, said, Lin Manjun, they're from carriage 9. Let it go, it's not worth it. You can find more just a few steps away. This remark only fueled Lin Manjun's indignation, her voice rising several decibels. What's wrong with carriage 9? Are they human and we are not? Is it acceptable for big men to rob women? Let me tell you, I am not so easily bullied. Who is robbing you? You ought to have some dignity while speaking. We will collect our own. Niu Zilong retorted, unable to contain his anger. The term old woman enraged Lin Manjun, and she seized Niu Zilong. How dare you insult me? I see you are just trying to take advantage of my beauty. Apologize. They were on the mountainside, outside the village's jurisdiction, so physical confrontations would not have repercussions. Release me, or I shall not hold back. Niu Zilong, too, was infuriated but held back due to her gender, first issuing a warning. Clearly, with resources so abundant, this woman was unreasonable and relentless. Do you still intend to strike? Let me inform you, I am not one to be easily intimidated. Lin Manjun shouted, her voice echoing up the mountainside. At that moment, a figure approached. Slap! A resounding slap landed on her face. I'm a woman. Is it permissible for me to hit you? Deng Chu-Chu stood nearby, her striking visage radiating authority under the sunlight. Sister Chu-Chu, Niu Zilong exclaimed. She started it. Deng Chu-Chu was indeed a year older than him, so calling her sister was appropriate. Moreover, her closeness to Ming Gu suggested potential future developments. I witnessed it all. There is no need to show her any courtesy. Lin Manjun clutched her face, her eyes reddening as she gritted her teeth and shouted, You little wretch. Dare to strike me. I shall tear your face apart. Just as she was about to rush forward, she saw Deng Chu-Chu pull out a handgun and point it at her. I don't wish to kill anyone. I will count to 3, and you will apologize. 1. Deng Chu-Chu, wanting to assert her place within the group and demonstrate her worth, felt emboldened after receiving the gun from Chang Ming. In front of him, she remained the somewhat shy Deng Chu-Chu, but when facing outsiders, she needed to display a strong front. 2. Witnessing Deng Chu-Chu aiming the gun at her, Lin Manjun felt genuine fear. She had no doubt about the authenticity of the gun. Its metallic sheen and the assertiveness with which Deng Chu-Chu held it indicated it was real. Women understood women better. She had no doubt that if she did not retreat by the count of 1, she would indeed face dire consequences. "I am sorry, it was my fault." Her voice barely audible. "I can't hear you." Sorry. "It was my mistake, I apologize. Let us go." Following Deng Chu-Chu's command, Lin Manjun lowered her head and hurriedly departed, her pride severely wounded, though she counted herself fortunate to have escaped without further humiliation. Ma Dashwai, standing nearby, did not hesitate to flatter. "Sister Chu-Chu, you were magnificent just now. You reminded me of Hua Milan, Mu Ging, and even Wu Zetian." "Really?" Deng Chu-Chu had been rather tense while holding the gun. She actually disliked pointing it at someone, as it made her uncomfortable. Yet, some people were like that. Reason would not suffice, only force would do. "Yes, and I thought of Empress Dowager Cixi as well." Ma Dashwai named every formidable woman he could think of from history. "Spare me. How many husbands do you think you'll get, Sister Chu-Chu?" Niu Zilong's comment pleased Deng Chu-Chu, though it earned him a disdainful glance from Ma Dashwai. "All this flattery. Can't you refrain from stepping on others to lift yourself? By the way, where is Minga?" He went up the mountain." Chang Ming expressed to Deng Chu-Chu his intention to revisit the mountain peak, confident in his agility to effortlessly gather shoots. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered an abundance of shoots and collected them along the way. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a package near the corpse of a lizard man, revealing a plastic bag containing salt. This must have fallen from the small creature yesterday, unnoticed as he was pounced upon by the lizard man and tumbled down the mountain. Salt is an essential item that would enhance the flavor of wild vegetables when he cooked them. Gazing around from the peak, he observed a vast expanse of mountains, with no end in sight, leaving him uncertain of what lay upon the other summits. With only a few hours remaining before departure, he decided against further exploration. He had also found several apples, which resembled long, sweet potato-like roots buried in the earth, shaped oddly like mouse heads, but roughly the size of a fist. These were indeed vegetables, yet he pondered why those in the village appeared as apples. Not dwelling on it further, he harvested 7 or 8 and stored them in a space. At that moment, a stone tablet not far behind the mountain caught his attention, inscribed with numerous characters. There was a place to stand near the tablet, but it was set several meters away from the mountain's main body, separated by a precipice. Such a barrier would deter most, but Chang Ming was no ordinary individual. With a gentle leap, he landed beneath the stone tablet, where he found it covered in a myriad of scratched-out numbers, some eroded beyond recognition. The most conspicuous was 886, recently crossed out. The numbers 886, 985, and 211. Could these represent train numbers? The new 886 coincided with their recent arrival, suggesting other trains had visited this spot. But how could that be? All had departed together, spending only a day here. It was perplexing to think other trains had arrived earlier. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a noise behind him heightened his awareness. To his astonishment, it was the old village chief. "Isn't it fascinating? Every train in District 00009 has passed through here. You are the last to arrive," he said slowly, taking a puff from his pipe. "But why is it that despite everyone arriving together, the timelines differ?" Chang Ming questioned. "I cannot explain how this came to be, but I perceive it as a temporal distortion. Upon reaching this station, or in this realm, the timelines of the trains diverge." Chang Ming began to grasp the concept. Each train's arrival was akin to a time travel experience, albeit at different moments. After leaving this place, they would all converge back to the same timeline in reality. "How do you know about the passengers?" "Even the district is aware, and I feel as if I have returned to the train here in the village." He voiced his curiosity, fearing the chief might vanish like the attendants. "Because I too am a passenger, having lived here for over 1,000 years. "What?" Chang Ming was incredulous that the elderly chief was a fellow passenger, capable of such longevity. "This world is inherently magical. Our presence on the train is extraordinary. I recall our first stop was an abandoned township. My memory remains sharp after all these years." The chief seemed lost in recollection, revealing his status as a passenger. Are the other villagers also passengers? Or did you choose to remain? But the attendants are here too, along with the train's rules. It doesn't quite add up. All of us from train 731 have remained here. The villagers you see are our descendants, the chief elucidated. According to his account, the original villagers had been here for countless generations, having lived for over 1,000 years. If train 731 had arrived here a millennium ago, did that imply the entire train vanished from the world upon its return? Had all the other passengers perished, leaving only him? The chief, sensing Chang Ming's doubts, explained while seemingly conversing with himself. Indeed, I witnessed them passing one by one, most departing peacefully, including their children and grandchildren. You must be curious why I have lived so long. It is because I found a red treasure chest here containing a Wangmues Pontao. Consuming it not only enhanced all my attributes by 50 points, but also granted me an additional millennium and a half of lifespan. Of course, there are other apocalyptic treasures, and I initially thought I could thrive in the end times on the train, only to find myself trapped here, unable to leave. Our train, upon arrival, did not merely stop but disintegrated, forming the village as it is now. The attendant, Tietue, remained, while the train conductor vanished. I'm unsure why we encountered such bizarre occurrences. I wish to leave this place, yet other trains bar my entry. Every passenger has their designated train. Unless the rules change, one cannot board another train. The same applies to compartments. Once the second stop concludes, the conductor's stated passengers may select their compartments. Prior to that, one must reside in their own compartment. Why share this with me? Did you convey this to previous passengers? The power of rules dictates my words. I can only share this with you, along with Tietue. The old chief took another puff of his pipe and continued his tale. Tietue mentioned that when the last train of District 00009 arrives, perhaps there will be a chance for me to leave. I believe that chance is you. After a millennium of holding my tongue, I can finally speak. Hearing this, Chang Ming leaped back from the stone wall. Village chief, if you wish to accompany us, I can attempt to assist. I am fairly confident. The old chief, with his attributes enhanced by 50 points, possessed strength and agility surpassing Chang Ming's current state. Moreover, the Pontao had granted him over 1,000 years of lifespan, suggesting he still had a century or more left to contribute significantly on the train. Inviting him to join would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, the chief's power posed a certain threat to Chang Ming, who considered the implications, yet believed that bringing him along bore more benefits than drawbacks. As for the authenticity of the entire narrative, he could verify it upon returning to the train and checking the chat group. I shall not accompany you. This has become my home. The chief's once clear eyes began to cloud, as if lost in thought. Had I encountered you a century or two ago, I would have followed you without hesitation. Now, however, I no longer wish to leave. In my old age, I have grown fond of this place. We from Yu Province are deeply attached to our homes. This mountain is my second home. I sought you out to request your assistance in caring for someone. If it is not meant to be, then so be it, for she is not in District 9. Pray tell, can you encounter me? Is it your son or daughter in this world? Chang Ming, understanding the elder's plight, recognized the difficulty of a solitary existence for someone so venerable. Neither. She was my first love and fiancée at the time I arrived here. We were not married yet. She should be 31 now, Wei Wei, a teacher at Zhongyuan 47th Middle School. You cannot mistake that. Despite the challenge of recalling events from millennium ago, the old chief's memory remained intact. Wei Laosher, I heard she was on the verge of marriage. I had no idea you were her betrothed. I attended middle school at 47th, where she taught her Chinese class. Chang Ming was somewhat agitated. It turned out that the old village chief was actually Wei Laosher's fiancée. In the past, during his school days, Wei Wei had always treated him well. Even without the village chief's explanation, she would undoubtedly look after her student if they ever met. Yes, she taught Chinese. The old village chief's voice trembled as he spoke, and this revelation warmed his heart. He had not anticipated that the young man before him was, after all, his fiancée's student. Wait a moment. Here, take this. I have no further use for it. As he spoke, the village chief suddenly produced a pair of golden arm guards adorned with intricately carved qilin patterns, lifelike in appearance. This is a weapon I obtained from a red treasure chest, the qilin shuangbi. It is one of my most treasured artifacts of the apocalypse. Consider this a gift in place of what Wei Wei would give you. Chang Ming mused to himself that this old village chief was indeed a being of fortune. With the Queen Mother's peaches and the Qilin Shuangbi, it seemed there were even more remarkable items to be found. What, indeed, was the nature of these red treasure chests? It seemed that those marked with red also included his own skills. Upon receiving the golden arm guards, he noted their attributes. Qilin Shuangbi, legendary weapon, gold, 50 strength, 50 constitution. Upon collision, activates the golden skill Qilin's might, which causes shockwave damage within a 10-meter radius. Be mindful not to use it indoors. Goodness. The properties of this artifact surpassed those of the original police badge. However, now that he had leveled up to a probationary inspector, all his attributes had increased by nearly 200. It was still more convenient to integrate with himself as compared to requiring wear. Chang Ming was quite fond of the Qilin Shuangbi. It made his close combat capabilities, combined with his righteous iron fist, even stronger. This item is remarkable, the village chief exclaimed, but I still do not know your name. Li Yan, Chang Ming replied. Once I mention my name, Yue Laosher will surely recognize me. He found a stone to sit on with Li Yan and engaged in a leisurely conversation. Learning of their connection brought them closer. Teacher, which part of your province are you from? I am from the headquarters. By the way, what was up with that apple? Li Yan, aware of the situation, explained that the grotesque mouse-headed fruit had been transformed into apples using an illusionary artifact, allowing the villagers to harvest them. That is another of my treasures. I saw that Hongxia could carry such a heavy item, so I gifted her this artifact. You can exchange rice and salt, can't you? I possess an artifact that allows for the trade of rice and salt using travel currency, though the variety is somewhat limited. Chang Ming was nearly astounded. Was Li Yan a treasure enthusiast with such a bounty? Were all of these obtained from red treasure chests? Not entirely. You know that killing the wall lizard men yields travel currency and items, right? Especially elite monsters. I've been slaying them for 1,000 years. Wait a moment. Chang Ming realized that he had killed 11 wall lizard men that very night, earning 550 travel currency, while Li Yan had been doing so for a millennium. The person before him was indeed affluent, wealthy enough to rival nations. Teacher Li, with all these travel currency and treasures, you cannot utilize them here. Would you allow me to help you maximize their value? Forget about the travel currency. Maintaining food, electricity, water, and sewage for the village requires it all. I have already exchanged everything and have not saved a dime. Chang Ming recalled the nearby stream and curiously asked, with a stream beside the village, why do you still need to exchange for water? Do you think that stream just appeared? It not only produces water, but is also part of a closed-loop system. Farmers exchange 3 bottles for 1, and I need to ensure the water supply is consistent. Chang Ming found himself perplexed by the extravagance of it all. The stream was actually filled with the water that Li Yan had bottled. So, nature is your labor, transporting your water there. Teacher Li, after so many years of killing, do you have any surplus artifacts? I could use some resources for survival. I will give you my best weapon. The other artifacts are of little use to you. The Qilin Shuangbi has been enhanced twice using 3 enhancement stones. Only then did Chang Ming understand that the Qilin Shuangbi had a level 2 enhancement. How does one acquire enhancement stones? They drop from monsters or are found in treasure chests. Those are the only 2 sources. Perhaps in the future, someone will sell them. But I cannot say how much they will cost in travel currency. Chang Ming nodded, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Li Yan, thinking that there was still potential to be exploited. Teacher, regarding the artifacts earlier, very well. If you have no use for them, you can give them to your friends. With a wave of his hand, Li Yan summoned 3 artifacts on the ground. A knife, a pair of shoes, and a glove, each a blue item, adding only modest attributes, but still useful in the early stages. Chang Ming examined the items. Kaishan knife, blue artifact, 10 strength, an incredibly sharp melee weapon. Passive skill, sharpness, speedy running shoes. Blue artifact, 8 agility, for constitution, run without fear of foot pain. You deserve it. Active skill, sprint, 10 speed, single glove, blue artifact. 6 strength, 6 constitution. Wearing it enhances your hand's dexterity. Active skill, heavy punch. These 3 items could indeed enhance one's capabilities in the early stages. While Chang Ming found little value in their effects, they could significantly benefit his classmates in Carriage 9. It seemed that artifacts of purple quality or below lacked extensive descriptions, making them quite straightforward. Teacher, I graciously accept these items. Thank you. Do you not have any firearms or ammunition stored? Chang Ming speculated that the drop rate for such items might be higher than for blue gear. That sort of thing can be stored for hundreds of years. I have discarded the broken ones over time. The elder and the youth conversed until noon, and only then did Chang Ming realize he was hungry and decided to return. Ignoring the others, he brought out a roasted chicken, while Li Yin provided wine, and the two enjoyed a sumptuous lunch with boxed meals as their staple. Li Yin had not tasted meat in months, as elite monsters were difficult to hunt, and this time, Chang Ming had intercepted his catch while common monsters had low drop rates. After the train disbanded, the blacksmith no longer sold items. Had it not been for a replacement artifact, Li Yin would have had nowhere to spend his travel currency and could not sustain so many villagers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the blacksmith announced a break, and Chang Ming learned that Li Yin was not bound by the rules, not due to any special status, but because the head of train 731 had vanished, leaving behind a conductor's hat. As long as he kept it close, he would not be subject to the rules, although, regrettably, he could not board other trains. The others had to leave the village before 1 p.m., or else they would face a mandatory break until 3 p.m., possibly missing the train. As they neared departure, Li Yin escorted Chang Ming to the train platform, a place he had frequented hundreds of times over the past 2 centuries. In the nearly 1,000 years that followed, he had not returned. This time would mark his final ascent to this platform. Once the 886 train departed, the platform would cease to exist. The other 60 or so passengers had arrived early. At 3:50 p.m., the 886 train appeared punctually. "Teacher Li, are you truly not coming with me? Perhaps we could see if you can board." Chang Ming extended a sincere invitation, eager for Li Yin to accompany him due to his connection with Wei Wei. "If I board, you must return all my belongings," Li Yin replied earnestly, gazing at the train, perhaps sensing this was his last chance. "No problem. I'll give them to you once you board." Chang Ming did not hesitate. Li Yin was far more important to him than any treasure. "Ha, I thought you might suggest I stay here and live well. But it seems you are too enamored with wealth." Li Yin smiled joyfully. At least this greedy lad valued himself highly. The Qilin Shuangbi was undoubtedly a rare treasure, immensely useful in traversing the various stations of the apocalyptic world. Once again, he reiterated, "I cannot leave, nor do I wish to." He instructed, "When you see your teacher, convey my well-being and wish her happiness." With his mind made up, Li Yin, having lived for over a millennium, had grown indifferent to many matters. As the train was about to depart, he suddenly seemed to recall something and swiftly tossed a red light orb to Chang Ming. Almost forgetting, he remarked, "This item may prove beneficial to you in the future." Chang Ming held the red orb, which gradually revealed its form, a peach pit. Wang Mu S Pan Tao Peach Pit. A red mythical item, Perception 10, passive red skill. Immune to all poisons, greatly enhances mental resistance. Invigorating. There's a chance it may grow into Wang Mu's Pan Tao. This was astonishing. The peach pit was indeed a treasure of red quality. An invaluable gift from Li Laoshi. While the attributes were not overly impressive, the prospect of extending 1's lifespan by a millennium was something many would covet. Although how to transform it back into a Pan Tao remained a mystery, possessing this item offered hope. Furthermore, its passive skills were extraordinarily formidable. Upon holding it, Chang Ming immediately felt an incredible sense of mental clarity. The 2 additional passive skills were exceedingly useful. Being immune to all poisons would render him fearless against any toxic threats. The enhancement to mental resistance would be invaluable in this bizarre apocalyptic world, shielding him from unforeseen calamities. Chang Ming gazed at the elderly man before him, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate his gratitude. After all, such generosity was unparalleled. "Li Laoshi, take care. I will do my utmost to locate Wei Laoshi." The elder, standing at the platform, nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his features as he waved farewell to Chang Ming before turning away. Suddenly, Li Yin seemed to tread upon the void, soaring towards the direction of the village. Chang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. "Li Laoshi, how many treasures do you possess?" "Goodness, is the old village chief a cultivator? Can he actually fly?" Gallian exclaimed beside him. Despite the strangeness of this world, witnessing someone take flight was unprecedented. To have lived for 1,000 years, he truly is a terrestrial immortal. How long has this old man been alive? Ignoring Gao Yan, Chang Ming stepped back into the train compartment as the doors closed behind him. He pulled out his phone to check the group chat messages. The signal had just returned. and everyone was discussing their experiences and gains from the cliff village. Unbeknownst to the group, all passengers of train 731 had vanished. Chang Ming scrolled through the messages in the 00009 district chat until he finally found a repeated message. The photo depicted a middle-aged man in his 30s, bearing a resemblance to the current Li Yin, looking quite spirited, and his name was indeed Li Yin. Wei, can you see this? I'm in carriage 6 of train 731. Wei, can you see this? I'm in carriage 6 of train 731. Wei, can you see this? I'm in carriage 6 of train 731. Message me privately. These messages had been sent a few days ago. It seemed Li Yin would later use the group chat to search for people, but had not found Wei among them. Days had passed, yet for Li Yin, it felt like a millennium. Chang Ming composed himself and glanced at the channel display. 886 train area channel, 69 people. 00009 district channel, 7,303 people. 886 administrator channel, private channel, with a Lauscher present at this station. As long as everyone remained prudent in the village, casualties would be minimal. Yet, despite this, a few hundred lives had been lost. This journey had seen a considerable number of fatalities, most likely at the hands of the hammer-wielding foes. He had already selected candidates for the 3 blue treasures he had acquired. Old Deng, Zhuozhu, Dongyang, come to my room. I have something to give you. Chapter 30. Information from the 3rd station Mingge. What do you need us for? Zhang Zhuozhu inquired, intrigued about the items he intended to lend them. It was rumored that defeating monsters could yield equipment, and Chang Ming was undoubtedly the most prolific monster slayer on this entire train. There was no doubt that he possessed valuable treasures, and acquiring equipment to enhance their strength was a fervent desire of anyone striving to survive in this apocalypse. Chang Ming distributed the 3 blue treasures to each of them. The attributes were minimal, proving to be rather lackluster if retained. He entrusted Kai Shan Dao to Zhang Zhuozhu, Luo Dan's gloves to Lu Dongyang, and Jisoo Man Pao shoes to Deng Chu. I won't be needing these for now, so I'm lending them to you for your use. Chang Ming refrained from discussing future arrangements, allowing them the opportunity to bolster their collective strength. Should he or they acquire superior items, these blue treasures would be inconsequential. After all, he had already grown indifferent to them, though framed as a loan rather than a gift. This approach ensured they would not become solely reliant on him. They would need to fend for themselves in the future. It was an investment for the times to come. Zhang Zhuozhu clutched the Kai Shan Dao, captivated by its allure. Originally possessing a strength of 8 points, with this knife, it surged to 18 points, far surpassing that of an average individual. The blade's sharpness was certainly capable of cleaving through typical monster's flesh. Its reputation as a melee weapon was well-deserved. Mingge, I want to be polite. I'll accept this knife. I will also support you in taking care of our classmates in Carriage 9. Zhuozhu, you are the hope of the entire village. Your strength benefits us all, Chang Ming teased lightly. Mingge, if I'm incapacitated, wouldn't this weapon be unsuitable? Lu Dongyang quipped, acknowledging his fondness for the treasure, yet feeling it should be used by someone fully capable. Precisely for that reason, you are the one who needs it most. Not only will it protect your injured hand, but it will also make your daily life more convenient. Lu Dongyang donned the gloves on his left hand, which had previously been cumbersome due to the absence of 3 middle fingers. Yet, the gloves granted unexpected dexterity to his remaining fingers, rendering the absence of the others inconsequential. It could be called a prosthetic, and it functioned remarkably well. The wounds on his hand were now shielded from contact with other objects. The enhancements to his strength and constitution significantly boosted his combat capabilities. Lu Dongyang felt genuinely touched. These gloves meant the world to him. Mingge, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Chang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned his attention to Deng Chu. She had just slipped on the white running shoes, which adjusted to fit her feet perfectly. With these shoes, escaping will be much easier. I want to help you fight. Deng Chu felt that although these shoes were protective gear, they would also be beneficial in combat. I merely suggested that you might need to run away. I never implied you should do nothing at all. Otherwise, why would I have given you a handgun? Chang Ming observed their elation at receiving the treasures and felt satisfied with their attitudes. As long as they followed him with loyalty, he was more than willing to assist them in growing stronger. Subsequently, Chang Ming inquired about the next station's information from the conductor. The upcoming destination was a bustling office building. This station differs from previous ones, as not only do we have our own vehicle parked there, but two other vehicles from random districts will also be present. On train 886, after interactions over 2 stops and the information exchanged in our group, we have come to know each other to some extent. Even if we are not acquainted, we can discern which carriage one hails from. As for Chang Ming, he is the prominent figure of the entire train, having earned the title of the strongest after defeating the lizard men. This time, we will be sharing the office building with passengers from other carriages, and with more people, conflicts are likely to arise. However, the office building does not sound particularly bountiful in terms of food. It is likely to be filled with office supplies. Yet, it is described as prosperous. So what peculiar occurrences await us? Regardless, nothing can surpass Li Yan, the ancient village elder who has survived for a millennium. Initially, Chang Ming believed himself to be stronger than him, but now he reflects on Li Yan's countless hidden cards, which could potentially render him terrifyingly formidable. Regrettably, Li Yan is unwilling to leave his village. Otherwise, Chang Ming would have had the opportunity to experience the thrill of clinging to a powerful ally. Those who safely return to their carriages will receive 30 travel coins each. Train conductor, are there any treasures at the station? How many days will we be staying? There's a purple treasure chest on the 18th floor. You'll easily spot it when you arrive, but whether you can claim it depends on your skill. Additionally, this survival challenge is more difficult than the previous two. You will need to stay there for 7 days. 7 days? If it is an office building where resources are scarce, surviving for 7 days, especially with the participation of other trains, will undoubtedly be a grueling ordeal for the average person. Chang Ming currently has over 2,000 coins in reserve. Buying snacks on the train would not only sustain him for a week, but could last a month. While others struggle to survive in this apocalyptic world, he has adapted and transformed himself into a formidable player. As for the information regarding the next stop, Chang Ming decides to share it with everyone on the train to help them prepare. Without compromising his own interests, he hopes for the continuation of the human spark. Our next stop is the office building, where we will be staying for 7 days and encountering passengers from other carriages. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. How can we be certain of your claims? This is Ming Ge from Carriage 9. We appreciate your preparation. 7 days. Will we even survive? Will there be any resource supplies? Ming Ge, can you take me along? I am your devoted fan. After receiving the news, Zhang Zhua and others convened a small meeting at Chang Ming's door. Ming Ge, the sprouts and rat head fruits collected in Xinya village can sustain each person for 5 to 6 days, and there is enough water. I suggest that after purchasing boxed meals from Ming Ge, we exchange the remaining money with the attendants for food, even if it's just extra sausages. Yi Feng contributed his thoughts nearby. Zhu, what do you think? Chang Ming wanted to hear his opinion. In truth, he was not overly concerned about food, as he still had 40 box meals on hand. His own provisions were secure, and he could share some with his companions in critical moments. Along with the food and water he had previously gathered, 7 days would be manageable. The most significant difference this time is the inclusion of passengers from other districts. If we, the passengers from District 9, have nearly identical experiences in the previous 2 stops, then they should also have sufficient food and water, resulting in a lower likelihood of conflict. However, we are unaware of the circumstances in the outer districts, as we have not communicated with them, and we must also contend with the potential unknown creatures in the office building. It would be best if Ming Ge could assert his influence to deter them and avoid being manipulated. Zhang Zhua had yet to mention that they could potentially eliminate passengers from other trains to obtain supplies, as even the smallest morsel is still nourishment. However, such actions would appear excessively ruthless in front of their peers. They looked young and might attract unwanted attention. It is wiser to strike first to avoid future complications. No one knows what dangers await in the office building. To intimidate others, I believe that should not pose a problem. Chang Ming found this suggestion agreeable. Rather than waiting for others to instigate trouble, it is better to demonstrate strength and prevent unnecessary issues. Just then, the attendant's announcement echoed. All passengers may now select unoccupied rooms. The doors between carriages will be open during non-rest hours. Passengers from carriage 1216 are requested to move to carriage 111, and the last 5 carriages will cease to accommodate residents. Carriage 8 serves as the attendant's rest area. Please do not linger while passing through or face the consequences. Upon hearing the announcement, it did not significantly impact Chang Ming and his group, as they had no need to change carriages. Passengers from Carriage 12 can choose to remain in their current rooms. Chang Ming considered that the number of people had likely decreased significantly, allowing for better space management. Should he consult the train conductor about arranging a private room for more convenient resting on the train? Without hesitation, he sent a message, and the conductor promptly assigned Carriage 14 to Chang Ming. Once the carriage is refurbished, they can move in. This way, Chang Ming will no longer be cramped in the small space. His spirits lifted. Chang Ming then discussed post-arrival strategies with the group, ultimately deciding to take along any passengers who follow them. However, Carriage 9 has no obligation to assist. Naturally, Chang Ming's good mood is an exception. Huang Mao and He Kai, along with their carriage passengers, settled into Carriage 7, forming a camaraderie with the muscular Yu Jiao. Both were combative individuals, wary of the two armed passengers in their carriage, and now they learned that another armed individual had joined. The woman beside Chang Ming also possessed a firearm. Yuga, do you think we could become like Chang Ming? In just a few days, he is already brawling with monsters. In Carriage 7, He Kai lamented to Yu Jiao. You are only observing the surface. Yu Jiao lightly touched the bandage on his face, which still throbbed with pain. Are you implying he is merely a facade? Nonsense. Yu Jiao was startled. If Chang Ming were here, he might end up as an ancient relic. What I mean is, he is even stronger than you perceive. Have you witnessed his hidden side? He Kai was perplexed. Surviving a fall from a cliff already demonstrated remarkable strength. Could he possibly be more outrageous? Do you know how I got this injury on my face? After Chang Ming struck me, the attendant took a chunk of flesh in retribution. He told the attendant, I used my face to hit his hand. The attendant punished me. Yu Jiao regarded He Kai, fully aware of how absurd that scene was. The attendants, with their level of authority, can heed Chang Ming's words, highlighting his immense influence. Upon hearing this, He Kai's face exhibited an expression of shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. So why did you attack Minga? Are you unaware that fighting is prohibited on the train? Only on the train could you possibly have met your end. Damn it, is that what you think? This yellow-haired fellow believes he fought Chang Ming? I was unaware of his strength at the time. Yu Jiao retorted with irritation. So you admit you used your face to strike Minga? Yu Jiao. He currently prefers silence. Is his face truly that expendable? He Kai continued. Do not fault my straightforwardness. Your survival to this point is indeed fortunate. It is remarkable that Minga did not retaliate against you at the second stop. He has already resolved that if Chang Ming seeks trouble with Yu Jiao, he will do his utmost to distance himself from their connection. The attendants surprisingly favored Chang Ming, a fact that He Kai had not anticipated. Yet he made a mental note of it. There was no need for excessive discussion here. After all, one could never be certain if there were eavesdropping devices on the train. The attendants were acutely aware of one's rest periods and conversations, and surveillance might very well be in place. Passengers had become accustomed to the rules of the train, and even during the night or midday rest periods, the need to use the restroom could be resolved with a simple basin. With some personal space available, they need not worry about unpleasant odors. Throughout the day on the train, Chang Ming spent an additional 300 yuan, acquiring 30 more boxed meals. In truth, he could have obtained more, but he had already accumulated 70, and with sufficient space, the risk of spoilage was minimal. It was prudent to stock up in case of emergencies. Food for a week was not a concern for him. The following day, after the afternoon break concluded, there remained less than an hour until arrival. Lu Zhan arrived at Carriage 9 with Chun Ru, the woman who had shared his quarters previously, to discuss the proposition of an alliance. Chang Ming summoned Zhang so to join the discussion, acting as a safeguard. Chang Ming, I am well aware of your capabilities. This collaboration primarily aims to address the inclusion of outsiders. A larger group will facilitate your command, and should we achieve any gains, you will undoubtedly be prioritized. Lu Zhan lowered his stance, knowing that his leverage lay in the compliance of those from his carriage with Chang Ming's arrangements. He was confident that, given Chang Ming's reputation, others would not dare to dissent. The alliance was sought for the protection that Chang Ming could offer. He understood that while the individuals aboard the 886 train shared a relatively harmonious existence, this did not guarantee the same for those from other regions. Though they were all on the same train, the level of care was not absolute. Once we disembark, follow my lead, and assess the situation at this station. Chang Ming did not elaborate further. He would not obstruct their willingness to accompany him. His own carriage was already well populated. and the uncertainties of a new station posed potential dangers. This was an apocalyptic world, not a mere excursion to a foreign land. A larger group might complicate matters, possibly introducing hidden threats. Numbers did not always equate to safety. Quality prevails over quantity. The individuals in Carriage 9 were now well acquainted, having spent numerous days together, and at least on critical matters, reliability was assured. The same could not be said for others. That is the very sentiment I wish to hear. As long as we follow you and do not provoke your ire, we are content. Lu Zhan's demands were modest. Being able to trail behind Chang Ming provided a sense of security. Lu Zhong, should we encounter any dangers requiring reconnaissance, we would prefer your team to investigate first. Is that request unreasonable? Zhang interjected, as such matters were best articulated by him rather than Chang Ming, who might appear petty by voicing it himself. In the face of certain threats, it might be most effective for Chang Ming to confront them directly, as it would entail the least risk. However, why should he take on such risks? If someone else could ascertain the situation, Chang Ming would then have greater assurance in proceeding. Lu Zhan hesitated, but eventually nodded, acknowledging that Zhang's reasoning was sound. This was indeed their responsibility. There must be some form of commitment involved. In this apocalyptic reality, all desired to preserve their lives and were reluctant to flirt with danger. However, once part of a team, one must demonstrate their worth, and some sacrifices were inevitable. If the price was one's life, it could only be attributed to insufficient strength or bad luck. After all, why should it be you who perishes? Thus, the alliance between Carriage 9 and Carriage 5 was successfully forged. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train arrived at the platform on schedule. Upon exiting the carriage, Chang Ming and his companions beheld a tall building directly ahead, the very place where they would reside for the next 7 days. Unlike before, 2 additional platforms were now present. The 3 platforms formed a triangular shape surrounding the building, which existed alone in this world, shrouded in dense fog that lent it an eerie quality. Chang Ming took note of the markings on the 2 trains, 40901 District 277 train and 08807 District 003 train. These 2 trains had also come to a halt here. The passengers from the 886 train, regardless of prior arrangements, simply observed their surroundings before moving towards Carriage 9. Chang Ming and his group did not impede them, but instead watched the individuals disembarking from the 277 train. They did not appear to be from Deming. Their dark brown skin suggested they were likely from Southeast Asia. Conversely, the passengers from the 003 train, distinguished by their yellow skin, seemed to be Deming people based on their appearance and demeanor, though they were still at a distance, making definitive judgments difficult. Chang Ming pondered whether the distribution of these districts was sequential by nationality or randomly mixed. If the 08807 district comprised Deming individuals, he wished to inquire about the whereabouts of Dingu and Teacher Wei. He had made some good friends during high school and at the orphanage, but now, in this apocalyptic context, he could hardly manage such concerns. Deng Chu, gripping her firearm, wore a youthful face now hardened with resolve as she shadowed Chang Ming. The presence of those from Southeast Asia filled her with wariness. Her impressions of such individuals prior to the apocalypse had not been favorable. Zhang Zhua, wielding a machete, approached Chang Ming and cautioned, "Brother Ming, there are approximately 50 foreigners, while the 003 train seems to have nearly 80. Some among them appear to be locals. We should keep a close eye on the movements of both groups and await the opportune moment." Lu Zhan stood at the side, his handgun firmly in hand, ready for a confrontation at a moment's notice. The other 2 factions were similarly prepared, each brandishing their weapons. One individual from the Southeast Asian group, bearded and fierce-looking, brandished a VZ-61 submachine gun, known for its compact size, rapid rate of fire, and significant power. Nearby, a slender man with large eyes held a handgun. Rather than clustering like the passengers of the 886 train, they were dispersed into groups. The situation among the 003 train was similar, yet no sign of the formidable micro-submachine guns was observed. The office building rose 18 stories high. Its main entrance, a grand glass revolving door flanked by 2 additional tall doors adorned with gilded edges. The reflective glass obscured the interior from view. 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance added to the building's grandeur. The entire structure, along with the lions, was elevated, and in front lay a plaza, bordered on three sides by white jade steps connecting to the three platforms. This design bore a resemblance to the Ming architecture, with the main entrance of the office building facing the platform of the 886 train. "Let us proceed inside," Chang Ming declared, leading over 60 passengers toward the entrance. He was prepared to assert his authority over the other two groups, hoping to establish a degree of influence that might alleviate potential troubles in the days to come. Though reluctant to resort to violence, he recognized that if such actions would facilitate the operations of his own group, he would not shy away from them. The passengers from the other two trains were also inclined to enter the office building, aware that it could harbor dangers, yet accompanied by opportunities. Su Yibai from the 003 train, a recent graduate of Yaoda University, had accrued significant rewards during the first two stops, especially at the second station where they had lived in a marshland, where he had opened a treasure chest and obtained a purple artifact, the Soul Dart. This treasure not only enhances attributes, but also serves as an invisible weapon, visible only to its wielder, specifically designed to harm souls. The dart box contains a total of 5 darts, which can be completely restored after 3 hours of use. Notably, this dart does not require throwing. It is released directly through one's own perception, with greater strength corresponding to heightened perceptual ability. It can be described as a weapon of silent lethality. The Soul Dart not only grants an additional 20 points of perception, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, thus enabling awareness of potential dangers, but it also enhances 3 other attributes by 5 points each. In total, it augments attributes by 35 points, undeniably formidable. This enhancement elevates his physical prowess to that of a top-tier athlete. On another note, Su Yibai has acquired a green treasure, a vest, and a desert eagle at the first station. The vest provides an increase of 5 points to his constitution. Now, aboard the post-apocalyptic train, he feels more confident, believing that no one else possesses such fortune in acquiring 3 pieces of equipment. These items are indeed essential for survival. However, Su Yibai prefers to remain low-key. This complete set of offensive and defensive treasures allows him to feign modesty while concealing his true strength. As for the office building at this station, the availability of supplies remains uncertain. Nevertheless, he exchanged all his travel coins for chocolates, sausages, and water on the train, ensuring he could sustain himself for at least a week. Such preparations have placed him ahead of the other passengers aboard the train. "Yibai, keep up. Everyone in our carriage is heading upstairs," called Li Jun, a fellow passenger from the same carriage. "I'm coming, Jungu," replied Su Yibai. Li Jun, a practical man who previously worked at a company in Jin province, shows concern for the younger Su Yibai, treating him with care. "Jungu, you may not realize it, but the little brother you see might just be the protagonist of this apocalypse." Su Yibai mused silently, refraining from voicing such thoughts. Meanwhile, he observed the other passengers, particularly those from the southeast regions, aware that caution is necessary when dealing with those not of his kin. 3 factions, totaling over 200 individuals, gathered at the entrance of the office building, facing each other in a standoff, none daring to venture inside, for unknown dangers lurked within. "Are you from the Ming Kingdom? We hail from the Asan Kingdom. As neighboring nations, shall we send a representative to discuss?" A lean man brandishing a handgun stepped forward from the 277 train faction, approaching the forefront. He spoke into Ming language, albeit with some difficulty, his accent tinged with curry. After speaking, he glanced at Chang Ming, who appeared to be the leader of the 886 train, and then towards the crowd from the 003 train. Without hesitation, Chang Ming brandished his heart gun and strolled confidently to the center of the square. As for the people present, if only firearms were involved, they posed no threat to him. A middle-aged man from the 003 train, clad in a white t-shirt and casual pants, wearing sunglasses and exuding a sharp demeanor, held a Glock in his hand. "All right, let's talk," the man in sunglasses said, smiling at Chang Ming, though his smile lacked warmth. Though not from the same train, they were all from Ming, at least more familiar than those from San. Given the experiences from the previous 2 stops, it was certain that monsters would emerge from this office building, though it remained uncertain whether it would occur before nightfall. "Shall we queue and enter together?" the man in sunglasses suggested. "With this many people, entering all at once is unfeasible. Each faction should send its own team. As there are 3 entrances, no need for contact among us. What happens inside will be determined once we enter," Chang Ming proposed. "Let us settle on that." The resources inside will depend on each person's capabilities, the Lean Sandman concurred, noting that they had submachine guns. Yet the Ming side appeared formidable as well. It would be best to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Chang Ming was curious about the contents within. Typically, the first floor of a domestic office building would house supermarkets and fast food restaurants, while the second and third floors might feature dining establishments. However, this entire building lacked storefronts and advertisements, existing as an isolated entity, not necessarily adhering to conventional logic. I believe it's unwise for three factions to enter simultaneously. A conflict could arise. It would be better to enter in batches, starting with us. Chang Ming articulated his thoughts, disregarding the opinions of others as unimportant. The Lean Sandman regarded Chang Ming with surprise, not expecting him to exhibit such assertiveness. Did he think possessing a firearm made him exceptional? He glared menacingly, teeth clenched, and said, "Young man, do you understand what you're saying? This is not the past. What gave you the right to enter first?" Chang Ming had planned to intimidate the other two factions before arriving, but he did not intend to use his Qilan Shuang Bai just yet, as summoning such an overwhelming force would seem overly dramatic. Furthermore, it would be difficult to control, potentially leading to collateral damage. He was not a butcher, only intending to eliminate those who deserved it. Instead, Chang Ming prepared to rely on speed to intimidate the others, depending on his strength. Chapter 33. The eerie office building. Before he could finish speaking, Chang Ming sprang into action, with a speed that left the others reeling. He disarmed the Lean Sandman in an instant. The man in sunglasses had just begun to brace himself, only to realize that Chang Ming had not targeted him. Suddenly, two members from the San faction prepared to aim their weapons at Chang Ming in the central square. Chang Ming raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the crowd from the 277 train, a preemptive strike. The heart gun does not affect humans, but the weapons in their hands were a different matter. Bang! Bang! After the gunfire, the San faction was left in shock. Their submachine gun and handgun were rendered useless. The distance between them was roughly 20 meters, and this Ming individual had precisely disabled 2 firearms without inflicting harm on anyone. What kind of marksmanship is this? Moreover, prior to this, Chang Ming had seized the Lean Sandman's weapon. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with unparalleled speed. The individuals from the 886 train were not at all surprised. Mingo was capable of grappling with lizardmen and falling unscathed from great heights. This display was on an entirely different level compared to his previous performances, akin to a weightlifting champion effortlessly lifting a dumbbell. One could only find it reasonable. Of course, it was still a remarkable exhibition. Meanwhile, the man in sunglasses and Su Bai, amidst the 003 train crowd, perceived the situation differently. This young man was astonishingly powerful, exhibiting incredible speed coupled with remarkable accuracy. He fired consecutively without aiming, merely targeting the weapons, something even the world champion of shooting prior to the apocalypse might struggle to achieve. The primary factor was the rapidity of his shots. What they did not know was that the heart gun possessed unique characteristics, while Chang Ming aimed accurately. If it were any other firearm, there could have been casualties. After its upgrade, the heart gun's bullet coverage expanded, and its power increased significantly, akin to small artillery shells, combined with its non-lethal nature, resulting in the current scene. In conclusion, both the 003 and 277 train factions were left stunned by Chang Ming's display. The 277 faction members, wishing to retaliate, found themselves devoid of effective weaponry, particularly the burly man with the submachine gun, whose expression was a sight to behold, disbelief mixed with despair. This VZ-61 submachine gun had been his greatest reliance, now rendered scrap metal. Thankfully, the opponent had not aimed at his head. Otherwise, he would not be lamenting here. "What do you think of my previous suggestion?" Chang Ming inquired, sparing the man in sunglasses, as he wished to extend some courtesy to his fellow Ming compatriots. Given his prowess, disarming the next individual would pose little challenge. "I have no objections. However, the next group to enter will be ours." The man in sunglasses immediately grasped the situation, noting that the ASIN currently lacked any firearms. With Train 003 combined with his own 3 guns, these ASAN would surely refrain from further conflict unless they were utterly foolish, as they would be easily subdued before a fight could even commence. You are now unable to voice your thoughts, Asan, as you stand unarmed. Even if you possessed a weapon, could it possibly match Chang Ming's expertise with a firearm? I perceive that the individuals from our friendly neighboring nation are quite amenable. Thus let us proceed as follows. After our team enters for 15 minutes, you shall send in Train 003 to occupy the entire building, which is quite expansive and we cannot seize it all. Chang Ming, as if to console the man in sunglasses, turned and shouted to the people in Train 886. We will enter first. Gao Yin, filled with excitement, quickly jogged forward, exclaiming that with Ming Ji's involvement, an agreement had been swiftly reached. In this apocalyptic world, strength ultimately prevails. Minggu, could you teach me your marksmanship? It appears incredibly impressive. Do you have a spare firearm? Gao Yin began, but Chang Ming interrupted him, dousing his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, and handed him an A-Sans gun. For me? Gao Yin exclaimed, his earlier deflation instantly transformed into renewed vigor. This was a firearm bestowed upon him by Minggu. Such a precious item, given without a second glance. Could it be that he might take the place of Deng Chuchu? As Gao Yin clutched the gun with great fondness, Chang Ming addressed the nearby A-San. Pray tell, do you not possess ammunition for this gun? Should you dare to lie, I have no qualms about conducting a thorough search of the corpses. His tone left no room for doubt. The lean A-San's face fell, akin to one who had swallowed a bitter pill, yet faced with the choice of voluntarily surrendering the ammunition or facing a search. He reluctantly produced it. A total of 2 boxes containing 100 rounds of 9mm ammunition were handed to Gao Yin, his reluctance evident in his slow movements. Gao Yin swiftly stowed the ammunition in his storage, exclaiming, "You are quite the good fellow." The lean A-San felt a wave of frustration. He did not wish to receive a good person card, but rather his own handgun. The group of over 60, under the envious gazes of other train passengers, marched confidently into the office building. Upon entering the lobby, the atmosphere within the building felt worlds apart from that outside. Chang Ming observed the dimly lit lobby, adorned with tall ceiling chandeliers decorated with large red lanterns that swayed, creaking ominously, yet the enclosed space lacked any breeze. The decor featured brown-red walls, imparting an air of antiquity and an unsettling gloom. On a nearby wall, a peeling sofa bore numerous dark red stains, adding to the unusual and eerie ambience of the lobby. Chang Ming cast a few more glances at the sofa, but chose not to comment further. Minggu, do you not sense something amiss here? Gao Yin, towering nearly 2 meters tall, involuntarily shivered and asked timidly. There is certainly something wrong. Every station harbors peculiar creatures. But this time it feels like we have returned to our homeland, Zhang Zhua nearby remarked. The previously encountered corpse monsters and gecko men had been of Western origin. Yet this time, it seemed the horror was distinctly Chinese, renowned not for its bloody violence, but for instilling fear through the minutiae of everyday life. Deng Chuchu, seemingly feeling the chill, instinctively moved closer to Chang Ming, perceiving him as her safest harbor. Old Deng, I possess ample firepower. Would you not care to draw nearer? We have yet to commence our search for supplies and a safe haven. We must utilize these initial 15 minutes wisely, Chang Ming teased, noticing the girl's subtle movements, aiming to lighten the mood and ease her tension. I merely sense that this place is somewhat terrifying. It feels as though a cold wind is blowing against my back. Deng Chuchu expressed her feelings more openly, finding solace in the fact that the man beside her seemed unperturbed. Everyone, let us mobilize. Chang Ming has secured us a vital 15 minutes. Let us see what useful items or food we can find before the others arrive, Lu Zhan urged, noting the hesitance of those around him. If they continued to hesitate, the impending 7 days would feel interminable, immersed in the shadow of fear. Let's ascend the stairs, Chang Ming called out, as the first floor lacked any convenience stores or restaurants, and he did not intend to waste time there. The elevator, being a confined space, could easily evoke unsettling thoughts. Therefore, the stairs were the safest option. At that moment, Lin Manyun from the original Train 16, her face pale, let out a sharp scream. Currently, she was residing with Yu Zhiyong and He Kai in Train 7, her beauty notwithstanding. What is happening? Why are you screaming? Yu Zhiyong, startled, scolded her. I saw Tang Xing and get swallowed whole by that sofa. Chapter 34. Trading Company. Yu Xiong's face turned ashen as he realized that their companion, Tang Cheng'an, had indeed vanished. Fear of a ruthless enemy pales in comparison to the terror of an unseen foe. Let us go. Don't meddle in unnecessary matters. Zhang Zuo advised the others in Train 9, following in Chang Ming's footsteps as they slipped into the safety exit adjacent to the elevator lobby. Behind them, Lu Zhan's group followed suit, recognizing that aligning with Chang Ming in this bizarre office building was a wise decision. If even someone as formidable as Chang Ming could not resolve the situation, they would have to resign themselves to fate. Lu Zhan contemplated this and acted accordingly. Perhaps there would be valuable discoveries on the first floor, but no treasure outweighed the value of one's life. Everyone held their phones aloft, using them as makeshift flashlights. Oh, the building has signal. However, only our Train 886 group can communicate, Niu Zilong suddenly remarked. You're still preoccupied with your phone while we're surrounded by darkness and danger? Yi Feng interjected, incredulous that Niu was so unfazed given that someone had just perished downstairs. Let us keep moving. We'll exit from the third floor, Chang Ming urged, leading the way as he noticed the temperature dropping as they ascended, a sensation not shared by the others. This cold felt distinctly different from air conditioning, a fact he was acutely aware of. On the 18th floor, there was a purple treasure chest. He knew this well, but there was no need to rush. Given the pervasive chill, Chang Ming was not overly concerned about others getting there first. His priority was to find a secure location for the upcoming days, and, ideally, to locate additional food supplies. Exiting onto the third floor led to a dimly lit corridor lined with successive offices. Spotlights flickered above, some illuminating while others dimmed intermittently, as if experiencing a faulty connection. Chang Ming, this is an office area. It doesn't appear to be a place where food would be found, Lu Zhan observed. Glancing at a room with a closed glass door, the words Happy Plane Network Company Limited plastered on the wall. Although it was afternoon, the interior appeared quite dark. If all such companies were similar, perhaps they could find a water source. Let us inspect each room. Let us split into 4 groups to conduct separate searches. Gao Yan, Old Deng, Jian Yuan, Yi Feng, follow me. The rest will accompany Zhu, Chang Ming suggested, proposing a division for their search as the 20 individuals found themselves cramped in the corridor. Lu Zhan and Zhang Zuo nodded in agreement. Chen Ru, Jiang Long, Wang Ziqiang, Lu Debao, follow me. The remaining individuals will be led by Qiao Yuanshan to inspect the adjacent rooms. Stay alert for any unusual items and refrain from touching anything carelessly. The proposal met with unanimous consent, as everyone set about searching the rooms, separated only by a wall, ensuring that should any danger arise, assistance could be rendered swiftly. The office doors were all locked, but this posed no challenge for Chang Ming. With a mighty punch, he shattered the glass door of one room, leaving shards scattered across the floor. The internet company appeared to offer little promise, so Chang Ming opted for the adjacent room of De Shangmao, Yuxian Gongxi, where at least the prospects of commerce seemed more hopeful. The glass was tempered, devoid of sharp edges, and the 5 of them entered the room together. The lights could be turned on. Yi Feng tested the switch, and, to their delight, the illumination brightened, revealing the interior clearly. It was a wine-selling company, a veritable gold mine. Don't rush. Let Ming Ge take the lead, he said, as they navigated past the backdrop to discover rows of wine racks adorned with various vintages from different vineyards. Everyone, feel free to take what you like. There's no need for formalities. There were hundreds of bottles of red wine, but space was limited for the others, who also had water and food to carry, so they couldn't take much. Chang Ming, not wishing to hoard everything for himself, encouraged everyone to gather the wine. Red wine was a scarce commodity, and in critical moments, it could even serve as a substitute for water. He casually opened a bottle, took a sip, and found the light, sweet flavor quite agreeable. As for any potential poison, he had the pan Tao de Tao he to counteract it. After collecting several dozen bottles, he made his way to the inner office, marked with the title of chairman. Upon entering, he found a long brown executive desk, a bookshelf behind it, and a massive aquarium against the wall, home to 2 silver dragons over a foot long. Across from the desk was a tea table, elegantly set with tea utensils. The bookshelf held various marketing and economics books, lacking practical value in the present context. Chang Ming settled into the executive chair, spun around a few times, and then paused to gaze at the calligraphy on the wall that read to Zhan Hong, Tuesday. This chair, in its prime, must have been worth several thousand. The leather was comfortably supportive, far superior to the small stool in the space. With ample room available, he decided to collect more items. He opened a nearby cabinet, discovering pens, paper, and various lighters, items that would surely come in handy later. The desk drawers yielded no other useful items, prompting Chang Ming to investigate the cabinet beneath the bookshelf. To his astonishment, he found 3 boxes of Matai and 10 packs of Huang Hilu 1916. The owner of this establishment was quite generous. Without hesitation, Chang Ming secured these items into his space, which had expanded by 5 cubic meters, eliminating the need to reserve it solely for food storage. Even if food became scarce, it would be the variety that was lacking. There were plenty of boxed meals to fill one's stomach. Having stashed the tobacco and liquor, he approached the tea table to take 2 boxes of Longjing tea. His gaze then turned to the aquarium, fixated on the silver dragons. In truth, his greatest curiosity upon entering had been these 2 fish. He wondered how they had managed to thrive without anyone to feed them. Thus far, he had encountered no locals in the entire office building. The conductor had informed him that this station was known as the bustling office tower. However, it appeared quite desolate to him. Nevertheless, the ability to gather such tobacco and liquor was a considerable achievement. Chang Ming opened a pack of 1916, lit it, and took a drag. He coughed slightly. It had been a while since he last smoked, and he was a bit out of practice, but this Huang Hilu, priced at 5 yuan per stick, was indeed smooth. He had indulged in a few during his high school days, using them to aid sleep. After finishing one, he would feel pleasantly drowsy, just in time to head to bed. With the cigarette between his lips, he observed the fish, contemplating whether to capture the 2 dragons and place them in his space for safekeeping. Yet, their ability to survive was somewhat perplexing. At that moment, the 2 silver dragons seemed to be watching him intently. Their eyes locked, with the fish unable to make a true 6-eyed gaze due to their lateral positioning. Suddenly, the silver dragons appeared agitated, darting around the tank as if seeking an escape. Was it possible they felt embarrassed? Chang Ming had confirmed that these fish were indeed peculiar. Their ability to meet his gaze indicated something was amiss. Yet, he felt no sense of danger. Currently, it seemed as though the fish were more frightened of him. Just then, Gao Yin entered the communal office, intending to see what treasures lay within the chairman's room. Upon entry, he froze in terror, staring at the ceiling, his fingers slowly pointing upwards. Minggu, there are 2 people on the ceiling. Chang Ming did not believe him. If there were others in the room, he would surely be aware. Following Gao Yan's gaze, he saw nothing. However, Gao Yan's demeanor suggested he was not feigning. The trembling in his body was not something one could control voluntarily. Gao Yan pulled out a handgun, ready to aim at the empty ceiling, but Chang Ming quickly intervened. If nothing else, it seemed Gao Yan had witnessed something akin to a hallucination. He described a woman in white, crawling on the ceiling towards him, her long hair bizarrely defying gravity as it draped over her inverted face. Minggu, don't stop me. There's really someone there. She's coming closer. You're imagining things. Listen to me, stay still. Chang Ming's words forced Gao Yan to suppress his fear, standing motionless as cold sweat dripped down his brow. He trusted Chang Ming more than himself. Chang Ming was certain that there was nothing unusual in the room. Otherwise, with his heightened perception, he would not have been in a state worse than Gao Yan's. The silver dragons were special. Realization dawned on Chang Ming. The fish had likely invoked an illusion when he entered. However, his strong senses and the Pan Tao to Tao, he granted him immunity to such mental assaults, instilling fear in the fish as their tactics proved ineffective. Understanding this, Chang Ming approached the aquarium once more. Come forth, you 2. With a single punch, he shattered the tank. As the glass broke, the 2 silver dragons burst forth. Suddenly, their heads swelled to the size of fully grown crocodiles, their mouths brimming with rows of sharp teeth, lunging at Chang Ming in unison. Even Gao Yin, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. These fish were far too strange. Before he could utter a warning, Chang Ming remained unfazed, launching his fists forward with righteous fury. His fists glimmered with a faint golden light as he struck, the sound of the air splitting accompanying his blows. Before contact was made, the force of his punches shattered the dragon's teeth. sending shockwaves through their jaws. He smashed through their bones, striking at their vital points. In an instant, both silver dragons lay lifeless. The might of his righteous fists had revealed its formidable power, exceeding expectations. It was not merely a punch. The golden aura surrounding his strikes held astonishing destructive force. You have slain 2 level 2 giant-mouthed, illusory silver dragons. Travel coin 100. With the dragons defeated, Gao Yin suddenly collapsed on the ground, having just faced the woman with long hair and white, who had been mere inches from his face. Yet, Ming had prevented him from moving. The eerie figure vanished, and Gao Yin felt an overwhelming sense of relief, though his legs trembled, unable to support him any longer. Gao Yin, at your size, how much of your own gall have you consumed? Chang Ming jested at the sight of the towering figure sitting on the floor. Brother, I assure you, I have plenty of courage. You have no idea how close that ghostly figure was to my face. I nearly lost my first kiss. Chang Ming gazed at the man who was as pure as jade, pondering whether his reluctance to lose his first kiss had led him to such a state. How perplexing. Upon the demise of the 2 colossal phantom silver dragons, they did not yield any spoils. However, their bodies instantly elongated to over 2 meters. Gao Yin stared at these 2 fish, unable to find tranquility for a long time, as they were all freshmen at Non-Tone University. Ming had already distanced himself significantly. Yet, in comparison to the previous eerie woman, these fish appeared exceedingly adorable. At this moment, Chang Ming was scrutinizing the 2 silver dragons, which looked entirely like fish, unlike the mare monster he had encountered earlier, which possessed arms and legs. Surely they could be consumed? I shall take them and inquire with Jinyang upon my return to see if they are edible. After all, as a crew member, she would possess greater knowledge regarding these bizarre creatures than I. Just as Gao Yin cast an unusual glance, the 2 massive silver dragon fish corpses vanished without a trace. What a vast space! Gao Yin himself could not possibly contain them. Mingo was not only powerful, but also had an extraordinary capacity. Indeed, he outshone Chang Ming entirely. Rise, for this place is unlike others. In the broad daylight, the sofa on the lower floor and the silver dragon fish in the pool could manifest such bizarre entities. Brother, why not lend me a hand? My calves are cramping. Chang Ming approached and pulled him up. To be honest, Gao Yin's description of the hallucinations was indeed rather chilling. A female specter pressing close. Go check on the others. It seems these 7 days in this room will not be easy. In the communal office area, Deng Chuchu and others were gathered at the chairman's door. Upon seeing Chang Ming and Gao Yin emerge, she approached with a puzzled expression. Minga, we heard noises from within, and suddenly that door vanished. Deng Chuchu pointed at the chairman's office door. Her curiosity mingled with concern. Inside, there were 2 strange fish capable of conjuring illusions, but they are now deceased. Chang Ming explained, noting the empty wine rack before continuing. Let's search the next room. I wish to see if the others are all right. The group proceeded to the room occupied by Zhang Zhuju. Zhuju, do you have any issues here? Minga. This company managed to procure some purified water and a few snacks. I also collected some tea leaves, but nothing else seems amiss. It appeared not every room harbored problems. Thus they pressed on. Observing Zhang Zhuju's room, it seemed unsuitable for 10 occupants, prompting Chang Ming to lead them to the next chamber. Outside the office building, Sui Bai glanced at his phone before approaching the man in sunglasses. Brother Zhu Tian, it is time for us to enter. The man in sunglasses, Zhu Tian, nodded at the fair-skinned youth before him. On train 003, Sui Bai was one of the 3 individuals armed with firearms, and his abilities were not to be underestimated, rivaling even that of a police officer. During the second station, when he found himself besieged, it was Sui Bai who stepped forth, employing mysterious methods to slay the monster and thereby liberate himself. As a police officer, he had grown accustomed to valuing life and extending a helping hand when others were in peril. Everyone, keep up, do not fall behind. Zhu Tian glanced at the individual standing beside him, Asan, and was the first to stride into the lobby of the office building. Upon entry, the scene before them sent chills down the spines of those from train 003. In an ordinary office building, who would arrange such a decor? As if fearing the office might be leased out? In the first floor, several individuals from train 886 encircled a sofa, including Yu Jiong. At this moment, Yu Jiong was exhilarated, emboldened by their audacity, as the occupants of carriage number 7 wielded various weapons and mercilessly beat the sofa monster to death. Having delivered the fatal blow, Yu Jiong not only earned 50 travel coins, but also obtained an M416 rifle along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Swiftly, he grasped the rifle in his hands. Now, within the entire office building, who would he fear? Except for Chang Ming. Chapter 36. The eerie restroom. Hey, Kai stood nearby, his envious gaze potent enough to kill. Yet lamentably, the muscular man had outpaced him, offering a sour congratulations. Brother Jiong, you now have your place on train 886. Do not speak nonsense. Minga is here. Yu Jiong would not allow the current joy to cloud his judgment. Given Chang Ming's physical strength, this rifle might inflict harm upon him. It was merely a possibility. He could not afford to take risks. Although harboring a grudge from a disfiguring incident, Chang Ming had not sought vengeance upon him. It was best to maintain peace. The others rummaged through the items that Tong Qing'an had left behind. Zhu Qian and Su Yibai observed the group around the sofa, sensing they had made a discovery and approached with inquiries. They remained vigilant, watching the burly man holding the rifle. Gentlemen, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be searching for a safe place upstairs? This building has peculiarities. Did you see? This sofa just devoured my companion, and I just killed it. Yu Jiong spoke with newfound confidence granted by the firearm. A sofa that consumes people? Su Yibai fixed his gaze upon the sofa, which was oozing black liquid, resembling a fresh wound, possessing soul darts capable of countering some bizarre entities. He needed to exercise caution due to their limited quantity. Brother Zhu Qian, when we ascend, we must remind everyone to refrain from touching anything. Better to be safe. Indeed. Let's proceed. It appears there is nothing of interest on the first floor. We shall investigate the second floor. Zhu Qian led the group from train 003 to the elevator. Dozens of individuals quickly filled the space. With such a crowd, the elevator could not accommodate everyone at once. Who will accompany me up the stairs? Zhu Qian inquired. I saw Minga and the others ascend the stairs. Our people shall follow. Yu Jiong expressed his opinion, pushing through the crowd toward an adjacent emergency exit. Why take the elevator? I refuse to walk up the dark stairs, unsure of what lies ahead. One middle-aged man with a receding hairline, Liu Hailong, identified as a bus driver, spoke up. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing an antique mirror in the center, surrounded by intricately carved redwood, closely resembling the decor within the building. Liu Hailong was the first to squeeze into the elevator. Are you all coming? We can fit a few more. No worries, I'm already inside. Hearing his words, a few who were reluctant to climb the stairs also entered. And soon the elevator was crowded with 7 or 8 individuals. All right, that should suffice. You can go up and down once. We cannot wait long. Liu Hailong pressed the closed door button and selected the button for the 18th floor. We will search from above, saving ourselves some effort. As the elevator doors gradually closed, Su Yibai outside suddenly exclaimed. He noticed a pale face had inexplicably appeared among the crowd within the elevator, wearing an eerie smile. Quick, open the doors. You must come down. There's something in that elevator. Liu Hailong, upon hearing the warning, remained unconcerned. What could possibly be in there? We are heading to the 18th floor. See you soon. With a clang, as the elevator doors sealed shut, the interior suddenly plunged into darkness. What is happening? Did the power go out? That fellow just mentioned issues with the elevator. We should have exited. I should not have taken the elevator for convenience. This building is cursed. It's all your fault, insisting we come up. Now what shall we do? We must find a way to break the door and call for help from outside. Liu Hailong sensed that the elevator had ceased to operate and immediately proposed. Help us. Someone outside, please open the door. Zhu Tian, can you hear me? Open the elevator door. At that moment, the elevator door creaked open, allowing a beam of light to illuminate the scene outside. What lay beyond was a grotesque sight. A wall seemingly sculpted from flesh and blood, writhing as if alive. What is this place? Before anyone could process the horrific sight, numerous tendrils erupted from the sanguine wall, lunging into the elevator. One by one, individuals were seized by the tentacles, their screams gradually fading into silence. Outside, the display indicated that the elevator had reached the 18th floor. Zhu Tian and the others could not hear the cries from within. The elevator appeared to be functioning normally. Those unwilling to ascend the stairs could simply wait for the next elevator. I shall take the elevator as well. Zhu Tian and Su Yibai opted against the elevator, choosing instead to ascend the stairs. As they passed the second floor, they noticed some commotion outside. There are people on this floor. Let us not compete with them. There are plenty of rooms above. The group of about 30 individuals from Train 003 continued their ascent to the fifth floor, where they sensed an eerie emptiness in the corridor. Shall we begin our search from this floor? After all, it is all unfamiliar territory, and any floor is as good as another. All right, I will follow your lead, Su Yibai concurred, emphasizing the importance of utilizing time wisely. As for danger, which floor in this bizarre office building was devoid of peril? With differing opinions among the group, some chose to continue climbing higher. Yibai, do you not feel that the air conditioning in this building is rather cold? Li Jun shivered and inquired of Su Yibai, who stood beside him. Yun-ge, I suspect there is something on this floor. Stay close to me and do not wander too far. Li Jun understood that the thing Su Yibai referenced was anything but benign. Survival is paramount. We must not be greedy. Did you not see that even the sofa on the first floor could consume a person? Understood. Li Jun tightened his grip on the axe in his hand, following Su Yibai and the others into the corridor of the fifth floor. While the axe might prove ineffective in such a place, having it in hand provided a sense of security. On the third floor of the office building, Ming, could you come here and assess how suitable this place is for overnight stays? Upon hearing Ma Dashuai's call from the entrance, Chang Ming tucked away a box of tea, leaves before stepping outside. Ming, this is a cell therapy company, and it has been divided into several rooms, each furnished with beds and sofas. Ma Dashuai explained as he led the way. They soon arrived at the Chuang Chiji Cell Regeneration Company, Limited. The main entrance had been breached, revealing a series of treatment rooms numbered from 01 to 05, along with the general manager's office. Each room was sealed, equipped with its own door. Upon seeing Chang Ming arrive, Zhang Zhuo greeted him. Ming, do you perceive any issues here? Compared to the other rooms, this one seems most suitable for a bedroom. I will inspect each room now. Chang Ming entered treatment room 01, which contained a small bed less than a meter wide and a long sofa beside it. It was clear that two individuals could comfortably reside in this room. After scrutinizing the space, his keen senses detected no peculiarities. He proceeded to examine the other rooms, which bore a similar layout. Very well, we shall stay here tonight. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Chang Ming, which room are you in? It was Lu Zhan's voice. What happened, old Lu? Did you encounter a monster in the restroom? Chang Ming stepped into the hallway, meeting Lu Zhan as he rushed in. It's the restroom. Lu Debao went in and has not come out. I tagged him in the group chat, but he has vanished. Chapter 37. Hide and Seek. He went to the restroom alone, observing Lu Zhan's anxious demeanor. Chang Ming felt this individual was rather bold to venture alone in such a strange place. They had initially agreed to team up to prevent anyone from being ambushed. Everyone remained in the corridor, believing that proximity would allow for swift assistance in case of an emergency. Lu Zhan's subsequent remarks were unspoken. They had indeed been careless. You all did not check the restroom, did you? No. Everyone has disappeared. It is likely that entering again could lead to further fatalities. We shouted several times at the entrance, but received no response. Chang Ming nodded, pulling out his phone to check the 886 train group chat, which now indicated that 65 members were online. They had started with 69, implying that aside from the unfortunate Tang, Chang'an, and Lu Debao, 2 others had already perished. Old Lu and I will check the restroom. The rest of you should proceed with caution. In such a peculiar setting, it was wise to avoid recklessly testing for danger. However, Chang Ming deemed it prudent to investigate the restroom, given its oddity and his ability to resist most mental assaults. Chang Ming, upon reaching the restroom door, he felt a chill. He slung his straw hat behind him and donned the Qilin Shuangbi armor. In such circumstances, one could not afford to underestimate the threat. The restroom lacked windows, and in the already dim building, the men's restroom was enveloped in darkness. Clearing his throat instinctively, Chang Ming noticed that both restroom lights flickered to life. He ventured inside, observing the layout. To the left were 3 stalls enclosed by brown wooden partitions, while directly opposite stood 3 urinals, one adorned with a mini soccer goal and a small ball. This playful touch catered to the masculine inclination to engage in sport. The temperature felt noticeably lower, and the dim ambience was unsettling, particularly knowing that someone had gone missing inside. Chang Ming's gaze fixated on the mirror above the sink, where a blood-red handprint marred the surface, accompanied by winding trails of crimson. The ghastly handprint hinted at undisclosed narratives lurking within the restroom. Just this detail rendered the restroom exceedingly eerie. "Old Liu, can you see this blood handprint?" Would a rational person still have the presence of mind to use the restroom upon seeing this? Liu Debao might have been an urgent need and dashed in without noticing. In a place like this, does he really care about decorum? Chang Ming scoffed at Liu Debao's recklessness. This building practically screamed of danger. Yet he dared to enter the restroom alone. Why not find a room and relieve himself there instead? Chang Ming instructed Liu Zhan to wait at the entrance while he pressed on deeper into the restroom, confronting 3 wooden doors. Following cinematic tropes, restrooms often harbored enigmas. Either the mirror contained anomalies, or the stalls concealed something sinister. Having closely inspected the mirror previously, Chang Ming found no issues there. He was certain that the ominous aura emanated from within the stalls. As he passed each door, he attuned himself to the ambience until he arrived at the innermost door, pausing to observe it for 3 seconds. As anticipated, the enigma lay behind this very door. Liu Zhan noticed an abrupt stillness enveloping him, allowing him to hear the faint ringing in his ears, accompanied by the distant sound of dripping water. "Dee-da-dee-da," Chang Ming suggested that perhaps they should cease their search, sensing an ominous presence, advising everyone to refrain from entering the restroom. His perceptive abilities were commendable, with a discernible level of 14, truly exceptional. However, the entities within seemed disinclined to allow their departure. As Chang Ming noticed a faint wisp of black smoke rising around them, not through sight, but rather through an inherent sense, the beings behind the door appeared to be casting a spell. Unless this entity was dealt with, Liu Zhan would surely be trapped in the restroom. As for Chang Ming, this entity posed no threat to him. It merely manifested as a form of mental assault. Without further hesitation, Chang Ming reached for the restroom door. Liu Zhan, filled with trepidation, fixated on Chang Ming's hand, fearful that the sinister presence might surge forth from the door at any moment. He felt a sense of dread, worried that Chang Ming might not be able to vanquish this entity. After all, even the mightiest physical attacks would prove ineffective against a spirit. Had he been alone, he would have undoubtedly opted for a corner to remain safe and secure, as Chang Ming had suggested. With a creaking sound, the brown wooden door swung open, and Chang Ming's pupils dilated upon witnessing the scene inside. It was a peculiar child, a pallid figure squatting over a squat toilet, eyes fixed intently on Chang Ming. Blood trickling from the corners of its mouth, adorned with an eerie smile. "Shall we play hide and seek?" The child's voice was innocent yet inexplicably terrifying. Even though Liu Zhan could not see this sight from the doorway, he was already on edge. The voice pierced through the air like a tangible entity, invoking feelings of uncanny fear. For it was inconceivable for a child to be present in the restroom. The entire 886 train carriage was devoid of them. Even holding the truth in his hands, Liu Zhan felt compelled to retreat, only to discover that an invisible force rendered him unable to move. He could only place his hopes in Chang Ming. "I'll play with you." Chang Ming's size 43 footprint landed squarely on the child's face. This was an instinctive reaction. Anyone faced with such a bizarre scene would falter. The child was knocked down, plunging headfirst into the toilet, although aware of the presence within. The child's grotesque manifestation startled even the prepared Chang Ming. Clearly, the entity had not anticipated such a sudden assault, nor that it could be harmed. It pulled its head out, tilting it in bewilderment. Due to Chang Ming's heightened perception, he had developed the capacity to retaliate against the supernatural, albeit his foot lacked the efficacy of his fists. With his mind steeled, he clenched his right fist and brought it down with golden radiance, delivering a formidable blow. The righteous iron fist. "How dare you, you little pumpkin!" His fist struck the child's tilted head with terrifying force, shattering it upon impact. A chilling scream erupted from the child, echoing like metal scraping against the ground. An instantaneous defeat. Defeated a level 2 elite monster, the hide-and-seek-loving boy, earning 500 travel coins. This entity was remarkably fragile, vanishing with a single blow. Chang Ming mused internally, unaware that his righteous iron fist was a skill derived from the Red mythos. inherently advantageous against supernatural beings. Upon hearing the boy's voice, Lu Zhan's face paled, for in such a place, the sound was spine-chilling. Yet, Chang Ming, unperturbed, delivered a series of blows. Lu Zhan had not even glimpsed the entity's true form. It seemed to have been resolved by Chang Ming. He could once again hear the commotion in the corridor, and the chilling aura that had surrounded him dissipated. Had the roles been reversed, he would have retreated at the first utterance of the boy. Chang Ming's strength was such that even the supernatural was no match for him. As Chang Ming gazed at the dissipating form of the eerie boy, two items materialized, a small box and a roasted duck, both landing in the toilet. Fortunately not falling through. He reached down to retrieve them. Little boy's eerie essence pill. Increases your speed when playing hide and seek. Fragrant crispy duck. This eerie essence pill seemed to enhance his abilities. A similar item had dropped when he defeated the man-eating fish monster, boosting his constitution by 5 points. Encased in a box, it was less unpalatable for Chang Ming to consume. Chang Ming, the trainee inspector of the train police, is now fully bound. Age, 19. Strength, 52. Agility, 56. Constitution, 6,550. Perception, 75. Mental state, 8,100. You are now the train police chief, trainee inspector. Possessing the red skills, Righteous Roar and Righteous Iron Fist. Righteous Roar. Active can utilize perception to create a mental shockwave against any target, with greater potency proportional to perception. Righteous Iron Fist. Passive. Your fists are not mere physical attacks. No one wishes to endure a blow, as its power is tied to all attributes. Upon reviewing his attributes, Chang Ming noted a 4-point increase in agility, enhancing his speed and reaction time by over 7%. He regarded such attribute-enhancing pills as no less valuable than blue or purple equipment, for they represented tangible boosts to his strength rather than mere external adornments. Not too shabby. As for the crispy duck, old Lu, the matter is settled. I shall treat you to crispy duck. You won't mind it being on the floor, will you? Chapter 38. Who dares to covet what is mine? This crispy duck is for me. Lu Zhan's face lit up with surprise. It was no issue that it had fallen on the ground, as it was not like it had landed in filth. In this post-apocalyptic world, having such a delicacy was akin to a feast. It had been nearly a week since Lu Zhan had tasted meat, and even that had only been a few morsels from a lunchbox. Receiving an entire duck was akin to celebrating the new year. How embarrassing! Lu Zhan had no qualms as he accepted the crispy duck, feeling too modest to decline. It was ironic that he, who once commanded power, now felt immense excitement at the sight of a single crispy duck. Although the duck was a bit damp, it was of no consequence. After all, it had merely touched the restroom floor, which was quite normal. Chang Ming speculated on Lu Debao's fate, pondering whether he had perished at the hands of the supernatural entity. There are no dropped items in the vicinity. If past experiences hold true, if someone dies, their space would rupture, allowing their belongings to emerge. Yet in this restroom, there are none. Perhaps the entity had wholly consumed him. The nature of its methods remained elusive to them. Lu Zhan tucked the crispy duck away in his space, planning to savor it alongside some wine at a later time. Shall we depart? There is nothing else here, but it is wise to use the restroom outside. As Chang Ming exited, he took a moment to glance into the women's restroom, but found no additional discoveries. Upon returning to their quarters, everyone had gathered. Brother Ming, has the issue in the restroom been resolved? Zhang Zhuo inquired, his tone suggesting that Chang Ming's presence implied safety had been restored. A minor ghost has been dealt with. Chang Ming replied, settling onto a nearby sofa. Why are you all gathered here? Aren't you continuing your search? The supplies in the office were largely unchanged. During his time in the restroom, he had managed to inspect the 3rd floor. Aside from the few trading companies you visited, the names of the others do not suggest they are places for food. Nonetheless, a search is still warranted. I propose we let those individuals from A3 conduct the search. Some of them have already reached our floor, and then we can seize what they gather. Zhang Zuiju's intention is quite clear. We can disregard our own train and the 003 train, as they are all citizens of Daming. The A3, however, do not share a harmonious relationship with Daming. The two nations have had their share of conflicts before the apocalypse. Allowing them to search will mitigate the risks for our own people, while also enabling us to stockpile weapons while they hoard supplies, a strategy that serves two purposes. I believe this plan is sound. I have already encountered 3 monsters on this level, and it is uncertain if there are more lurking about. Hence, We should enlist their help in gathering resources. Although Chang Ming struggles with the moral implications of harming innocent Daming citizens in this apocalypse, confronting the A3 seems a more rational choice. The plan to deal with the A3 has been unanimously agreed upon by the occupants of Carriage 9. To survive and procure supplies in this post-apocalyptic world, one must embrace the natural order of survival of the fittest. Rather than face the unknown, it is more prudent to confront the A3. Furthermore, there are precisely 5 rooms here, each equipped with a bed and a sofa. We can allocate them as we did in the village, with 2 individuals per room. Upon hearing Zhang Zuoju's words, Deng Chuchu felt a slight flush of embarrassment, as this meant she would be alone with Chang Ming once more. Is there any way to switch rooms? I feel it might be unsafe for 2 girls to share a room. I can look after Jiang Yuan, Gao Yin timidly suggested from the side. In truth, both Jiang Yuan and Chen Shengnan possess commendable looks, both being young and attractive university students. Yet Deng Chuchu undoubtedly surpasses them in beauty. Currently, the occupants of Carriage 9 are not lacking in supplies, and with Chang Ming's protection, it is only natural for Gao Yin, brimming with youthful vigor, to entertain romantic notions. Little Junior, once you possess even a third of Ming Ji's abilities, perhaps then I might consider it, Jiang Yuan teased, not intending to douse his enthusiasm. Having spent over 5 days together, the individuals in Carriage 9 have developed a bond. However, when it comes to romantic entanglements, additional complications in this apocalypse can only serve as burdens. While many are open-minded about becoming lovers, Jiang Yuan is not one to conform to such notions. Perhaps because the apocalypse began under Chang Ming's leadership, the group has not felt a significant shortage of food or water, at least on the train. Most have been receiving a daily meal box. Jiang Yuan and her companions enjoy preferential treatment, receiving 2 meals at every stop without having to slay any monsters. And they can even exchange surplus travel currency for sausages and marinated eggs on the train. After 5 days, the occupants of Carriage 9 are noticeably more vigorous than others. Even Lu Zhan and his companions appear pale, having subsisted on only 2 meal boxes over 5 days, with the remainder being wild vegetables and early prepared snacks. With 60 travel currency across 2 stops, how much food can one acquire? This is precisely why Lu Zhan was elated to receive the crispy duck. After 7 days here, without sufficient food supplies, the majority would succumb to starvation long before the train arrives. As evening approached, the group began to prepare a fire for cooking. The office is well stocked with wood and paper for fuel, and dinner consists once again of wild vegetable soup. Chang Ming sprinkled some salt into the pot, adding a semblance of flavor, while he himself dined on a meal box in the general manager's office. Though everyone was aware that Chang Ming had a meal box, the sight of him enjoying a proper meal while others consumed soup could stir discontent among the group. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Zuoju consumed 2 bowls of wild vegetable soup and lit a 3rd lotus flower cigarette, a remedy for his long-standing smoking habit that had been deprived for several days. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door, and 3 men entered, all armed. Upon seeing a crowd in the room, they did not hesitate. The leader, with a lecherous gaze, scrutinized Deng Chuchu and her companions. "Get out!" Zhang Zuoju impatiently shouted, only to realize they might not understand. So he added, "Faku, Daming people, your rudeness is unbecoming. We merely wish to engage in friendly exchange." The leader of the A3, seemingly unperturbed, showed no inclination to leave. "We have no need for any exchanges. You should leave while you still can." Zhang Zuoju reiterated his dismissal. "You see, we have 3 beautiful ladies here, and we wish to trade food for their company for 1 night. We will return them tomorrow." What does that sound? The A3 expressed their intentions, their greedy eyes roving over the women. In their eyes, in this apocalypse, everything is negotiable. Had it not been for their numbers, they would have resorted to force. After all, the A3 is renowned for its notoriety. Deng Chuchu and the others immediately turned pale at this proposition. Before they could respond, a man from the back of the room emerged. "The sun must be rising in the west for you to covet what is mine." Chang Ming's arrival instantly captured the attention of the 5 A3 men. Upon recognizing him as the sharpshooter from the entrance, the leader hesitated, though outnumbered 5 to 6. The emergence of a man with a firearm shifted the balance of power significantly. "Very well, this is your territory. We shall take our leave." The The leader of the A3 said begrudgingly, stealing a glance at Deng Chu as if to savor the moment before turning to depart. Now that you are here, why leave so soon? Chang Ming addressed the A3, fully aware of their intentions towards the women. We mean no harm. If you leave now, what more do you wish? The leader of the A3 attempted to sound brave, hoping to intimidate Chang Ming with their numbers. His companions, although unaware of the conversation, could sense the tension in the air was far from benign. Not a single one shall escape. Let us put them to the test. With a firm command from Chang Ming, Zhang Zuozhu and the others sprang into action. Deng Chu drew her pistol, but seeing her comrades charge forward, she held back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chang Ming's immediate target was the leader of the A3. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the man's waist. The impact echoed like thunder, sending the A3 flying against the wall, their head making first contact, leaving a gruesome mark on the surface, reminiscent of ink-splattered flowers. The sheer force of Chang Ming's kick extinguished any will to resist among the remaining 4 A3 men, who turned to flee. Zhang Zuozhu and Lu Dongyang seized the chance and swiftly took down 2 of them, followed by a flurry of strikes from the others. Chun Shengnan, amidst the chaos, could be heard cursing, "Damn you! Damn you!" Their lewd gazes and words had crossed her threshold of tolerance. With the last 2 A3 men bolting for the door, Deng Chu seized the moment to exact her vengeance, realizing these ruffians had treated her as mere merchandise. She activated her skill of sprinting with her shoes, hastening to the doorway and firing 5 shots towards the 2 individuals in the corridor. The gunfire echoed through the hallway as they both fell to the ground, one after the other. The sound immediately attracted the attention of others on the 3rd floor. When they peeked out to see a beautiful woman wielding a gun, they quickly retreated. Some fruits are simply not worth the effort. Deng Chu approached the 2 men who had just been shot. They were not hit in vital areas and still had a breath left. One seemed to be on the brink of death, while the other was babbling something to her. The meaning was unnecessary to discern. It was clear he was begging for mercy. However, in Deng Chu's heart, she had already pronounced their death sentence. She was acutely aware of how men from Sangua treated women. Though she had never killed before, survival in the apocalypse often demands a first time. Deng Chu drew a kitchen knife, aimed for the throat of the pleading man, and struck down with force, simultaneously closing her eyes. Had they both perished? Her heart raced. After all, this was an unsettling sensation for the first time, yet she was unwilling to waste a bullet. When she opened her eyes once more, the scattered items around her provided some explanation. There was no feeling of nausea and disgust as depicted on television. Perhaps she had already grown accustomed to killing the undead. A hand gently rested on her shoulder. Lao Zeng, impossible. One woman against 2 men. Deng Chu did not need to turn around to know who it was, but the phrase sounded rather awkward. Mingo, I have killed. Killed whom? Clearly, these are mere bipeds from Sangua. Deng Chu couldn't help but laugh. Chang Ming always had a way of alleviating her tension. She glanced at the scattered items, noting several raw eggs, wild vegetables, and an unidentifiable paste-like food. Naturally, there were also items she had no use for. Deng Chu collected the food into her space. It was her spoils of war. At this moment, Gao Yin and the others dragged 3 corpses into the corridor. Mingo, should we toss these bodies into the hallway? Gao Yin, think a little. Won't they start to stink after 7 days? Find an empty room and seal them in there. Chang Ming replied with irritation. He certainly did not want to be greeted by a foul odor upon exiting. In his mind, killing the undead felt the same as killing a human. Night gradually fell. Chang Ming stood at the window, gazing out at the building's exterior, shrouded in a gray mist that enveloped the surroundings, though it was not yet evident below. He had no idea where he would end up if he walked away from the building. The 3rd station was the smallest world they had encountered thus far, revealing only the building and a small surrounding area, with the rest concealed in endless fog. Chang Ming lit a cigarette, exhaling a gentle plume of smoke that curled upwards. Mingo, do you smoke? What? Don't like the smell? Chang Ming turned to Deng Chu, who was seated on the sofa, her face reflecting curiosity. It's all right. Our dorm's Huang Lingling smokes, but I never saw you do it before. I hadn't. Left assistant said smoking aids in contemplation, so I am testing it out. What have you concluded? He is merely talking nonsense, using it as an excuse for his nicotine addiction. Chang Ming ambled over to Deng Chu's side and sat down, leaning his head back against the sofa. I think you should smoke less. It's not good for your health. Chang Ming chuckled. This girl was showing concern for him. However, he was now impervious to toxins. Mere nicotine and tar posed no threat to him. The two conversed until the cigarette was finished. I'll go consult left assistant about the night watch. Chang Ming rose, extinguishing the cigarette butt, and headed to Zhang's room. Upon entering, he discovered that Gao Yin and Yi Feng were also present, the four of them engaged in a game of cards. Wait, why are you playing this without inviting me? Chang Ming had occasionally played with classmates in high school. It was quite entertaining. Minggu, you're sharing a room with a stunning beauty. Why play cards? Gao Yin, without lifting his head, shouted, boom. My head's gone. Yi Feng, don't drop the ball. Suddenly, he received a light smack on the head. What nonsense are you babbling? Chang Ming retracted his hand and surveyed the smoky room. Turning to Zhangzhe, let us discuss the night watch. Cough, cough. How many have you smoked in a short time? Playing cards with cigarettes brings good luck. Zhang Zhuo explained, then continued, we decided. We'll take turns keeping watch. You should just rest well. Chang Ming glanced at Lu Dongyang, who was gripping the cards with a gloved hand. Without the blue treasure, you wouldn't be able to hold them at all. Good luck. I think you're going to choke your opponents. Since they had worked it out, Chang Ming no longer needed to worry. With his keen perception, he would be alerted to any approaching danger. He wondered what events the first night in the office building would bring. At 8 o'clock that evening, amidst the dense fog outside the office building, shadowy figures began to emerge, increasing in number. Their footsteps were eerily quiet. Chapter 40. A hell on earth. The figures gradually became visible, their faces ashen. These were the common undead they had encountered at the first station, but unlike the first sighting, they appeared in swarms, seemingly endless, surging towards the towering office building like a tide. The undead slowly entered the building's lobby, among them a few taller figures. If Lu Zhan were present, he would certainly recognize that these were the elite-level zombies he had previously slain. On the second floor of the office building, a bearded A. San and a lean A. San resided there with a considerable number of others. Though they lacked submachine guns, the bearded man's intimidating presence remained. Within a certain room on this floor was a doll dressed in a red coat, which had cost them several lives. Fortunately, the doll remained inside the room. Otherwise, they would not have dared to stay on this floor. Considering the unknown terrors lurking on other floors, the bearded man decided to rest on the second floor. The bearded man's name was Amir. As he exited a room, adjusting his pants, he called out, VJ, it's your turn. The lean A. San, VJ, wore a face full of expectation as he walked towards the room Amir had just left, where a beautiful girl awaited him. That girl belonged to the Mishra family and would have never glanced at him under normal circumstances. However, in these apocalyptic days, she had become their plaything. Fearing punishment from the attendants on the train, Amir and VJ had detained Mishra and several other women as soon as they disembarked. Amir pulled out a piece of roasted meat and began to chew. This was from a level 2 creature known as the man-faced snake. True to its name, it had a human head and a snake's body. After they had killed it together, they had taken the flesh of the snake's body, cooked it, and brought along. The texture was a bit tough, without any saltiness. As for whether it was edible, he was a man raised on the waters of Hengjiang and had been baptized by faith. At that moment, a melodic chant echoed from inside the room, each note resonating in the air. Amir grinned widely. Even the voices of high-ranking individuals were melodious. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside, a cacophony of footsteps. Who the hell is searching for supplies at this hour? Don't they know this is the time when the undead roam? Amir, holding a machete and chewing on meat, stepped to the door and peered out. He saw a dozen individuals in various forms of attire, hunched over, wandering in the corridor. What are you doing? Not resting at this hour? Looking for death? As Amir shouted, those individuals all turned their heads in unison towards the source of the voice. It was a collection of ashen faces devoid of pupils. Some of the visages even revealed bone. A sense of dread coursed through Amir's spine. These were not human. They were corpses, grotesque and menacing. While he had faced a couple in the first station and felt no fear, this was a throng, over a dozen. The ghastly beings seemed to have caught wind of a delectable feast, shuffling towards Amir with a deliberate pace that exuded sheer terror. Without hesitation, he dashed into the room, calling out to his companions who were still preparing to indulge. There are corpses, many of them. Arm yourselves and hide. The men, upon seeing the alarm in the visage of their leader, hastily produced an array of cold weapons. After issuing the warning, Amir plunged into the room where Wayla was tilling the earth. Damn it, I'm not finished yet, wait. No time. Put on your clothes quickly, the corpses are coming. Upon hearing this, Wayla shivered, hastily donning her trousers and shouting at the woman sprawled across the boss's desk. Get up, grab a weapon. Miss Sheila, with swollen eyes, slowly rose to drape herself in clothing. In truth, amidst this apocalyptic chaos, her true ire was directed towards the men of her own country, who were far more detestable than the undead outside. Yet, she was merely a carefree student of 20, and faced with these larger male figures, her resistance felt feeble. What are you dawdling for? Wayla urged again. Every additional person adds strength. The walls of the office were constructed of glass, and with the blinds drawn, the outside chaos was plainly visible. As one corpse staggered in, 4 or 5 more followed suit, relentlessly searching for their recently escaped prey. Suddenly, as if they had caught a whiff of something tantalizing, the horde surged into the next room. Damn it, I don't want to die. The screams from the adjacent room erupted in horror, when the face of one of the men slammed against the glass wall, flattening it. A corpse was already gnawing at his neck. Ah! Lakshmi screamed, yet there was a hint of madness in her eyes. This was intentional. She wished for the 2 men who had ravaged her to meet their demise. A resounding slap from the bearded man struck her face, sending Lakshmi crashing to the ground. His eyes filled with a savage mix of fury and desire, his voice a low growl. What are you screaming for, you worthless woman? I'll deal with you once we escape. The previous cries had not gone unheard, and soon corpses began to pound against the glass and door. Wayla rushed forward, bracing herself against the entrance. The door trembled violently with each impact. I can't hold it much longer. Hurry and help. Amir, with urgency, joined her at the door, pressing his shoulder against it. You wretched woman, lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Lakshmi approached, tightening her grip on the fruit knife. Caught off guard, she plunged the blade into the bearded man's lower back. You little wretch. With a howl of pain, he faltered, and the door was suddenly smashed open by the corpses. 3 of them surged in, lunging directly at him. The scent of blood emanating from his body sent the undead into a frenzy. Amir was knocked aside, and soon his chest, groin, and calf were seized by gnashing teeth. Blood began to pour forth in torrents, the chilling sound of their gnawing echoing ominously. Damn it! Damn it! Amir frantically slashed at one corpse with his knife, but it was futile. Wayla, wielding an iron rod, did not assist but instead charged towards the exit. Inside this room, one could only await death. To escape was their only glimmer of hope. Lakshmi shared this sentiment. Her earlier impulsive desire to perish alongside the men dissipated upon witnessing the bearded man's dreadful fate. Fear gripped her. If there was a chance to live, she must seize it. Outside in the common area, several corpses were pounding against other doors and windows, presenting a fleeting opportunity for escape. Should the exterior be swarming with undead as well, then death would be preferable. At least Wayla would be unable to flee, ensuring they would all meet their end together. Without hesitation, Lakshmi stepped outside the door, rushing into the corridor. Upon exiting, she discovered a throng of corpses, with Wayla ensnared by several. It appeared that the safety exit near the elevator was their point of emergence. The only option was to run upwards. She recalled a formidable figure residing on the upper floor, one who had slain several of the men from her homeland. There was also a safety exit adjacent to the restroom. She hoped it would be devoid of corpses. Immediately, she dashed against the flow towards the elevator, encountering other men racing through the corridor. Fortuitously, like Lakshmi, many were not ensnared, yet numerous others were directly tackled by the corpses. Blood spattered, and screams echoed in a haunting crescendo. In an instant, the entire second floor transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Chapter 41. Preparations ahead. What are those men downstairs yelling about? The night watchman Gao Yin inquired of Yefeng beside him. Could it be that monsters are appearing? It's past 8 o'clock. Having concluded their game of cards early due to their exceptional luck, the group resumed their prior arrangements, retreating to their rooms to rest. We should inform Minga. I sense trouble brewing. Before Gao Yin could rise, Chang Ming and Deng Chuchu emerged from their room. I just looked out the window. The area is swarming with corpses. We have our work cut out for us tonight. As Chang Ming spoke, he dispatched a message in the group chat. Everyone, there's a massive horde of corpses attacking. Prepare your defenses. Hey Kai, no way, not again. Can't we get moments rest? Minga, may I take refuge in your room? Get lost. Responses began flooding the group chat. Chang Ming tucked away his phone. Zhang Zuozhu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exited his room, wielding a machete. Minga, let us head upstairs. The staircase is narrow, and soon there will be a throng of people trying to escape, making it less favorable. Run? This place is quite comfortable for resting. We're not leaving. Chang Ming lit a cigarette, continuing, the upper levels harbor unknown entities. The higher we ascend, the colder it gets. I doubt you can withstand it. These corpses were practically old acquaintances. Their strength was not formidable. As long as we block the entrances, we might even profit from this encounter. These corpses are merely stronger than ordinary humans, yet lack speed and intellect. As long as we are not surrounded, a one-on-one confrontation should be manageable for many of them. The primary concern is stamina. We must take turns guarding the entrances. Then let us move the desks and cabinets from the general manager's office to narrow the entrance. Zhang Zuozhu inhaled deeply, proposing in accordance with Chang Ming's suggestion. That room might not suffice. I'll fetch a few more from the adjacent one. Having said this, Chang Ming exited and turned into the neighboring room. It was spacious enough to accommodate a boss's desk, though it would be tight for more than that due to the considerable space taken up by water. However, a couple of trips would suffice. Not long after Chang Ming left, a woman burst into car number 9's room. It was none other than Lakshmi. This was the first time Zhang Zuozhu had seen such a beautiful woman from his homeland. Her large eyes seemed to speak volumes. Recognizing these men as Chang Ming's companions, she faltered in her not-so-fluent Da-Ming language. There are corpses below. May I join you? With Chang Ming absent, everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Zuozhu. Just you? Come over. The addition of another person has a negligible impact. Zhang Zuozhu felt somewhat embarrassed to decline the advances of the alluring woman. If women were to be likened to paintings, Deng Chuchu would embody an elegant and serene ink wash, while the woman before him resembled a lifelike wax figure. Her features more pronounced. Lakshmi was ecstatic, immediately bowing to Zhang Zuozhu. Thank you. Everyone, do not linger. Come help me move the cabinets in the house. Zhang Zu gently lifted her and instructed the others to get moving. Chang Ming returned to the room and casually tossed out a large table before departing without uttering a word. He glanced at Lakshmi, but said nothing further. One more table is needed, and adding the one in the room should suffice. Downstairs, the onlookers were astonished. Sister Chu-Chu, do you think Brother Ming's space is quite vast? Gao Yin referred to Chang Ming's area, noting that a cubic meter could not accommodate this boss's desk. What are you talking about, Gao Yin? Deng Chu-Chu felt a bit embarrassed. She had never seen it. I meant the space. So annoying. Deng Chu-Chu ignored Gao Yin and began pushing the table with the others. Before long, Chang Ming returned once more, stepping over the table blocking the door and stacking another boss's desk on top. All right, this makes the entrance somewhat impassable. Only a single corpse monster could squeeze through, while the other table was propped against the background wall of the reception area. Once everyone had arranged the setup and only a sealed doorway remained, Chang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Those needing to use the restroom should go to the general manager's office. He then turned to Lakshmi, asking, "Did you come from the second floor?" The girl from San had already recognized this formidable figure and nodded, saying, "Yes." The second floor is now filled with corpse monsters. Many have been devoured by them. Brother Ming, I think she is the only one, so let her in. Zhang Zuozhu interjected, his tone lacking the usual wisdom, carrying a hint of solicitude. Brother Zhu, you can make the decision. No need to consult me. Beauty knows no borders. Chang Ming cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Zuozhu, fully understanding his thoughts. Then let us wait here for our old friend to drop by. They will likely come from the second floor soon. Who will keep watch? Chang Ming surveyed the crowd, emphasizing that safeguarding safety is a collective responsibility. This is not solely his team, it belongs to all. While Chang Ming could endure a night of watching alone, it would be unfair to him. Setting aside the issue of earning travel coins from slaying corpse monsters, everyone must possess the capability to stand on their own. He might protect everyone for a moment, but he cannot do so indefinitely. Who will go first? Chen Shangnan was the first to speak up. She and Jiang Yuan, being the only women, did not wish to fall behind. Observing how Chang Ming had grown to a terrifying extent, it was clear that becoming stronger was not merely a desire of men. At the very least, in terms of courage, they were no less than anyone else present. All right, I entrust this to you in Jiang Yuan. Lao Dang, Brother Zhu. Lend them your weapons for now. After Chang Ming spoke, Zhang Zuozhu passed his broadsword to Chun Shengnan. Deng Chu then handed her gun to Jiang Yuan. The moment Chun Shengnan took the sword, she felt as if her strength had doubled. She looked at Zhang Zuozhu in astonishment. Brother Ming, give it to me first. It's all right. Everyone will have their share in the future. Deng Chu stepped forward to instruct Jiang Yuan on how to use the handgun. The group then prepared to return to rest. Lakshmi stood rooted, uncertain of which room to enter. You should go rest in our room first. Jiang Yuan suggested to the foreign woman, as they wooed need the outside room for the time being. Thank you. My name is Lakshmi. Jiang Yuan. This is Chun Shengnan. Chang Ming and Deng Chu returned to the room, the former glancing out the window before lying down on the bed. The sofa was where Deng Chu would sleep. Brother Ming, do you think that girl is beautiful? She is indeed beautiful. Chang Ming was puzzled by the sudden inquiry and answered honestly. How does she compare to me? Lao Deng, please have a bit of self-awareness. How could you possibly compare yourself to her? Upon hearing this, Deng Chu felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Her earlier question seemed quite childish. Yet the unexpected arrival of such a foreign beauty left her unsure of why she had asked Chang Ming. It appeared that exotic women captivated men more effortlessly. Your leg hair is more appealing than hers. Chang Ming's subsequent remark unexpectedly warmed Deng Chu's heart, her emotions soaring like a roller coaster. Wait, when did I even have leg hair? At that moment, soft footfalls echoed down the corridor on the third floor. The corpse monsters were approaching. Chapter 42. The Legendary Endurance King. Yuan, are you afraid? Chun Shengnan inquired of the person beside her upon hearing the sounds from outside. How could I not be afraid? Those creatures are hideously ugly, but slaying them earns money. Thinking about it, it's not so bad. Jiang Yuan gripped her gun tightly, her gaze fixed on the entrance. As the commotion outside intensified, the two girls felt their hearts leap to their throats. Suddenly, the table began to shake violently. Then, an ugly face appeared within their line of sight. Due to the small entrance, this corpse monster could only squeeze in sideways. I'll handle this. Chun Shengnan stepped forward, raising the broadsword and striking forcefully at the creature's head. Her initial strength was only 6 points, but with the weapon's enhancement, it surged to 16 points. Crack! The blade embedded halfway, but the anticipated watermelon slicing scene did not occur. However, Chun Shengnan was mentally prepared. Withdrawing the blade, she struck again, this time targeting the monster's neck. The creature, which had been emitting low, guttural growls, suddenly fell silent, its trachea severed and unable to produce sound. Yet, its flailing arms continued to strive for escape. Jiang Yuan stood ready to fire at any moment. At such close range, a headshot would be unavoidable. However, Chun Shengnan denied her the opportunity, delivering a third strike that landed squarely on the head, creating a large gash. The corpse monster toppled forward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Chun Shengnan also received her first external reward, 10 travel coins. Before the two could catch their breath, another female corpse monster squeezed through, smaller than the previous one, entering the room with ease. Bang! Jiang Yuan, already aiming, fired her weapon. The sound was loud, and she struck the monster in the head. Inside the treatment room. Brother Ming, fighting has erupted outside. I heard it. Do not concern yourself. Trust in our classmates. If you cannot sleep, simply close your eyes and rest. The fact that Chun Shengnan and the others did not call for help indicated they could handle it. Chang Ming, however, found it difficult to sleep, given the loud gunfire. He was also prepared to rush out to rescue them at any moment, though he hoped it would not come to that. Shengnan, I've killed one too. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, excitement coursing through her as it was her first time earning money through her own efforts. Be cautious. We do not know how many more there are outside. Chang Ming lay on the bed, chatting briefly with Lu Zhan, He Kai, and others in the group. The others had barricaded themselves in their respective rooms. Without Chang Ming's strength as a safety net, the team's courage would be significantly lessened. Occasional gunshots could be heard outside the room, and after half an hour, Chun Shengnan and Jiang Yuan had already dispatched over 20 corpse monsters. In order to conserve ammunition and avoid attracting excessive attention from the corpse monsters, Jiang Yuan and Chun Shengnan took turns wielding the machete to slay the creatures. In a short time, both had earned over 100 travel coins, a feat they had not dared to imagine at the beginning. Gradually, it became more adept, though their arms and hands now felt somewhat fatigued. Shall we switch shifts? We are still quite unaccustomed to this level of exertion, Chun Shengnan suggested, slightly breathless during a lull in the onslaught. Sure, if we keep hacking away, I might not be able to lift my right arm tomorrow, Jiang Yuan replied, squeezing her right arm with her left hand to temporarily relax her muscles. Gao Yin, having overheard their conversation, opened the door and stepped out. Jiang Yuan, how about I give you a massage? I have been familiar with various massage techniques since childhood. You? Quickly call Yi Feng over to help us, Jiang Yuan retorted, somewhat irked by Gao Yan's incessant chatter. Although Chang Ming sometimes engaged in light banter, it was endearing. Gao Yan's remarks, however, could only be categorized as annoying. Just as they were conversing, another corpse monster poked its head through the doorway. Jiang Yuan, armed with her knife, wasted no time in delivering a series of strikes. Gao Yan watched in awe, almost feeling pity for the unfortunate creature. After Jiang Yuan dispatched the monster, she noticed a black baton beside her, certain that nothing had been there before. She approached and picked it up. Devious flail, green treasure, strength 2, agility 2, extensible, a worthy possession. Has Yuaner found a piece of equipment? Chen Shengnan gazed at Jiang Yuan with envy. Having used the machete, she now understood the value of treasures. Jiang Yuan's expression turned peculiar as she read the flail's description. It seemed rather sinister. Although the green baton was not as effective as the blue knife, it still provided attribute enhancements. May I take a look? Chen Shengnan inquired, and Jiang Yuan handed her the flail. Upon receiving the baton, Chen Shengnan finally comprehended Jiang Yuan's odd expression. Does this description sound more reliable than a man's? The green equipment appeared to solely enhance attributes without any additional skills. Just as she was about to return the baton to Jiang Yuan, the latter interjected, "Let Gao Yin and the others use it. We should conserve bullets." Gao Yin instinctively measured the baton against himself, questioning its superiority. "Gao Yin, how lewd of you. We are heading to your room to rest," Jiang Yuan remarked, rolling her eyes as she pulled Chen Shengnan inside. "It's not me who's lewd. Clarify your words, Jiang Yuan. By the way, my bed has my fragrance. You can give it a try," he retorted. "Get lost," Gao Yin replied, looking dejectedly at Yi Feng beside him. "Brother Feng, do you think Jiang Yuan likes me? Let's focus on how to deal with the corpse monsters. We can't be outdone by 2 women." Yi Feng dismissed Gao Yan's foolishness and fixed his gaze on the entrance with a machete at the ready. "I am the legendary Endurance King. Let's see who lasts longer." The entire building had descended into a battle against the corpse monsters, with residents on floors 2 to 8. Though the upper floors were particularly cold, this was not a chill that could be warded off simply by wrapping oneself in a blanket. At 3 in the morning, Chang Ming was roused by Zhang's call. He and Deng Chuchu were the last pair on duty before Jiang Yuan and her group would take their turn. Damn it. A crowd of level 1 monsters is such a hassle. Chang Ming grumbled as he rubbed his eyes and stepped out with Deng Chuchu. To his surprise, Lakshmi was also armed with a knife, meaning this shift included Lu Dongyang and the 3 of them. "Brother Ming, brothers was said no idlers. I believe I can handle the corpse monsters too." "Very well. Your determination is commendable," Chang Ming replied to the girl before turning to Zhang Zhua. "Brother, you truly care?" If everyone participated in the rotations while Lakshmi sought refuge and did nothing, it would undoubtedly seem unfair. After all, within Carriage 9, everyone was expected to contribute in combating the creatures, irrespective of gender. Zhang Zhua called her to join the night watch, regardless of whether Lakshmi killed any monsters. It would prevent any criticism against her. This was undoubtedly a plan Zhang Zhua had concocted beforehand. Nearby, a pile of defeated corpse monsters had accumulated, primarily due to their excessive numbers blocking the entrance, greatly hindering their earning potential. "Old Deng, ready your gun. It's too troublesome to kill them one by one." With that, Chang Ming squeezed through the narrow gap at the exit, coming face to face with the corpse monster. The creature issued a low growl and lunged at Chang Ming. Unfazed, he seized the monster's jaws with both hands and executed a decisive move, separating its head from its body. "Old Deng, hurry up." "Okay." Deng Chuchu quickly followed suit, leaving the 3 remaining spectators in shock. "Doesn't it feel disgusting to pry it apart with your hands?" Chapter 43. Slaughtering the corpse monsters as soon as he exited, Chang Ming donned the Qilin double arms. The number of corpse monsters in the corridor was not as numerous as he had anticipated, only about 20 to 30 visible at one side of the square-shaped hallway. Old dang, just shoot from behind me. I'll handle the front. If too many monsters converge, I'll evade them. Before he finished speaking, Chang Ming charged forward like a tiger among a flock of sheep, knocking down several monsters in one fell swoop. Any creature struck by his fists was either dead or exploded. He felt assured that the outer doors of the surrounding companies were intact, meaning no corpses were lurking inside. He was confident in Deng Chuchu's ability to shoot from behind. Ah, this is the true carnage, Chang Ming exclaimed in exhilaration. Coincidentally, the guard from Lu Zhan's group were nearby, and upon hearing him, they shuddered. That voice sounds like Chang Ming. Has he broken through? The horde of corpse monsters, typically avoided by others, seemed to be engaged in play. Deng Chuchu killed 3 corpse monsters but soon ran out of ammunition, attracting 7 or 8 more with the noise, including one that appeared quite large. She immediately turned to flee toward Chang Ming. Brother Ming, I need to reload, cover me. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and Chang Ming vanished from her sight. A series of thuds echoed behind her, and when she turned again, every last corpse lay motionless on the ground. Among them was a level 1 elite monster named Zombie, which could spread a virus. Unfazed by the potential toxins, Chang Ming removed the zombie's claws and teeth, storing them separately. In the future, if anyone displeases me, I shall make their existence unbearable. At that moment, Chang Ming noticed items that had fallen nearby. 10 pounds of rice and a silver small sword. Real silver sword. Blue treasure, agility 6, wielders become adept swordsmen. Skill, passive mastery with the sword. As Chang Ming picked up the sword, he instinctively performed a sword flourish, realizing its effectiveness. It was his first time wielding a sword, so it was surprising that he could appear so graceful. While the sword was not particularly useful for him, his fists sufficed. He could certainly strengthen his team with it. The name Real Silver Sword seemed fitting for Gao Yan. Thus, in order to prevent him from being insufferable, it would be best to give this blue treasure to Yi Feng, having just provided Gao Yan with a handgun earlier. Surely, he would think likewise. With so many monsters in the building, there would be ample treasures to find. Minggu, this sword appears quite exquisite, and you happen to lack a suitable weapon. Deng Chuchu, upon spotting the beautiful little silver sword, blinked her lovely eyes and proposed. Me? I am unworthy of it. It will be better suited for Yi Feng. Chang Ming absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, revealing his intended distribution of resources. Huh? You are merely deceiving yourself. Deng Chuchu was unaware that Chang Ming actually looked down upon such blue gear. She simply perceived him as selfless towards the entire team, considering every detail. Yet, even if she thought this way, it was not entirely incorrect. A piece of blue gear in the current apocalyptic world is indeed a rare find. After all, there is no one quite like Chang Ming, whose minimum possessions are purple treasures. Here they come again. Continue. Chang Ming noticed several zombie-like creatures approaching the bend and disregarded Deng Chuchu, charging in alone to dispatch them swiftly. He did not need to go in and out repeatedly, as they were not worthy of his effort. In just 10 minutes, the corridor on the 3rd floor was littered with corpses, matching the gruesomeness of the 2nd floor, albeit with different species lying down. He had likely earned around 700 or 800 travel coins. Several ordinary small creatures dropped a strand of noodles and a large bucket of 5L vinegar. Though not much, it was better than nothing. Upon reaching the exit of the elevator shaft on the 3rd floor, Chang Ming occasionally encountered a few more zombies. There were far too many outside. Killing them throughout the night would be exhausting and endless. Blocking the door? It was impossible. He had to be more decisive. Thus, he pounded the stairs vigorously several times. Each punch sent a flurry of stones flying. The stairs leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor collapsed with a thunderous roar, if not for the steel reinforcement. One punch from Chang Ming would have sufficed. However, it seemed that tomorrow would not be suitable for his comrades to practice. Chang Ming recalled that there was a safety passage beside the restroom, and he estimated that the zombies below had not discovered this route. He would guide them tomorrow. Primarily, being awakened at 3 in the morning was quite unpleasant. Chang Ming first went to the restroom to wash himself while getting dressed. The office building had water and electricity, but no one dared to drink the water. He had well water and thus did not need to stockpile the water here. If he needed to store anything, it would be the bottled water from the office. However, He had only one set of clothing, which was already filthy. Even after washing, it still held a hint of stench. After cleaning up, he returned to the room with Deng Choo-choo and glanced out the window below. He resisted the urge to jump down and earn some money, for whenever that thought arose, a sense of crisis emerged. It was certainly not from those zombies. With his physique and complete equipment, lying among the corpses while being gnawed upon all night would likely not harm him in the slightest. Of course, he was not deranged. He had no intention of engaging in such intimate proximity with zombies. But where did this sense of crisis arise from? Unable to comprehend, he decided not to dwell on it. Chang Ming stretched lazily. In fact, with his current physique, several days without sleep would not have a significant impact. However, staying awake in the dead of night, what was he to ponder about life? Chang Ming had contemplated going to the 18th floor to search for treasure chests, but feared encountering unexpected assaults on his comrades in the dead of night. There was still plenty of time. It would be wiser to wait for daylight. Perhaps the monsters there would be weaker during the day, as the original inhabitants of the building were indeed peculiar. Reflecting on that child who wanted to play hide and seek, Chang Ming felt a shiver. They were not particularly strong, but their appearance was terrifying. It seemed he needed to slay more of these creatures. Once accustomed to killing, fear would dissipate. Lao Deng, I'm taking the bed outside to sleep. I doubt any zombies will come, just in case. Chang Ming single-handedly dragged the bed outside. Do you want me to accompany you? No need. I truly intend to sleep, not keep watch. Treatment room 03 was directly opposite the entrance. Deng Choo-choo watched as Chang Ming placed the bed horizontally at the entrance. If zombies truly appeared, they would likely have to crawl over him to enter the room. Mingge, you cannot do this. What's wrong with this? I'm quite sturdy. There is nothing to fear. Chang Ming patted his arm, demonstrating his physical strength. But it is unsafe. There is no need to worry. I am aware of what I am doing. Do you not trust me? Now go to sleep. At this moment, Gao Yin was unable to fall asleep. After all, sleeping at night in such circumstances was undoubtedly unsettling. He seemed to hear things he should not. Should he crack the door open for a peek? He did not expect Mingge to enjoy such thrills, engaging in such activities in a public area teeming with zombies. However, Gao Yin was surprised that Deng Choo-choo, a rather introverted person, actually agreed to play outdoors. If anyone were to push the door open, wouldn't they be caught red-handed? Perhaps this was the excitement they craved. No, he should continue to keep his eyes shut and feign sleep. What if he truly saw something he should not? He would be blind for the rest of his life. Gao Yin, you can do it. You must fall asleep quickly. Chapter 44. Ascending the floor, Su Yibai awoke promptly at 6 in the morning. Although daylight had arrived, the thick fog rendered the room somewhat dim. He glanced outside, observing a vast expanse, and looked down the wall to find no trace of zombies. Last night, the 5th floor had also been visited by zombies, but not as many as the lower floors. After dispatching a few, he and Li Jun, along with 3 others from the same compartment, moved tables to barricade the door. Even so, he did not sleep well that night, as the entire floor was too cold, with no monsters around, just a pure feeling of chill in his heart. Su Yibai deduced that something powerful and eerie must have caused this. Therefore, venturing further up could pose a danger. Yesterday, they discovered that the train group on their phones was operational, but now only 38 members remained. Zombies and a few peculiar beings in the offices had claimed the lives of 7 or 8 individuals. The rest had perished in the elevator. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The elevator's decorations indicated the presence of the uncanny. Those in Liu Hailong's group had lost their lives due to their laziness. This was what they referred to as dying from sloth. Su Yibai took out a basin of cooked wild vegetables, adding a marinated egg. This was his breakfast. He had hunted numerous monsters, earning several hundred travel coins, and never missed a meal on the train. He also bought some instant noodles and marinated eggs to keep on hand. If there were no food supplies in the office building, he would not go hungry. Junge, be on guard. I will move these tables to check the situation outside. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yibai awakened Li Jun and the others, eager to see if any monsters lingered after the zombie assault the previous night. The zombies outside had vanished, and there should be few remaining in the building, allowing him to hunt a few for extra coins. As he stepped outside, a strong stench of blood pervaded the corridor. The bodies of these zombies had not disappeared as they had in the first station. The first station in the 08807 district was unlike the 00009 district, Yet the monsters were the same. Compared to the latter, this station was more lacking in water. Here, they had obtained a supply, as many offices contained bottled water. If these bodies were not cleared, it would become quite troublesome. Suibai pinched his nose and frowned. Although it felt chilly here, the corpses would gradually decompose. Not to mention the germs, the stench alone would be unbearable. Reaching the stairwell, he still found no trace of zombies. He continued down the stairs, where only 1 or 2 zombie corpses lay on the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, Suibai discovered that the staircase between the 2nd and 3rd floors had been utterly destroyed. Last night, there were sounds of impact and gunfire, yet no explosions. How could this have happened? Was it merely a shout of 80, 80? As he approached the 3rd floor, he found the surroundings grotesquely adorned with remnants of corpses. The floor covered in a macabre tapestry of remains, and the walls smeared with abstract designs of skeletal fragments. The ceiling, too, bore marks of this gruesome artistry. Was this the handiwork of humans? It resembled a vast slaughterhouse for the undead. Suibai, who considered himself a formidable figure in these tumultuous times, felt his stomach churn at the sight. At that moment, he heard the sound of furniture being moved from one of the rooms, followed by the emergence of a tall young man. Leaning on his legs to catch his breath, it was none other than Gao Yin, who had been summoned to assist as a laborer. The room, though cluttered, retained some semblance of order, in stark contrast to the carnage in the corridor. Let us not waste time. We need to move upstairs. I initially thought we could tidy up, but the task is too monumental and time-consuming. Chang Ming observed the ground with disgust, recalling the fervor of last night's massacre. Yet he had restrained himself from unleashing the full extent of his abilities. He was on the 3rd floor and did not wish to dig his own grave. Seeing Suibai standing by the elevator hall, Chang Ming offered him a smile. How did your 003 train fare last night? There are only about 20 of you left. Suibai replied. How could so many of you perish on the upper floors? I dismantled the staircase. Chang Ming raised an eyebrow, finding the casualties somewhat absurd. It was not their first day in this apocalyptic world. The number of undead above would surely be less than here. Moreover, he had dismantled the staircase himself. It wasn't those creatures that caused the deaths. Many took the elevator, claiming they were heading to the 18th floor. The 18th floor? Chang Ming pondered, though he had no intention of taking the elevator. These reckless fools still hope to take the easy route in such a place. Anyone who ascends the stairs would soon realize the mounting dangers. Suibai nodded in agreement, aware that the upper levels would be increasingly perilous. I saw something grotesque in the elevator, a figure devoid of skin, drenched in blood, resembling a flayed person. While on the lower level, Suibai had witnessed Chang Ming's prowess, which he deemed comparable to his own. Perhaps he could assist him in exploring further. Regarding the horrific scene on the 3rd floor, it was evident that their adversaries possessed some hidden cards. However, such devastating power might come with limitations. This was merely Suibai's speculation. He could not fathom that merely a week into the apocalypse, there were already individuals capable of traversing throngs of undead unscathed. Attack on Titan? You were aware of this creature's name? Suibai was taken aback, as the name had slipped from the other's lips. It seemed reminiscent of a title from a manga he had never read. Perhaps we should ascend. The stench here is unbearable. Chang Ming, not wanting to admit his own fabrication, acknowledged that the description indeed conjured an image akin to a colossal titan, albeit a miniature version in the elevator. A group of over 10 individuals began their ascent. Lakshmi, how many people are left on your train? Jiang Yuan inquired, knowing that many from their group resided on the 2nd floor. I just checked. There are still 18 people remaining. The others are on the 3rd floor or higher. Amir and Vera are gone, having vanished from the group, which is what Lakshmi had hoped for. Did any of the deceased count among your friends? I have no friends on the train. The word friends was heavily pronounced by Lakshmi. On train 277, she had only enemies. Fortunately, in times of crisis, she had found refuge among these brave souls. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the chilling atmosphere became palpable. We stayed on the 5th floor yesterday, but some have made it to the 8th and are still alive. Although staying up there is quite torturous, Suibai informed Chang Ming about their situation. Chang Ming understood well what torturous entailed. For those lacking robust physiques, residing on the upper levels was a harrowing experience, especially when sleep left one feeling frigid and uneasy. Noticing the group had halted, Suibai spoke up. We have explored many rooms here, and I have marked those that are dangerous at the entrances. You may allow them to investigate while I ask you to accompany me upstairs. Chang Ming, seeing the invitation, was inclined to accept. Zhuozhu, you lead everyone to find an unoccupied safe room. I will accompany this gentleman upstairs. By the way, how should I address you? Sui Bai. Chapter 45. Mental Disturbance. Chang Ming followed Sui Bai up the staircase. Although the coldness from the 5th to the 9th floor had slightly intensified, it was still relatively similar. However, upon stepping onto the 10th floor, a distinct atmosphere enveloped them, the chill magnifying exponentially. Perhaps the lower 9 floors were suitable for ordinary survival, while this level bore an aura of the uncanny. A faint black mist permeated the air, extending toward the elevator hall, perhaps even covering the entire floor. Chang Ming had encountered this black mist when the child appeared in the restroom. It was only perceptible through heightened sensitivity. This indicated that something strange lurked nearby. There's an eerie presence. Sui Bai's awareness was exceptional, bolstered by the enhancement of his soul dart ability and his innate score of 11, achieving a remarkable total of 31. This was where he felt superior to Chang Ming. He could sense an otherworldly presence nearby, albeit the tangible black mist remained invisible to him. This floor is indeed peculiar. It's considerably colder than below. Do you refer to this black mist as an eerie phenomenon? Chang Ming regarded Sui Bai with newfound respect. This fellow possessed a measure of skill. What black mist? Oh, it's probably this chilling sensation that led me to perceive it as black. Upon receiving the response, Chang Ming deduced that Sui Bai likely could not see it, as he himself boasted a perception score of 85, 75 innate plus 10 from the Peach Pit. Nonetheless, Sui Bai's perception was undeniably impressive. The 10th floor is becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Let us see what we can find here, Sui Bai suggested. His current mental state stood at 78-100, primarily due to a lack of rest the previous night, which had cost him 10 points upon entering this level. Chang Ming's condition was likely not much better. All right, let us ascertain what entities are nearby. Chang Ming prioritized the rewards gained from defeating the eerie beings over ordinary supplies. The space was stocked with ample high-calorie meals. Thus, slaying monsters and opening treasure chests to enhance oneself became paramount. With the presence of danger on this floor, leveling up through defeating minor creatures took on even greater significance. Chang Ming felt mentally invigorated, his state at full capacity. The surrounding chill merely provided a refreshing sensation. After thoroughly exploring the 10th floor, they were astonished to discover an absence of any eerie entities. I find this rather unusual. My perception cannot be mistaken. There must be something here. Without needing Sui Bai's prompting, Chang Ming sensed the disquiet. The thick presence of the eerie essence indicated that something must be amiss. Unless he considered a possibility, there might be one exceedingly powerful entity present. Chang Ming's thoughts drifted to the 18th floor. Perhaps there lay an unknown lurking, yet regardless, they would have to ascend to investigate. Moreover, the presence of a purple treasure chest was a tempting incentive. He could not bear the thought of leaving it behind. This was a notion Chang Ming found unacceptable. After searching this area, we have found no eerie beings, I suspect. Chang Ming began, pointing upward with his finger. Is this strange phenomenon still present? Sui Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. If the eerie energy here is so dense, then the entity responsible must be extraordinarily powerful. Given the vast area it encompasses, the entire building exudes an ominous aura. I am merely speculating, lacking concrete evidence. Unless we continue ascending, we cannot ascertain the truth. Chang Ming recalled the blue treasure chest in the pond, guarded by level 3 elite monsters. If we follow the pattern of increasing levels, what might lie beside the purple treasure chest? Could it be level 4 or 5 elite monsters? Based on his current combat prowess, he reasoned that the level 3 elite monsters should be slightly weaker than his fully equipped self. If it weren't for the heart gun's restraining effect on the anomalies, he might have had no choice but to flee. Chang Ming, I know you are formidable, but we are already struggling against this malevolent energy. If we venture further up, our strength might diminish significantly. Sui Bai offered a candid analysis, projecting his feelings onto Chang Ming. The purple treasures he possessed were indeed rare, augmenting his perception by a full 20 points. It was hard to believe that the other person bore 4 treasures, the least of which was purple. To buy. In light of this, you should descend and hunt the anomalies below the 10th floor. I believe I can still endure. Chang Ming's suggestion was devoid of sarcasm. He was simply considering the most optimal approach. Regardless, he was determined to reach the top floor and uncover the truth. Sui Bai felt a bit embarrassed. It was he who had proposed ascending, and now he was the one feeling the peril. Observing Chang Ming, who resembled a typical university student, he noted that the young man showed no fear. As Bai, a protective and warm-hearted individual, how could he falter? No. What time is it for this fellow to still be thinking of nicknames? Youth is truly wonderful. Sui Bai feigned an air of maturity, shaking his head slightly. As the saying goes, knowing the mountain is fraught with tigers, yet still heading toward it, I shall accompany you. But what if I were the hunter? Let us proceed with caution. Chang Ming led the way, ascending the stairs. Should they both encounter the purple treasure chest, he would not yield. For now, they could collaborate, though he remained uncertain of Sui Bai's hidden capabilities. Their vigilance never waned, including their awareness of one another. They explored layer by layer until reaching the 15th floor, yet still encountered no anomalies. It was reasonable to conclude that a powerful entity occupied the upper 9 floors, deterring other anomalies from encroaching. The eerie energy was not noticeably heightened, but Sui Bai truly found it overwhelming. His mental state had dwindled below 50. Anything lower than 30 could lead to madness. Gazing at Chang Ming, who appeared unchanged, Sui Bai pondered if he had misjudged the situation from the outset. This university student's perception was evidently superior, and not by a small margin. How was he achieving that? Could he possibly possess 2 purple treasures, both enhancing his perception? Sui Bai mused internally, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to give up as he continued to ascend. Finally, upon reaching the 18th floor, the chilling aura dissipated, and even the eerie energy vanished. Sui Bai felt as if he had endured a long ordeal, ready to exult. Lu Yanran, did you ever imagine that I, Sui Bai, would become a peak powerhouse in this apocalypse after our parting? To him, traversing the previous layers was a trial, and the absence of the eerie energy on the 18th floor felt like a reward. Chang Ming, we have finally arrived. I didn't expect the 18th floor to be devoid of anything. Let's quickly search for treasures. Sui Bai exclaimed excitedly, while Chang Ming's expression grew grave. Bai, are you certain you sense nothing amiss? To Chang Ming, this was far from nothing. The entire 18th floor was constructed of grotesque flesh, and the black energy had intensified. No, I feel quite comfortable here, and there is no eerie energy present. Is there? I must ask you, what is your mental state? Chang Ming spoke again with seriousness. Noting Sui Bai's excitement was perhaps excessive. Even if he couldn't perceive the concealed reality, the eerie energy alone should evoke dread. Sui Bai instinctively glanced at his attributes. Mental state, 10,100. Impossible, I'm fine, I haven't lost my mind. This display must be erroneous. Chapter 46. Discovery of the target. Your current condition is precarious. You must ascend immediately. Chang Ming realized that Sui Bai might no longer be the person he had seen downstairs. The initial report had indicated that individuals with a mental state below 30 could become mad or suicidal, though he couldn't see the other's attributes. Sui Bai's previous behavior had already revealed much. His mental state must be below 30. What did you say? After all our efforts to ascend together, you now wanted to go back down? Are you planning to hoard the treasures for yourself? Beneath Sui Bai's previously handsome exterior, his expression suddenly twisted into something menacing. I'm unsure how to restore your mental condition, but you desperately need rest. Chang Ming preferred not to engage further with a potential madman. However, the thought of harming a teammate from mere moments ago was troubling. He questioned whether Sui Bai could recover from such a state. Yet keeping him around was undeniably problematic. It would be wiser to incapacitate him. If he couldn't be helped, he would not blame himself. With swift precision, Chang Ming struck Sui Bai on the head. The latter, caught off guard, was thrown into unconsciousness, his pupils dilating in shock. Observing Sui Bai lying there, the absence of dropped items indicated he was still alive. Chang Ming proceeded toward the elevator lobby via the safety passage. A layer of illusion enveloped the area, making the 18th floor appear ordinary, which was likely the perception Sui Bai experienced. However, Chang Ming could discern its true nature. It was eerily quiet, save for the faint sounds of flesh writhing around them. Upon entering the elevator, Chang Ming felt an unsettling presence encircle him, yet he suffered no attack. He donned his straw hat and protective gear, stepping inside. Each footfall emitted a creaking sound, and only when his shoes detached from the fleshy floor did he feel a sticky sensation. The entire 18th floor felt like a monstrous entity, yet refrained from assaulting him. A gnawing sense of danger compelled Chang Ming to remain ready to flee at any moment. He sought to discover the location of the purple treasure chest. Just as he exited the elevator, several humanoid muscle creatures emerged. Reminiscent of Su Yibai's descriptions, bodies composed entirely of muscle, devoid of skin, connected by crimson tendrils. Chang Ming was uncertain whether these tendrils served as control links or nutrient conduits. However, these beings bore an illusion, appearing as normal humans. "Friend, you are from Train 886, right? I saw you at the plaza on the first floor." One of the muscle creatures approached with a smile. If Su Yibai were present, he would recognize this individual as Lu Hailong. "Indeed, you are from Carriage 003? It seems you have fared well on the 18th floor." Chang Ming did not expose their charade. Perhaps the monsters on the 18th floor intended to lure prey with such disguises. Explaining their inaction. The 18th floor indeed poses no significant danger, yet we find ourselves unable to descend. The 17th floor is chillingly cold, and we can hardly endure a few seconds on the staircase. Did you not ascend via the elevator? Why not simply take it down? Lu Hailong approached the elevator and pressed a button on the call panel, but the display showed no reaction. You see, this contraption only allows ascent. It is fundamentally flawed. Chang Ming internally scoffed. Let them continue their charade. Were it not for my ability to see through the facade, I might have been deceived. It appears these muscular beings were once human, their memories potentially seized by the monsters that control them. Such a method is indeed unsettling. Setting aside these thoughts, did you uncover anything on the 18th floor? Strangely enough, there is indeed a secret to share. Lu Hailong leaned closer, lowering his voice. There's treasure here. Several purple treasure chests. Chang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Several purple treasure chests. He was uncertain whether this was a ruse or if there was truth to it. The conductor had mentioned the existence of purple treasure chests on the 18th floor, but he had not specified how many. It could very well be genuine. If there are treasure chests, why have you not retrieved them and instead informed me? Is this not somewhat absurd? Chang Ming's face reflected skepticism, yet his mind began to strategize. It seemed these individuals were intent on luring him to the treasure chests. They likely planned to strike once they reached the location. But why delay their attack and take such a convoluted route? If he possessed the ability to sense danger, could it not imply that the monster also harbored reservations about him? He resolved to investigate. If the sense of peril proved too overwhelming, he would forego the treasure. There lies a gigantic hound guarding the treasure chests. We can hardly approach. Fortunately, it remains unwilling to stray from the vicinity of the treasure, or else you would not see me again. Lu Hailong appeared to have premeditated his words, continuing, I have witnessed your prowess. Perhaps you might procure the treasure. My demands are modest. If you can secure the chest, simply share some provisions with me to sustain myself for a few days. His words carried a sense of awareness. Acknowledging the disparity in their strengths, he sought not riches, merely sustenance, an entirely reasonable request. Very well, lead the way. Chang Ming responded, scanning the other muscular beings before inquiring. Will the food be exclusively for you? With no objections from him? They heed my command, follow me. Lu Hailong took the lead, while Chang Ming feigned relaxation, trailing behind. They rounded a corner and arrived at a spacious office, the largest room on the floor. Through the door, he beheld a black hound, roughly the size of a tiger, seemingly resting with its eyes closed. However, Chang Ming could discern that this black hound, like Lu Hailong and the others, was actually composed of red muscle. Behind the hound rested 3 purple treasure chests. These chests were undeniably real, beyond dispute. Yet, adjacent to the chests was a colossal circular maw, measuring nearly 5 meters in diameter, lined with sharp teeth. Facing this enormous mouth, Chang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. To an outsider, it appeared merely as an ordinary wall, with a bookshelf stacked beside it. Clearly, the black hound served merely as a decoy, while the true threat lay within that gaping maw. This monster sought to divert his attention towards the black hound, only to deliver a fatal blow. Chang Ming contemplated his skills. Justice's roar, Justice's iron fist, Qilin's might. Drawing himself towards the monstrous mouth. Perhaps its mobility was limited, or it could unleash its full might only within this vicinity. There might be an opportunity to seize the treasure and make a swift escape. But that hound, dear brother, you must tread carefully. It may appear to be sleeping, yet it has undoubtedly sensed our presence, feigning slumber to lower our guard. Lu Hailong, brushing his sparse hair, cautioned him, concern evident in his tone. Observing the performance before him, Chang Ming formulated his own plans. With unwavering focus on the gigantic mouth, he positioned himself approximately 12 to 13 meters from the purple treasure chests and decided to test his speed. He patted Lu Hailong's arm and stated with a smile, "Rest assured, watch me." Chapter 47. The Giant Maw of the 18th Floor, 100,000 words. As Chang Ming stepped into the room, Lu Hailong and the others behind him appeared to feign concern, effectively blocking the exit. Their expressions turned vacant and dull. Were they intending to close the door and unleash the beast? Chang Ming chuckled coldly within, continuing to edge forward. The previously resting hound suddenly opened its eyes and rose, fixing its gaze upon Chang Ming. "Beware, that dog has awakened." Lu Hailong's voice rang out again from behind. This was an attempt to distract Chang Ming through visual intimidation and shouts. However, prior to entering, Chang Ming's pat was no mere whim. He was testing the strength of this muscular creature. These regenerated beings were not particularly formidable, for he understood that once he secured the treasure and evaded the maw, these muscular beings and the hound would become obstacles. With confidence in his potential breakthrough, he decided to take the risk. Chang Ming summoned his strength and, disregarding the massive black hound, charged directly towards the treasure chests. Simultaneously, the enormous maw began to move, slowly extending forward, its surrounding muscles gathering power. The gigantic hound opened its mouth wide, lunging at Chang Ming with equal speed. In an instant, as Chang Ming reached the purple treasure chests, the maw and the hound closed in from both sides. Anticipating this, Chang Ming unleashed a resonating roar towards the maw. Roar. Justice's roar. This ability, a red skill, instills a sense of dread in any enemy. However, the duration of the fright varies based on the target's sensitivity, akin to a freezing technique. Upon the roar's release, the maw abruptly halted. Simultaneously, the hound was also momentarily stunned, granting Chang Ming the opportunity to stow away the 3 purple treasure chests into his spatial storage and sprint towards the exit, racing against time. He had considered launching an attack, but the monstrosity on the 18th floor loomed too large, without a critical weak point to inflict fatal damage. Even his mightiest strikes would likely feel like mere pinpricks, failing to cause any significant harm. As he took 3 steps towards the exit, the maw finally sprang into action. It seemed the previous intimidation had rendered it motionless for a mere 2 seconds. Following that, the illusion he had controlled dissipated, and the hound, Lu Hailong, and the others all lunged towards him, while countless tendrils emerged from the room's floor and walls, just as they had connected with Lu Hailong. This collective assault ensnared Chang Ming completely. The maw appeared capable of extending only 3 meters forward, and the treasure chests lay within its reach. Unexpectedly, Chang Ming had showcased such a formidable roar skill that allowed its first attack to miss. The tendrils began to pull back. At this moment, Chang Ming felt an immense force bearing down upon him. If he did not break free, he would soon become sustenance for the maw. His fists began to radiate a golden light. This golden aura exhibited an extraordinary effectiveness against the grotesque tendrils. Those that had ensnared his forearms recoiled as if electrified. At this juncture, Chang Ming was less than a meter from the maw, his entire body enveloped in its shadow. Finally, he had calculated his move. With his restrained arms no longer hesitating, he collided them together with utmost speed. As Qilin's might manifested, this was a technique he had yet to attempt. At this moment, Chang Ming was enveloped in the ethereal shadow of a Qilin, and a shockwave radiated from his very core, sweeping outwards. The tendrils and muscles that had been entwined around him were violently torn apart. The muscular walls beneath his feet and above him also suffered significant damage, though they remained unbreached. The massive maw likewise endured an assault, with its flesh beginning to decay, yet proved more resilient than the tendrils and the floor. The effectiveness of the attack was undeniable, and Chang Ming felt immense gratitude for the gifts bestowed by Teacher Li. Now liberated, he dashed towards the exit. The colossal mouth let out a furious roar, reverberating throughout the entire floor. Simultaneously, the blood-soaked walls of the corridor expelled numerous tendrils, attempting to thwart Chang Ming's escape. He swung his righteous iron fists, knocking down the encroaching tendrils. However, he was still ensnared by the grasp of the creature. How long would this torment persist? Chang Ming fervently hoped that this monstrosity was confined to the 18th floor. Otherwise, the entire building, himself included, would meet a dire fate. His immediate objective was the nearest staircase. With a resounding clash of his arms, he unleashed the power of the Qilin, shattering the tendrils clinging to him. Fatigue began to set in. Though there were no limits to his techniques, they drained his stamina considerably. At that moment, he retrieved the heart-shaped gun, firing continuously while sprinting towards the staircase. Each location struck by the gun instantly formed a fist-sized indentation, with the flesh in those areas contracting incessantly. If only this creature were smaller, he would relish the opportunity to make it pay for its transgressions. Chang Ming harbored a deep-seated rage towards this monstrous maw, yet felt utterly helpless. After expending all 30 rounds of the heart-shaped gun, he had finally reached the elevator hall. The crimson tendrils continued to reach out, striving to impede his escape and block his path. Almost there, risking his dwindling combat power, he unleashed the power of the Qilin once more, though its impact this time was considerably diminished. Nevertheless, such area attacks were still beyond the capabilities of the tendrils to withstand. As he stepped into the safety exit, the tendrils seemed to adhere to some unspoken rule, refraining from pursuing him. Instead, they lingered at the entrance, exuding an air of reluctant defeat. Chang Ming collapsed beside Su Yibai, facing the door and observing the writhing tendrils that resembled bloodied serpents. He exhaled deeply, finally having escaped. Surely, this formidable creature must be classified as a level 5 or 6 elite monster. He had initially believed that a few swift maneuvers would secure the treasure and his escape. Yet the overwhelming number of tendrils had thwarted his plans. It was utterly unpredictable. Fortunately, his resourcefulness and stamina had prevailed. Chang Ming contemplated. At least now he understood that the power of the Qilin was formidable, albeit taxing. Repeatedly invoking it thrice would leave him exhausted. However, he noticed that he was recovering swiftly while seated here. The peach pit of the Pan Tao, resting against his chest, continually replenished his vitality. Truly, it was a treasure of remarkable worth. He had nearly compelled himself to use a random teleportation talisman, but he was loath to do so, uncertain of where it might lead him. Leaning against the wall, Chang Ming retrieved the heart-shaped gun. With his ammunition restored, he aimed it at the tendrils at the door. One magazine fired, and immediately, the tendrils at the entrance ceased their restless movements. Chang Ming rose with one hand propped on the ground, fixing his gaze upon Su Yibai, who had shifted positions. "Bai, if you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Are you plotting to ambush me?" Upon hearing this, Su Yibai opened his eyes, vividly recalling the moment Chang Ming had struck him with blinding speed. There was no escaping it. Just moments ago, as he awoke and approached the door, he witnessed Chang Ming engaged in combat with the tendrils. Su Yibai's mental state was far from optimal. After a brief slumber, he had only managed to recover to level 18. Though he was frenzied, he was not devoid of thought. The techniques Chang Ming had employed had shattered the tendrils. Given the intensity of the attack, he feared he would have been reduced to mere fragments had he been nearby. Fortunately, the tendrils had absorbed much of the damage. Nevertheless, Su Yibai felt his insides churning violently. He vaguely recalled their earlier conflict and felt a twinge of fear. Chapter 48. A bounty of treasures, Brother Ming. I just woke up, my body aches, and I don't wish to move. You're older than I am. Why call you brother? Were you plotting something against me earlier? Chang Ming regarded Su Yibai with mixed emotions. After his mental breakdown, was this still the same Su Yibai? No, they were teammates. Su Yibai was now apprehensive, fearing that Chang Ming might lash out at him without provocation, though he was unsure why. His mind was flooded with thoughts of ambushing Chang Ming, hoping to extract treasures from him. Yet these thoughts were quelled by Chang Ming's prowess. Su Yibai was bewildered by the origin of such notions. What is your current mental state? Around 20. nearly recovering to above 30. Is sleeping that effective? Then you should rest a bit longer. Chang Ming delivered a swift slap, rendering Su Yi-bai unconscious once more, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. "You should be fine." Retrieving a swivel chair, Chang Ming sat down, resting his arms on the armrests as he observed Su Yi-bai. From the fear reflected in Su Yi-bai's eyes earlier, he appeared rational. It would be prudent to keep him around, at least for the time being, as he posed no threat to Chang Ming. Were he to be bitten by a zombie and transform, Chang Ming would not hesitate to act. However, since he had seemed fine before arriving, the sudden shift in his mental state left Chang Ming inexperienced in handling such matters. He simply wished to avoid unwarranted violence. Setting aside that troubling issue, Chang Ming produced 3 purple treasure chests. These were items he had nearly sacrificed his life to acquire, and he wondered if they held any surprises. The thrill of opening blind boxes was quite enticing. Let me open the first treasure chest. Carefree underwear. Purple treasure. Covers the essentials, grants strength, agility, and perception 8, constitution 15, with a passive skill Thorn Aura, reflecting 30 damage for any attack to covered areas. Travel coins, 1,000, roasted whole lamb. This purple treasure turned out to be a red pair of flat, square underwear. However, the passive skill seemed somewhat impractical. Attempting to use it for damage reflection would likely backfire. Still, the overall attribute boost of 39 points was commendable. Additionally, given that his current clothing was stained with blood, a new pair of underwear was quite welcome. Without hesitation, Chang Ming stripped off his clothes and donned the new underwear. Remarkably, it fit perfectly, providing a sense of security and comfort. The travel coins and staple food also held some utility. Let us see what the second treasure chest reveals. Chang Ming proceeded to open the second chest. Purple power fruit. Enhances your explosive strength for greater duration. Roasted whole lamb. Chang Ming was particularly pleased with these items. The roasted lamb, if purchased with travel coins, would likely cost at least 2,000, satisfying his craving for deliciousness. As for the purple power fruit, it was clearly an attribute booster. He swiftly consumed the purple fruit, feeling a warm surge envelop his body, permanently increasing his strength by 10 points. The effect was indeed impressive. At last, only one treasure chest remained. If it were to yield an advanced stone, invincibility would be within reach, as it had once dropped from a level 2 elite. Thus, the final chest was opened by Chang Ming. Disguise watch, blue treasure, all attributes 2. Skill, change into a suitable outfit, an essential item for traveling. Mountain cutter, blue treasure, strength 10, an extraordinarily sharp melee weapon. Passive skill, sharpness, frying pan, blue treasure. Strength 6, constitution 6, a versatile weapon for offense, defense, and cooking. Passive skill, absolutely non-stick. Unaffected by the absence of oil. A box of 20 packets of old jar pickled cabbage noodles. Though this time no purple equipment was obtained. The disguise watch alleviated Chang Ming's urgent needs. Additionally, there were 2 other blue items, though one of the mountain cutters was a duplicate. His attire was filthy, sticky, and thoroughly unpleasant. While it was bearable to wear, once removed, he had no desire to put it back on. Even though Chang Ming had long convinced himself that eating without cleanliness had no ill effects, this was a trial he could not endure. Donning the watch, Chang Ming changed into a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, which proved to be quite effective. However, he lacked shoes. The watch only provided upper and lower garments, prompting him to glance at the sprawled Su Yi-bai. The shoes on Su's feet were relatively clean and appeared to be of a similar size to his. He thought, what size he wears, I shall wear too. Unfazed by the possibility of foot ailments, he deemed that wearing someone else's shoes was preferable to his own, which were smeared with an unknown substance. Upon removing them, he found size 43 shoes, which fit perfectly. Looking down at his new ensemble, he resembled a standard student, and finally felt comfortable. Chang Ming paid no mind to Su Yi-bai, who was safe lying there and would not descend for a while due to his low spirits. The thought of going downstairs in such a condition seemed perilous. During his brief descent, he glanced at his current attributes, which had notably improved. Chang Ming, acting inspector of the passenger police. Fully bound, age, 19, strength, 6,260, agility, 5,610, constitution, 65,117, perception, 7,520, mental state, 8,100, You are now an acting inspector of the passenger police. Possessing the red skill, Roar of Justice, Iron Fist of Justice. Roar of Justice, active can utilize perception to deliver a mental shock to any target, with greater potency corresponding to stronger perception. Iron Fist of Justice, passive. Your fists are not mere physical attacks. No one desires to endure a blow, which is contingent upon all attributes. These attributes accompanied Chang Ming, armed with the Qilin twin arms, the watch, cap, underwear, and peach pit. His constitution was nearing 200. He could likely withstand stepping on a landmine or encountering an RPG without significant injury. However, he suspected that his attributes were insufficient to confront the formidable creature above, as those tentacles were robust, else he would have escaped long ago. The large-mouthed monster remained confined to the 18th floor, with a treasure chest in hand. Chang Ming resolved not to tempt fate further. He felt exhausted and wished to do nothing more that day. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it was already noon. The bodies of the undead had been cleared away. As Chang Ming arrived, he saw Chun Shengnan and Deng Chuchu preparing a fire to cook a vegetable soup, which remained monotonously composed of wild greens. Today, I shall bring everyone some proper staple food. Brother Ming, the two women exclaimed upon spotting his return. Chang Ming produced a bag of rice and poured 2 generous handfuls into the pot. Today we shall have congee. Wonderful. Chun Shengnan and Deng Chuchu rejoiced, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of a proper vegetable congee. Following Chang Ming ensured they would not go hungry and remain safe. Brother Ming, this knife is for you. Chang Ming suddenly handed over a knife. Chun Shengnan quickly accepted it and realized it was identical to the one Zhang Zuozhu possessed. This is what I obtained from slaying monsters. I have no use for it. Gratefully, Chun Shengnan accepted the mountain cutter, her affection for it evident. Having used it the previous night, it was indeed an exceptional weapon. At that moment, Zhang Zuozhu returned from outside. Brother Ming, we've checked the 5th floor. It's similar to the 3rd with no food, though there is bottled water. 3 rooms showed signs of anomalies, but we did not venture inside. All right. Everyone return and prepare for a meal, Chang Ming nodded. A few minor creatures posed no threat. He could handle them after his meal. Next, he retrieved the true silver sword he had acquired the night before and handed it to Yifeng. This item complements your aura splendidly. Yifeng, taken aback, accepted the short sword and began to wield it, for this sword was exceedingly precious to him. Now, everyone in car number 9 was equipped with a weapon. However, the duo of Niu Ma was easily overlooked. Additional remarks do not occupy the main narrative. Gratitude is extended to Li Shui for the motivation talismans, and for the likes. Chapter 49. Conflict arising from Train 003 Gao Yin. Deng Chuchu wielded a pistol, Jiang Yuan had obtained a baton, Lu Dongyang possessed gloves, and Zhang Zuozhu and Chun Shengnan held mountain cutters. Yifeng was also newly equipped with a short sword. The duo of Niu Ma could await their turn. Chang Ming intended to keep the frying pan for himself, convenient for stir-frying or cooking noodles. Its non-stick feature eliminated the need for scrubbing. Do not harbor ill feelings. All items will eventually be distributed, Chang Ming reassured his companions. It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality. Brother Ming, you need not feel distant. Everything is thanks to you. If we were to harbor such thoughts, we would not be worthy of being part of car number 9, Ma Dashuai promptly remarked, patting Niu Zilong beside him. Indeed, the latter quickly concurred. Chang Ming felt fortunate. Amidst the apocalypse, he had boarded the train and acquired a golden finger. Not to mention the camaraderie of his classmates. They were all reasonable individuals, which was why he was willing to include them. Had they been merely brawlers filled with envy, he would not have hesitated to expel them from car number 9. Nearby, Lakshmi observed with envy, not for their weapons, but for the harmonious relationships within the group. As if the apocalypse had never occurred. Their bonds had likely strengthened further, having become comrades in arms. Brother Ming, this sword suits me perfectly, Yifeng expressed his admiration, which also served as a form of gratitude. Yifeng had likely never been fond of sports, yet this sword had directly enhanced his combat capabilities, augmenting both agility and strength. His sentiments were entirely reasonable. All right, everyone, wash your hands. Thanks to Brother Ming, we shall enjoy congee today, Chun Shengnan called out, sharing the news of the additional meal with everyone. Gao Yin twitched his nose, finally catching a whiff of the rice fragrance. Is this truly congee? I thought we would be eating wild greens for the entire week. Brother Ming, I love you. Get lost, wash your hands. Soon the congee will be ready, and each of you will receive a piece of roasted lamb chop. This whole roasted lamb weighed over 30 pounds, with each person receiving a chop, leaving ample leftovers. Chang Ming had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest today, allowing everyone to indulge. Roasted lamb chops? Lu Dongyang exclaimed excitedly, having rarely tasted such delicacies. Brother Ming, from now on, if you say east, I will never go west. That's precisely what I wanted to convey. Neo Zilong eagerly chimed in. The enthusiasm over the lamb chop made everyone express their loyalty. Are we so easily swayed by a lamb chop in car number 9? Chang Ming chuckled at the two, though inwardly he felt pleased. These students are not seasoned veterans. Their words now carried genuine intent. The aroma of grilled lamb chops wafts from the room they occupy, filling the air with its enticing scent. Although it is but a single piece, the meat is substantial, perfectly marbled, and boasts a velvety texture. Even La Ke Shimi received a portion, much to her surprise, as Chang Ming had included her unexpectedly. In truth, he had not intended to share with this girl from San. Providing her with even a bowl of porridge was already a generous act, as the finer delicacies were reserved for those within their circle. Chang Ming was primarily unable to withstand the gaze of Zhang Zuozhu. He sensed that his brother might be on the verge of succumbing to temptation. Perhaps this San girl could indeed become one of their own in the future. Next time they have beef, it is likely that La Ke Shimi would voluntarily abstain from eating. While they were enjoying their meal, Zhu Qian from Car 003 arrived with a few companions. As soon as Chang Ming spoke, he caught a whiff of the grilled lamb's fragrance and instinctively swallowed hard. Chang Ming, Su, Ibai, have you seen him? I heard he went upstairs with you. Yes, we went together, but he stayed upstairs. Is he in dire straits? Zhu Qian asked, surprised, as Su Ibai had once saved his life. No, but he's not in good condition, Chang Ming replied after sipping his porridge. You have phones. You can reach him. He shouldn't have vanished from the group. We tried contacting him, but he responded. That's why we're here to check on you. Is he seriously injured? Chang Ming was uncertain about the severity of his injuries. Although he had held back, his strikes were still quite forceful. After going up, he seemed to have some mental issues. He is likely resting up there. You know he is injured and experiencing mental distress. Yet you didn't bring him down. Li Juan, who had the closest relationship with Su Ibai, interjected shrewdly, as Gao Yan slammed his gun onto the table and extended 3 fingers. Glaring fiercely at the group, he commanded, apologize to Minga, or you'll remain here permanently. Meanwhile, Zhang Zuozhu and others set down their bowls and brandished their weapons, adopting a stance that suggested a willingness to fight at any provocation. Zhu Qian was somewhat taken aback by the students' solidarity. I apologize on behalf of Old Li. I'm sorry, he quickly stated, initially seeking assistance rather than provoking conflict. He then turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Old Li. Chang Ming continued to sip his porridge, seemingly detached from the situation, confident that his brothers would manage it. I'm sorry, Minga. I was just a bit anxious. Li Juan stammered, feeling a twinge of fear from the current atmosphere. Consider this a warning. He is on the 18th floor, a place you can't access now. Nor can he come down. After finishing his porridge, Chang Ming downed the last of it, appreciating the flavor of the wild vegetable porridge. It could suffice as breakfast for several days. Thank you. Zhu Qian, recognizing the situation, expressed his gratitude before leading Li Juan and others back. Old Li, you were too impulsive. You should consider the strength of your opponents before speaking so boldly. Thankfully, Chang Ming and his group are not bloodthirsty. Zhu Qian remarked with some dissatisfaction. Nowadays, interpersonal relations were not as simple. Over 100 lives have been lost on train 003. Another death would hardly garner attention, unless one was armed and strong like Sui Bai. I was merely anxious. After all, they left together, and it's somewhat of a responsibility that one returned alone. Responsibility? Zhu Qian shook his head, speaking earnestly. I was a police officer before coming to the train. In the past, that could be argued. Now, however, it cannot be so easily dismissed. We arrived with over 80 people, yet only 28 remain. Do you think there is no responsibility? What about my responsibility? Zhu Qian's words left Li Juan momentarily speechless. After pondering, he responded, Lu Hailong and the others willingly took the risk to go to the 18th floor. What does that have to do with us? Was Sui Bai forced to go up there? Your double standards and lack of consideration for consequences will surely lead to trouble. Zhu Tian ceased further conversation with Li Juan, his mind and stomach already alerted by the aroma of Chang Ming's food. He longed to request a piece of grilled meat to savor, not out of pride, but because he knew others would likely refuse to share. He had no choice but to return and nibble on wild vegetables and drink water to stave off hunger. After the meal, the occupants of Car 9 began to arrange their quarters. This was a corner room with over 200 square meters of space. However, it only contained 3 compartments: a general manager's office, a conference room, and a finance room. The rest was a large open office area. Without hesitation, Zhang Zuozhu assigned Chang Ming the sofa in the general manager's office for rest. No one objected, as receiving such favor was a future reliance and thus warranted special treatment. The girls all gathered in the conference room, sharing tables for sleeping. Of course, he didn't concern himself with Ding Chuchu. If she wished to go to the general manager's office, there was a sufficiently large boss's desk there. The bedding from the original 3-tiered bunks had been brought up, and it would not be uncomfortable to sleep on. The finance room was reserved for use as a bathroom. The rest, including Zhang Zuozhu and others, settled in the hall by rearranging sofas, as there were plenty within the entire building. Chapter 50. Su Yibai's New Discovery. All right, I believe resting here tonight poses no issue, Yefeng remarked as he surveyed the arranged room. According to Minge, the upper floors of the building were uninhabitable, and even the 5th floor required preparations against the cold. We should dismantle a few sofas for use as blankets later, Zhang Zuozhu suggested. This floor was indeed much colder than the 3rd, and he understood that relying solely on heating might not yield significant results. Such preparations would at least provide some comfort. The entire building had fallen into this state, primarily due to the enormous entity above, which had likely sustained numerous injuries. Perhaps this level would fare better. I'll take the opportunity to confront it. Chang Ming expressed a desire to practice against the creature above. As long as he stayed away from its enormous maw, he could engage with its appendages, honing his practical skills. We should also remain proactive. Let us eliminate any anomalies we can handle here. We could try dealing with the hunchback fellow in room 523, Zhang Zuozhu mentioned. The hunchback man was an elderly figure who remained inside that room, capable of expanding his body and possessing strength far superior to that of a corpse monster. However, he only employed physical tactics, making it easier to tackle than those employing more fantastical methods. With their equipment recently upgraded, they had a chance to test their newfound capabilities. After resting in the room for a while, everyone began to get busy again, seeking out resources where they could. Deng Chuchu and Jiang Yuan even discovered a room filled with women's clothing, much to the delight of the 4 girls. After days without a change of attire, even Chang Ming was beginning to feel the strain. Moreover, with these fashion-conscious women, each collected several pieces. The remaining clothing could serve as warm bedding. In the afternoon, Chang Ming ventured to the 18th floor to engage in battle with the appendages and took the opportunity to chat with Su Yibai. Currently, this individual seemed articulate without significant issues, yet he lacked the ability to descend. However, given the safety of the exit on this level, the gigantic creature would not approach, rendering him quite secure. In a room on the 16th floor, Chang Ming also discovered several flashlights and batteries, which provided a much stronger light than that of a mobile phone. After Chang Ming's departure, Su Yibai retrieved a bottle of water and began a drink. He found a safety exit platform on the 18th floor rather peculiar. Logically, one would expect a heavier presence of negative energy here, being the domain of the office building's boss. It felt as benign as the 1st floor, devoid of any bizarre aura. The space was limited, prompting him to begin exploring his surroundings. My current mental state has returned to a level of 40. Yet it appears that Chang Ming has likely taken the treasures of this floor. How infuriating. He even made off with my shoes. Su Yibai remains unaware that his temperament has grown somewhat irritable and increasingly envious. Regrettably, he is certainly no match for Chang Ming and has no knowledge of how many purple treasures that fellow possesses. As he vented his frustrations by punching and kicking the wall, he also searched for something. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the emergency light. With a stick he had on hand, he struck it down from above. The shards scattered across the ground, and to his surprise, he discovered a card within. He picked it up casually. Warm baby card. Purple treasure, all attributes 9. A highly cost-effective treasure. with the passive skill of warding off cold and evil, effective in repelling cold and malevolent spirits. Haha, I truly am the chosen one of this apocalypse. To have unearthed another purple treasure. Su Ibai was elated, now possessing 2 purple treasures. Alas, he still had to endure being subservient to Chang Ming. He remained uncertain if his soul darts would be effective against that individual. For now, he would refrain from considering opposition. However, having endured 2 blows to the head, he could only temporarily bide his time. As Su Ibai descended the stairs, he found that the chill in the air no longer affected his mental state. This realization thrilled him. He could access every floor of the building except for the 18th. Residing on the upper levels would be safer at night. As for the individuals on the lower level of Train 003, he had little concern for their well-being. They were merely fellow passengers. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Su Ibai discovered that the office doors had been destroyed. That cursed Chang Ming must have been here. He mustn't let his anger consume him. Su Ibai believed he had acquired the best items on this floor. As for supplies, sufficient water was all that mattered. Food here was virtually non-existent. He cleaned up the shoes that Chang Ming had discarded and set them aside to dry. He planned to spend the next 7 days on the upper floors, visiting neighbors when boredom struck, and now he could send out messages. Su Ibai, Li Jun, Zhu Tian, Brother Jun, Brother Zhu. I've sustained some injuries and won't be able to come down for a few days. Please take care of yourselves. Li Jun, Ibai, you finally replied. Are you seriously injured? Su Ibai, it was that Chang Ming who ambushed me, but fortunately, I possess self-defense skills. Be cautious of him. This message he did not share in a group, but instead privately messaged Zhu Tian and Li Jun. Zhu Tian. Understood, be careful after dark. Li Jun, I knew that young man had ill intentions. Stay warm up there. Su Ibai set down his phone and took a bite of sausage, sitting by the window with a wicked grin. Downstairs, Zhang Zhua and his companions had fared well. He had been knocked back and sustained some minor abrasions, but they had managed to kill that hunchback. This success was largely due to Gao Yin, who had landed multiple headshots with his bullets. The creature was a level 2 ordinary monster, earning Gao Yin 50 travel coins. Its strength was comparable to that of a gecko man, though it was stronger yet less agile. Dinner was once again vegetable porridge, but the flavor was far superior to that of the adjacent rooms. The aroma of rice from the 3rd carriage of train 886 wafted over. Hugo, why don't you go to carriage 9 and borrow some rice? Eating only vegetables has left us feeling weak, and our supply of wild vegetables 1T lasts much longer. The woman named when Miao Yu poked Hu Chang beside her. Hu Chang was also hungry. He had previously owned a deli and was accustomed to treating himself to a few pieces of meat. Now, besides the 2 box meals he had consumed on the train, he had only eaten sprouts for over a day. He was not a beast. Subsisting solely on vegetables would leave them vulnerable to corpse monsters at night, and they wouldn't have the strength to block the door. Fine, let us all go together. It would be shameful to starve. Those students should be reasonable, far better than that gang of yellow-haired ruffians. Hu Chang was aware of Chang Ming's formidable skills, yet they were merely asking to borrow rather than intending to rob, so he felt less apprehensive. If they truly reached the point of being unable to walk from hunger, that would indeed be perilous. 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, made their way toward the corner room. In a world devoid of strength, maintaining one's pride was utterly futile. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy of Train 003. Choo Choo, your porridge. Chun Chang'an ladled a bowl of rice for Deng Choo Choo, as the first bowl naturally went to her. Before descending from the office building, Chang Ming had consumed a boxed meal, adding a large portion of beef, and thus felt no hunger. He stated that he had already eaten, and no further questions were asked. With ample supplies at his disposal, he had already taken out 10 jin of rice to share with everyone as their daily sustenance. Just then, a knock echoed from the entrance. Zhang Zhua had just handed a bowl to Chun Chang'an when he noticed a few individuals from carriage 3. What brings you here? Brother Zhang, I see you have rice. Could you spare us some? We've only eaten wild vegetables today. Hu Chang and his companions gazed at the bubbling green porridge in the large pot, swallowing hard. Zhang was stared at them for a full 5 seconds before slowly responding. Are you joking? There are 11 of us, and we only have this 1 bag of rice. There's barely enough for ourselves, let alone to lend you. Hu Chang did not expect this young man to be so blunt, and doubts crept into his mind. We're left with no choice. Could you spare a little? Even half a jin would suffice. I'm sorry. Not even a single grain can be given unless it's 30 travel coins per gene, Zhang's was stated, making it clear to them to retreat. 30 coins for just one gene? That was exorbitant. They could purchase a boxed meal for that. Upon hearing the price, Wen Miaoyu quickly interjected, "That's the price. Otherwise, you can wait until you're back on the train to buy boxed meals." Hu Chang began to calculate. 30 coins could indeed be gathered among the 5 of them. If they could turn one gene into thin porridge, it would be enough for 2 meals for all 5. He had previously killed a corpse monster and shared instant noodles with the others, so he naturally took the lead. Aside from the 2 boxed meals they had purchased, he still had 20 coins. "All right, we agree. Each of you give me 5 travel coins." Hu Chang turned to the others, knowing they each had 10 coins. Thus, the group from Carriage 3 pooled together 30 travel coins. "Here's the 30 coins. I'll transfer them to you," Hu Chang said, preparing to hand them to Zhang Zhua. But Zhang Zhua now found himself in a predicament. Chang Ming had brought out 10 gene of rice. After 2 meals, only 8 gene remained. Logically, this transaction should have been profitable, but the limited quantity of rice posed a challenge. Zhang Zhua had initially intended to dissuade them, but he hadn't expected them to truly come up with the coins. Just as he was grappling with the decision, Chang Ming spoke up. "Zhua, give them 1 gene. This deal isn't a loss." Excluding the earlier chocolates and meats, he currently had 68 boxed meals, along with 20 kilograms of millet and 20 bags of instant noodles. Selling 1 gene would not significantly impact his supply, and after dark, he could earn additional coins. Perhaps there would be more food to acquire. Currently, Chang Ming possessed over 4,300 travel coins, likely making him one of the wealthiest among the Apocalypse passengers, aside from the old village chief Li Yan, who was a true lucky one and had lived for a long time. "Thank you, Mingo." After Hu Chang received a pound of rice, he continuously expressed his gratitude, and the other accompanying individuals echoed his sentiments. With this rice, at least a few people would be sustained for an additional 2 days. Although travel currency is significant, it can only be utilized once the train appears. The office building lacks food, and with the threat of the undead at night combined with the chill of the 5th floor, without replenishing some nutrition, it would be impossible to endure. Zhang Zhu handed the money he received to Chang Ming, as it was originally intended to support the group's rice supply. If he were to pocket the money, it would be indefensible. "Zhuozhu, no worries, I still have some millet. We can have millet porridge tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuozhu felt relieved, but he still requested further support from Chang Ming. The bag of rice had been dropped by a monster that Chang Ming had slain the previous night, and everyone was well aware of this. However, during the night watch, others had also killed dozens of monsters, and aside from Jiang Yuan, none had dropped any items. "I actually had no intention of selling it. We don't have enough ourselves. Even if we help them, we aren't at a loss. 30 yuan can buy 10 marinated eggs on the train, which are more nutritious than that rice." Chang Ming was speaking nothing but the truth. Indeed, it was a profitable deal. Zhang Zhuozhu ceased his reluctance, and the group began to partake in their evening meal. Hu Chang and the others returned to their room with the rice. "Brother Hu, let us cook this rice quickly. Let us have a good meal tonight," suggested a young man, his gaze fixed on the rice bag in Hu Chang's hands, fearing he might suddenly stow it away. "We need to be frugal. I plan to divide it into 3 meals. Look at how much rice Chang Ming has. They're cooking it into a thin porridge. We must conserve it, or we won't survive the following days." Hu Chang tightened his grip on the rice bag, as the young man did not understand the importance of moderation. The pot was set, the fire ignited, rice added, and vegetables included. It was similar to the meal in Carriage 9, albeit a bit more watery. The 5 individuals watched as the pearl-like grains of rice tumbled in the boiling water. Inhaling the aroma of rice, their appetites peaked. Although there was no salt, having a bowl of thin porridge was quite satisfactory. They all held their bowls, consuming every last bit of food, even licking the bowls clean. They had never realized that such thin porridge could be so fragrant. Although the stairs below had been damaged by Chang Ming and his group, they still intended to block the door tonight. One could never know what monsters might appear in the evening. Should we also go kill some undead? 1, for the reward, and 2, if we could obtain food or equipment. It would be a lifesaver, when Miaoyu suggested, feeling a twinge of envy at the sight of others eating so abundantly. If the men in Carriage 3 could hunt monsters like Chang Ming, their future days would surely improve. It was indeed time to prioritize this. Living off past resources would lead to demise. Hu Chang was hesitant to take risks, But if they did not strive now, they would find themselves in dire straits later. Brother Hu, you must protect Wang Qian and me. We are women and cannot contend with the undead. Understood. Just focus on what you need to do. Leave the monster slaying to the three of us. Hu Chang and his companions began to push tables and move cabinets, establishing defensive fortifications, though they left a small opening to facilitate their exit for hunting the undead. On the second night in the office building, it was still 8 o'clock. Shadows emerged from the thick fog as a new batch of undead arrived. Meanwhile, the people from Train 003 gathered together, organized by Sui Bai. Listen to me. These monsters are resources. We cannot allow the individuals from Train 886 and the A3 to seize them. At that moment, Sui Bai exhibited a burgeoning leadership quality. As the group convened, he demonstrated his formidable strength by smashing a table with a single punch, moving with astonishing speed. The crowd believed they had encountered an individual comparable to Chang Ming within their carriage. Additionally, Sui Bai had previously saved Zhu Tian, which had left a favorable impression on everyone. Naturally, there was a sense of camaraderie, and even those armed, like Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba, had no objections. Ibai, how do we compete with them? There's a safety exit near the restroom. It seems blocked below, but we will find a way to clear it to allow the undead to ascend. Sui Bai spoke with an edge to his tone, which went unnoticed by most, save for Li Jun, who furrowed his brow slightly. However, allowing the undead to come up could potentially endanger others. Brother Jun, our people are here. The deaths of those from other trains are of no concern to us. Chapter 52. The demons of Hell. Li Jun felt that Sui Bai had grown colder, no longer resembling the previously humble and warm-hearted young man. Perhaps it was the betrayal of his comrades that had driven this change. It was all that fellow Chang Ming's fault. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. He was more suited to the harsh realities of this post-apocalyptic existence. Without further discussion, Li Jun followed Sui Bai and the others toward the safety exit beside the restroom, preparing to carve a passage and exterminate the undead. The group from Train 003 was engaged in some peculiar endeavor, having gathered dozens of individuals to descend. Gao Yan entered from outside, alerting everyone. I was keeping watch in the hallway and saw Sui Bai and the others heading out. Don't mind them, as long as they don't provoke us. It's fine. Zhang Zuozhu, seated on the sofa, gripped his knife firmly against the ground. So, are we going to kill the undead today? We are currently on the 5th floor, and the stairs on the 2nd floor are broken. I doubt those idiots can come up. Gao Yan's intentions were clear, and everyone understood he was eager for another opportunity tonight. The previous night's battle had earned him over 100, and with today's contribution from the hunchback, he had amassed 50 more. With 200 travel coins, Gao Yan felt wealthier than ever. Thus, he was unwilling to miss this chance to earn more. You all stay inside and rest well. Just leave one person watch the door. I'm planning to go down to the 1st floor for a while. Chang Ming stretched and stood up, having not killed many undead yesterday, but merely cleared out his floor to train everyone. With the soldiers trained, he intended to go downstairs for a significant profit. Such opportunities to earn money were rare. Let the others from the train handle it. It would be wasteful to squander resources. Do you need us to help you keep watch? What if the people from Trains 003 and 277 launch a surprise attack? Before Zhang Zuozhu could finish speaking, Chang Ming waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm aware of what I'm doing. If they dare to ambush, those 2 trains will face casualties. After saying this, Chang Ming left, planning to stand at the entrance on the 1st floor to maximize efficiency. As for exiting the office building, he had not yet considered it, for he still deemed the outside perilous. Suspecting that something as formidable as the giant-mouthed creature on the 18th floor lurked beyond, Sui Bai led his group to the entrance on the 1st floor, where a large locked door awaited them. Everyone stepped back. He drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at the door lock. Then, with a powerful kick, he broke the door open, revealing a narrow corridor outside. After turning a couple of corners, he spotted the mechanism that controlled the undead. Fools! I'm right here. The undead, alerted by the noise, began to converge towards Sui Bai. The number of undead behind them steadily increased. This monster-baiting attempt was a resounding success. Sui Bai quickly returned to the safety exit. All right, the undead are almost here. Let us set up our first line of defense here. If we cannot hold them back, we'll retreat. Okay, hurry over. Zhu Tian held his firearm, ever ready for confrontation. He secretly harbored the desire to acquire some weapons and provisions, as this would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival and the quality of his existence. Meanwhile, Chang Ming had descended to the first floor, surveying the densely packed corpses of the undead, among which loomed a formidable creature. A faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "You are all mine. None shall escape." "Yes, you there, come forth." The army of undead, upon hearing his voice, began to converge toward Chang Ming. There was no need for defense. These level 1 creatures were utterly incapable of breaching the fully armed Chang Ming. With a frying pan in his left hand and the heart gun in his right, he proceeded to dispatch them. Kill level 1 undead, travel coin 10. Kill level 1 undead, travel coin 10. Kill level 1 undead, travel coin 10. With each swing of the frying pan, several undead were sent flying, and each shot created a gaping hole in their ranks. The notion of aiming for the head was irrelevant to Chang Ming. After vanquishing over 100 of these creatures, he noted a seeming scarcity of supplies outside. Was there a limit to the number of undead? It was promised that there would be endless provisions. Why did it seem to dwindle after merely one wave? Could it be that the proprietor of the undead was named Hua? What a heartless merchant. Once Chang Ming had cleared the first floor, the ground became treacherous, littered with corpses. At that moment, commotion erupted outside as a new wave approached. Su Bai and his companions, after slaying 4 undead in the corridor, waited in vain for any further signs of the creatures. "Ibai, do you think these undead took a wrong turn? It seems highly unusual that there were only 4 in the span of 10 minutes. It shouldn't be this way." Hundreds surged in from above. Surely, more should follow. "I'll go investigate." Su Bai expressed his confusion, recalling how he had attracted a few, only to be met with this meager response. Was it necessary to continuously lure them? If so, it would be more efficient for him to handle it alone, as he had initially gathered everyone to mitigate the overwhelming numbers. "I'll accompany you." Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba, emboldened by their firearms, volunteered. Su Bai, with little to add, led the trio down the narrow path toward the Grand Hall. Strangely, they encountered not a single undead along the way. Wait, there's movement outside. As they exited the corridor, they beheld an unforgettable sight. A figure deftly maneuvering amidst the horde, each strike claiming several undead. Evoking a familiar phrase, a sweeping motion with the staff, a precise shot with the gun, as graceful as a wild goose in the clouds. The piles of corpses on the ground had nearly reached 2 feet in height. Upon recognizing the bloodied figure, they gasped in astonishment. It was Chang Ming. He had single-handedly dispatched hundreds of undead, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Occasionally, they glimpsed items scattered about, left behind as he fought furiously. Su Jivai, torn between admiration and fear, thought, "Damn, that Chang Ming. He has intercepted my opportunity. How could he manage to slay so many without tiring?" Seizing the moment when Chang Ming was distracted, Su Bai retrieved his soul dart. This was a prime opportunity. Should he eliminate Chang Ming now, all the spoils would be his. Not to mention the numerous purple treasures Chang Ming possessed. The travel coins from these undead alone would amount to 2,000 or 3,000. If he failed, he had nothing to fear. The soul dart was invisible to others and activated through his will, leaving no evidence behind. With a swift motion, an invisible dart shot toward Chang Ming, who remained oblivious, still engaged in battle. The dart struck true. Su Bai thought, "I hit him. Why is there no reaction? Could it be that Chang Ming was merely enduring the pain? No, I must try again." He launched a second and then a third dart, only to be met with the message: "Darts exhausted. Cooldown time 2:59:55. Su Bai felt despondent. His greatest reliance had proven ineffective against Chang Ming, who remained unscathed. The 3 stood transfixed, as if watching a film, witnessing Chang Ming eliminate the last few undead. After watching for so long, did they have nothing to say? Covered in blood and grime, Chang Ming turned to face them, an eerie smile spreading across his face. This grin was reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 53. Who? Is the culprit Chang Ming had noticed the trio's arrival, but was too engrossed in his slaughter to pay them any mind. During his rampage, he felt a chill brush against him 5 times, but each time it vanished upon contact. He had no idea what it was, but it certainly was not something benign. "Brother Ming, you are truly a celestial being," Su Bai exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Indeed, Brother Ming, you are like a martial arts master, sweeping through the hordes." Zhang Hongba quickly chimed in, eager to avoid any misunderstanding. We must not let this fellow misinterpret our intentions. I have a lady waiting for my attention tonight. Chang Ming, you are incredible. Zhu Tian, though somewhat inept at flattery, was nonetheless deeply impressed, though Chang Ming's demeanor was quite intimidating. Is that so? I feel the same way, Chang Ming replied, sheathing his weapon. If you enjoy the spectacle, feel free to stay. None of you are to leave until I am finished. I have matters to discuss with you. His tone was filled with an undeniable authority that made the trio swallow hard, particularly Su Yibai, whose complexion had soured. Did he suspect the earlier ambush? He cannot admit it, even under duress. Thus, the three armed men stood like children awaiting reprimand from a teacher. Chang Ming calculated that he had slain a total of 460 undead and 4 zombies, amassing a bounty of 5,000 coins. 5,000 coins. My worth has doubled. If only I had come to the first floor yesterday. 10 kilograms of rice, 4 Fuji apples, 5 liters of Farmer S, 3 punches. What a waste. An upgraded 92 type pistol with 200 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Is this a green slingshot? Just adds 4 points to my stats. Utterly useless. I'll give it to Neo Zilong. A deluxe Mayu gift box. This is a find. Let us see. 5 kilograms of pig meat, all parts included. Chang Ming rummaged through the spoils, and these were the items he found. While there were some weapons and food, he could only dream of cooking a proper meal tomorrow, as he lacked scallions, ginger, garlic, dark soy sauce, and rock sugar. Only salt remained. However, after stir-frying, he could extract some oil. In high spirits, Chang Ming stood there, lighting a cigarette. It is often said that a smoke after a meal feels heavenly, and this was indeed true. He did not call the trio over. Su Yibai and the others squirmed in discomfort, yet none dared to disturb him. 5 minutes of tranquility slipped by in a few puffs of smoke, while the three stood like statues, time dragging on unbearably. How unfortunate! No extra rations. Chang Ming muttered, discarding the cigarette and striding toward the trio. Finally, the moment had arrived. Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba were somewhat at ease, merely intimidated by Chang Ming's formidable prowess. Su Yibai, however, was in a completely different mindset, fearing his earlier misdeeds would be uncovered. Zhu Tian to buy, and you, what is your name again? It doesn't matter. Did you attempt to ambush me while I was dispatching the undead? Brother Ming, I'm Zhang Hongba. You can call me to Bo, or even Xiao Bo. I wouldn't dare. I didn't even raise my gun. Zhang Hongba quickly interjected, feeling the weight of the accusation bearing down on him. Chang Ming cast a fleeting glance at him before turning his attention to Zhu Tian. Ming Yi, I assure you that the three of us here will not make any unnecessary movements. Besides, ambushing you brings us no advantage, for we must rely on your strength to survive in this place. With a nod, Chang Ming finally looked at Su Yibai, his tone remarkably calm. Dabai, we have ventured together before. Do enlighten me as to why you would initiate an ambush against me. Su Yibai gasped in disbelief. Have I been discovered? That shouldn't be. While Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba were given the chance to explain, why was he denied the same? It was as if Chang Ming possessed an uncanny ability to read minds. Why am I being accused? I did not attack you. Both of them claim innocence. Therefore, it must be you, Chang Ming stated with unwavering conviction. In truth, he was unaware of the source of that chilling breeze, but he was certain it was not the work of a corpse monster. This sensation had only arisen since their arrival. To suggest that it bore no relation to them was something Chang Ming could not entertain. He could not discern the nature of the weapon, be it a concealed device or otherwise, but it seemed ineffective against him. Presently, however, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. If there was any unease, it stemmed from the sheer repulsiveness he felt within. Su Yibai's eyes widened. Was it too frivolous for Chang Ming to determine his guilt based on mere conjecture? Had he known, he would have spoken first. Minggu, you know me well. We fought side by side yesterday, and it was you who saved my life. After uttering these words, Zhu Tian furrowed his brow, for this contradicted the private communication from earlier. Today, Su Yibai had clearly stated that Chang Ming had ambushed him, resulting in minor injuries, from which he had escaped through a special means. Now it had transformed into a narrative of salvation. Furthermore, given Chang Ming's prowess, could anyone truly survive an ambush initiated by him? In truth, he harbored suspicions that if anyone were to ambush Chang Ming, it would likely be Su Yibai. Yet, Lacking any concrete evidence of wrongdoing, he found it imperative not to falsely accuse the suspect. Chang Ming pressed on, questioning Su Yi-bai, who seemed mentally unhinged earlier. For someone like you, I must exercise caution. One cannot evade responsibility by feigning madness. You are fortunate to be alive. I am curious as to how you descended from above, as you appear to possess some coherence in your speech now. I managed to come down while enduring the eerie atmosphere. Mingo, I assure you, I am unscathed. Very well then, since no one is willing to admit anything. Let us proceed upstairs together. Chang Ming disregarded the three of them and made his way to the emergency exit of the elevator. Su Yi-bai and the others obediently trailed behind, refraining from whispering to one another, their thoughts known only to themselves. Ascending to the third floor took a bit of time. Chang Ming leapt up effortlessly while the others struggled to climb. They followed Chang Ming into the office where the residents of car number 9 were situated. No one would dare flee. The office was confined, leaving no hiding spots, and Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongbo were not feeling guilty. Moreover, under Chang Ming's watchful gaze, escape was simply not an option. Zhang Zuozhu and his companions were engaged in a game of cards. Upon seeing Chang Ming enter, covered in blood, Deng Chuchu gasped in shock and hurriedly asked, "Mingo, are you injured?" "I am fine. The corpse monsters have finished their shifts outside, and I expect to sleep soundly tonight. You all carry on with your tasks. Zuozhu, accompany me inside, and the three of you stay close." Su Yi-bai hesitated, contemplating whether to take one of the people here hostage, but then reconsidered. They were all survivors of this apocalypse. In such times, who would care for whom? This line of thought could easily lead to exposing his intentions. Thus, he followed into the inner office of the general manager. Chang Ming leaned against the boss's chair, resting his hand on the armrest. "Zuozhu, one of these three has plotted against me, but I do not know who it is. I need your assistance in uncovering the truth." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuozhu did not even glance at the trio. "I believe time is of the essence. Why not eliminate them all?" Zhu Tian and the others turned pale. If it came to such a point, they would have to fight for their lives. "Hold your horses. I fear you might shoot before you even get shot off," Chang Ming remarked, effortlessly discerning their intentions. He straightened his posture, resting his arms on his thighs, fingers interlocked, displaying no signs of anxiety. "Zuozhu, do not rush into violence. I see Zhu Tian and Xiao Bo as good people." Su Yi-bai, upon hearing this, realized that he was being cast as the villain in this situation. He could not comprehend whether Chang Ming was truly aware of the truth or merely attempting to intimidate him. In reality, Chang Ming was unaware. Otherwise, he would have taken more drastic measures than mere words. As he stated, he did not wish to slay the innocent. His current abilities allowed him to easily determine life and death, yet he did not want to become a heartless monster. Let us begin by discussing the circumstances of your encounter with Ming Ge. How did the three of you come across him? Zhu Tian recounted the events in detail, explaining how Su Yi-bai had initially organized an effort to eliminate the corpse monsters, followed by the three of them investigating when they realized the monsters had not been attracted. Both Zhang Hongbo and Su Yi-bai had no objections to this account. Zhang Zuozhu, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. He grasped the overall situation. Su Yi-bai's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He had dared to ambush Chang Ming during the latter's slaughter of the corpse monsters, employing strange tactics. Treasures could enhance one's abilities, and many weapons possessed extraordinary effects. Given the current circumstances, Su Yi-bai was highly likely to be the one utilizing a peculiar treasure to execute the ambush. I have a clearer understanding now. I would like to ask Su Yi-bai what treasure you possess that has augmented your strength. Zhang Zuozhu fixed his gaze on Su Yi-bai, awaiting his response. "Ha! I see what you are doing. You aim to frame me, ultimately seeking to seize my treasure. Am I to be left without a defense?" Su Yi-bai refrained from answering directly, his indignation evident. From the outset, Chang Ming had targeted him, and now Zhang Zuozhu joined in. At this moment, Chang Ming rose and approached Su Yi-bai step by step, causing the latter to retreat 2 paces in fear. Only those who had truly witnessed Chang Ming's power could comprehend the terror he inspired. Even with 2 purple-grade items, Su Yi-bai knew he was far from a match. "Dabai, speak the truth. I offer you a chance to save your life. If you continue to lie, I will grant you a swift end." Chang Ming advanced, placing his right hand on Su Yi-bai's shoulder, an overwhelming force radiating from his fingers. Unable to bear it, Su Yibai cried out, realizing that Chang Ming had made his determination clear. With no way to escape, he steeled himself. I confess. It was I who ambushed you. You must keep your word. Chang Ming, Zhu Tian, and Zhang Hongbao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as Su Yibai's demeanor did not suggest a coerced confession. He emphasized that Chang Ming must uphold his promise. This was not the Su Yibai they had previously known. Today, he seemed burdened by a heavy malice. Had his strength increased alongside his desires? Naturally, I will keep my word. Chang Ming retrieved a zombie's tooth from his spatial storage and forcefully placed it in Su Yibai's mouth. Su Yibai felt a wave of repulsion wash over him as Chang Ming pinched his throat, compelling him to swallow the grotesque substance. What did you make me consume? A homemade pill with a 50% chance of poisoning. Consider this your opportunity. Chang Ming had no intention of letting Su Yibai off lightly. He aimed to transform him into a zombie, allowing him to perish amidst suffering. In truth, he felt a tinge of regret for Su Yibai. Had it not been for his mental instability, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. At the very least, he has now launched a surprise attack on himself, providing Chang Ming with a justifiable reason to eliminate him. After consuming the zombie's teeth, he is bound to undergo a transformation, albeit it appears to require blood transmission. With a resounding thud, Chang Ming delivered a powerful punch to Su Yibai's abdomen, causing the latter to double over in pain, collapsing to the ground while spitting blood. This should stabilize the situation. What are you two still doing here? Are you waiting to join me for a bath? Chang Ming directed his gaze toward Zhu Tian and the others, speaking with nonchalance. Brother Ming, you're busy. We'll take our leave. Zhang Hongbo glanced at the fallen Su Yibai and promptly pulled Zhu Tian away, eager to vacate the premises. Chang Ming approached and began to search Su Yibai's person. Anything that could enhance physical capabilities must be kept close at hand. Otherwise, the additional attributes would go unused. Not everyone possesses the unique ability to fuse with the police chief's badge. Treasures are easy to identify. A mere glance is sufficient. Soul Dart, warm baby card. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 purple treasures, which explained how Su Yibai managed to descend from the upper floors. It must be the warm baby card that enabled him, while the one who ambushed him was indeed the Soul Dart. Chang Ming felt a twinge of envy. How could he possess as many purple items as he did? He casually pocketed both items. What are you doing? Return my treasures at once. I shall safeguard them for you for a lifetime. If you do not provoke me, I shall not take your belongings. Give them back, quickly. Su Yibai screamed in a frenzy, as if the treasures were akin to his very life. With a swift motion, Chang Ming hurled him against the wall, rendering Su Yibai unconscious. Without the 2 purple pieces of equipment, he was merely an ordinary individual. Upon witnessing Chang Ming acquire the 2 treasures, Zhang Zuizhu did not inquire further. Are you leaving him here? I'm off to play cards then. Wait. Chang Ming handed Zhang Zuizhu a 1916, then added, bind him up tightly. If he is still alive by tomorrow, I shall keep my word. Zhang Zuizhu found some cloth strips and securely bound Su Yibai. Chang Ming then exited alongside him. Zilong, here is a slingshot for you. The Shuai, your pistol and ammunition. After receiving their weapons, the individuals in car No. 9 were now fully armed. The Soul Dart and warm baby car were convenient to carry. Thus Chang Ming chose not to distribute them to others. The purple attributes significantly enhanced his capabilities. He planned to keep them until suitable opportunities arose for sharing. Chang Ming then slipped into the restroom, intending to cleanse himself thoroughly. In the dead of night, Chang Ming was awakened by Su Yibai's anguished cries. As he turned on the light, he found Su Yibai undergoing a transformation into a zombie, his face marred by dark veins, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He was thrashing about like a madman. But tightly bound, he was utterly immobilized. This fate was a consequence of Su Yibai's own actions. After his transformation, he dropped 2 bags of ham sausages, 6 marinated eggs, 3 pieces of chocolate, as well as 4 to 5 pounds of wild vegetables and a substantial amount of water. Chang Ming directly handed Su Yibai's pistol to Zhang Zuizhu, for sometimes a firearm is more effective than a machete. The following day, Chang Ming summoned Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongbo to witness Su Yibai's current state. This served both as a warning and as a testament that Chang Ming was not untrustworthy. Rather, Su Yibai's misfortunes were merely a result of his own ill fate. The most heartbroken was Li Jun, who, upon learning of Su Bai's transformation, sat quietly alone, showing no signs of distress. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Chang Ming and his companions thoroughly cleansed the entire office building of its anomalies, yet no elite monsters dropped any food. Strangely, over the past 3 nights, the horde of zombie creatures had not made an appearance. Could it be that his inner dissatisfaction had led to the cessation of their production? Chang Ming could only ponder this notion. As another night approached, the group anticipated returning to the train by afternoon. However, at that moment, aside from those in car No. 9, most were too famished to muster any strength. Chapter 55. A plea for assistance. Lu Zhan arrived with the individuals from his carriage seeking aid. He himself was faring well, having consumed the crispy duck that Chang Ming provided over the course of 3 days. With a larger stockpile than others, he could manage until the next day, but his food supplies were dwindling. Chang Ming, you must assist your brothers this time. We ran out of wild vegetables yesterday at noon. Lu Zhan gulped as he stared longingly at the large pot in front containing millet porridge. Watching the golden grain swirl in the white broth made his stomach churn. This porridge is thick. Lakshmi, serve a bowl for Mr. Lu. Chang Ming promptly ordered, as he had interacted the most with Lu Zhan among the other carriages. Providing him with a bowl of porridge was no great sacrifice. Lu Zhan accepted the bowl, gently blowing on it before taking a cautious sip. It was scalding yet comforting. After not having tasted porridge for over 10 days, the sensation was utterly delightful. The occupants of car number 5 were incessantly swallowing their saliva. Old Lu, while our friendship holds, you have so many people relying on our charity that we cannot sustain you all. Chang Ming sat across from Lu Zhan, observing him with a smile. Naturally, we are prepared to exchange some provisions. I am curious about your pricing. Lu Zhan had heard that the individuals from car No. 3 had exchanged a pound of rice here. He himself possessed over 100 travel coins and did not require much food. He only needed to sustain his 9 companions for the day. Currently, I am not in dire need of money, but since you have asked, I can sell you 2 pounds at 25 coins each, but I must limit the quantity. Chang Ming offered a price slightly lower than Hu Chang's. It was still capped. Lu Zhan was quick to respond, expressing his gratitude before handing over 50 coins for 1 pound of millet and 1 pound of rice. And then he left with his group. The rice he intended to share, while the millet he planned to keep for himself. By noon, Heiko was so hungry that he felt as though his stomach was pressing against his back, watching Yu Jiong consume canned food that he had been savoring for 2 days. Xiao Huang Mao also wished to eat, but Yu Jiong declared that he had bartered for it with his good looks, leaving no morsel to share. As Heiko watched Yu Jiong finish the last drop of canned liquid, his own stomach began to grumble. Brother Yu, there's only 1 day left. With just this little bit of canned food, you're bound to go hungry. We need to find something to eat. Heiko actually possessed travel coins. On the day of his arrival, he discovered a green treasure chest in a corner. Inside, he found 100 travel coins and a green machete. However, this was not sustenance, and the others were in similar straits, relying heavily on water for a semblance of fullness. Just yesterday, he had snatched half a piece of bread from a woman, yet it was hardly sufficient to stave off hunger. Where could they go to find food? Yesterday, I pointed my gun at a San, aside from some trivial items. There was nothing of value. Why not seek Brother Ming? I saw him stewing pork belly a few days ago. I was crouched at the door, savoring the aroma while eating wild vegetables. You can go if you wish. I believe I can hold out until we board the train. Yu Jiong was genuinely fearful of Chang Ming and preferred to avoid any encounters. It was rumored that the absence of zombies these past few days was due to this individual eliminating them all. Currently, the odor below the 4th floor was exceedingly unpleasant, and they too were struggling on the 4th floor. However, recently it seemed less cold, as if Chang Ming's daily confrontations with the monster leader on the 18th floor had diminished the eerie atmosphere. But your beloved Lin Man, Jun, has grown thin from hunger, and you do not care? Heiko aimed to persuade Yu Jiong to join him, at least for companionship. I have a penchant for slender beauty. In my youth, I delighted in the melodies sung by Yen Zi. Yu Jiong, with an air of indifference, lit a cigarette, finding only water, tobacco, and tea in the office building. As food was scarce. Damn it, if you want tea go, I shall. If I don't eat something by noon, I might as well ascend to the heavens. He cursed, rising from Yu Jiong's room and stepping outside, where Hu Shueyo and Lin Manjun watched him with eager eyes. Let us see if I can find something to eat. Old Yu doesn't take care. I'm off to find Mingo. Who's coming with me? I will. Me too. The four from car 7 followed He Kai, ascending from the 4th to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the entrance of Chang Ming's office, they abruptly halted. A large table stood at the door, bearing the sign, "Lunch in progress, no entry." Xiao Kai, their essay notice on the door. Should we still go in? Lin Manjun hesitated, recalling her earlier friction with the occupants of car 9, particularly the slap she received from Deng Chu Chu. She dared not harbor a grudge, given the formidable presence of the other party. Yet hunger gnawed at her. Whoever offered her food would garner her utmost gratitude. We've come this far. Are you afraid to enter? Or shall we starve outside? Let us go. He Kai strode forward, and as he entered, a delightful aroma wafted toward him. Today, there was no fire lit, and Chang Ming had distributed boxed lunches to everyone, with nearly 50 boxes left in stock. After days of consuming porridge, it was time to replenish with something more substantial. Gao Yin, seated at the entrance with his lunchbox, was picking at his rice when he noticed He Kai. Xiaohei, didn't you see the notice outside? Haha, Gao Gu. We've come seeking assistance. Your lunchbox smells exquisite. Get lost. If you have something to say, say it directly. I dislike being watched while I eat. It makes it seem like you intend to rob me. He Kai truly wished to seize the food, yet reason prevailed, reminding him of the impropriety. Suddenly, his sharp eyes spotted a box of instant noodles beside Gao Yin, wrapped in purple packaging. Lautan's sauerkraut noodles. The thought of the fermented cabbage, seasoned with the flavors of sputum, cigarette butts, and foot odor, ignited his appetite. This was something Chang Ming had instructed Gao Yin to keep. Following Lu Zhan's departure, Hu Chang and Ma Jiao from the former Car 12 had come to procure food as well. Chang Ming was reluctant to sell staple foods anymore. Conveniently, the instant noodles could be purchased on the train for 10 coins per box, while they were being offered here for 15. Those who could afford it were welcome to buy, and one could hardly complain about the price. If they had the means, they could wait until they boarded the train. However, once on the train, everyone would undoubtedly opt for the box lunch, which included meat, vegetables, and rice, far superior to instant noodles. Gao Gu, are you selling those noodles? 15 travel coins. My small shop does not extend credit. 15. That's more expensive than the ones on the train. Can't you lower the price? Sure, go ask Minggu. If he agrees to let it go for free, I'll gift you a box. Just so you know, several bags have already been purchased. If others from different trains come over, there might be nothing left. As Gao Yin spoke, he casually discarded a chicken bone into his lunchbox, having consumed red-braised chicken chunks and stir-fried pork. After finishing one box, he tossed it aside. He Kai contemplated for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Fine, I'll take 2 packs." After settling the payment, he ignored everyone else and departed. 2 packs, one for today and one for tomorrow, would suffice until he boarded the train. Those who had yet to face any undead beasts typically possessed no more than 10 travel coins, hardly enough to purchase even 1 pack. Thus, Hu Shuiyo turned to a nearby man and suggested, "Let us pool our money for 1 pack. Half a pack each should suffice." The man agreed without objection. The two clutched the pack of noodles like treasure, each holding an end as they departed, fearful of being greedy. Could you spare me what you don't want? Chapter 56. What are you doing? Lin Manjun ignored the gaze of the woman beside her, pointing at the lunchbox Gao Yin had tossed aside. "I've finished eating this. Can you use it as a bowl?" Gao Yin picked it up and handed it to Lin Manjun, who opened the box and began chewing on the chicken bones he had discarded. Gao Yin was taken aback. Her survival skills were astonishing. This scene caught the attention of Niu Zilong, who approached with his own lunchbox. "I have chicken bones too. Do you want some?" "Oh, I want it. Is there more?" Lin Manjun, unabashed, snatched the lunchbox from him. Not to mention, there were still quite a few grains of rice stuck to the box. The occupants of Car 9, accustomed to better days, displayed such wastefulness. "Shuai, what kind of meat was in your lunch today?" "A few bony ribs and chicken cubes." "What is the matter?" "Hand it over for others." "What?" Ma Da Shuai, taken aback, approached, witnessing Lin Manjun gnawing on discarded chicken bones, left momentarily speechless. Just a station ago, this woman had been haughty. After being schooled by Chu Chu, she now found herself in this predicament. "Here, thank you, thank you." Lin Manjun received Ma Da Shuai's lunchbox, her face aglow with joy. Over the past 3 days, she had barely consumed any wild vegetables and had lost some to Yuzhio. Now, she was truly famished. 3 days without proper meals had reduced her to a weight she had long desired, though in a rather unhealthy manner. Yet these few bones, thoroughly stewed, could still be chewed and swallowed. Let others think what they may. All that mattered was that she could fill her belly. Surviving was no shame. Only one woman remained in car 7, named Song Jieli, who had once been a nurse and possessed a fair appearance. At this moment, she too was hungry, but could not bring herself to eat someone else's bones. Originally, she had intended to share a pack with Lin Manjun, but now she found herself alone. With only 10 coins to her name, she could not afford a full pack. I also want to buy, but I only have 10 coins. Could you sell me half a pack? Sell you half a pack? What about the rest? Forget it. I'll cover the 10 coins. Gao Yan, seeing her pitiable state, found her demeanor somewhat likable and decided to make up the difference. Really? Thank you so much. Song Jieli received the instant noodles with gleeful eyes, realizing that the occupants of car 9 were not so difficult to deal with after all. Overcome with excitement, she impulsively kissed Gao Yan on the cheek before turning to leave. Gao Yan stood there bewildered, contemplating how this woman had taken advantage of his generosity while also taking a liking to his appearance. Gao Yan, not bad. Looks like someone is throwing themselves at you. Niu Zilong teased from the side. Stop joking. Thankfully, Jiang Yuan didn't TC. Otherwise, you know how possessive she can be. Ha! When did Yuan Jie become yours? We are rivals in fairness. Niu Zilong scoffed at his friend's banter. But seriously, that woman even eats bones. Remember how she used to fight? Ma Dashuai recalled scenes from just days prior. In times of scarcity, even bones were considered a delicacy. They should feel fortunate to be following Ming Ge. Niu Zilong refrained from elaborating further. It felt distasteful to discuss such matters after having just eaten. Throughout history, during great calamities, it has always been said that people resort to cannibalism. In the afternoon, Chang Ming continued his exercises on the 18th floor. Below, when a San approached to demand food, Gao Yan dissuaded him with a firearm. The 886 and 003 trains could still be managed, but for foreign visitors, they were left to fend for themselves. Until the final day, Zhang Zuozhu felt somewhat troubled and approached Chang Ming. Brother Ming, Lakshmi wants to reclaim train 277. Do you have any solutions? Chang Ming had anticipated that Zuozhu would seek assistance regarding his relationship with Asan. You know what happened before she arrived, right? She was imprisoned by those people. This was information he later gleaned from a conversation between Jiang Yuan and Lakshmi. Although it was under duress, a brother must acknowledge the reality of the situation. She shared her story with me, and I felt a deep sympathy for her plight. I believe she is a good girl. Observing Zhang Zuozhu's distressed demeanor, Chang Ming refrained from saying more. When you leave, let her accompany us. I will inform the crew to allow her on board. Chang Ming's words were like a comforting balm for Zhang Zuozhu. Upon hearing this, the latter enveloped him in a bear hug. I knew you would have a way. Thank you, Chang Ming. Chang Ming waved his hand dismissively, feigning a knowing demeanor. I knew you would come to me for her. We brothers don't need to speak of such things. He then surveyed the area for any items that needed to be brought along, instructing everyone to gather at the entrance by 3:30 in the afternoon. Rest assured, I have already notified everyone. He then set off to share the good news with Lakshmi. Zhang Zuozhu arranged for the bedding and dismantled sofa covers, as well as chair legs, to be packed into the space, believing that underutilization of space was a waste. Of course, Chang Ming also collected some furniture, placing it in his ample space, knowing he could discard it whenever it became a nuisance. As he watched Zhang Zuozhu depart, a smile graced Chang Ming's face. He felt a sense of joy in using his privileges to assist a brother. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, various groups began to gather in the plaza outside the office building. Passing through the hall, one could witness what could only be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The scene was utterly horrifying, and many who passed could not suppress their nausea, forced to walk through the gruesome sight. Consequently, the gaze of the crowd towards Chang Ming was laden with reverence. Hearing about such horrors was one thing. Witnessing them was entirely different. The current state of Train 277 left only 15 passengers from Asan, while Train 003 had 26. Only Chang Ming's train had the largest number of survivors, with 62 still aboard, and remarkably few casualties. However, aside from those in Car 9, nearly everyone else appeared frail. It was a feat to have survived up to this point. Their previous resources had been entirely depleted, leaving them to hope for supplies at the next stop. Yet before that, they eagerly anticipated a hearty meal, the aroma of food tantalizingly distant. Zhu Tian and others gazed at Chang Ming from afar, recognizing that as long as this individual remained alive, he would undoubtedly be among the best off on the train, while others fretted over food and safety. He navigated the situation as if on holiday. At 3:50 p.m., 3 trains and the platform arrived punctually. Zhang Zuozhu, accompanied by Lakshmi, felt a twinge of anxiety, despite Chang Ming's assurances. Ultimately, they had yet to board the train. Having encountered numerous monsters and strange occurrences at various stops, they understood the true terror of the crew. While Chang Ming could negotiate with them, he now faced the challenge of bringing others on board, which indeed tested the boundaries of the rules. "Let everyone board," Chang Ming called out as he followed behind Zhang Zuozhu and Lakshmi. The moment Lakshmi stepped onto the carriage, an automated voice announced, "Detected a non-registered passenger. Currently, Train 886 has not permitted passengers from other trains to board. Please disembark immediately, or you will bear the consequences." The voice startled both Zhang Zuozhu and Lakshmi. Chang Ming gently patted Zuozhu's shoulder, reassuring him. He then addressed the atmosphere within the carriage. "Dear crew member, my friend has not purchased a ticket. Please make an exception." The figure of the crew member, known as Jin Yang, suddenly appeared, startling Lakshmi, as this attendant was unlike those from train 277. Jin Yang scrutinized Lakshmi, her elongated fingers gliding slowly over her, causing Zhang Zuozhu to hold his breath. He feared the attendant would refuse. "I have modified her identity. She is now a member of Train 886, Chang Ming declared, giving Jin Yang a friendly pat on the back. "Good sister, you're quite generous." This spectacle left the others from Car 9 gasping in shock. Why resort to physical gestures when speaking? Thanks to the urging talisman sent by Vice Zhu from the Emperor's Capital building, as well as the support from fellow readers like WBIBB, Lianshin, and Yan Yin, the narrative continued. Chapter 57. A carriage of one's own, there is no need for formality. Jin Yang's words lingered before she vanished, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. In their hearts, they praised Chang Ming's brilliance. At this moment, Gao Yin harbored a different thought. He suspected Chang Ming might have a deeper connection with the crew member and cast a peculiar glance at Deng Chuchu. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Deng Chuchu felt uncomfortable under Gao Yin's scrutiny and inquired. "It's nothing, Sister Chuchu. You have a long journey ahead," Gao Yin retorted before retreating to his own carriage, leaving Deng Chuchu bewildered. She assumed Gao Yin was again acting strangely. He had a tendency to speak in a disjointed manner, often with a cheeky tone, so she chose to ignore him. "Which room should Lakshmi occupy?" Zhang Zuozhu asked Chang Ming. Car 9 was fully occupied, and the rules prohibited 2 people from sharing a room. "Let her stay in my room. I will be moving to Car 14. You can message me if you need anything. You don't need to go to Car 14. The conductor said you've been assigned to Car 8. Jin Yang's voice resonated once more. "No, it's been changed to Car 8. Once the others have to pass through here, without your permission, they cannot enter." Chang Ming nodded, addressing the group behind him. "You all continue your discussions. I will go check out my new room." He left a crowd of bewildered individuals watching him depart. "Do you think Brother Ming's special treatment is overly generous?" They designated an entire carriage for him as a suite. Gao Yin exclaimed, his mouth agape, pondering who could contest this situation. "Why don't you suggest it to the crew member? Let our tall, handsome Gao Yin enjoy a carriage all to himself?" Jiang Yuan teased, observing Gao Yin. The latter recoiled, realizing he had much life ahead of him. Did you not notice the crew member Jin Yang's attitude towards Chang Ming? It was as if they were old flames. As everyone boarded the train, perhaps due to the extended stop, all surviving passengers received 100 travel coins. Upon entering Car 8, Chang Ming found a narrow corridor leading into a living room, fully furnished with tables and chairs. Further ahead were a bathroom, shower room, and kitchen. The entire room was designed in a minimalist style, with 2 rows of opposing sofas that appeared quite inviting. Next to the sofa was a double-door refrigerator. The space had preservation capabilities, allowing for chilled beverages and beer. The entire area was efficiently utilized, featuring a 4-person dining table alongside a sideboard. Chang Ming placed some of his beverages on display, enhancing the comfort of the space. Adjacent to the initially narrow corridor was the bedroom, boasting a spacious 2-meter bed that looked inviting. The entire carriage was equipped with air conditioning, making it feel like paradise compared to the other carriages. Chang Ming rolled around on his large bed several times. "Oh, what comfort! At last, the bidder has yielded to the suite." Chang Ming had never possessed such a spacious room throughout his life. Growing up in an orphanage meant sharing accommodations, and school life was no different with communal dormitories. It could be said that Car 8 was the first room that truly belonged to Chang Ming. Upon rising from the bed, I ventured into the bathroom, where I discovered that the water from the shower head was delightfully warm. This heralded the prospect of indulging in hot baths in the future. Although I lacked bathing products, I deemed it sufficient for the time being, with the intention of procuring some later. Subsequently, I made my way to the kitchen, where I was greeted by a fully equipped space, boasting a stove, an exhaust hood, and even a dishwasher. The amenities were remarkably comprehensive. After surveying the area, I wasted no time and took a refreshing shower, which invigorated my spirit. I adorned myself in a set of azure pajamas, enhancing the homely atmosphere. Upon inspection, I found that the water, electricity, and gas services required payment. Water was priced at 5 yuan per cubic meter, electricity at 1 yuan per kilowatt hour, and gas at 4 yuan per cubic meter. These were indeed reasonable rates, alleviating the need for water collection in the future. Drinking tap water posed no significant concern. Although I was uncertain of the origins of these resources or any potential limitations, the pricing suggested that as long as payment was made, scarcity would not be an issue. Sitting comfortably, I lit a cigarette, relishing the moment as I anticipated a life distinct from others, a life akin to that of a celestial being. I finally grasped the most tangible benefits of my position as a chief conductor. Once I finished my smoke, I changed into a black short-sleeved shirt and trousers, discarding my pajamas, and opened the door to carriage number 9. Brothers, welcome to my new room for a tour. The group from carriage number 9, upon hearing my invitation, curiously filtered in. Wow, bro, there's a refrigerator. I need to put a bottle of ice water in there right away, Gao Yin exclaimed excitedly. Brother Ming, your bed is truly spacious. Both Chu Chu and I can fit comfortably without feeling cramped, Jiang Yuan remarked, admiring the large bed in the bedroom. Stay out. This is private space. No visitors. I promptly shut the bedroom door, determined to keep my advantages intact. If they were to come in, what would happen to Chen Shangnan? That would be quite unfair. Deng Chu Chu wandered into the bathroom and noticed water still on the floor, realizing that bathing was indeed an option here. Brother Ming, can you really bathe here? Of course. I just finished, but the water costs money. It's free for boys, but 2 yuan for girls. What? Deng Chu Chu was puzzled by my sudden differentiation in treatment. However, since it was my place, it was only natural to adhere to the rules. Brother Ming, are you enforcing a boy's fee? Chun Shengnan interjected. I wouldn't mind paying 10 yuan. I could hardly bear the itching. The last time I bathed was at the first station where water was abundant. The water in the office building was only used by me. Boy's fee? Who do you think showers for more than 5 minutes? Water costs nothing. Several girls turned toward the boys in the room, who all shook their heads in unison. What? Just because your hair is short, you can shower in just a few minutes? Isn't a shower supposed to start at half an hour? Upon realizing the situation, Deng Chu Chu spoke up. I want to take a shower now. Chu Chu, let us go together. We can help each other wash. Jiang Yuan chimed in, and the 2 women entered the bathroom with the sound of running water filling the air. Oh, what are you doing? So big. Let us compare. Outside. The boys momentarily fell silent until Gao Yin broke the quiet. Guess whose is bigger? What? Can you be the judge here? I'm mused. I feel like it's Jiang Yuan. She usually appears more developed. No, Jiang Yuan's is quite thick. Don't be misled. Zhang Zuozhu analyzed seriously. How do you know? Have you secretly touched it? She must have washed and hung it out to dry. Didn't you see? Zuozhu, we're no longer friends if you're going to say something like that. Chun Xingnan and Lakshmi exchanged glances, bemused, as it seemed that regardless of type, this was a common topic among boys. Thankfully, I hadn't hung out my towel after my last bath. Just as the discussion heated up, my phone vibrated. It was a message from the train conductor. Chief Conductor, please come to carriage number 12. I have a request regarding the next station. Was it time to search for the black cube again? I had no idea what that item was for. Brothers, keep chatting. I'll step out for a moment, I said, pocketing my phone and making my way to carriage number 12. After traversing 3 carriages, I entered carriage number 11 under the watchful gaze of its occupants. Didn't you say carriage number 12 was requisitioned? How did Ming get in? You said it yourself. That Brother Ming. No need to make a fuss. Ma Jiao watched the vanishing figure, contemplating that anyone who could win this man's favor would likely face no worries in the apocalyptic world. Upon entering carriage number 12, I realized it had been transformed into a dining car, far more luxurious than before. The tables and chairs were no longer rudimentary, with marble countertops and leather sofas. It resembled an upscale restaurant. The entire ambience exuded a simple European style. "Conductor, what task do you have for me this time?" I inquired, glancing at the imposing figure of the conductor, whose spiky hair gave me goosebumps due to my mild fear of clusters. "Indeed, there is a matter for which I seek your assistance." "Is it about the black cube again? What is its purpose?" "This time it's not that. You've already enjoyed its benefits. Our train is more splendid than before, is it not?" I observed the exterior of the train, now adorned in shades of blue, and considered the significant improvements in my living conditions. Could it be that this item was used to upgrade the train? If more were acquired in the future, would the train become a high-speed one? By the way, the speed of this train seems imperceptible. It arrives and departs as if through teleportation. At least now, it feels much more like home. The conductor nodded and suddenly produced a beautiful bottle, placing it before me. "This is purely a personal matter. Please help me fill this bottle with the juice of the Cactus King." "Juice of the Cactus King? What exactly is that?" I sought clarification on the source, as I needed to know where to collect it. "It's a walking cactus. Just injure it slightly and collect the juice," the conductor explained nonchalantly, as if it were an everyday task. A sentient cactus? How difficult could that be? I won't endanger my life. Although I was quite powerful now, I was not so arrogant as to consider myself invincible. There were at least 2 individuals on the train whose abilities I could not fathom. "Oh, it's just a little creature, comparable to the blood demon from the last station." "What? That thing could take my life. How could I possibly handle such a creature?" I felt a surge of caution, recalling the formidable threat posed by the giant mouth creature from the previous station. "This is a legendary golden treasure. You will receive it upon completion. I am not a greedy person, but I need to live to claim what you speak of." "What kind of golden treasure are you referring to?" "I need to think carefully about which item I can spare for you once you retrieve what I require." The train conductor merely decided to reward with a golden treasure, yet he was uncertain about which one to select. "I see. I believe the difficulty remains somewhat daunting, as that individual is indeed stronger than I. At most, I could add 1 purple treasure, but no more." "It's a deal." Chang Ming promptly agreed. Yet he was quite curious about the essence of the Cactus King and its effects, which seemed to surpass the rewards of the black cubes for upgrading the train. "Conductor, may I inquire about the purpose of this essence? I would like to reserve some for myself. Collecting a vial would be splendid. It would serve my personal needs, though it may not be of much use to you." Nevertheless, Chang Ming did not lose hope. Since the other party remained silent, he was determined to gather some regardless. "By the way, where is our next destination?" "The endless Gobi Desert, where water is scarce, and you must survive there for 3 days. Trust me, the straw hat I previously provided will prove invaluable. The straw hat serves a purpose. It will keep you cool, as the Gobi Desert is bound to be scorching." "What about treasure chests? Is there any information regarding those?" Chang Ming was most eager to understand the whereabouts of the treasure chests, as who would ever refuse additional treasures? Even if he could not utilize them, they could be shared with others in Car 9. Treasure chests are certainly present, but the area is vast, and I cannot confirm their locations. As the train conductor, I only know the next stop's location and details earlier than you. I am not familiar with that place. By the way, this time, 10 trains from Zone 9 will dock alongside yours, and from this station onward, the stops in the district will vary. 10 trains? They'll be quite lively. One more thing. I defeated 2 giant-mouthed phantom silver dragons at the last stop, and I wonder if such creatures are edible. They taste decent, though the texture is somewhat tougher than other fish. As long as they are edible, who cares about texture? These 2 large fish will be fresh ingredients in our space. Chang Ming had not yet checked the messages in his phone group since returning and was unaware of how many people perished in the office building. In truth, as long as one avoids the peculiar rooms and fortifies defenses at night, the survival rate should not be excessively low, considering that the upper 9 floors are generally inaccessible to ordinary people. After conversing for a while, Chang Ming prepared to return to enjoy his new room. Rising to take his leave, suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, "Conductor, after all this time, I still do not know your name. You may call me Lu Lien or 886. Durian? I should have known. I regret asking. I will take my leave first." After Chang Ming departed, Wuxiang Jinyang appeared beside the train conductor. "Conductor, Is it worth exchanging a golden treasure for a beauty product? The desire for beauty is universal. Of late, I have been troubled by acne on my face. Wuxiang Jinyang. Upon returning to Car 8, Chang Ming found that Deng Chuchu and Jiang Yuan had not yet emerged, and he now felt that acquiring only 2 items might be insufficient. Zhang Zizhu, cigarette in mouth, was playing cards at the dining table with Gao Yin, Niu Zilong, and Yi Feng. The remaining 4 sat on the sofa. The next stop is in the Gobi Desert. All of you need to fill your water containers here before departure, as survival conditions there are quite dire. Why is it that in novels about apocalyptic scenarios, one always encounters supermarkets or shopping malls, or at least residential buildings to scavenge for food, while we find no proper locations at each stop? Shunzi. Gallion tossed a hand of cards in frustration. If you ask me, with Minggu around to know the next destination, you are already ahead of 99% of the passengers. What more could you desire? Lu Dongyang chimed in from the sofa. Dongyang is correct. This time, the survival rewards combined with the travel coins earned from monster hunting amount to over 200. We should prepare more food on the train. Zhang Zuozhu took a drag from his cigarette, placed his cards on the table, and continued speaking. Such places may have significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, so we must be prepared for high heat and cold weather upon arrival. We should first seek a place to rest. The sofa cover brought back from the previous stop can serve as a makeshift sunshade or be connected to form a tent. After bathing, Deng Chu and the others also entered the washroom, as women tend to be quite particular about cleanliness. Chang Ming then plopped down on the sofa and began to check his phone. 886 train regional channel, 63 people. 00009 district channel, 4,939 people. 886 administrator channel, private channel, currently. The entire Zone 9 has seen a decrease of 2/3 of its initial populace. Chapter 59, the Gobi Desert, with an addition. The district group was quite lively. The smaller group, consisting of passengers from the same train, was well informed about each other's experiences, whereas the larger group was different. It allowed for the sharing of experiences and the exchange of various items. Selling a pack of toilet paper for only 30 travel coins. You must be tired of the days without it. A brand new, unopened 1L bottle of shampoo for just 5 travel coins. You deserve it. Remember the beautiful person from 0273 Zone 813. They are beasts. Damn, the last stop was truly disgusting, filled with peculiarities, and, at night, there were corpse monsters. But I apologize. I actually managed to endure, and I will continue to live beautifully. The upstairs scoundrel has been identified. I, Xiao Gaofeng, shall undoubtedly become the man of the train king. Let this statement serve as proof. Xiao Gu is formidable. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medicine? I will trade chocolate for it. Urgently, Chang Ming observed that most of the messages sought trades, alongside some juvenile remarks. However, he promptly selected to trade for toilet paper and shampoo, as the next stop did not seem to offer such necessities. No need to learn from a San anymore. I shall no longer endure those bitter days. Chang Ming casually opened a small group for the 886 train. Chang Ming. Everyone, the next stop is the Gobi Desert. Please store extra water, as it will last 3 days. Hey Kai. Thank you, Minggu. Lin Manjun. Thank you, Minggu. Long Zaiqian. Received. Finally, by 6 in the evening, everyone awaited the attendants to sell boxed meals. When Jinyang appeared, everyone first noticed how stunning her figure was. This time, Chang Ming did not manage to purchase an extra boxed meal, and he estimated that there would not be one for the next meal either. This time, he distributed 100 travel coins, alleviating the urgent needs of most, then let us buy some snacks and beverages. Chang Ming spent 500 train coins to acquire several bottles of drinks, chips, biscuits, and marinated eggs. He filled the refrigerator with drinks and some bottled water, ensuring the 4 frozen drawers were no exception, all filled with water, just in case ice is needed, until there was no space left for anything. Meanwhile, others began to utilize sofa covers and wooden sticks, along with the legs of stools, to create makeshift umbrellas, having space to free their hands. The umbrella would not be cumbersome when traversing the Gobi. Chang Ming had a straw hat, so he did not require an umbrella. By around 9 in the evening, after everyone had finished washing up in Chang Ming's train, they prepared to return to their rooms for rest. Minggu, won't you try to keep me here? I just washed up today. Jiang Yuan lingered a moment, casting a reluctant glance at Chang Ming's room. Before Chang Ming could speak, Deng Chuchu pulled her away, muttering to herself that if someone were to stay, it certainly wouldn't be her. With everyone gone, Chang Ming changed into his pajamas and lay on the bed, suddenly noticing multiple mentions of himself in the large group. Clicking in, he found that He Kai and the people from Train 888 were embroiled in a quarrel. He Kai, let me tell you, there can only be one train king, and that is my Ming Gu. You all can crawl away. Chang Ming and Xiao Gaofeng dared to compete for titles with me. If it weren't for you not being on our train, you should inquire about my achievements. You little yellow-haired boy. He Kai, my brother has slain all the corpse monsters of the 3rd station, a true warrior of this realm. Xiao Gaofeng, anyone can boast. But let me tell you, my brother is a man who has ascended to the 18th floor, though I doubt you even know what the 18th floor holds. I won't bother explaining. Hey Kai, what the 18th floor? My Minggu is a man who can reach 100 floors. Chang Ming smiled quietly at this exchange, amused by He Kai's evident attempt to provoke hatred or perhaps his genuine naivety. He chose not to respond, merely enjoying the spectacle. However, this Xiao Gaofeng seemed to possess some skill, having reached the 18th floor. The only person Chang Ming knew who had reached such heights had already been left behind at the 3rd station. Observing this individual's profile and hairstyle, one could describe him as quite square in demeanor. Soon, Gao Yin and Niu Zilong joined the fray, arguing over who was the king of the train. Chang Ming hoped to find some useful trade items, but was inundated with messages from these overly enthusiastic individuals. Chang Ming, enough of the spamming. His message sank like a stone in the sea, as both parties typed furiously. After a while, the bombardment of messages continued, and as it approached 10 o'clock, there was no sign of respite. The lights would go out at 10, prohibiting any form of communication. Chang Ming, are you all so idle that you can't even take a moment to freshen up or use the restroom before bed? Once this message was sent, the group fell silent, as if his words had struck a chord. Xiao Gaofeng stared at his phone, where the message from 886 trained Chang Ming appeared. Time stamped at 22, 00, Did this fellow not care for his own safety? How audacious to send a message at this hour. He must be facing the consequences from the train attendants. This Chang Ming had even sent someone to argue with him. And now he was in for a world of trouble, resembling a man as flamboyant as Chun Jinan. One could say this incident was sufficient for him to etch his name into the black history of District 9. The following morning, Chang Ming opened the door to his carriage. Deng Chu and Jiang Yuan, along with a few other girls, came over to help prepare breakfast. With the stove allowing 2 fires to be used simultaneously, they had just enough millet porridge for everyone. The presence of Chang Ming's carriage No. 8 made life much more convenient for them. The occupants of carriage number 17 were effectively blocked from passing through, with only those from carriages No. 10 and 11 able to visit, but not just anyone could come to Chang Ming's space. As everyone on the train began preparing for the desert environment, the day passed swiftly. Chang Ming took all the water from the refrigerator into his space. Notably, at noon, Chang Ming unexpectedly bought over a dozen box lunches. Unsure who could eat so much. At 4 p.m., the train arrived at the designated station. All passengers, you will be stationed at the endless Gobi Desert for 3 days. Please strive to survive. The train will return to the platform to pick you up in 3 days. Have fun. The attendant's voice rang out, and one by one, the passengers exited the carriages. This station appeared to be purposefully designed, lacking any covering, leading directly onto sandy ground. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting fiery rays onto the earth, making the endless Gobi appear as if it were billowing smoke, with the distant desolate sand cliffs and rocky soil hazily rising. Even the air inhaled was hot. Wow, this sand could definitely cook an egg. Gao Yin squinted against the heat, crouched down to touch the sand, and immediately withdrew his hand. The oppressive heat enveloped everyone. Within a minute, everyone began to sweat profusely. They quickly erected their makeshift sunshades, seeking refuge from the direct sunlight. Chang Ming donned his straw hat, instantly feeling a wave of coolness wash over him. Treasures truly are remarkable items. Those who use them understand their worth. Ming Yi, it's too hot here. We need to find a place to cool off quickly, Zhang Zuozhu remarked, wiping sweat from his eyes. The other members of the train began to gather around Chang Ming. Chang Ming, I see a stone mountain in the distance. There seems to be a shaded area on the backside. Let us head there and discuss our next plan, Lu Zhan suggested, holding a mat with both hands as he approached. Chang Ming looked toward the distant stone mountain and took a step forward, noticing the sand was loose, some of it spilling into his shoes. All right, let us go there. Walk slowly like Lu Zhan, otherwise the sand will burn your feet. With that, Chang Ming began to stride forward. Wait, you said to walk slowly, yet you're moving as if you're running. No one noticed the sand a short distance ahead, sinking beneath their feet. Chapter 60. Jiang Yuan's grief. Chang Ming did not see any other train passengers. But Lu Lian mentioned that 9 other trains would also arrive here. They were all from District 9. The area was vast, and the positions of the platforms varied. Zhang Zuozhu lagged behind, observing the stone mountain and the sun's position, calculating the angles. In this vast expanse, many scenes appeared similar, making it easy to lose track of locations. He had to ensure everyone could find their way back to the station. He crouched down, wrapping his shoes in useless fabric and tying it tightly to his pants. Zhang Zuozhu, what are you doing? Lakshmi asked curiously. Don't watch. You should all do the same to prevent sand from touching your skin. It's not the sand itself that's frightening, but the moment it first contacts your feet. Many people saw Zhang Zuozhu's method and began to imitate him, though they first needed materials. Lakshmi and the other girls had collected quite a few clothes, neatly folded, which didn't take up much space. At this moment, they could contribute to the passengers of carriage number 9, using them to protect their feet and ankles. Chang Ming walked ahead alone, primarily because he could scout the path more quickly and was the first to react in case of danger. If danger arose, escaping wouldn't be overly difficult. With over 2 hours until nightfall, they needed to find a resting point before then. Otherwise, based on past experiences, troubles would surely arise. The stone mountain appeared to be 3 or 4 kilometers away, and crossing a sand dune would lead to a dirt path, making the latter half of the journey easier. However, after just a few steps, everyone's clothes were already drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. Those in long sleeves were somewhat better off, while many wore short sleeves, exposing their skin to the scorching sun. The sandy terrain made walking uphill particularly challenging. Ugh! Yu Jiong accidentally let sand slip into his shoes, the burning sensation causing him to cry out. This path is too difficult. The previous station had some life to it, but this time it's utterly desolate. Don't talk. Save your energy. Look at Lin Mannion. She is wearing a pink strapless top, and the straps are showing. Lin Mannion, clad in a white long-sleeve shirt, had her clothes soaked with sweat, revealing the color beneath. Not just her, many women were in similar situations. Deng Chu-Chu and a few others fared better. Dressed in gauzy, sun-protective clothing, thankful they had prepared several pieces. Otherwise, they would have been as exposed as the others. The distance to the mountain still felt far, and despite walking for a long time, the Han team made much progress. Chen Shengnan, panting heavily, complained to Deng Chu-Chu beside her. Worrying about the mountain will only tire you out. Focus on climbing, and it will feel better. Deng Chu-Chu offered comforting words, struggling to ascend, as no one could move swiftly in this stifling desert. Fortunately, there are no bizarre creatures or monsters emerging at present. Otherwise, fleeing would pose a significant problem. Chang Ming, moving at a brisk pace, soon found his shoes filled with sand after only a few steps. Walking in such discomfort compelled him to adopt a one-leg stance to shake out the sand before continuing. He maintained a lead of approximately 60 to 70 meters, ensuring he did not stretch the group too far apart. He was prepared to provide assistance should danger arise from behind. An unsettling feeling lingered within him, suggesting that this desert was not as tranquil as it appeared. His instincts proved accurate. At last, Chang Ming ascended to the summit of a sand dune and turned to encourage the group behind him, urging them to persevere, for the path ahead would be more manageable. However, he could only watch as they struggled, unable to empathize, as he had not yet broken a sweat. The group, responding to his call, continued to drag their waterlogged pant legs forward. As Chang Ming descended the dune, he suddenly raised his right hand, sensing something amiss. His instincts stirred unease, yet he detected no immediate threat and halted his steps. In an instant, the sand beneath him began to shift, and a massive claw, resembling an oversized basin, emerged, seizing his leg. Despite Chang Ming's remarkable agility, some creatures possess an innate speed that cannot be evaded. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this was the mouthpiece of a colossal antlion. The giant antlion did not emanate any ominous aura. Therefore, while Chang Ming felt a sense of danger underfoot, he had not anticipated the creature's swift attack, reminiscent of a frog's lethal strike. It was also possible that it could navigate through the sand with ease. The creature's strength was formidable, and despite Chang Ming's efforts to free his leg, he could not extricate himself from the sand. He quickly drew his beloved firearm and fired 2 shots at the creature's head, creating 2 sizable wounds that gushed dark green blood. The giant antlion recoiled in pain and swiftly retreated into the sand, taking one of Chang Ming's shoes with it. It survived? Chang Ming could not help but exclaim, recognizing the resilience of insect-like creatures. When he searched the sand for the antlion, it had vanished from sight, confirming its ability to move through the sand. A sense of foreboding gripped Chang Ming. The creature's attack speed was alarmingly swift. He warned everyone to watch their steps and to leave the area quickly, as the monster was exceedingly fast. Zhang Zuizhu and the others, witnessing Chang Ming's assault, immediately drew their weapons and became vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a woman from Car 1 cried out, "Help me!" Before anyone could react, she was dragged into the sand, leaving behind a pool of deep red blood. "Hurry! This is the monster's territory. We must leave immediately," Lu Zhan shouted, taking off in haste. Given the creature's elusive nature, lingering in the desert only increased their peril. As Lu Zhan moved, the others quickened their pace. Those without secured pant legs paid no heed to the burning sand. Survival necessitated reaching solid ground, and a minor burn was bearable. Over 60 individuals began to sprint with all their might. At that moment, the sand beneath Deng Chu shifted, prompting Jiang Yuan to instinctively push her friend away. Jiang Yuan," Deng Chu cried, witnessing Jiang Yuan's leg ensnared by the giant antlion's jaw, the sharp fangs piercing her calf. That spot had been meant for Deng Chu. Without hesitation, she pulled out her pistol and fired at the antlion, but the creature, despite its injury, refused to relinquish its prey. "Chang Ming, help!" Before Jiang Yuan could complete her plea, she was dragged into the sand, and Chang Ming, 40 meters away, was powerless to intervene. As Chang Ming rushed over, Jiang Yuan's figure had already vanished, leaving only a trail of blood. "Old Deng, let us go. Don't look back." Chang Ming knew Jiang Yuan was gone and quickly pulled Deng Chu along, sprinting toward the rocky hills. The antlion was not particularly strong, but its concealment in the sand rendered it nearly unassailable for Chang Ming, and it was likely that more than one lurked in the area. The safest course of action was to vacate this region as swiftly as possible. Eventually, the group reached solid ground. Though 2 men from Car 5 had been claimed by the sand, many were exhausted, panting heavily, their clothes sticking to their bodies. They wished to lie down, but the ground was too hot, leaving them no choice but to crouch. They began to drink water continuously, having brought ample supplies thanks to Chang Ming's foresight. The occupants of Car 9 remained silent. It was their first significant loss, and it was the cheerful Jiang Yuan. Deng Chu sobbed quietly. Jiang Yuan had been closest to her when the antlion struck, and she had been helpless to save her friend, watching in despair as Jiang Yuan was dragged away. Gao Yin hung his head, silent, lost in thought, perhaps reflecting on the times he had persistently pursued Jiang Yuan. He remembered her words, that if only he possessed a fraction of Chang Ming's strength, she would be his girlfriend. Yet, in an instant, the vibrant Jiang Yuan had been taken from existence. Chang Ming, smoking a cigarette, approached Gao Yin and offered him one. He was at a loss for how to console his friend. It was evident that Gao Yin harbored feelings for Jiang Yuan, while Jiang Yuan seemed to have an interest in Chang Ming. "I know you don't smoke, but perhaps a puff will ease your mind." Suddenly, Gao Yin slapped the cigarette from Chang Ming's hand, shouting hoarsely, "Chang Ming, why didn't you save her? You were the only one who could have. Why didn't you try?" With a swift motion, Chang Ming struck Gao Yin, sending him sprawling to the ground. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, "Brother, you must come to your senses. It's not that I didn't try to save her. It's simply too late." Chapter 61. Gao Yin's unexpected gain. Gao Yin lay on the ground, oblivious to the scorching earth, beginning to sob. It seemed the physical burns paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. He wept uncontrollably until Chang Ming helped him to his feet. "Let out. Once you're done crying, we shall continue our journey. In this apocalypse, anyone can perish, including me, old Deng, Zuizhu, and you." Gao Yin embraced Chang Ming tightly, fully aware that it was too late to save Jiang Yuan, but unsure how to express his grief. "Brother Ming, I want to grow stronger." Chang Ming patted the taller boy on the back, gazing into the distance with clarity. We will all grow stronger." After approximately 3 minutes, Gao Yin ceased crying, his eyes still glistening with tears. He picked up the discarded cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. He coughed as the smoke caught in his throat, feeling slightly lightheaded. "Brother, I'm feeling better. Let us continue our journey. Let us go." As Chang Ming began to walk forward, the others followed suit. The occupants of Car 9 felt a heavy weight in their hearts, having lost a classmate. Yet they knew they must look ahead. The dirt road they traversed now was significantly easier than the sandy terrain they had crossed earlier, with occasional cacti and clusters of weeds resembling the Gobi Desert of Tibet. With only one shoe, Chang Ming walked awkwardly and decided to discard the other. With his physical prowess, the pebbles on the path posed no discomfort to his feet. "Aren't your feet burning?" Deng Chu inquired, concerned about Chang Ming's barefoot state. "Not really," he replied, his mood too somber for jest. Otherwise, he would have remarked on the thickness of his soles, which insulated against heat. After half an hour, they arrived at the base of a stone mountain, which stretched for miles and towered 7 or 8 stories high. The mountain exhibits a dark brown hue, suggesting a rich presence of iron and other minerals. As we navigated around Shershan's shaded areas, the temperature plummeted several degrees, and the ground felt considerably cooler. Gao Yin pondered what additional tasks he could assign to the individual accompanying him, hoping to divert his attention. Throughout the journey, Gao Yin remained silent, seemingly still recovering from earlier events. "All right, I shall proceed," he declared, using both hands and feet to ascend the mountain. The incline of Shershan was manageable, with natural stone pathways aiding the climb, although some sections required the use of his hands for assistance. Within minutes, Gao Yin reached the summit, surveying the surroundings. Apart from this expanse of stone mountain, the distant landscape was quite magnificent, with deserts and Gobi stretching infinitely, and similar stone formations standing tall many kilometers away. It appeared that this mountain was the ideal vantage point. Just as Gao Yin prepared to descend and inform the others about the surroundings, he noticed a peculiar purple chest nestled beneath a protruding rock. Could this be a treasure chest? Having never encountered one before, he approached and opened it. Inside, he discovered a Zisha Hulu, a purple treasure, physical strength 15, perception 25, a special attack weapon containing 5 cubic units of Zisha, versatile for offense and defense. Skill: Control Zisha, manipulates the Zisha within the gourd. Potency is linked to perception. 10 gene compressed biscuits, 500 travel coins, to his astonishment. It was indeed a purple treasure. Gao Yin, who had been feeling downcast, finally experienced a surge of excitement. The Zisha gourd was of a size similar to a wine gourd, complete with a strap for securing it to his waist. Upon donning the Zisha Hulu, he immediately sensed changes within his body. It appeared that his physical resilience had increased, enhancing his heat tolerance. Furthermore, his senses felt heightened, a clear benefit of improved perception. This was Gao Yan's first possession of an attribute-laden treasure, far surpassing the thrill he derived from the opening of Zhang Zuoju's mountain-cutting knife. Now, his physical strength had reached 25 points, and his perception stood at 30 points. "Jiang Yuan, are you watching over me from below?" With the Zisha Hulu empowering him, Gao Yin longed to demonstrate his newfound prowess to her, yet she was no longer present. It was indeed a cruel world, unable to contain his eagerness. Gao Yin attempted to harness the power of the Zisha Hulu with his thoughts. To his amazement, a multitude of small purple stones erupted from the gourd. Swirling in the air, experimenting with distance control, he discovered that these Zisha could travel up to 10 meters before vanishing and returning to the gourd. He then crafted a sunshade above his head using the Zisha, which proved remarkably effective. However, manipulating the Zisha for an extended period drained his mental energy, leaving him feeling fatigued, akin to having run several hundred meters. He estimated that with his current perception and physical strength, he could sustain control over the Zisha for approximately 10 minutes. Gao Yin made a preliminary assessment of his combat endurance. The travel coins were directly added to his account, and the compressed biscuits occupied little space, fitting comfortably within his provisions. Once everything was arranged, Gao Yin descended from Shershan, appearing considerably revitalized. As the passengers on the train began to gather in groups to rest, he joined those in carriage number 9. Numerous shaded spots among the stone mountains presented ideal locations for setting up a resting place for the night. Gao Yan, that gourd of yours looks like a treasure. Did you just find it? Zhang Zuozhu remarked, noticing the Zisha Hulu at Gao Yan's waist. The gourd exhibited a remarkable sheen beneath its purple exterior. I stumbled upon it by chance, Gao Yan replied. It seems to be quite extraordinary, Chang Ming added, glancing at the unique treasure, recognizing it as a minimum of blue-tier rarity. Observing Gao Yan's improved demeanor, it appeared that the excitement from opening the treasure chest had alleviated some of his sorrow. Rising from his chair, the boss approached Gao Yan. Is that gourd meant for holding wine? You seem to carry an air of a hermit. Brother Ming, this gourd is for showing off. With my stature, wearing it outdoors is the epitome of being a high-minded individual. Gao Yan jested, manipulating the Zisha to dance around him, resembling a flamboyant figure. I love Luo. Is it truly you? Chang Ming exclaimed, retrieving a marker he had found in an office building, eagerly pressing it against Gao Yan's forehead. Hold still. Almost done, Zhang Zuozhu observed as Chang Ming clumsily scribbled a character on Gao Yan's right temple, clearly lacking formal calligraphic training. The result was somewhat painful to behold, prompting him to speak up. Brother Ming, you've written it incorrectly. It should be in traditional characters. Oh, I got carried away. Should I just erase it and rewrite? Gao Yan hastily pushed him away, mortified at the thought of such a display. Chang Ming admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction, wishing the gourd were larger. The once lofty image of a sage was comically reduced to that of a whimsical youth due to Chang Ming's antics. You should carry that gourd on your back, not hang it from your waist, Zhang Zuozhu interjected earnestly. Indeed, he is from a neighboring village. He is the most qualified to comment. Chang Ming staunchly supported this notion, lending further absurdity to the scene. Chapter 62. Passengers from other trains. Once everyone settled, they began to ignite a fire. Before nightfall, they aimed to prepare dinner. After a day of rest on the train, the other carriage's passengers had somewhat regained their energy, having arrived with their stomachs growling. However, the previous hour of walking under the scorching sun had depleted their energy and moisture reserves. The water supply they had was limited. Unlike Chang Ming and the others, who could wash up before meals, they could only manage to drink, which would suffice for 3 to 4 days. Yu Xiong's facial injuries had nearly healed over the past few days. He had peeled off the thick scab from his left cheek. Fortunately, he had avoided any infections. Due to the intense heat during the journey, he had removed the original bandaging from his face. In some areas, the adhesive had caused discomfort. Equipped with a microcharger, Yu Xiong had slain several zombie monsters at the last stop, ensuring he brought ample food from the train. His primary sustenance consisted of marinated eggs, which were effective in staving off hunger and cost only 3 coins on the train. He calculated that consuming 5 marinated eggs would be decidedly more economical than the boxed meal, providing better taste and saving him 10 coins, as Lin Manjun had done. He suspected others might have made similar calculations, but he had yet to reach that point. He had heard that Lin Manjun had eaten leftover bones from others, which earned her some respect in Yu Xiong's eyes. However, he chose not to engage with her again on the train, as he felt it would lead to unwanted associations with Gao Yan and his companions. With only 20 travel coins remaining, he figured that if no further opportunities arose, he could still manage 2 meals once back on the train. To his dismay, carriage number 9 had experienced a reduction in passengers. It was a pity about that female university student who had been quite attractive. He wondered if she had been claimed by Chang Ming. He speculated that Chang Ming might be feeling down about it, but Yu Xiong couldn't help but feel a bit of glee, though he dared not show it. What are you thinking? So cheerful. Care to share with everyone? Huang Mao Heikai inquired, observing Yu Xiong's sinister grin. Despite the shade of the mountain, the surrounding air remained stiflingly hot, with most people furrowing their brows in discomfort. Was it that obvious? Yu Xiong was taken aback, realizing his expressions had betrayed him. Wasn't this another slap in the face? I casually uttered a falsehood, which reminded me of the amusing fellow from Lang Lang Mountain. Have you seen this? No, brother. Do you think we are on a pilgrimage in this desolate place? Heikue is utterly lost, even in this sweltering heat, still dreaming of animated films. I must say, Heikue believes his intellect far surpasses that of this muscle-bound man. Were it not for that submachine gun being seized first by Yu Xiong in this 7th carriage, he would be the king. He is the emperor. As for Chang Ming, at best, he is merely a regent. Setting aside this topic, do you have any liquor left? The last drink was on me. Yu Jiong, unwilling to engage in nonsensical chatter, changed the subject. You're just thinking about the fin 30 I stashed away, fine. I shall bring it out for you to taste today. Heikue also discovered some liquor and cigarettes in the office, treating them like treasures in his space. The habits of a smoker and a drinker can alleviate his worries, provided the supplies do not run out. Nonetheless, he is inherently a spirited youth, always living in the moment. Drinking is not limited to them. Chang Ming produced a box of Mao Tai, pouring a cup for himself and the occupants of the 9th carriage. A portion of the liquor spilled onto the ground. This cup is dedicated to Jiang Yuan. At least she does not have to suffer in this world anymore. After Chang Ming raised his cup, the others followed suit. The sizes of the cups varied, with the 3 girls merely sampling a sip. Chang Ming, however, downed his drink in one go, the fiery spice hitting his throat immediately, prompting him to take a swig of ice-cold cola. Although, given Chang Ming's constitution, the 2 yang of liquor would not intoxicate him. It was his first encounter with Baijiu, making his throat somewhat uncomfortable. The other boys emulated him, also downing their drinks. Their expressions varied. Zhang Zuozhu appeared somewhat reluctant after finishing, while Gaoyan coughed out tears and grabbed a bottle of ice water to gulp down. The complexities of adult life eluded him. Today he had tasted both cigarettes and baijiu, finding no joy in the experience, but rather a semblance of suffering. After the drinks, they began to eat porridge paired with the lamb chops that Chang Ming had saved. As night descended, a refreshing breeze swept through, providing immense relief to the passengers who had endured the scorching sun in the afternoon. After finishing their meal, Chang Ming and Zhang Zuozhu climbed to the mountaintop to keep watch. Zuozhu, you never part with that cigarette. Do you have enough left? If I have it, I will smoke. If not, I will quit. I'd almost gone a week without smoking, but I found a dozen packs at the last stop, which should last me 2 months without issue. Without waiting for the cigarette, but to extinguish, Zhang Zuozhu lit another. Chang Ming harbored deep doubts about whether his companion could truly last 2 months. The two chatted casually, when suddenly, Chang Ming's attention was drawn to a flickering light in the distance. Is there someone? Following Chang Ming's gaze, Zhang Zuozhu also spotted the lights, which lined up in a series, indicating more than one source. It appeared to be a group approaching them. Could they be passengers from another train? The strange creatures they had encountered before lacked the intelligence to ignite a fire. Moreover, since those creatures resided here, relying on fire for mobility seemed somewhat inconsistent with their native behavior. Thus, it was highly likely they were humans. Indeed, there were other train passengers who had come here. They simply hadn't crossed paths when disembarking, and given the vastness of the area, it was unexpected to encounter them now. Zhang Zuozhu did not doubt Chang Ming's words, observing the group seemingly advancing towards them. Passengers aboard the 886 train were situated at the foot of the mountain, yet the terrain was not particularly low. Those individuals likely saw the flickering light. As night fell, rather than seeking a place to rest, they headed directly towards them. Zhang Zuozhu suspected they had ulterior motives. Of course, it was also possible they were merely friendly and wished to engage with passengers from other trains. Minggu, those people are coming towards us at night. They may not have good intentions. Let's prepare in advance. You go down and arrange things. Tell them to extinguish the fire. Zhang Zuozhu descended the mountain and immediately shouted, "Everyone with guns, come with me up the mountain. The rest, put out the fire and prepare to welcome the other train's passengers." Zuozhu, is that necessary? We can engage in friendly dialogue. The folks from train 003 at the last station were quite agreeable. A man named Chun Howie from the first carriage voiced his opinion, hoping to avoid conflict since he was unarmed. Fine, you stay here to engage in friendly dialogue as our representative, responsible for negotiations. The rest of you, conceal yourselves with your weapons. Brother, I was wrong. I will hide. Chun Howie produced 2 rusty, tattered knives, relying on them for his survival. Nevertheless, it must be said, he had practiced throwing and was quite accurate with his knives, having even dispatched some of the corpse creatures. Unfortunately, his luck had been poor. He had never stumbled upon treasures or firearms. The distant light grew increasingly closer, and it seemed those approaching had no intention of concealing their presence. A voice echoed from afar. "Brother Shao, that group is right ahead. I cannot be mistaken." Chapter 63. The audacious Chang Ming. All right, lead the way. Let us see what friends are here. Brother Xiao was none other than Xiao Gaofeng from Train 888, a man determined to become the king of trains, who had trained in martial arts in Wansheng before the apocalypse under Master Lu Baohua. He had honed his skills, excelling in boxing. In the first encounter, he had slain elite corpse creatures, obtaining a blue treasure training outfit. In the second, he had flattered the old village chief, earning a golden treasure, the 5 refinements whip. In the third, he had defeated an elite anomaly, claiming a purple treasure, the anti-impact mouthguard. With these 3 pieces of equipment, his total attributes had increased by over 100 points. Who could compare? Except for the inconvenience of the mouthguard, which he typically kept in his mouth. The other 2 items were carried with him. With his martial arts, he boasted a physique of 10. The 5 refinements whip conferred 30 strength and 30 physique. The mouthguard granted 40 physique. Coupled with Xiao Gaofeng's original physique of 12 points, his final physique soared to an impressive 92 points. Bullets could only embed themselves in his muscles. This was the foundation of his ability to thrive on the 18th floor of an office building. Unfortunately, he was ensnared by tentacles and could only escape thanks to the lightning 5 refinements whip's innate skill. Now, Xiao Gaofeng sported a broad face, donned a white training outfit, and was cinched with a golden 5 refinements whip, striding with an invigorating breeze, full of vigor. Naturally, encountering another group presented risks, so, upon arrival, he tucked the mouthguard back into his mouth. As the personnel from Train 888 approached within 100 meters, Zhang Zuozhu shouted from the mountain, "This is our territory. Identify yourselves and state your intentions." A loyal supporter of Xiao Gaofeng, Kong Wenlong, stepped forward, a lean figure missing one eye, brandishing a rifle with a hint of arrogance as he responded, "Ah, still a Ming person. We are from Train 888 in Zone 9. If you are wise, send someone in charge down a chat. Train 888 in Zone 9. Isn't it the train that quarreled with Heikuei?" I remember there was also a rather eccentric poker face among them. Chang Ming immediately recalled the chat from the group and found it amusing. This train king must possess some skill. If the situation was manageable, Chang Ming was prepared to invite him along to seek the Cactus King. Having disembarked with a commission, he did not intend to act with the main force. After all, one could never have too many golden treasures. Minggu, it's that self-proclaimed train king, the eccentric. Gao Yin was even inquiring about his family yesterday, so the memory is fresh. While he spoke, Gao Yin remained vigilant, having heightened perception that allowed him to sense the greatest danger among the people below was that square-faced individual. Perhaps he truly had some ability. Having encountered the venerable village elderly Yin, Chang Ming grasped the profound truth that there are realms beyond realms. Judging by the imposing aura of his counterpart, it was apparent that he possessed considerable prowess, making him the second strongest individual Chang Ming had ever met. Adorned with protective arm guards and a straw hat, Chang Ming resolved to discern the intentions of this group and thus initiated the conversation. Let us speak plainly. The night is not particularly tranquil, and we all need to prepare for rest. Are you the leader of this caravan? If you hold sway here, I suggest you produce half of your water supply. In this place, you shall receive the protection of the esteemed lord of the train. Kong Wenlong raised his voice, as though proclaiming the name of the train king was akin to a steward announcing the arrival of an emperor. Surely, after we have refreshed ourselves, we can reserve some water for you, yes? It appears you have quite a substantial water supply. Hand it over to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon disembarking, Kong Wenlong and his companions were nearly parched. Although they had visited areas with scarce food, they had never before worried about water. To their dismay, this force station was situated in a desolate Gobi desert, where the sweltering heat was unbearable, causing many to suffer from sunburn and heat stroke. Initially, they had brought enough water for several days, but this station lacked any resupply points. In just 2 to 3 hours, they had consumed 2 to 3 liters of water, and they still needed to endure until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Without finding an oasis, most would likely falter before then. Many regretted not gathering sufficient water at the first station, as they had been tempted by the various resources available in the third station's office building, which they traded down for clean, bottled water. They believed that with 2 16-liter barrels, they could survive for 10 to 15 days, but given the current conditions, even making it through the day after tomorrow seemed a daunting task. They had been resting in the mountains when some individuals equipped with military binoculars spotted the flickering flames at the gathering site of Train 886, prompting them to form a team and venture forth. Chang Ming had ample water. His supply would suffice not just for the 50-odd individuals before him, but even if their number were to quintuple or sextuple. For him, this resource held little value, priced at merely 5 travel coins per cubic meter. And besides his original stock of over 8 cubic meters, he also possessed numerous bottled drinks. Selling a cubic meter would undoubtedly alleviate the water woes of these individuals for 3 days. Yet, Kong Wenlong's audacity in demanding half of their water left Chang Ming and his companions feeling quite uncomfortable. With a single leap from the mountaintop, Chang Ming landed gracefully, one hand steadying his straw hat as a cloud of dust erupted upon impact. Rising slowly, he bore a smile that appeared somewhat enigmatic in the flickering light. A hike of over 20 meters posed no challenge for him. As he descended the cliff, the armed men atop the mountain, led by Zhang Zhuo, leveled their firearms. "You want water? I shall provide it," he declared. "Consider yourself fortunate. My brother Xiao will soon become the train king, and I am his right-hand man." Kong Wenlong felt a sense of pride, intoxicated by the illusion of power. Observing the young man's ability to jump down and skate suggested that he possessed some skill. However, regardless of his abilities, he remained a mere pup in the presence of Xiao Gaofeng. Yet, there was something striking about the way the young man descended. Regrettably, his companion was not inclined to bend. Chang Ming retrieved a large iron bucket from his spatial compartment, holding it aloft with one hand, filled to the brim with 14 to 15 liters of water. This spectacle captivated Kong Wenlong and his associates, for anyone with such a substantial volume of water, combined with their own reserves, could undoubtedly survive here for 3 days. "Quickly, hand it over." "No, first give it to Brother Xiao," Kong Wenlong exclaimed, excitement evident in his outstretched hand, his gaze fixated solely on the water. "Here." With a swift motion, a bucket of water was poured out before Kong Wenlong, instantly absorbed by the parched earth. The scorched terrain absorbed the water with remarkable efficiency. Initially, Kong Wenlong's face contorted in pain, but soon his eyes blazed with fury. "What are you trying to do? Here is your water, but can you even hold it?" Chang Ming retorted, and as his words faded, the bucket vanished, only to be replaced by another full one appearing before the crowd. "Make sure you catch this one." Without waiting for Kong Wenlong's response, 2 individuals from Train 888 rushed forward with containers, desperate to seize the life-giving liquid. "I'll take it. I'll take it." Chang Ming ignored the 2, focusing intently on Xiao Gaofeng, and with a flick of his wrist, the second bucket cascaded down like a waterfall. Water splashed into the basin, with more than half spilling onto the ground. The 2 men, crowded together, wore expressions of elation as they grasped the basin, witnessing the opportunity to collect water. Others likewise stowed their weapons and advanced with various vessels, eager to avoid conflict while obtaining water. The passengers of Train 888 were acutely aware of Chang Ming's prowess. It seemed only Xiao Gaofeng could contend with him. 50 or so individuals, each clutching basins and barrels, approached in a frenzy, yet they dared not clash with Chang Ming. He continued to pour bucket after bucket as if discarding refuse, while those from Train 888 scrambled to catch the water, creating a chaotic scene. Kong Wenlong instinctively gulped, inching closer to Xiao Gaofeng, a sense of fear creeping in regarding the smiling, imposing young man. Seeking assistance, he glanced at his leader, only to find the train king wide-eyed, fixated on Chang Ming. Xiao Gaofeng unwittingly uttered, "Since their encounter, you have remained silent. I see now you are mute." After Chang Ming's descent, he directed his attention solely at Xiao Gaofeng, initially believing him to be aloof and disinterested in conversation. It now appeared he had misjudged him. Perhaps the young man had a disability. The 2 leaders of this band were an unflinching cyclops and a square-faced mute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gaofeng removed his orthodontic appliances, explaining that his silence was due to the inconvenience of speaking with them in place. "You are Chang Ming of Train 886. How is it that you stand here unscathed?" Xiao Gaofeng exclaimed. Last night, he had witnessed Chang Ming speak well past 10 o'clock, fearing he would not emerge unscathed. Yet here stood Chang Ming, perfectly fine. Could it be that the crew was powerless to impose discipline upon him? If so, what extraordinary capabilities must he possess? Reflecting upon their shared experiences in this post-apocalyptic world, it seemed unlikely that Chang Ming could rival the crew members. The alluring female crew member of Train 888 exuded an aura of terror with every movement. Perhaps Chang Ming possessed some extraordinary artifact that had allowed him to escape calamity. Every formidable individual undoubtedly held their secrets. Train King, your memory serves you well. I am indeed quite well, as is customary. I have provided you with water, and should you desire more, it is available. Chang Ming paused, casting a glance at Kong Wenlong, who now bore an expression of trepidation. Before continuing, since we are negotiating, I have fulfilled your request. Shall it not be time for me to present my conditions? Xiao Gaofeng, uncertain of Chang Ming's depth, had already regarded him as an equal and nodded in agreement. What are your terms? My terms are simple. You must sever one of your arms, and I shall replenish the remaining water, sufficient for your needs for at least 3 days. Otherwise, I shall reclaim the water I previously bestowed upon you. Do not doubt my ability to enforce this. At that moment, Chang Ming's gaze revealed no hint of emotion. You cannot be serious, Xiao Gaofeng retorted. If you consider your life a jest, then perhaps you might see it that way. Xiao Gaofeng found himself at a crossroads, realizing that water could save lives, and not just his own. So sacrificing an arm seemed trivial in comparison. All right, I agree. As Xiao Gaofeng declared this with grandiosity, the members of the 888 train gazed at their leader in astonishment. Was this truly the selfish and opportunistic train king? He was willing to sever his own limb for the sake of everyone's water supply. This further highlighted the strength of the young man named Chang Ming, as Xiao Gaofeng sought to avoid conflict with him. With a swift motion, Xiao Gaofeng unsheathed his fiber-refined whip from his waist and cracked it with a resounding snap. In an instant, a cry of agony followed. Kong Wenlong writhed on the ground, his legs shattered, bewildered by his leader's sudden aggression. Wenlong, you pride yourself as my right-hand man. Now that your leg is broken, it is as if I too have lost a limb, fulfilling Chang Ming's demand. After stating this, Xiao Gaofeng turned to Chang Ming and asked, "Is this outcome acceptable?" "Perfectly agreeable. You are not entirely foolish," Chang Ming replied, his gaze fixed on the brash Kong Wenlong, intent on ensuring he faced punishment and the abandonment of his elder brother. The effect was indeed commendable. A man who could not walk in this desert was destined for death. Only then did the members of the 888 train comprehend the meaning behind the phrase self-sacrifice. It appeared that the train king was still the same formidable leader. They had misjudged him. I aspire to be the train king, driven by dreams, not foolishness. Indeed, you are right, Chang Ming asserted, unwilling to engage in debate over such matters, lest he be tainted by the darkness of others. This time, Chang Ming also bore the task of locating the Cactus King, which would likely require considerable time, so he did not intend to accompany the main group. Xiao Gaofeng, however, seemed capable of aiding him. By the way, Train King, would you be interested in a nocturnal excursion across the Gobi Desert? Are you in search of treasure? I am indeed interested, but how shall we divide the spoils upon discovery? Xiao Gaofeng harbored some reservations regarding Chang Ming's strength, although he was confident in his defensive capabilities. He could not dismiss the possibility of Chang Ming possessing unexpected means. Whoever discovers it first claims it, and we shall also seek elite monsters, which may yield excellent equipment. Chang Ming's primary objective remained the search for the Cactus King, and having a companion would certainly enhance their chances. Moreover, given the formidable nature of the Cactus King, having someone to share the burden of combat would significantly increase their odds of acquiring cactus juice. After some contemplation, Xiao Gaofeng agreed, recognizing that remaining with the group would yield little reward. Shall we set out tonight? Why not wait until daybreak? Time waits for no one. If other trains are nearby, it would be detrimental if they were to seize the opportunity. Efficient use of time was paramount. Thus, the two decided to team up, parting ways with the larger group, instructing them to remain in the Stone Mountains for 3 days before proceeding to the station. In fulfilling the promise of water to the 888 train, Chang Ming provided them with supplies, as he had 7 cubic meters available, more than sufficient for his needs. After 3 days, he could return to refill and collect a travel coin from each for the water fee. We are all compatriots. Selling to them poses no issue, as long as it does not impact my interests. A single travel coin was not a significant amount for them. Rest assured, Mingo, Gao Yan and I will lead everyone back to the train. We shall meet again. Zhang Zhuju understood that Chang Ming had his own matters to attend to, and gaining strength with his current group would yield minimal results. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Chang Ming and Xiao Gaofeng randomly selected a direction and set off, their surroundings unfamiliar, making any path equally viable. They merely needed to remember the position of the stone mountains for their return journey. If left behind, even someone as formidable as Li Yin might not survive. Although this was merely Chang Ming's conjecture, the true prowess of the elder village chief, Duo Bao, had yet to be fully revealed. As they ventured further, both possessed a physique exceeding that of ordinary men by tenfold, their endurance unquestionable. Chang Ming, do you possess any special means for combat against peculiar entities? Xiao Gaofeng inquired, aware of the young man's strengths, believing they could complement each other when facing monsters. Means? Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Chang Ming considered that his most potent form of attack remained straightforward, delivering blows with unyielding force, surpassing even the love gun's might. You lack offensive weaponry? My 5 refined whip is suitable for close combat, and my physique boasts over 90 points. As he spoke, Xiao Gaofeng proudly patted his waist, swelling with pride at the mention of his strength. I do have weapons. My fists are my armaments, and I have a firearm for ranged attacks. Thus, when we encounter unusual beings, you should conserve your ammunition for range support. Xiao Gaofeng believed that close combat held advantages, especially when it came to killing strange entities, as he would be in closest proximity. Should we encounter anything peculiar, we will assess the situation accordingly. Chang Ming acknowledged this, knowing that the first to discover an item would claim it, not wishing to let this brash individual benefit. Although they were allies, a certain level of wariness remained between them. After approximately half an hour of travel, the Gobi was eerily silent, the two relying on their flashlights as they moved beyond the confines of the stone mountains. Do you feel a chill in the air? Xiao Gaofeng sensed a rapid drop in temperature. You are not mistaken. It does feel a bit cold. While possessing a robust physique that could withstand the cold, there was no need to endure discomfort. Chang Ming adjusted his watch and donned a black trench coat, which alleviated the chill. Where did you find such warm clothing? Xiao Gaofeng expressed a hint of envy upon seeing Chang Ming in the trench coat. A gust of wind swept by, causing the coat to flutter dramatically, lending an air of sophistication, though his bare feet appeared somewhat incongruous. The ability to change attire with a minor treasure was of little consequence. Chang Ming thought nothing of it. It was merely a blue item that allowed for a change of outfit. In truth, whether he wore thick clothing made little difference. His strong physique, coupled with a warm baby card, meant he could withstand even frigid temperatures without issue. Why not wear shoes? The ground must be uncomfortable. Chang Ming, did he not desire footwear? Alas, they had been taken by an antlion, or perhaps he simply enjoyed the sensation of bare feet. Only in this way can I remain unafraid of your commanding presence as the train king. Xiao Gaofeng, puzzled, inquired if Chang Ming possessed some treasure that prohibited him from wearing shoes. No, Chang Ming shook his head, contemplating it is simply that bare feet are unbothered by shoes. Xiao Gaofeng suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over him. It is so damn cold. The temperature continued to plummet, hovering around 34 degrees. When the wind blew, it intensified the chill. If adequate precautions were not taken against the cold, many would likely fall ill during the night. Surely, there are no monsters lurking in this desolate Gobi. There has been not a sound along the way. Xiao Gaofeng felt fatigue from the journey, lacking motivation without any reward. Observing Chang Ming now clad in a down jacket, he could not help but harbor some grievances. Did you encounter the giant antlions in the desert when you disembarked? We stepped onto the Gobi Desert and saw nothing at all. However, the presence of a desert here is indeed quite normal. I nearly succumbed to the heat in the afternoon. It seems that the passengers of Train 888 had better luck than us. They need not fear the antlions on their return journey. The round moon hung in the sky, with not a single cloud above the Gobi. Chang Ming said little more, continuing to survey the dark expanse of the Gobi, where the contours of the surroundings were discernible in the moonlight. Xiao Gaofeng was also striving to make a discovery when he suddenly turned to the right and exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be fireflies in the distance." Have you ever seen fireflies in pairs? Chang Ming felt distinctly that those were not insects, but rather the eyes of some creatures, moving towards the two of them. Are you suggesting that these could be wolves? Xiao Gaofeng was somewhat exhilarated. If they truly encountered wolves, killing one would provide fresh meat. At that moment, Chang Ming drew his beloved firearm, ensuring he was fully equipped. Regardless of whether they were wolves, it was clear they were approaching. He was prepared for battle. The pairs of glowing points drew nearer, and when they were within 30 meters, their true forms were revealed. 5 humanoid beings over 2 meters tall, their eyes radiating a haunting green glow of hunger. With wolf heads and claw-like hands, 4 of them are covered in black fur. While the one in the center appeared to be the leader, its fur white. It was undoubtedly a werewolf. It was Chang Ming's first encounter with such a creature in reality. But regrettably, it appeared inedible. Xiao Gaofeng, undeterred, fitted a mouthguard and gripped his 5-strike whip. With a gentle flick, the whip cracked through the air, creating a long trench in the ground. I've assessed the situation. We will take down all 5 wolves tonight, he declared, aiming his weapon at the white-headed werewolf. Recognizing it as the strongest among them. Capture the leader first. The white-headed werewolf reacted with remarkable speed, evading the gunfire with a sidestep, followed by a howl that echoed through the night. The 5 werewolves lunged forward, intent on tearing them apart. Xiao Gaofeng immediately engaged 2 ordinary werewolves in combat, unleashing his lightning-fast 5-strike whip, leaving 5 crimson marks on one of them. The whip cut through flesh like butter. The werewolf, in pain, regarded him warily. The sting of that whip was no trifling matter. A tremendous crash resonated from Chang Ming's direction, shaking the very ground. When Xiao Gaofeng turned to look, he saw Chang Ming with 1 foot planted on the face of the white-furred werewolf, while the other 2 lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Damn, this guy is absurdly strong. The werewolf was formidable, but it was unclear how 3 had fallen so swiftly. It seemed Chang Ming would require careful monitoring in the future. At that moment, facing the swift werewolves, Chang Ming activated Qilin Might the instant they closed in. He sought to end the fight quickly, and miraculously, all 3 werewolves survived the onslaught, exhibiting remarkable vitality. The white-headed werewolf attempted to rise, but Chang Ming swiftly intervened. Its internal organs were in turmoil, and with immense strength, it swung its gigantic claws at Chang Ming, who blocked with his left arm. When the claws collided with his armored forearm, sparks flew, and the jarring sound of metal on metal sent shivers down one's spine. The tremendous force forced Chang Ming to stagger back several steps before he regained his footing. This creature was incredibly strong, rivaling the fishmen from the first station. At that time, Chang Ming had faced the fishmen, whose strength had been vastly superior. Now, he found himself evenly matched with the white-headed werewolf, though its speed was remarkable. Taking advantage of the moment, the werewolf leader staggered to its feet, its eyes glinting with malice. The previous clash had led it to underestimate Chang Ming's strength. After all, the exertion from using Qilin's might was significant, and its power was not to be underestimated. As the distance widened, Chang Ming's beloved firearm reappeared. He wielded the pistol, demonstrating the concept of bullets as if they were free. The werewolf dodged rapidly, but due to its injuries, it was still struck in the waist. The fur tore open, and blood gushed forth. Seizing the opportunity, a glowing fist expanded within the werewolf's pupils. Chang Ming's speed was astonishing. The werewolf could only manage to block with its claws. The anticipated collision of equal forces did not occur. Instead, the werewolf's claws twisted in an unnatural manner, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chang Ming's fist continued unabated, colliding squarely with the werewolf's face. The werewolf's visage caved in, crumpling like a dumpling, and then its entire body was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, lifeless. Chang Ming's exhilaration surged as he silently cheered. This punch is utterly invincible. Kill level 3 elite werewolf leader, travel coins 1,000, indeed. It was of the same caliber as the fishman. The werewolf leader had misjudged the power of Chang Ming's punch. The righteous iron fist contained attributes of all kinds. It was not merely about strength. Chang Ming glanced over at Xiao Gaofeng, who had slain one werewolf but appeared to be struggling against another, which likely would not last much longer. Next to the werewolf leader lay a pair of pure white running shoes, as if summoned by thought. Silent running shoes, purple treasure, agility 35, constitution 10. Wearing them leaves little trace on the ground. Your footsteps are nearly silent, passive skill. Night run. Your speed increases by 20 while running at night. Chang Ming donned the white running shoes, feeling their comfort. Approaching the two remaining werewolves, he dispatched them with his beloved firearm. Kill level 3 creature, werewolf, x2. Travel coins 200. It turned out that the rewards for level 3 creatures were equivalent to those for level 1 elite creatures, though their strength far surpassed that of zombies. Likely due to their classification. Similar to how a level 2 elite creature, like a child playing hide-and-seek, could not be dealt with solely by strength. Chang Ming lit a cigarette. Watching the performance of the Train King, he indeed had a fondness for action films, unrelated to romance. End of text. Thank you to the esteemed Air Junzi Shi for the inspiration capsule. Username 355574143, and to the Oblivious When Hung for the update token. Gratitude to all for the love and support. Chapter 66. Remove the set just now. Xiao Gaofeng witnessed Chang Ming bending down to pick something up, likely indicating that the white-haired werewolf is an elite creature. Impressive, indeed. The Train King possesses some abilities to have vanquished such a formidable werewolf. Xiao Gaofeng harbored serious suspicions that Chang Ming was merely boasting, exclaiming, "Wu, remove your mouthguard before speaking. I cannot comprehend you." He extracted the mouthguard from his mouth, wiped it on his clothing, and stowed it away in his spatial pocket. His gaze then fixated on the pristine white sneakers adorning Chang Ming's feet. "I say, you are not superior. Oh, did you just acquire those shoes?" Chang Ming, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "They are merely a pair of white shoes. I actually prefer the black ones that resist dirt. Are you even being selective?" Xiao Gaofeng retorted. "An elite monster at the very least drops a blue treasure. It is convenient to carry and enhances attributes, making it a desirable item. Much like Xiao Gaofeng's mouthguard, which he found somewhat convenient, albeit it hindered his speech. I favor white. Why not gift them to me?" He jested, aware that Chang Ming was unlikely to comply, but hoping that perhaps, in a moment of folly, he might. However, both had exhausted some energy from their recent battle. "Let us rest here for a spell. We will resume our search for treasure in 15 minutes, Xiao Gaofeng suggested, considering he had activated his skills twice. Moreover, the werewolf's claws were not to be taken lightly, having left several grazes on his skin. And while his clothing was of treasure grade, his trousers bore numerous rents. He envied Chang Ming's treasures. Upon changing attire, the damaged clothing vanished entirely. Although not particularly effective in combat, its post-battle value was substantial. Chang Ming exhaled a puff of smoke, the white wisps taking on a bluish hue against the night backdrop. "Let us hydrate and recuperate. That should suffice." On the rocky mountain under the night sky, numerous bonfires were rekindled. Many individuals huddled together, sharing warmth through body heat. In September, when the people of Daming entered the train, most were clad in short sleeves. They had not anticipated such drastic temperature fluctuations on the Gobi Desert, which likely reached 40 degrees. The passengers from the two trains formed several small groups on the rocky mountain to escape the cold, maintaining close proximity to one another. Half an hour prior, the originally injured left and right arms had been dragged into a secluded corner by a group of individuals, after which they ceased to make any sound. An injured person, still possessing resources, was sure to attract attention. Chun Xingnan and her female companions had initially stocked up on clothing. Layering a few pieces felt significantly warmer. Gao Yin and several other men gathered around the bonfire with them, using the sofa leather spread on the ground as makeshift bedding, which proved quite effective. Brothers Hua, in such cold weather, surely there won't be any strange entities appearing, right? They must be seeking a warm place to hide, Ma Dashuai lamented, extending his hands toward the fire. We are fortunate to have sofa leather, unlike those nearby groups who rely solely on shivering for warmth. Zhang's took the cigarette from his mouth, flicked off the ash, and glanced at the passengers of Train 888. As for the strange entities, I cannot say, but we are unfamiliar with those over there. Let us remain vigilant tonight, lest we meet an untimely fate. With Chang Ming absent, the safety of their classmates rested on Zhang's shoulders. Without the presence of this humanoid beast to deter trouble, it was conceivable that someone might entertain nefarious thoughts. In truth, he held reservations regarding the other compartments of Train 886. If these individuals were to suddenly lose their wits, they might engage in some outrageous behavior. However, Lu Zhan was a clever man. As long as their actions did not threaten life, he would likely remain a steadfast ally of Car Number 9. It seemed that thoughts manifested into reality, as 6 men approached Zhang Zhua and the others from a distance, appearing somewhat cold and hugging themselves. 2 of them brandished firearms. Zhang Zhua and Gao Yin preemptively gripped their weapons, ready to confront any trouble. The 6 men indeed halted before the group in car number 9. The leader, holding a gun, lingered his gaze on Lakshmi for a moment. "We're a bit cold. Might we borrow some of your leather to shield against the wind?" This man bore a birthmark on his forehead and spoke with a swagger, his eyes narrowing mischievously. "Apologies, but we have no surplus." Zhang Zhua tightened his grip on the firearm, casting a fleeting glance at the man before redirecting his attention to the weapon in his hand. "No matter. We can squeeze in with you. We 1T take anything. Brother, that's right, let us huddle together for warmth. I see this foreign girl is cold. I'll squeeze in with her." Upon hearing this, the other men began to chuckle lewdly while attempting to close in on Lakshmi and the other women. Zhang Zhua exchanged glances with Gao Yin and the others, preparing to strike first. This group of lecherous individuals seemed intent on seizing the sofa leather. But upon noticing the beauty of Lakshmi and her companions, they had seemingly shifted their focus. At that moment, a shadow darted past, tackling the birthmark man to the ground. A pained scream escaped his lips, and in his struggle, he inadvertently squeezed the trigger several times. Bang! Bang! At this juncture, Gao Yin and the others finally discerned that a werewolf was gnawing at the birthmark man's neck. It appeared that the sounds of his struggle and screams brought the creature considerable pleasure. The werewolf, exhilarated by the tearing, paid no mind to the surrounding humans. With the burgeoning conflict between the 2 parties momentarily forgotten, those with firearms began firing at the werewolf. Zhang Zhua swiftly drew his gun, unleashing a barrage at the creature. However, at such close range, only a single shot found its mark. Meanwhile, another armed man from Train 888 collapsed to the ground, his head bursting forth in a spray of crimson. Zhang Zhua wished to eliminate any variables. The intentions of these individuals were apparent from their expressions. Since they all posed a threat, it would be prudent to resolve one issue amidst the chaos. Yet, the werewolf's defenses were formidable. Ordinary bullets merely inflicted minor injuries. The werewolf, now wounded and bleeding, emitted a low growl. The assault from the firearms enraged it, prompting a departure from its meal and directing its fury toward Zhang Zhua, the nearest armed individual. Zhang Zhua emptied his magazine, promptly holstered his gun, and drew his machete, prepared to cleave in defense. A robust figure emanating a purple glow interposed himself before Zhang Zhua, colliding with the towering werewolf. "You beast!" Chapter 67. Gao Yin demonstrates his might. 3 updates, not at midnight. Gao Yin, wielding the purple clay, shielded Zhang Zhua and, after a clash with the towering werewolf, staggered back several steps, blood surging within him, narrowly avoiding a fall. Fortuitously, the purple clay had absorbed some of the werewolf's assault. This creature possessed significantly more strength than Gao Yin. Engaging in close combat would undoubtedly spell disaster. The gunfire and the appearance of the werewolf immediately captured the attention of others. The initial reaction among the crowd was to flee, seeking refuge in a safe location. Such a creature, of considerable stature, left everyone uncertain of its lethality. He Kai, brandishing an iron rod, attempted to advance toward the werewolf but was seized by Yu Jiong, who held a submachine gun in one hand while gripping He Kai's arm with the other. "Why are you pulling me back? Let us go take down that creature. With that flimsy stick? Are you seeking death? That is car number 9. If you don't assist, who will?" With Chang Ming absent. "What is the point of your bravado? Young man, do not act impulsively." Heike cast a glance at Gao Yin, who was grappling with a werewolf in the distant side, and then ran in the opposite direction alongside Yu Jiong. At that moment, the werewolf was fixated on Gao Yin, and as Deng Chu fired from the side, it lunged forward. While evading, it launched an attack, possessing the instincts of a beast, recognizing that Gao Yin was among the stronger individuals in the group. Gao Yin sensed the impending danger, but his body could not keep pace with his mind. He was directly tackled by the werewolf, entangled with the creature on the sandy ground. Firing his weapon might injure his comrades. Zhang Zuozhu and Chun Shangnan swung their knives at the werewolf, while Yifeng charged forward with his sword. The werewolf noticed the 3 coming to Gao Yan's aid. One paw pressed down on Gao Yan, while the other swiftly retaliated, knocking Zhang Zuozhu and Yifeng aside. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Shengnan struck the werewolf's shoulder with her blade, showcasing the sharpness of her axe, leaving a bloody gash. Gao Yin immediately felt a release of strength coursing through him, and his mind cleared somewhat. He resolved to fully harness the capabilities of the purple sand. Perhaps this sand could not form a barrier or inflict substantial harm, but its abundance and density could obstruct the werewolf's line of sight, even the air itself. Subsequently, streams of purple sand emerged from the gourd, converging upon the werewolf's head. This instantly transformed the werewolf, as though it were adorned with a large purple headpiece, blocking its vision and causing sand to enter its mouth and nostrils with each breath. The werewolf frantically swiped at the sand, attempting to disperse it. Yet for every handful it managed to clear, another batch would arrive, seemingly endless. Taking advantage of the werewolf's self-defense, Gao Yin twisted his body and slipped away. Drawing his pistol, aiming low, he fired, knowing the werewolf's hide was thick. The gunfire rang out. Zhang Zuozhu noticed Lu Zhan had arrived. The werewolf had only been present for less than a minute, its swift speed and great strength leaving Gao Yin and the others in a state of disarray. At this moment, the werewolf was alone, allowing those with firearms to shoot with confidence. Its vision and sense of smell were severely compromised, and what awaited it were dozens of bullets. Like a headless fly, the werewolf flailed its arms madly, gradually succumbing to the onslaught. The reward for successfully slaying it echoed in Lu Zhan's mind, as he had delivered the fatal shot. Although Gao Yin had exerted the most effort, it was not certain who had truly landed the killing blow. The werewolf was dead, Lu Zhan reminded everyone, and then his eyes brightened as he suddenly spotted something beside the werewolf's corpse. However, before he could act, Gao Yin, standing closest, reached out his hand. Werewolf skin gloves, blue treasure, strength, Constitution 5, stylish gloves that can manifest wolf claws, skill, paralysis. The wolf claws are poisonous, causing injury that hampers enemy movement. This was a blue item that integrated offense and defense, and Gao Yin unhesitatingly donned it. He gazed at the gray gloves on his hands, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Zhu Feng, how are you both? After the battle, Niu Zilong approached to inquire about their injuries. It's nothing serious, as long as I don't have rabies, Zhang Zuozhu replied, glancing at the claw marks on his chest. Although scratched, the wound was not deep. Yifeng shook his head in agreement, stating he was in slightly better shape, with no external injuries, just a bit winded from the werewolf's blow. Gao Yin, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, dealing with that werewolf would have been quite the challenge, Zhang Zuozhu expressed earnestly, acknowledging that the spoils rightfully belonged to Gao Yin. At that moment, Lakshmi stepped forward with a clean piece of clothing to help bandage his wound. Without our Hengjiang water, it would be good to sprinkle some for safety. If we were to use that filthy water, it would surely invite bacteria, she remarked seriously. Zhang Zuozhu, taken aback by her earnestness, decided against voicing his thoughts and simply thanked her. Earlier, the 4 individuals from Train 888 had long disappeared, and since he had not clearly remembered their appearances, he felt that he would have to account for them later. Looking to gather anything useful, Zhang Zuozhu rose to collect 2 handguns and some ammunition dropped by the deceased, items that had been overlooked in the tension of the moment. He also found a few sausages, 2 bags of chips, and 5 buckets of instant noodles. Miscellaneous items and water remained untouched. The occupants of Car 9 were well prepared. He handed the 2 guns to Lu Dongyang and Lakshmi, thus adding 2 more individuals capable of range attacks. We don't know if more werewolves will appear. They are pack animals. It would be best for us to move to a more populated area. Should we encounter another like this, we can share the firepower, Zhang Zuozhu stated before rising, prompting everyone to gather their belongings. Once everything was settled, they headed toward the direction from which the main group had fled. Having completed the skinning, the werewolf hide looked quite appealing, though the process had been somewhat unpleasant. Chang Ming laid out the skin of the werewolf leader, admiring his handiwork. Initially intending to rest, he felt it would be a shame to discard the hide. After a wash, it could serve as a large sleeping bag. He began practicing his skinning skills, though he lacked Feng's skinning knife and any sharp tools, which made his efforts somewhat laborious. Xiao Gaofeng followed suit, skinning a piece for warmth, as it was precisely what he needed at that moment. However, instead of taking the whole hide, he cut several pieces, the largest of which he draped over his shoulders, finally able to shield himself from the cold wind. Without further ado, The two continued their journey for 2 hours. Ahead, there was a hill. Shall we go investigate for any discoveries? It would also provide an opportunity to rest. Galleon had previously found a treasure chest in the Rocky Mountains. After walking for so long, it was time to search that area again. No problem. Xiao Gaofeng, being an adventurer, was indifferent to the destination. Although visibility was poor at night, it was far more comfortable to travel than during the day. Train King. What was your previous profession? I practice martial arts. If you frequently watch Wu Lin Feng, you might have seen my matches. I haven't watched much. Did someone give you a beating? Xiao Gaofeng felt the conversation could be avoided, but paused for a moment to say, I trained under Master Liu Bao for a few years. My competition record is more victories than defeats. Chang Ming chose not to continue the conversation, suddenly halting his steps, prompting Xiao Gaofeng to ask suspiciously, is there something new? Look, aren't there an unusually high number of cacti growing over here? Chang Ming's voice carried a hint of excitement. Chapter 68, The Mountain God Trickster. Chang Ming did not know what the Cactus King looked like. He only knew it was mobile. Since it was a king, it surely must have some subordinates. However, it was not absolute. Even the Wild Tiger King did not have other tigers around. Nevertheless, since these were plants, it was reasonable for them to grow in clusters, making the emergence of a king plausible. At the very least, the density of cacti here gave Chang Ming a glimmer of hope. Some cacti were edible, but as Xiao Gaofeng approached one, he broke off a piece and held it to his nose, detecting a pungent, grassy odor. The varieties are the same. They are all inedible. Train King, do you understand these? I occasionally watch videos that introduce them. I had planned to visit Tibet someday, and this stop fulfills part of that wish. However, I had hoped to bring my wife and daughter along, but now it's only you here. Seemingly reminded of his daughter, Xiao Gaofeng's mood grew somewhat somber. In this world, a child finds it exceedingly difficult to survive. Lao Wang, pondering these matters, acknowledged that perhaps they possessed favorable opportunities. Let us ascend the mountain and seek a place to rest. The elevation here is advantageous, allowing us to survey the surroundings come morning. Chang Ming offered a word of comfort to his companion, preparing to settle down in this locale to search for the elusive Cactus King on the morrow. Opportunities such as this must not be squandered. We shall wait for dawn before taking action. The night passed in tranquility. Chang Ming slept soundly, his heightened senses alerting him to potential dangers, enabling swift reactions. In contrast, Xiao Gaofeng appeared somewhat fatigued. Their first collaboration rendered sleep less secure. Several times during the night, he awakened, contemplating action, or fearing his companion might do the same. However, recalling Chang Ming's strength, he ultimately restrained himself. With heavy eyelids, he glanced at Chang Ming, who had already arisen, drawn from slumber by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The young man was grilling meat, skillfully skewering a piece of white flesh, roughly the size of an adult's palm, over the crackling flames. Chang Ming had preserved some lard and the flesh of silver dragon fish, and this morning, he yearned for grilled fish. Where did you procure this meat? Xiao Gaofeng inquired, curiosity piqued. Their first stop had been rife with corpse monsters, and the second with gecko men. The third station was similarly populated with corpse creatures, alongside other peculiar beings. Where, indeed, had Chang Ming acquired this meat? Could it be that he had prepared it before the apocalypse? The fish monster we defeated at the last station, our train captain claimed it was edible. Let's taste it today. The golden fish fillet emitted a delicious aroma, as Chang Ming sprinkled a pinch of salt evenly across it. He took a bite, savoring the flavor, the flesh yielding easily beneath his teeth. Xiao Gaofeng swallowed hard, retrieving a marinated egg from his space, which he hastily consumed. But it lacked the same delectable essence. Observing Chang Ming's satisfied expression, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The flavor was indeed exquisite. The texture of the meat was anything but dry and possessed a delightful chewiness. Chang Ming continued to munch away, seemingly insatiable. Delicious, isn't it? Why must you critique everything? Xiao Gaofeng remarked, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction after consuming his egg. Nevertheless, he was grateful for any sustenance, as it prevented him from starving. He noted with vivid clarity that Chang Ming had devoured the grilled fish in a mere 16 bites. Such aroma and size, and he managed to consume it so effortlessly? I doubt I could manage more than 10 bites, he mused. After Chang Ming finished the fish, Xiao Gaofeng felt akin to a released convict, having endured considerable discomfort. However, he possessed provisions and, as a man destined to become the king of trains, could not afford to lose face. While it might be prudent to propose purchasing fish with travel coins later, now was not the time to appear naive. Previously in Wan City, Xiao Gaofeng had indulged in lavish fish feasts, as the Danhe River provided an abundance of exquisite fish species. The rocky terrain here bore a unique dark green hue, distinct from elsewhere, hinting at the possibility of hidden treasures. However, upon ascending the peak, Chang Ming found no such treasures. Even if they existed, he would likely conceal them. He had scanned the area hastily, lacking thoroughness. Now that Xiao Gaofeng had risen, they could search together at a leisurely pace. The geography here was different. Just look at these cacti. Last night, in darkness, they were indistinguishable, but now they were abundant, perhaps indicating a nearby water source. A water source could very well conceal treasures. After all, it was at the pond in the first station that he discovered his first treasure. Chang Ming, concerned that his companion might doubt him, shared his insights with fervor. Let's not delay. The heat will only intensify, making movement more laborious. Dividing their efforts, they set out, aware of the eerie atmosphere. This mountain was not substantial, merely a small hill spanning about a mile. Xiao Gaofeng meticulously searched every nook and cranny, while Chang Ming descended to observe the surrounding cacti. "Hey, are you the Cactus King?" he called, only to receive silence in return. Chang Ming recalled the train captain's description. The Cactus King could move and was comparable in strength to the formidable creatures of the 18th level. Surely, it could not merely resemble an ordinary cactus. It must possess legs to traverse the land. However, Chang Ming remained undeterred, striking the larger cacti with his iron rod, for he could not afford to overlook any potential rulers among them. Xiao Gaofeng, observing from above, watched as Chang Ming seemed to unleash his frustrations upon the cacti. Yesterday, he assumed Chang Ming was merely flaunting his wealth by pouring water. Today, this display revealed a different facet of his character. Chang Ming appeared to be engaging in conversation with the cacti, though from a distance, Xiao Gaofeng could not discern the words. This fellow must be quite unwell. Yet, he did not dwell on Chang Ming's antics. The likelihood of discovering treasures on the hill was significantly higher than below, where the flat, yellow earth offered no hiding places for treasure chests. He resumed his diligent search. The temperature on the desolate Gobi was indeed extreme. After half an hour, the heat became unbearable. Xiao Gaofeng, witnessing Chang Ming's fervent behavior below, shook his head and took a generous swig from his water bottle. In this weather, movement induced a deluge of sweat, while inactivity rendered one parched. With nothing else to occupy his time, he sipped water and observed Chang Ming, pulling at the grass nearby. He wondered how Chang Ming maintained such vigor in this sweltering heat. Did a straw hat truly shield him from discomfort? Xiao Gaofeng wished for a hat himself, but alas, there was nowhere to procure one. After pulling at the grass, he began to tug at a nearby branch. With a forceful yank, it resisted his efforts, which he found perplexing. Undeterred, he employed both hands and feet, pulling with all his might. This branch was indeed peculiar. In the barren Gobi, although drought-resistant vegetation thrived, how could a branch be buried beneath the earth? Could it be a treasure of some sort? Thus, Xiao Gaofeng resolved to discreetly retrieve it, beginning with extracting it from the soil. As he exerted himself once more, the entire hill began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Could this extraordinary branch be akin to the legendary weapon of the victorious Buddha? Was this the famed stabilizing staff? Xiao Gaofeng, rather than feeling alarmed, found joy in the unfolding situation, continuing his efforts to secure the branch. He clung tightly, disregarding whether its roots were embedded in the rocky ground. The sudden tremors alerted Chang Ming, who had been savoring a moment of calm, now feeling a sense of impending danger. He noticed rocks tumbling down from the summit where Xiao Gaofeng stood, dust swirling in the air. Yet Xiao Gaofeng remained unruffled, steadfastly grasping the branch as chaos ensued around him. "Come down," Chang Ming shouted, realizing the source of the tremors was atop the hill. That broad-faced fellow was still remaining up there. Could he be unperturbed by the risk of collapse? Now is not the time for bravado. If you do not descend, the mountain will surely crumble upon us. King of trains, hurry down. The mountain is about to collapse. You think to trick me into descending while you claim the treasure for yourself? Not a chance. Stay back. I discovered this first. Xiao Gaofeng clung tenaciously to the branch, slowly rising. Below, Chang Ming gazed up in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with delight at the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, Xiao Gaofeng found himself atop a colossal, dark green creature. Towering at over 10 meters, the monster bore limbs reminiscent of human arms and legs, yet devoid of fingers. Its body was adorned with enormous, menacing spikes, while its head was encircled by a multitude of eyes, devoid of any spines. The visage was even more terrifying than Lu Yan's spiky face. In his grasp, Xiao Gaofeng held what seemed to be the creature's hair. This was undoubtedly the king of cacti. The oppressive aura it exuded left no room for doubt. Chang Ming bet that if it were not the king of cacti, he would willingly affix a sanitary napkin to his forehead for an entire year. It dawned on Xiao Gaofeng that he had inadvertently provoked a formidable beast, causing him to break out in a cold sweat on this scorching day. To his astonishment, he saw Chang Ming approaching him. To be fair, had he been in Chang Ming's position below, he would have undoubtedly fled in terror. Despite possessing a golden treasure and strength surpassing many, he would never dare confront such a gigantic entity. Although Xiao Gaofeng could not discern the creature's full form from his vantage point, its towering height and robust arms were unmistakable. Chang Ming might be eccentric, but he was indeed a person worth befriending. Suddenly, the beast's spiked hand lunged towards Xiao Gaofeng. Should he be pierced, it would surely be a chilling fate. The distance to the ground was not insurmountable, resembling the height of 4 stories. Xiao Gaofeng released his grip and leaped toward Chang Ming with all his might. He arced through the air before plummeting to the ground, his limbs tingling upon landing, yet he managed to touch down safely, albeit without time to don his braces. Quickly stuffing the braces into his mouth, he scrambled to his feet and dashed toward Chang Ming, shouting in a mix of excitement and fear. The king of cacti glowered at the human who had provoked its ire, displaying an irritable demeanor as it stomped the ground, causing the mountain to tremble once more. Its massive strides covered 5 or 6 meters with each step, producing a thunderous sound akin to a collision of heavy freight. Facing this mountain-like giant, Chang Ming did not consider himself its equal. However, his goal was not to vanquish the creature, but merely to extract its juice. The challenge lay in how to accomplish this, as the beast appeared tough and resilient. Chang Ming's focus sharpened as he retrieved his heart-shaped gun and advanced toward the mountainous monster, unperturbed by the rushing king of trains beside him. Xiao Gaofeng had extended all possible assistance, yet this young man resolutely pressed on. When Chang Ming was approximately 30 meters from the king of cacti, he fired his weapon. At this distance, the accuracy and power were sufficient. He aimed for the creature's legs, striking approximately 2 meters above the ground. The impacted area visibly lightened, yet no sap oozed forth. Although the heart-shaped gun could breach the creature's defenses, the damage merely grazed its surface. The king of cacti's hide was evidently thicker than the face of Gao Yan. Chang Ming needed to gather the juice, and it appeared that ranged attacks were ineffective. Despite only causing superficial wounds, the king of cacti grew increasingly agitated, perhaps feeling the pain. Its enormous arm extended forward, pointing ominously at Chang Ming, flooding him with a sense of impending danger. In an instant, the creature launched a volley of spikes, and Chang Ming swiftly dove forward, narrowly escaping a barrage of protruding spikes that jutted from the ground. Each spike measured over 0.5 meter long, and the rocky terrain was as hard as stone. The force of these launched spikes surpassed that of bullets, posing a grave threat. Fortunately, the lumbering king of cacti was not particularly swift. Chang Ming may not have been faster than the spikes had shot, but he was quicker to react than the creature's arm movements. This colossal plant could move and attack. If Chang Ming were to complete his mission, he needed to devise a thoughtful strategy, at least now that he had identified the king of cacti. It marked a promising beginning. The target was so large that losing track of it was improbable. However, given the current circumstances, he was still being pursued. Chang Ming decided to play a waiting game for now, allowing him ample time to strategize. In a few swift strides, he caught up with Xiao Gaofeng, who was 50 meters ahead. King of trains, you are the man destined to conquer the tracks. That king of cacti is merely a stepping stone in your path. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gaofeng found Chang Ming 20 to 30 meters ahead of him. when being chased by a beast. They say it suffices not to outrun the beast, but merely to outpace the person fleeing alongside you. Xiao Gaofeng felt this acutely. Chang Ming's speed far surpassed his own, yet he found himself trailing 30 meters behind without accelerating. Having a companion to share the burden was enough. Just moments ago, he admired Chang Ming's gallantry, yet a surge of frustration welled within him now. Nevertheless, Xiao Gaofeng understood that he would likely do the same if their roles were reversed. Still, Chang Ming lingered just out of reach, causing Xiao Gaofeng to feel a sense of helplessness, compounded by the tremors of the ground beneath him. Fortunately, his endurance was strong. Perhaps he would soon find himself catching up like the tortoise in the famed race. As he contemplated this, Xiao Gaofeng felt an unsettling shift in the air and turned to see the king of cacti raising its arm again. With no time to spare, he leapt sideways repeatedly, hearing the sound of spikes piercing the ground behind him. He pressed on with all his might. Thus, a gigantic king of cacti pursued them from behind while one person fought desperately and the other leisurely sprinted ahead. For Xiao Gaofeng, this was no leisurely jog, but a full-throttle sprint. After running over 1,000 meters, it seemed the massive creature deemed the two mere ants unworthy of pursuit and paused after launching another volley of spikes. Finally, Xiao Gaofeng had a moment to breathe. He removed his braces and collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position, drenched in sweat, every inch of him soaked. The end of the whip rested unceremoniously between his legs, and despite the scorching ground, he greedily inhaled the air around him. At that moment, Chang Ming's face loomed before him. This fellow appeared remarkably dry, suggesting he had recently changed his clothes. Otherwise, being drenched would be quite uncomfortable. If only it were just dampness. Xiao Gaofeng found himself increasingly intolerant of his own odor. Old Wang, with such heat, do you not wish to take a bath? 50 trovel coins per vez. Wait, does this fellow even have water for bathing? Upon reflection, he recalled how effortlessly Chang Ming had poured water earlier. It seemed he possessed not only a substantial water supply, but also a storage capacity far beyond the ordinary. Yet, Xiao Gaofeng remained most concerned about the identity of that creature. Initially, he thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to realize he had unwittingly sought his own demise. What was that creature? An elite monster? Was it something a mere human could contend with? You summoned it. You asked me what it is? I personally witnessed you grasping its head. Chang Ming had no intention of revealing the truth. Had Xiao Gaofeng known that Chang Ming's initial aim was to locate the creature, he would never have accompanied him. Yet, there were benefits to their partnership. For instance, had it not been for Xiao Gaofeng's fortunate circumstance, Chang Ming might have struggled to locate the colossal creature concealed within the mountains. Moreover, during their escape, they could share the burden of firepower. Xiao Gaofeng quickly realized that Chang Ming had only just arrived, and the formidable cactoid had manifested due to his presence. Inquiring would yield no enlightening information. With such a creature nearby, even the presence of treasure chests posed considerable peril. It would be wise for us to seek another location to continue our search, allowing ample time for our return. A sensible individual would certainly wish to avoid any confrontation with such a monstrous entity. I believe, quite contrarily, that this gigantic being likely guards some extraordinary treasure. In this apocalyptic world, one must take risks to ascend to the status of the king of trains. I do not require your opinion. I demand my own. A moment's negligence in the face of this creature could lead to our demise. Therefore, I shall require a complimentary bath, along with 2 gene of fish. It turns out, this was the very place where I was awaited. Evidently, this rotund figure possesses a keen sense for calculation. Yet in pursuit of an additional ally, a bath would necessitate only a modest amount of water. As for the fish, a single giant mouth of a silver dragon could easily yield over 100 gene. Thus, 2 gene is a trivial matter, and the meat shield is worth the price. It is settled. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Xiao Gaofeng produced an empty bucket for Chang Ming to fill with water. Without hesitation, Chang Ming generously filled several basins, ensuring Xiao Gaofeng could cleanse himself thoroughly. Observing the retreating cactoid king, Chang Ming nonchalantly took out a reclining chair and sat down with his back to Xiao Gaofeng. There was little of interest to see during this bathing process. It might even be quite the eyesore. Xiao Gaofeng reveled in his bath, feeling a delightful refreshment as he rinsed his blue training attire and lower garments. Donning the damp clothing felt rather pleasant. Approaching the chair, Xiao Gaofeng found himself growing numb, no longer perplexed by the vastness of Chang Ming's space. As long as Chang Ming refrained from producing a table, he would remain undisturbed. How to deal with that creature remained a quandary. Gazing at the cactoid king, which had returned to the hillside, Xiao Gaofeng could not conjure a viable plan. This creature possessed formidable attack and defense, yet moved sluggishly. Our goal was to ascertain whether it guarded any treasures, not to slay it. We must not set our sights too high. Our primary concern lies in maneuvering carefully to avoid its spines. Chang Ming retrieved a cigarette from his space, delicately placing it between his lips as he ignited it and began to speak slowly. He now harbored an idea: to have Xiao Gaofeng attract the cactoid king's attention while he attempted to create an opening with his fists. If he were to confront this creature alone, the rapid-fire spines posed a considerable risk of misstep. As for how to employ Xiao Gaofeng as bait, that was a straightforward matter. Based on the cactoid king's previous behavior, it would attack the nearest individual, as long as Xiao Gaofeng accompanied him. Chang Ming was confident he could distance himself more effectively in the face of danger. Given the prowess of the love gun, it was unlikely that the Justice Fist would struggle to breach that green exterior. The strategy hinged on an unexpected assault combined with the roar of justice to buy time. Sufficient time for him to penetrate the defenses and extract the sap. The previous encounter with the Blood Demon had left it dazed for 2 seconds. Should the cactoid king be of similar caliber, it would likely be incapacitated for at least 2 seconds, which would afford Chang Ming ample opportunity to unleash a flurry of punches. So shall we proceed now? This creature's multitude of eyes would likely detect us from 30 meters away, leaving us no chance to maneuver. Xiao Gaofeng felt that regardless of the direction they approached from, the gigantic cactus would perceive their presence, thus precluding any opportunity for evasion. Certainly not now. We shall wait until nightfall, as it was observed sleeping last night. However, visibility would be poor at night, leaving them blind and vulnerable to its spines. Avoiding the spines? That responsibility might fall upon you. This remark lingered in Chang Ming's mind. I shall position myself closer to the creature, and we will ascertain whether there are treasure chests in its vicinity. If you have encountered one before, you would know they emit light. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not provoke it. Xiao Gaofeng harbored doubts, yet he could not articulate any objections. After all, no one would recklessly provoke such a formidable beast. His own presence here was purely coincidental. However, with such a creature looming, it was conceivable that treasures lay hidden within the mountain. Thus, it is settled. As previously stated, whoever discovers the treasure chest shall claim it. Xiao Gaofeng acknowledged his lack of strength compared to Chang Ming, yet he possessed confidence in his defense. Should matters escalate, he would not shy away from confrontation. A pact is forged. Chang Ming readily acquiesced, his primary objective being to obtain the sap, which could be exchanged for 2 precious artifacts, 1 gold and 1 purple. Yet should exceptional treasures exist, the fragile bond of their brief alliance could easily fracture. The two remained vigilant upon the Gobi, observing the cactoid king, which seemed quite fond of the hill, embedding itself within its soil, devoid of further action. Until nightfall arrived, the 2 figures returned to the small hill under the starlit sky. Although aware that the cactoid king was not easily roused, they proceeded with caution. Throughout the day, Xiao Gaofeng found the experience arduous. Under the relentless sun without cover, his face resembled a layer of black oil. In contrast, Chang Ming, adorned with a straw hat and sun-protective clothing, appeared as though on holiday in the Gobi, thoroughly engrossed in the scenery. Strangely, he did not break a single sweat and even had chilled cola to sip. Fortunately, Xiao Gaofeng relished roasted fish, devouring 2 jin in a single sitting. The current night allowed his body to relax, yet he knew that it would not be long before the temperature dropped once more. With the cactoid king having reburied itself within the mountain, the soil was somewhat loose during their ascent. That creature now lay beneath their feet. It was time to examine their surroundings for treasure chests. Given that the cactoid king had emerged during the day, the landscape had shifted, prompting Chang Ming to suggest a thorough search. After nearly half an hour of searching, the 2 found nothing and returned to the summit. Alas, they could only hope that something lay beneath this giant. Chang Ming's tone revealed his reluctance, yet he began to seek the true form of the cactoid king, aiming to remove the soil above. At last, they uncovered a small branch. The two cleared away the thick layer of soil and rock, revealing its dark green skin. Now, shall it be you, or I who strikes and awakens it? Xiao Gaofeng was hesitant to act. Their previous luck might not repeat itself. Upon noticing Chang Ming's silence, he witnessed a fist gleaming with golden light streaking through the air like a meteor, crashing into the cactoid king's head. The ground began to tremble. Wait, shouldn't we discuss our strategy before launching an attack? Why the impulsive approach? Chapter 71. A grueling battle. Xiao Gaofeng immediately turned and dashed downward, stuffing his mouth with a dental guard. This time, he did not wish to be whisked away into the sky. Chang Ming's fist penetrated half a foot into the cactoid king's skull without hesitation, followed by a second and a third punch. The ground shook violently. Yet this did not deter Chang Ming's relentless assault. With his left hand gripping the branch, he unleashed dozens of punches with his right. Release the sap. Release the sap. Chang Ming had created a considerable crater with his fists, yet the cactoid king's sap remained elusive. Was it truly made of skin? The cactoid king appeared to be in excruciating pain, shaking violently. After emerging from the earth, it began to strike its own head with its massive arms. Oddly, the spines that touched the cactoid king behaved like soft hair, causing no self-injury. Clinging to the branch with one hand, Chang Ming rolled atop it, narrowly avoiding being crushed several times. The roar of justice immediately erupted, rendering the cactus king as if ensnared by a paralysis spell. Seizing the moment, Chang Ming returned to the pit he had dug, summoning all his strength to continue hammering away with his fists. Eventually, his hands became slightly moist. However, the cactus king soon regained its mobility, its swaying form thwarting Chang Ming's attempts to collect the precious sap. He pondered whether the roar of justice could be unleashed once more, yet he found himself unable to muster the breath. It appeared that this technique had a cool-down period. For now, he could only rely on his own ingenuity. The wound atop the cactus king's head had already opened. Now, it was merely a matter of extracting the blood. Chang Ming contemplated using Qilin Smite, a technique effective for clearing foes, and it was his most formidable attack aside from the Iron Fist of Justice. As his arms collided, intricate Qilin patterns appeared across his body, sending shockwaves radiating outward from him. From the small wound, a trickle of sap immediately oozed forth, glimmering in the moonlight. Chang Ming swiftly reacted, retrieving the small vial given to him by the conductor. Just as the vial's opening neared the sap, it seemed to respond to an invisible summons and was swiftly drawn into the bottle. The vial was now full, but Chang Ming desired to collect a bit more. Thus, he procured a basin. At this moment, the Cactus King's arm lunged towards him once again. The previous tremors had caused it considerable pain, compelling it to eliminate the pest atop its head. Xiao Gaofeng had fled to a distance near the Cactus King's feet, perplexed by Chang Ming's mysterious maneuvers. Wasn't the plan to evade? Why had he engaged directly? Perhaps it was for the best, with Chang Ming drawing fire. It would be easier for him to search for treasure. Therefore, he leaped into the deep pit excavated by the Cactus King. Chang Ming narrowly evaded the giant arm strike, seizing the opportunity to strike the two forearms together. A powerful surge of pain coursed through the Cactus King, causing its movements to falter, and a fresh spurt of sap erupted forth. As he reached out to collect the sap, the massive arm loomed ever closer. There was no avoiding the impending liquid. With a desperate leap, Chang Ming relinquished his grip on the branch, propelling himself towards the sap. Just as he caught it in the basin, his body was struck forcefully, akin to a tennis ball smashed by a racket, sending him hurtling towards the ground. He rolled and skidded for a while before finally coming to a stop. Even a stalwart like Chang Ming felt as if his bones had been pulverized, with sharp pain radiating from his ribs. If the sap from the Cactus King proved useless, it would be a significant loss. Struggling to rise from the ground, he had barely straightened his back when he sensed danger. A dozen piercing spikes whistled through the air, akin to the harbingers of death. With all his might, he pushed off the ground to evade. Despite his efforts, his legs were still grazed, blood trickling down in winding rivulets. He had to flee. Chang Ming limped away, aided by his newly acquired running shoes that enhanced his speed by 20%. Otherwise, his current pace would pale in comparison to his full potential. Where on earth was the treasure? Xiao Gaofeng, having found nothing in the pit, felt a surge of fury. Suddenly, he noticed a massive foot descending from above. Damn it! Chang Ming had likely vacated that area, and now the creature's ire was directed at him. With urgency, Xiao Gaofeng scrambled upwards, unaware of the tragic fate that awaited him should he be crushed. As he climbed out of the deep pit, a colossal spike came crashing down upon him. The good news was that the spike missed him. The bad news was that it tore through his training outfit, leaving a deep gash on his left arm, sending him hurtling into the air. He traced a perfect parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The great train king, upon landing, felt dizzy, yet he knew he must move, otherwise he would likely be pinned to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he quickly crawled away from his original position. Damn that monster. There was nothing here. Xiao Gaofeng cursed inwardly as he rose from the ground, bloodied and running. He zigzagged to evade the spikes, fortunate that the creature's aim was lacking. At last, he escaped the Cactus King's firing range. Exhausted, he could no longer see Chang Ming's figure. In truth, he did not wish to encounter Chang Ming. If the latter had sinister intentions, he would be ill-equipped to handle it in his current state. Remembering that Chang Ming had fled east while the cactus stood to the west, Xiao Gaofeng resolved to head north. After running several miles, Chang Ming finally halted, the darkness obscuring any trace of the Cactus King. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Gaofeng was also injured. He sat down to assess his wounds. The area struck had swollen considerably, and probing his ribs elicited sharp pain. It seemed he would need to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, blood had already stained his pants. Yet, on the bright side, the task was accomplished. Xiao Gaofeng's predicament was of no concern to him now. Likewise, Chang Ming wished to avoid crossing paths with that individual. Despite his strength, he was not in prime condition. And should that trained king harbor malicious thoughts, he would be unable to defend himself. That broad-faced individual must have seen him fleeing east. He would change direction to elude detection. Chang Ming felt satisfied with his decision, performing a simple bandaging of his leg injury before proceeding in a different direction. At this moment, he wished to avoid werewolves. His speed had already diminished, and encountering those creatures would necessitate physical exertion, which would only exacerbate his wounds. He knew not how Gao Yin and the others fared. As classmates in this apocalyptic world, he could only protect them for a time. How to navigate the future depended on himself. Moreover, he was likely several dozen kilometers away from them now. After an indeterminate time, he spotted a towering shadow in the distance, likely a stone forest. Chang Ming intended to rest there. With his enhanced constitution, his recovery would be swift. And after a night's rest, he would feel much improved. Venturing deeper into the stone forest, he carefully observed his surroundings. There seemed to be no immediate danger. Yet, Chang Ming felt unsafe on the ground, so he ascended a stone pillar. Halfway up, there was a flat area sufficient for a person to lie down. He took out a sofa cushion to serve as a pillow and decided to rest there for the night. Thank you all for your support. Today's rating is out. If you enjoy it, please leave a good review to make the score more appealing. Chapter 72. A different path. Xiao Gaofeng managed a few steps in the dark before feeling overwhelmed. His physique was significantly inferior to Chang Ming's, and he had also endured a blow from the Cactus King. He increasingly felt his body rebelling against him. While the psychological tension of fleeing had masked his discomfort, it became increasingly apparent now. He urgently needed to find a safe place to rest. Dimly, he spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Could there be someone there? As long as it wasn't Chang Ming, he feared no one else. Thus, he proceeded towards the light. Upon getting closer, Xiao Gaofeng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Woo-woo, woo-woo." It was a golden treasure chest. In a desperate pursuit of the Cactus King, Xiao Gaofeng found himself grievously injured. Yet, fate still favored him as he eagerly opened the treasure chest. Inside, he discovered the silver scale chest plate, a golden legendary artifact, providing a strength of 10 and a constitution of 60. When donned, you become the brightest star. The golden passive skill, rock solid, doubles your overall constitution as long as you remain still, and a New Year's Eve feast experience card, featuring 8 meat and 8 vegetarian dishes, conveniently portable and transforming into food upon use. Xiao Gaofeng immediately equipped the silver scale chest plate, raising his total constitution from 152 to 304 as long as he remained immobile. The pain from his injuries began to subside. Xiao Gaofeng, shall ultimately become the man known as the Train King. From now on, I shall be a human tank. Though he could not voice his thoughts aloud, his heart echoed with fervor. He recalled the piercing spines of the Cactus King, which surely possessed the caliber of armor-piercing ammunition. As dawn broke, Chang Ming stretched lazily, nearly toppling from the stone pillar where he had been resting. He had almost forgotten he was sleeping there. Observing his legs, now scabbed over, he noted that his ribs no longer ached as much. Fully equipped, save for a frying pan, his constitution had reached 196 points, significantly enhancing his recovery ability. Yet, Chang Ming faced a dilemma. He could not recall which direction he had come from in the stone forest. He remembered initially departing from the Cactus King to the east, but after changing direction, it seemed he had moved southward, devoid of any landmarks. He decided to ascend to a higher vantage point within the stone forest to seek clues. Regrettably, the desolate landscape surrounding him appeared almost identical in its barrenness. Thus, he resolved to head northwest, believing it to be the correct course. After leaping down from the stone forest and consuming a boxed meal, he oriented himself toward the sun and proceeded northwest. After a day of wandering, Chang Ming had yet to locate the small hill where the Cactus King resided. Instead, he traversed a desert and vanquished 3 gigantic antlions, only to realize they were level 3 monsters. Alas, he was truly lost. However, fortune smiled upon him, for as he roamed aimlessly, he spotted flickering lights atop a hill in the night. There were people, as long as there were others around. It mattered not if he could not find his train. Any train that could transport him away from this place tomorrow would suffice. Chang Ming hurried to the hill, where 2 bonfires flickered, each surrounded by a group of individuals. Counting them, he discerned there were 10 in total, 7 men and 3 women, though he had no knowledge of which train they belonged to. Nevertheless, the train conductor had mentioned that all 10 trains hailed from Zone 9. Dressed in white sneakers, Chang Ming moved silently like a nocturnal feline, approaching a rock to rest, concealed from view. He observed the gathering below, shielded from the light. A bespectacled man embraced a young woman, his hand slipping beneath her collar while holding a cup of hot water in the other. The near-freezing temperatures compelled them to huddle close for warmth. Winching, "Let us go to the back and exercise for a while. It will warm us up." The bespectacled man urged impatiently, setting down his cup. The girl named Winching leaned against him, replying, "Songgu, not so fast. I'm still in pain." Nearby, a buzzcut man chuckled, "Winching Jia, how about I keep you warm instead? I'm gentler. You toothpick of a man, get lost." Winching retorted sharply, asserting that one must possess skill to approach her. The buzzcut man laughed awkwardly and let it slide. Winching was the most attractive among the trio of women, possessing a face that could light up social media, with soulful eyes and a prominent nose. Especially captivating were her crimson lips, which the buzzcut man longed to fill. Regrettably, Songgu remained steadfast in his preferences, leaving the buzzcut man and his companions with no opportunity. Songgu, the bespectacled man, was one of the strongest individuals aboard Train 732. His glasses, discovered in a treasure chest at the first station, were rumored to be a purple artifact, though their exact abilities remained unclear. Additionally, at the last station, Songgu had acquired a purple sword, further augmenting his prowess. The previous night, he had slain a werewolf that had attacked them, a feat that solidified his status among the passengers of carriages 1 and 2. The buzzcut man, Zhang Tsongjun, had also experienced a stroke of luck, obtaining a blue embroidered needle. Yet, he was not invincible. The needle was cumbersome to use, serving only as an ornament. "How about I accompany you, just for a sip of water?" A woman in her 30s approached Zhang Tsongjun, aware that water was scarce among the men. The heat of the Gobi Desert demanded that each person consume 6 to 7 liters of water daily. Otherwise, the risk of dehydration loomed large. Though they had brought reserves before disembarking, the consumption was far greater than anticipated. Under Song Ji's leadership, they had dispatched 5 individuals from other carriages to seize their water and food supplies. Conserving their resources, they hoped to endure until tomorrow's boarding. In contrast, the group accompanying Chang Ming had surplus water for washing. Their clothing, soaked with sweat, dried only to become damp again. The pungent odor had become a familiar scent. Even the most graceful among them, Lu Winching, now exuded little more than a strong aroma. Nevertheless, the group showed no signs of disdain. Songgu pulled Lu Winching to her feet, surveyed the others, and led her behind a large rock, where soon the sound of soft chanting filled the air, enchanting to the ears. The proximity of the sound resonated with Zhang Tsongjun, who urged them to conserve their water. He retrieved a bottle from his space and handed it to the middle-aged woman. Listening to Wenqing's melodic voice was like borrowing light through a wall. Without waiting for her gratitude, Zhang Tsongjun guided her into a secluded area, precisely beneath Chang Ming. The two began to tear at each other's clothing, soon engaging in intimate acts. A gust of wind swept by, causing Chang Ming to choke slightly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, brother. How can you stomach that smell?" 10 minutes later, the four returned to the group, feeling significantly warmer. Soon after, another man led the middle-aged woman away, intending to keep her warm throughout the night. One woman remained unaccompanied, rumored to have family visiting for the past 2 days. Chang Ming held no interest in these individuals. He merely wished to board the train with them. As dawn broke, Chang Ming was the first to awaken. After freshening up, he consumed a marinated egg and a piece of bread. Today, he planned to do nothing but ensure a smooth boarding onto the train. Zhang Tsongjun awoke, feeling the pressing urge to relieve himself. Spotting a man in a straw hat sitting on a large rock, he squinted at him in confusion. "Brother, it's quite early. Where did you find that straw hat?" he inquired. "I picked it up at the last station. It may be a bit shabby, but it serves its purpose here," Zhang Tsongjun replied, shaking off his pants and adjusting his attire. Suddenly, he regarded the man before him with surprise. He had no recollection of this individual. "Wait, who are you? We're on the same train. You may not recognize me, but I know you." "Yunke." Chang Ming had overheard the middle-aged woman refer to him as such, though he did not know his full name. Zhang Tsongjun examined the young man with single eyelids, noting his small eyes and somewhat gaunt face. Unremarkable in appearance, perhaps overlooked at the previous few stations, there were still dozens of people on this train, with little interaction from other carriages. It was quite normal not to be familiar with one another. "What about the others in your carriage? Why is it only you who has come to our side?" "I got separated and was planning to return to the train station today when I happened to run into you. I'm wary of potential dangers on the road, so I thought it best to walk together." Chang Ming fabricated a casual explanation, not wanting to deal with the trouble of leading someone, knowing they would have to wait for the train to arrive even once they reached their destination. It was simpler to just follow them, and, fortunately, Zhang Tsongjun did not inquire further. "Danger? If there's danger, we can't concern ourselves with you. In this place, you're on your own." Zhang Tsongjun thought that having an extra person might serve as a useful distraction in case of peril and did not oppose the idea. After turning a corner, he reported to Songge. "The others in the carriage? Have you seen who they are?" Songge, just waking up and stretching, had no recollection. He had arrived early and had not engaged in much activity, appearing quite ordinary. "They must have gotten separated and found their way to us. Let's keep our distance from him. It's his lucky day if he makes it through today." Songge left his words hanging, as they had already resorted to taking lives for water. On this final day, it was likely that this person's resources were nearly exhausted, rendering his death meaningless. Keeping a safe distance was sufficient. They could let him scout ahead on the return journey. When Zhang Tsongjun relayed this, Chang Ming nodded in agreement. He had no intention of mingling with the group, primarily due to the unpleasant odor emanating from them. It was simply too foul. Under the scorching sun on the Gobi Desert, around 8 o'clock, it felt as though the heavens were ablaze. The passengers of train 732 began to navigate around the mountains to evade the relentless sun. They had been doing this for the past 2 days, trying to minimize movement to conserve moisture whenever possible. Chang Ming maintained a distance of over 30 meters, seeking refuge in a sheltered spot, allowing both parties to coexist without incident. By noon, the people from train 732 were sweating profusely, resembling those in a sauna, with no appetite for food, continuously pouring water into their mouths. The sun was directly overhead, and there was not a hint of shade at the base of the mountain. Even the slightest shadow offered no respite. Under a makeshift sunshade, Songge squinted, his features contorted as his glasses repeatedly slipped down his nose. At this temperature, if the weather forecast had been made in the past, it would have been reported as an outrageous 399 degrees. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed Chang Ming quietly seated at a distance, seemingly unaffected by the heat, neither agitated nor displaying any signs of fatigue. "Look at that guy. He seems unfazed by the heat, sitting by the rocks without breaking a sweat. Go see what's going on." Song-gu instructed a nearby man clad in a damp, yellow t-shirt, his eyes glinting with curiosity. In this apocalyptic world filled with treasures, he was eager to discover something heat-resistant. Though reluctant, the man knew he had no choice but to comply with Song-ji's command. Stepping out into the glaring sun, the temperature was at least 4 or 5 degrees higher than in the shade. Shielding his eyes with one hand and dragging his weary feet, the man approached Chang Ming. From afar, he couldn't discern much, but as he drew nearer, he saw the man in sun protective clothing and a straw hat, completely dry. In stark contrast to his own drenched state, he appeared utterly different. "Hey, why are you dry and not sweating in this sweltering heat?" The white-clad man, venting his displeasure towards Song-gu, spoke somewhat arrogantly and without courtesy. "A calm mind brings coolness. Perhaps your agitation is a recipe for a stroke." Chang Ming remained composed, patiently waiting for the group to return to the station. Suddenly, an irritable individual approached him, shouting in close proximity. Anyone would find such behavior bothersome. Restraining himself from responding physically was a testament to his restraint. A calm mind brings coolness? The white-clad man thought he was being mocked, feeling as if the sun was scorching his brain, rendering him unable to think clearly. Despite consuming copious amounts of water during the day, he had yet to relieve himself. All moisture seemed to seep through his skin. Now faced with this situation, he felt unjustly criticized. "Damn it, why can't you speak properly?" In a fit of frustration, the white-clad man lunged to grab Chang Ming by the collar, intent on dragging him before Song-gu for an explanation. An invisible dart pierced through him. The moment he reached out, his words were left unspoken as he froze in place, his pupils dilating before he collapsed to the ground. Various items scattered around him. "What garbage! Not a single treasure," Chang Ming scoffed internally, too disinterested to collect the scattered belongings. However, the soul dart was indeed a remarkable tool, killing without a trace. The damage inflicted by the soul dart correlated with one's perception, and Chang Ming employed it effectively. Throughout the entire episode, Song-gu watched from a distance, unable to hear the exchange clearly. It seemed that there had been no more than a few words before his subordinate, Jean David, fell prostrate, while the man in the straw hat remained motionless. Could he have suffered from heat stroke? If he lies there too long, he might just cook. Yet Jean David remained down and did not rise, likely succumbing to his condition. Song-gu swiftly got up and, along with Zhang Songjun and Lu Wenqing, approached to investigate. Upon seeing the scattered items, he understood that the man was no longer alive. "What happened? Why did he die after just a few words with you?" Song-gu frowned, shielding his eyes from the sun with a piece of cardboard as he questioned Chang Ming. "This is our Song-gu. You should be aware of his methods. I suggest you think carefully before you speak." Zhang Songjun interjected, his tone laced with menace, although he felt the situation might not directly involve Chang Ming. Suspecting that Jean David had likely succumbed to heat stroke, the reality remained that a death occurring nearby would implicate him. As their family members, they could not seek answers from the Gobi Desert. Thus, they had no choice but to target Chang Ming, for that was the virtue of the apocalypse. As long as a person died, it hardly mattered whose fault it was. Anyone could be framed. Chapter 74. "Surely you don't intend to retaliate against me?" He collapsed and never got back up. "Did you not see? Now you're asking me how I know? If you have questions, ask him." Chang Ming, surrounded by several individuals, including the imposing Song-gu, was unafraid, his tone laced with impatience. Were they all simply overindulged? All he wanted was to board a train, not to clear out the carriage. "He is dead, and you were the closest, so you must answer. Having spent so long on train 732, do they not understand the rules? What are you asking? Just confess honestly. How did you kill him?" Zhang Songjun's demeanor turned menacing, ready for confrontation at the slightest provocation. Lu Wenqing looked on with a mocking gaze. This young man remained blissfully unaware of the danger he was in, still too naive to respond appropriately to Song-ji's questioning. "Young man, when asked, you should answer properly, or you might find yourself crying with no chance to explain." Chang Ming ignored the raucous bystanders, directly addressing Zhang Songjun and Lu Wenqing, dismissing them entirely as he turned to Song-gu. "Are you the leader? What is the matter? Do I not appear to be one?" Song-gu suddenly brandished a purple sword, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he licked the blade. Those familiar with him recognized it as a prelude to his violent tendencies. If the person opposite him dared to resist, the consequences would be dire. He was beheaded. In the apocalypse, human life is the least valuable. No, I merely wish to know what makes you the leader. Your lewdness? Chang Ming was already prepared to take ruthless action, initially reluctant to harm the innocent. But now this group was committing graver sins, even contemplating assaulting the police. Thus, his words were devoid of courtesy. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The essence of my swiftness is unbreakable. As Song raised his hand, ready to swiftly pierce his opponent's throat, his blade was honed for agility, while his glasses were imbued with all-encompassing attributes. Naturally, even if his opponent possessed treasures, they could not match his speed. Upon arrival, Song noticed something amiss with Chang Ming. His clothes remained dry, and no beads of sweat adorned his brow. He realized that the opponent must possess some artifact. Whatever it may be, its nature would be revealed upon Chang Ming's demise. A smile appeared on Chang Ming's face, inexplicably tightening Song's heart with unease. Yet it mattered not. These moments would be frozen in time, left for the king of hell to witness. Suddenly, Chang Ming moved, his fist, seemingly the last to strike, glimmered with golden light as it forcefully impacted Song's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of everyone present, akin to the grim reaper marking attendance. Song's insides were instantly obliterated by the righteous iron fist, and he was sent flying. All that remained were a life, some spatial items, and a confident smile. He died too quickly, departing with an air of tranquility. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Zhang Songjun felt even hotter. If his previous sweat was a spring, now it was a waterfall. His once proud Song had been slain in an instant, leaving behind no will. Lu Wenqing was similarly stunned, having merely come to witness Song's display of might, only to see this man, akin to a gust of wind, swept away. The other subordinates, too, retreated in fear. This straw hat man was overwhelmingly formidable. Chang Ming walked past them, approaching the lifeless Song, mockingly addressing the onlookers. Is this your so-called unbreakable swiftness? On a scorching day, wouldn't it be better to live well? Chang Ming began to examine the treasures left by Song. Sword of the Quick Man. Purple treasure, strength 5, agility 35. Owning it transforms you into a quick man active skill. Quick Sword Master, increasing your hand speed by 20 for 20 seconds, cool down 1 hour. Dapper glasses, purple treasure. All attributes 8. Wearing them makes you appear refined. Passive skill, long sight, allowing you to see further. The first purple sword was quite useful. But what of the second? A telescope? This passive skill was utterly useless in combat, yet the all-attribute enhancement was enticing. Chang Ming promptly donned the glasses. He also chose to take the food supplies, including a bag of unopened flour, several packets of chips, sausages, and packaged Peking duck. This fellow had a commendable stock of food, which pleased Chang Ming. Additionally, there were 3 packs of cigarettes and 2 unopened bottles of 750 milliliters whiskey, all of which Chang Ming found useful. After collecting his spoils, he turned to face the few who dared not flee. Speak up, what shall we do next? Chang Ming sat upon a nearby stone, feeling no discomfort from the heat, observing Zhang Songjun and the others, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse under the sun. It was unclear whether it was the heat or fear, perhaps it was both. Brother, I can serve you well. You need not worry, I am quite adept. Lu Wenqing stepped forward, eager to exploit her advantage despite her current disheveled appearance. Stay back. Chang Ming waved his hand to block his nose. Did this woman not recognize the current state of affairs? Lu Wenqing awkwardly laughed, then said, well, I'll clean up and serve you later. She cautiously retreated, relieved as Chang Ming showed no intent to harm her, exhaling deeply as she preserved her life. A man capable of instantly slaying Song was indeed terrifying. Brother, I was wrong. I accept my punishment. For wrongdoing, one must be disciplined. Zhang Songjun promptly confessed, trying to display a semblance of spirit and responsibility. Very well, then. You shall take on him, but don't kill him. I am quite benevolent. Chang Ming pointed at Lu Wenqing and the remaining 3 men, assigning them their task, while turning to Zhang Songjun. This was your request, so remember to stand straight. Begin. They were to strike without retaliation, under the blazing sun, which was undoubtedly a form of corporal punishment. A punishment for these 5 individuals. As they refrained from uttering any profanities, Chang Ming was no executioner. He merely intended a light reprimand. had they been like the man in white, Chang Ming, in his mercy, would have left them intact. The two women and two men watching from afar felt fortunate not to have approached. Even Song had been slain, and these five under the relentless sun would likely shed their skin, quite literally. Chang Ming lit a cigarette, leisurely observing the four as they took turns striking, their target unable to retaliate. The assailants felt weak and ineffectual. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that they were compelled to exercise under the sun. After a quarter of an hour, with Chang Ming observing closely, none dared to slacken their efforts. Lu Wenqing and her companions were already too fatigued to stand upright, while Zhang Songjun remained upright, not out of defiance, but rather because he possessed a skill that enhanced his constitution by 4 points, combined with a genuine fear of Chang Ming's wrath. They all resembled the famished. "All right, you can disperse now. By the way, you don't plan on seeking revenge against me, do you?" This question from Chang Ming halted their actions. Revenge? With Song having been dispatched, what talk of revenge could there be? They were merely grateful for Chang Ming's mercy in sparing their lives. As they departed, one man pointed to the bottled water dropped by Song and a man in white, asking, "Brother, aren't you going to take this water? If you want it, just pick it up." The man, along with Lu Wenqing and the others, eagerly seized the water, having soaked the ground with their sweat in mere moments. Upon reaching the shelter, they immediately began to quench their thirst and pour water over themselves. At that moment, water was the essence of life, deeply engraved in their minds. Chang Ming moved closer to the eight of them while holding a folding chair, fixing his gaze on Zhang Songjun. "How far is it to the bus station?" "I can't quite recall the route." "Head south, and in less than 20 minutes, you'll arrive. We chose this spot for its proximity and convenience for the return journey, plus the mountain provides shade." Zhang Songjun, holding a water bottle, stood up immediately to respond. "Then we shall leave at 2:30. Let us arrive earlier." Chapter 75. Inspecting Public Security? A little past 3 o'clock, Chang Ming and the 9 arrived at the location of the bus station, where the platform had yet to appear. However, some individuals had already arrived early. This was a desolate gobi, lacking any cover. They all held cardboard, clothing, and other items to shield themselves from the scorching sun. Approximately a dozen people were present, neither clustering together nor engaging in excessive conversation. Surviving until now was a considerable feat. The arrival of Chang Ming's group did not draw much attention from the others, who were nearly exhausted and uninterested in speaking or moving. They all stood there, waiting for the train's arrival. By 3:30, over 30 people had gathered at the station, with most expected to have arrived. However, Lin Ming from Train 11 had yet to show up. Zhang Songjun, wiping his sweat, turned to Chang Ming and said, "Lin Ming, is this vehicle also home to formidable characters?" Zhang Songjun currently perceives Chang Ming as someone who does not belong among the passengers of Train 732, hinting at an outsider's perspective. However, he has learned to be prudent, refraining from asking unnecessary questions and promptly providing explanations. Lin Ming, hailing from Carriage 11, possesses prowess that rivals Song Ge, and each individual in their compartment is armed. You cannot be referring to the one wielding an umbrella, who is indeed approaching us. Chang Ming gazes into the distance and spots a man dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, exuding a businesslike demeanor. He carries a large black umbrella, followed by 3 companions. After a brief moment, Zhang Songjun finally perceives the figure in the distance, but the face remains obscured. Yet, the imposing presence is unmistakable. This is Lin Ming, and their carriage has also experienced a reduction in numbers, having started with 6 individuals. In such a harsh environment, losses are commonplace. The extreme heat combined with the vast, desolate gobi is akin to a predatory beast. The constant threat of scarcity and the bizarre intertwine like a blade suspended over the passengers' heads. Even someone as well-equipped as Chang Ming cannot contend with the likes of a being such as the Cactus King. As Lin Ming and his trio approach, they glance toward Carriage 1 with a hint of confusion. He does not see Ding Song. Could it be that the fellow has fallen victim to a monster? Lin Ming finds it hard to believe that he could perish from thirst, especially since the underlings from Carriages 1 and 2 have survived. Ding Song cannot possibly be lacking in water. If that were the case, Train 732 would be a one-man rule, albeit within the bounds of train regulations. At 3:50 in the afternoon, the silhouette of the train finally materializes. It is a green carriage, reminiscent of the earliest train 886, exuding an antique charm. The body bears the inscription 00009 District, number 732, with no other distinguishing features. As the train doors swing open, passengers eagerly surge forth, enveloped by a sense of returning home, after enduring the sweltering heat of 4 to 50 degrees for 3 days. Entering an air-conditioned carriage feels akin to stepping from hell into paradise. I never wish to set foot in the Gobi again. Whoever claimed it was a picturesque and refreshing place was mistaken. It is a land that consumes its victims whole. How I long for a bath and a change of clean clothes. The stench on my body is unbearable. Lu Chang, do not push me. There are only a few of us who can board. Chang Ming, too, boarded the train, casting a glance at the darkened passage of private compartments, lamenting that his personal cabin could not be utilized here. Following the others from carriages 1 and 2 aboard, a rancid odor permeated the entire carriage, reminiscent of an armpit that hasn't been washed in a month. Minggu, there are plenty of rooms here. Feel free to choose. Along the way, Song Ji's underlings had inquired about Chang Ming's name, and there was little reason to conceal it. Zhang Songjun had been observing Chang Ming, noticing that upon his boarding, the attendants displayed no reaction, nor did they suddenly appear. Could it be that one is now free to switch trains? Yet, no one has been informed. Living here would surely turn one into smoked meat. The stench is suffocating, making it impossible to breathe. I must find a clean place to reside. These individuals have just returned from the Gobi, their sweat-soaked clothes clinging to them, with no place to bathe. Chang Ming is unwilling to share a carriage with them. With merely over 40 individuals in the entire train, is it unreasonable for him to seek a private compartment? Attendant, please come here. Upon Chang Ming's call, Zhang Songjun and Lu Wenxing felt their hair stand on end. While everyone had grown accustomed to interactions with the attendants, these typically occurred during their appearances in the carriage selling refreshments with normal exchanges. Who would shout for an attendant just after boarding at 4 in the afternoon? Even if one could slay Songgu, he remains a mere passenger, whereas the attendants are enforcers of the rules. Anyone who provokes them is bound to face dire consequences. Are you looking for me? A haunting voice resonated, not as if heard by the ears, but rather echoing within the mind. A petite girl, barely standing at 1 meters, appeared, resembling a doll. This is not to flatter her cuteness, but rather to note that her facial features seem stitched together, and the exposed skin beneath her uniform resembles fabric. The doll, unfamiliar with Chang Ming, curiously stared at him for several seconds, her stitched lips curling into a smile. Ah, hello. Welcome to train 732. How may I assist you? Is it truly the case that the attendants are this courteous? Why had I not noticed before? Lu Wenxing fixated on Chang Ming, eager to discern his purpose in summoning the attendant. I wish to occupy a private carriage. Is there one available? These individuals are quite odorous. Also, is there a place to bathe here? That is quite simple. I will have them relocate to other carriages. I will spray some air freshener here. However, for bathing, you will need to go to carriage 8, where there is a water pipe in the dining car. Though there is no bathing area, you will need to wash with a basin. The doll enthusiastically offered her assistance and suggestions to Chang Ming. Let it be so. Chang Ming had initially sought an unoccupied carriage, considering the contamination here, but since the attendant mentioned air freshener, perhaps that would suffice. Just as he was about to instruct Zhang Songjun and the others to leave, the doll interjected, pointing at Chang Ming. Carriage 1 is currently requisitioned. Everyone must vacate within 1 minute. No one is permitted to enter without my permission. Violators will be eliminated. Zhang Songjun never anticipated that Chang Ming's suggestion would prompt the attendant to take such decisive action. He, Lu Wenxing, a middle-aged woman, and a man immediately and unhesitatingly headed toward carriage 2. Who is Chang Ming that he receives such preferential treatment from the attendant? This was not the time for contemplation. Despite their astonishment, their priority was to relocate. Once the others departed, only the doll and Chang Ming remained in the carriage. The doll produced a bottle of air freshener from her hand and began spraying it throughout the carriage. In an instant, the unpleasant odor vanished, replaced by the fragrance of peonies. While busy, the doll engaged in conversation. Earlier, with so many people, were you here to inspect security? Chapter 76. The Conductor of Train 732. Inspect security? Chang Ming held the title of a security officer, trainee inspector, aside from occasionally bending the rules and enjoying certain privileges. He had yet to fulfill any obligations. However, inspecting security sounds far more respectable than admitting to being lost. Well, I have observed the previous carriages. I came to see how things are here. By the way, what is your name? You look like a little lowly and quite adorable. Chang Ming's words were insincere. While she may indeed be a little lowly, her cuteness was absent, yet her eeriness was palpable. However, since this attendant is also female, whether human or bizarre, flattery is always appreciated. Really? The doll's fabric-like eyes widened, sparkling with delight at the compliment. My name is Wawa. Thank you for praising me. Others say my mouth is somewhat unattractive. Chang Ming glanced at Wawa's mouth, reminiscent of a centipede post-surgery, and internally acknowledged their assessment. However, they must be Wawa's colleagues. Had they been passengers, they would likely have met a dire fate. They simply do not possess an eye for appreciation. By the way, where are we headed next? Chang Ming, having exhausted the topic, sought to change the subject. You should inquire with the conductor. She has the announcements. She was just with me in the dining car in carriage 8. You should encounter her if you go to bathe. Wawa, with her large fabric-like eyes, responded. Very well, I will go wash up briefly. Chang Ming left the doll that continued to spray air freshener and walked towards carriage number 8. Suddenly, he remembered he should inform Zhang Zuozhu and the others that he was safe. As he walked, he took out his phone. To his surprise, he noticed an additional channel. The 732 administrator channel, and the train channel had directly changed to number 732. Fortunately, he was still in Area 9, so he could contact Zhang Zuozhu. Chang Ming sent a message. Zuozhu, I have safely boarded the train. How about you all on the other train? After sending the message, he put his phone away. Zhang Zuozhu was in the aisle, smoking and gazing out at the vastness outside. The train had just started, and he had not seen Chang Ming return. Based on his understanding of Chang Ming's abilities, he believed that Chang Ming would be fine. He just wondered if he had been left on the Gobi Desert. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Someone had sent him a private message. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was from Chang Ming. Mingge, send a message. He said he has boarded the train. As Zhang Zuozhu finished speaking, everyone peered out from the carriage. Mingge, did you go directly to carriage number 8? Choo-choo jet. I told you Mingge would be fine. Stop worrying unnecessarily. That's wonderful. Since Finger is with us, can we go take a shower now? Zhang Zuozhu felt elated as he glanced at Chang Ming's message indicating he was on train 732. However, he was not on their train. Perhaps they would encounter him later. Not on our train? How will we meet again? Galian felt somewhat disappointed. He had improved significantly, but could not prove himself before Mingge. When we all grow stronger, we will naturally have the chance to meet. Zhang Zuozhu replied to Chang Ming, assuring him that all 9 of them were safe and to take care of himself. He put down his phone, pondering whether they would truly meet again in the future. Chang Ming had helped them greatly. The rest would have to rely on themselves. Chang Ming traversed through the carriages and arrived at the dining car of carriage 8. Upon entering, he discovered a person dressed in the uniform of a train conductor, seated with their legs propped up on the dining table, facing away from him. This posture was quite uncivilized, as he could not see their face at the moment. Train conductor? Upon hearing someone call out, the person lowered their feet and turned to face Chang Ming. Sure now. Chang Ming exclaimed in surprise. For the conductor had no facial features and bore an uncanny resemblance to Junang from train 886. Junang? I'm not her. I am Janang. You must have encountered my kin, she replied. Upon noticing the hands of the conductor, Chang Ming realized he had indeed mistaken her for someone else. Junang had long nails on both hands, while this individual had a normal right hand and a left hand shaped like scissors. If only the left hand played rock, paper, scissors, it might be at a disadvantage. Chang Ming commented candidly. A former colleague of mine looked quite like you, he added, with no facial features. It is not far-fetched to say so, is it? She chuckled lightly. Indeed, our Wushangzhou are not easily recognizable by appearance. However, I find it curious that a human like you has reached a management position, though I suspect you are unaware of the reasons. Janang's voice carried a light, feminine quality, unlike the mechanical tone of Junang. She gestured for Chang Ming to sit down and chat. That is true, but I am merely following the organizational arrangements, since I am appointed. I will perform my duties diligently. Chang Ming sat confidently across from Janang, accustomed to such faces. So, you have come to our train? In our 732, we are meticulous. adhering strictly to the rules to avoid any salary deductions. Salary? Is that even a thing? I am merely an intern inspector, although I do not perform any tasks. I should not be considered on a stipend. Chang Ming questioned. Salary? No one mentioned it to me. Although our systems seem different, we all serve the passengers. It is not yet time for disbursement. We settle every 5 stations, using Chenghua Shi and travel currency. Chang Ming understood that Conductor was used for equipment enhancement, but was surprised that the train conductor also required travel currency. Does travel currency have use for you as well? What else can it do besides purchasing items on the train? Of course, it is useful. While travel currency is not omnipotent, it is indispensable. We also require it for purchases and daily living. What you mentioned is merely the current situation. You will understand upon reaching the transfer station. It is akin to money. Liulan had never disclosed such information to Chang Ming, but he had not inquired either. Liulan only sought him out when there was a matter at hand, suggesting he knew quite a bit, but did not elaborate further. Thinking of Liulan, Chang Ming remembered the small bottle in his space, still containing the juice of the Cactus King. Now that he was on train 732, how would he trade with him? Not to mention, his own golden equipment was still with Fan. I see now. You also need to spend travel currency. I thought it was solely for passengers. It seemed he needed to accumulate more travel currency, beyond basic necessities. It might also allow him to purchase some exceptional items. Luckily, he had amassed a considerable amount, as his monster-slaying efficiency and quantity were unmatched by most. Jianliang? One more thing. What is the next destination of this train? The next stop? Each individual's 5th station is different. I cannot say where you will end up. Different for each person? How can the same train have different destinations? Chang Ming was puzzled. When the carriage doors opened, everyone disembarked together. So how could there be discrepancies? When you arrive, you will understand what a solitary station is. Unlike before, this station has tasks. Chapter 77. Power Enhancement. There's even a solitary station. However, the Apocalypse train is quite miraculous. Once it starts, the outside scenery is completely obscured. Each station is an independent little world. Thus, it makes sense to place everyone in separate spaces. Will the tasks at the solitary station be difficult? Chang Ming was not worried about survival. He could simply find a safe spot and wait out the time. However, if there were task requirements, he would have to undertake certain actions. Tasks akin to helping Liulan find something were essentially disguised assignments. He vividly recalled his encounter with the Cactus King, and the scabs on his legs still served as a reminder. The difficulty of the solitary station varies from person to person. I do not know the specifics of the tasks. However, it is also a time to enhance your abilities. Perhaps the task rewards will be quite generous. Jianliang said casually, resting her chin on her hand. Does that mean if my attributes are strong, it will be easier? Not necessarily. It varies by individual and is a matter of luck. For example, if your task is to defeat me, it is highly likely you will not succeed at this station. So relies on luck. I am the chosen Kongjing. My luck should not be too poor, right? If I cannot pass, will I not be allowed on the train? Correct. If the time is up and the task is not completed, you will not see the train. Given that it was a solitary station, and even the train conductor was unaware of the internal circumstances, Chang Ming decided not to dwell on it further. In the previous few stations, he had not required any assistance from monster slaying. He had grown accustomed to it. However, the absence of friends to chat with made it somewhat dull. After chatting with Yan'an, Chang Ming headed to the kitchen area to wash his hands with water. The kitchen was open and had no door, but he had no intention of undressing. In recent days, Chang Ming has not perspired much. His body does not emit an unpleasant odor, and his clothing can automatically change to fresh attire. A quick wipe with a towel suffices for cleanliness. He also took a moment to replenish the water supply in his space. Do you need my assistance? He inquired. Just as Chang Ming was using a purple treasure undergarment to clean himself, a gentle sound from behind startled him. There stood Jianyang at the door, facing him directly. Although this young woman lacked eyes, Chang Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. No thanks, I'll be done shortly. While he believed that it would be fine for the train attendant to help him clean, the large scissors in her left hand evoked the background music of Yijimi in his mind. It was better to do things himself than to trouble others. After hastily wiping himself down, Chang Ming donned a white t-shirt and black jeans using his transformation watch. Jianyang, I am curious. How do you perceive things without eyes? Chang Ming continued to dry his hair with a wrung towel, expressing his curiosity. He had intended to ask Jin Yang this earlier, but it had slipped his mind. We of the Wuxiang clan utilize our heads as radar, allowing us to visualize our surroundings in our minds. For instance, whether you're clothed or not is inconsequential to me. It is imperceptible, Jin Yang explained. Her words tightened Chang Ming's heart. The Wuxiang clan was indeed fearsome, as there was no privacy in their presence. However, transcending racial boundaries should not be an issue. It was akin to a pet owner observing their cat without clothing. You are impressive, perceiving without spatial limitations, he remarked. I shall take my leave to rest, he said, feeling slightly awkward about being exposed before her. Upon returning to his compartment, Chang Ming passed by the second carriage, where Lu Wenqing and others gazed at him with awe. Naturally, as a woman of attractive appearance, Lu Wenqing was contemplating how to win Chang Ming's favor, unaware that he had already witnessed her duet with Song Ge the previous night. Chang Ming had no desire to partake in another leftovers, especially given the unpleasant odor that lingered around her. He pulled out his phone and noticed a message in the 886 train management group addressed to him from Lu Lian. Train conductor, Chang Ming, chief of the passenger police. Have you retrieved the items? Chang Ming touched the scab on his leg and pressed his ribs. The juice from the Cactus King was indeed difficult to remove. Even though his ribs were no longer severely injured, applying pressure still caused a twinge of pain. He began to type a response to Lu Lian. Chang Ming, I have retrieved them, but I am currently in carriage 732 and cannot deliver them to you. Train conductor, passengers can trade among themselves, and so can we. I can exchange a good treasure through the space. Chang Ming cursed himself internally. If passengers in a large area could privately trade through space, management personnel could certainly do the same. He placed the small vial in the trading area, and it quickly vanished, replaced by a ring and an axe. The treasures were finally in his possession, and Chang Ming first picked up the axe. True Fire Axe, Purple Treasure, Strength 35, Constitution 5. This axe can hold 1 cubic meter of water, suitable for extinguishing small fires. Passive skill, Axe Proficiency. Upon acquiring it, Chang Ming felt the axe fit comfortably in his grip, akin to the skill of the blue sword he had given to Yifeng. However, this axe could also store water, effectively providing him with an additional container. Since this was a purple treasure, the ring must be a golden legend. Spider Ring, Golden Legendary Treasure. Grants an increase of 16 points to all attributes. Your ring can emit silk with the active golden skill Spider Silk. Spider Silk. The ring can shoot extremely tough and sticky silk without adhering to the user. Wearing it, you will resemble Spider-Man, which is quite useful. However, it is vulnerable to fire. The ring was a valuable item that took up little space, so Chang Ming immediately slipped it onto his finger. Setting aside the resemblance to Spider-Man, with this silk, when others called him Mingu, he could add Doflamingo in front. This skill was indeed practical. Climbing and descending would become far more convenient. There would be no need to search for rope when abducting others, as he could use his own skill. Adorned with a straw hat, glasses, arm guards, and the ring, Chang Ming wielded the sword of Kuai Nan in his left hand and the fire axe in his right. He glanced at his attributes in their most formidable state. Chang Ming, Chief of the Passenger Police, Intern Supervisor. Age, 19. Strength, 62,138. Agility, 5,683. Constitution, 65,160. Perception, 7,573. Mental state, 99,100. You are now the Chief of the Passenger Police, Intern Supervisor. Possessing the red skill, Roar of Justice, Iron Fist of Justice. Roar of Justice. Active you can use your perception to create a psychological shockwave against any target. The greater your perception, the more powerful the effect. Iron Fist of Justice. Passive your fists are not merely ordinary physical attacks. No one wishes to be struck by one, as the power relates to all attributes. Chang Ming marveled at his own prowess. Both his strength and constitution exceeded 200 points, which was extraordinary. However, wielding both the sword and the axe rendered him unable to utilize his most powerful punches effectively during combat. He could not maintain such a stance in a normal fight. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. At that moment, someone in the large group of Area 9 mentioned him, prompting Chang Ming to focus. It was a message from the Train King. Chapter 78. Management Fee, Additional Update, Xiao Gaofeng, Chang Ming of Train 732. Initially, I could not find you and thought you were gone. It delighted me for a while. Xiao Gaofeng, you are the only opponent I deem worthy of my attention. Next time we meet, let us compete. I am one step closer to becoming the train king. Xiao Gaofeng's melodramatic declaration likely went unnoticed, drowned amidst a flurry of trading messages. Water, 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 as long as it's cheaper than on the train. Numerous posts flooded the chat, seeking to purchase water at 1 travel coin per bottle. Does anyone understand? Why do I only obtain weapons? All I get from elite monsters and minor foes are weapons. I cannot retain them. Selling a blue dagger. Price negotiable via private message. Werewolves truly fear silver weapons. I tried killing one for 100 coins. Is there anyone as formidable as I am? The large area group remained lively, among the over 3,000 survivors. Each possessed unique skills. Death had become a commonplace occurrence. This time, the journey rewarded each passenger with 100 travel coins, perhaps due to the harsh conditions of the Gobi Desert, resulting in a more generous allocation. This amount could at least allow everyone to have 2 meals on the train while replenishing some limited water and food supplies. Chang Ming chose not to respond to Xiao Gaofeng. This individual was too eccentric. He could simply continue his raving. Chang Ming contemplated engaging in some water sales, as there were ample water pipes in the dining car. Then came private messages from Deng Chu, Gao Yin, and others, expressing their concerns. After replying to each, he began to engage in idle chatter with Gao Yin, who had finally moved past Jiang Yuan's shadow. Gao Yin, Mingge, I have a secret to share. Yi Feng developed hemorrhoids, and when he defecates, tears stream down his face. I saw it. Chang Ming, don't you have anything positive to say? I'm not taking any shortcuts. Gao Yin, if I weren't afraid of Yi Feng cutting ties with me, I would have made his name resound throughout Area 9 for you to witness. Gao Yin, image, JPG Chang Ming. You rascal, that is truly disgusting. Long press the image to save it. If Yi Feng makes a fortune in the future, he will have to spend money to silence the footage. Chang Ming did not linger over it. The photo was quite unappealing. However, one could not deny that Yi Feng's physique was rather robust despite the brownish hue of his long frame. Gao Yin asked if he had saved the image. Chang Ming retorted, let's not get sidetracked. I'm not that kind of person. On to serious matters. We need to inform our team that the next stop is a solo station, and everyone must rely on themselves to pass. Each individual will receive different tasks. Gao Yin responded eagerly, all right, brother, this is my moment to shine. Chang Ming cautioned, just don't let your name vanish. I can't afford to waste my resources. As Chang Ming and Gao Yin engaged in casual banter, the 732nd train was still some time away from the attendants selling boxed meals. Some passengers preferred not to remain too comfortable on the train. In the 11th carriage, Lin Ming sat bare-chested in his compartment, his hands resting on the bed. Tattoos adorned his arms, a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, while a bull's head was inked on his chest. A beautiful woman in a short skirt knelt beside him, using a towel to wipe his body. On the opposite bunk sat 3 of his subordinates. One of them, a man with a goat beard named Song Haitao, appeared to be in his 30s but bore the face of someone in their 40s. He smiled at his older brother and said, Mengge, Ding Song from carriage number 1 is gone. We must collect management fees from the earlier carriages. We consumed too much water at the last stop. If the next station is the same, we won't survive. How much do you think we should collect? Lin Ming was not opposed to his subordinate's suggestion. One must enjoy life to the fullest if one possesses power. However, he believed management fees should not be overly burdensome. One must extract resources gradually. Pushing people too hard would inevitably provoke a strong backlash, and he did not wish to be caught off guard. Initially, he charged 5 units for the later carriages, a rule established after the second station. He took only a portion to make it painful yet acceptable for others. Violence was prohibited on the train, but one would eventually have to disembark. At the start of the 3rd station, he had dealt with 2 who refused to pay the management fee. Their fate was grim, and they did not survive to the 3rd station. As for the earlier carriages, with Ding Song present, their strengths were comparable, and Lin Ming saw no need to engage in a struggle over such matters. Now, with Ding Song gone at the 4th station, unless a significant opportunity arose, Lin Ming would reign supreme among the passengers of the 732nd train. He estimated that collecting 10 or 15 units from those individuals should not pose a problem, though he was uncertain how the group in the first 4 carriages, Ding Song's territory, would respond. Thus, he settled on the figure of 15, realizing that the previous 5 was too meager. for those who had slain eerie creatures. This fee was trivial. For those who had not, it was a different story. Lin Ming chuckled at this thought. Having already passed 4 stations, those who had not killed any eerie beings and still survived were not worth worrying about. Why should they not pay their management fees? Then, Huzi and I will go first. I doubt anyone will dare to refuse us, he declared. Song Haitao chuckled gleefully. He relished intimidating others. Before the apocalypse, he had enjoyed collecting protection fees from younger students in school and later managed street vendors as an urban management officer. Now, he was back in his element. However, violence was not permitted on the train. Otherwise, brandishing a gun in front of others would be rather embarrassing. He was not particularly fond of money, but rather the act of collecting it, as he knew it would not end up in his pocket anyway. Let's go and see which carriage has objections. We can sort it out once we disembark. Lin Ming laughed heartily, pulling the woman beside him into his embrace. While Song Haitao and the others, understanding the implication, discreetly withdrew. His subordinates knew that their leader was about to indulge himself, and the 11th carriage would be unoccupied for at least 5 minutes. They proceeded to collect fees from the rear carriages, where they faced little resistance. In carriages 12 to 16, everything went smoothly, and the passengers dutifully surrendered their travel currency. Song Haitao returned with a grin, just in time to see the woman who had been attending to Lin Ming exiting, droplets of water glistening on her skin. Lin Ming was a man of action, prioritizing efficiency. The group did not linger, but continued toward the front of the train. Passing through the 8th carriage, they were cautious. The presence of the Jin Yang and Hua Wan made them ignore their surroundings, hastily moving past. This area was the most feared among passengers on the train. Even in their newfound ability to traverse carriages freely, they dared not linger, keeping their eyes glued to their own feet. Upon entering the 7th carriage, Song Haitao let out a sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped from hell. Now was the time for his personal display. Witnessing the resentment, helplessness, and grievances of others filled him with an unparalleled thrill. This was how Song Haitao defined his ascent to superiority. In the ensuing chapter, driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, Song Haitao strode forward with an indifferent gait, followed closely by Gao Liang and Huzi. All were formidable figures, armed and seemingly in possession of treasures. Upon reaching the 4th carriage, they encountered some resistance, but it was minor. You and T want to disembark and have a private chat with Mengo, would you? That would be worth 100,000 words. Such intimidation tactics were particularly effective, as Lin Ming had demonstrated his methods in the earlier stations, resulting in the demise of several. Originally, there had been someone in the 1st carriage capable of a fair contest, but they had not survived the harsh conditions of the Gobi Desert. Song Haitao continued into the 3rd carriage, discovering to his astonishment that all previous inhabitants had perished. The group chosen by Ding Song to seize water had been this very crowd. Observing the number of heads left in the group, he noted only 9 remained, huddled in the front 2 carriages. It made sense, as those 2 were comprised of Ding Song's original team. Perhaps his old rival, Zhang Chongjun, was gathering followers here. While the circumstances of Ding Song's death were unknown, should his treasures fall into Zhang Chongjun's hands, it would spell trouble. However, Lin Ming had emerged from the Gobi Desert with a purple treasure chest, acquiring a black umbrella that significantly boosted his power. Even if these individuals had inherited Ding Song's possessions, they would still not be a match for him, not with Mengo by his side. If matters escalated, it would surely be the passengers of the 1st carriage who would suffer. Song Haitao was unperturbed by the thought of Zhang Chongjun acting on the train. He could first humiliate his adversary. After all, once they disembarked, he would remain under Lin Ming's protection, and he doubted that Zhang Chongjun would dare to instigate trouble. Upon entering the 2nd carriage, Song Haitao's expression hardened, and he bellowed, "Everyone come out. You have 10 seconds. Otherwise, tomorrow at this time will be your day of reckoning." His arrogant and brazen voice echoed throughout the 2nd carriage. Zhang Chongjun, who had been conversing in the corridor, immediately turned to the entrance. "Song Haitao, what madness is this? Since when do you have the right to come here and dictate terms?" Zhang Chongjun had never been fond of this individual. They belonged to opposing factions. And even after Song's brother's demise, he had never feared Lin Ming's lackey. Hearing the commotion outside, the 8 individuals in the 2nd carriage emerged into the corridor, glaring at Song Haitao and his companions. "What? Does having more people make you tough?" Song Haitao was unfazed. It seemed the presence of more people only fueled his enthusiasm. Today I, Song, demand 15 travel currencies from each of you. Pay up and return to your carriage to rest. Those who do not comply will face severe consequences by the time we reach the next station. Song Haitao, it seems you have indulged a bit too much. The fee has already been received in our compartment. Lu Wenxing did not hesitate to shout back at him. I wonder if you fear death or simply lack the awareness of your precarious situation. With Ding Song no longer among us, what gives you the audacity? Surely, you and T want to step out and have a private chat with Ming Ge. Song Haitao's words slipped out casually as he observed Lu Wenxing with amusement. This woman, despite the current dire circumstances, still possesses an allure that stirs his interest. In this apocalyptic world, it is a matter of finding a leader among the disabled. At least Lu Wenxing is still quite captivating to him. Indeed, the expressions of those in the second compartment shifted to one of discomfort. What he stated was a harsh truth. Without Song Ge, they were like driftwood without roots. All of Song Ji's treasures had been claimed by that man. And when 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon arrives, if Lin Meng truly comes seeking trouble, it is likely that none will escape. Song Haitao discerned the thoughts of his former adversaries, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. So, shall we cease the dilly-dallying? I still have to provide Meng Ge with the necessary offerings. However, as he gazed at Lu Wenxing, his eyes glimmered with avarice, and he continued, I can waive your management fee, but you must ensure that our trio is well taken care of, for our paths may be smoother in the future. Gao Yang and Huzi exchanged glances, acknowledging the generosity of Tao Ge. Even when digging wells, one should remember those who provided the water. Huzi, with his mouth full of sharp, prickly beard, relished the collision of sharpness and curves. He looked at Lu Wenxing with gleaming eyes, savoring the sweetness of this arrangement. Lu Wenxing calculated in her mind. If Chang Ming were not present, she might have truly acquiesced. After all, her survival thus far relied on her beauty and the art of ingratiation. Yet now, in the compartment behind her, there was a formidable figure. To bind her fate with him was essential. Otherwise, she would cease to be Lu Wenxing. Rather than be a mere ornament, she must cling to a powerful ally, and these 3 individuals before her were hardly appealing. From before the apocalypse until now, Lu Wenxing had never been disappointed in her looks. Even when Chang Ming rejected her, it was solely due to the unpleasant odor she carried. Once she cleansed herself, he would surely find her irresistible. The attitudes of Zhang Songjun and Song Haitao towards her only further confirmed this notion. With this thought, Lu Wenxing regained her confidence. Gazing at the 3 men before her, Song Haitao, you are not worthy of my servitude. You likely do not realize that I am already under Ming Ji's protection. Lu Wenxing intended to leverage this situation. If Chang Ming learned of her predicament, he would undoubtedly feel protective of her. It would be best if she could cleanse herself quickly, securing her position. Even if she had to use drinking water, once she became the woman at Chang Ming's side, would she ever lack for anything? At least in her heart, she believed Lin Meng was no match for Chang Ming, for he was the man who commanded the attendance. Ming Ge? What Ming Ge? Song Haitao was momentarily taken aback. On this train, it was only Meng Ge and Song Ge. If one were to call someone brother, it would naturally be Tao Ge and Jun Ge. Who is this Ming Ge? Ming Ge is the man I am devoted to. Anger him, and you shall face dire consequences. Lu Wenxing sought to bait Song Haitao towards Chang Ming. Such a petty thug was prone to impulsiveness, and should he take the bait and confront Chang Ming, the repercussions would be apparent. She regarded him with disdain. As long as Song Haitao was preoccupied with her body, he was bound to feel irked. Indeed, Tao Ge reacted, sneering, I was unaware that there exists such a character on train 732 capable of challenging us. I am curious to see what sort of individual your Ming Ge truly is. Lu Wenxing scoffed internally, recognizing him for the creature of base desires that he was. Ming Ge is resting in the first compartment. I advise you to return promptly, lest our train be devoid of a figure like Tao Ge. Very well, let us see. Song Haitao squeezed through the aisle, one hand gripping the door handle of the compartment. Once he stepped through, he would enter the first compartment. Not only Lu Wenxing, but also Zhang Songjun and the others in the second compartment fixed their gaze upon Tao Ge, anticipation and schadenfreude evident in their expressions. The prospect of witnessing Song Haitao embroiled in trouble was enough to make them chuckle in their sleep tonight. At that moment, Song Haitao turned to look at those in the second compartment, their expressions betraying their thoughts. Could this Minggu be the one who killed Ding Song and claimed his treasures? You little vixen, you wanting to provoke him? Quite the strategist, aren't you? Noticing that he had not opened the door and had uncovered her scheme, Lu Wenqing felt a twinge of disappointment, yet maintained her air of disdain. If you are afraid, then leave this place and spare yourself the embarrassment. I have already penetrated this matter. Whoever killed Ding Song must do so on train 732. Song Haitao's face contorted in rage, and he abruptly turned, kicking the adjacent door. A tremendous crash resounded, eliciting various reactions from those within the compartment.